Puff. The green-scaled leopard's scales shattered, spurting blood. Seeing this, the group of people outside the secret realm stopped and stared curiously at the green-scaled leopard. They all noticed the green-scaled leopard seemed obstructed and unable to attack them. At this moment, the green-scaled leopard was dumbfounded. Not only was it mysteriously blocked, but attacking actually hurt itself. It made no sense. But after being injured, it calmed down and dared not attack recklessly again. It just glared at the crowd outside, filled with frustration and helplessness. What a foolish leopard. Strong, but simple-minded, Hassan whispered. Brandan replied, not all extraordinary beasts are born with high intelligence like you. More often, they're unintelligent and ferocious. Some might eventually develop higher intelligence, but that requires special opportunities or reaching a very high level of strength. So humans have it better. Even ordinary people have relatively high intelligence, Hassan remarked. Brandan shook his head. Humans are born fragile and do not have many advantages. Without spirit roots, they can't cultivate and would find themselves fatally vulnerable to even regular beasts, let alone extraordinary ones. After the second anomaly, perhaps everyone can cultivate now, Hassan mused. Brandan was moved by this. The previous celestial anomaly was intense, with spirit rain falling across the world. Darcy used the spirit rain to enhance his spirit roots from high grade to top grade. So what Hassan suggested could indeed happen. Accordingly, the birds and beasts might also become extraordinary beasts. Should this be true, the world would become quite interesting. Outside the secret realm, the group of people returned, approaching the invisible space barrier and touching it. An invisible barrier blocks us, so there's nothing to worry about. Discovering this fact, they instantly relaxed. The world has truly changed. After the spirit rain over a year ago, everyone in the city, from men and women to children, all possessed spirit roots. Even domesticated poultry and livestock weren't spared. Now, this large forest suddenly appears. Who knows what will happen next? Souls, everyone has started cultivating now. Fortunately, heavenly treasures and earth spirits have increased, so cultivation resources aren't lacking. It's a pity our spirit roots didn't improve. I heard many people's spirit roots improved. Hearing the discussion of the group outside, Brandan couldn't help but reveal a very astonished expression, not expecting Hassan's words to come true. Just by lifting the second seal, all living creatures in this world had already acquired spirit roots and could begin cultivating. What changes would occur if the third layer was unsealed? But there was no doubt that those who were among the first to possess spirit roots had a significant advantage, especially those with high-grade spirit roots. With each layer of the world unsealed, they could proceed further step by step. Some strong individuals were previously limited by their spirit root grades, making it difficult to improve beyond a certain level. However, after the celestial anomaly, the cultivation environment improved significantly, and their spirit roots underwent further evolution, making it easy to break through their original bottlenecks. It could be foreseen that in the near future, numerous Void Dan and Gold Core Realm powerhouses would emerge like bamboo shoots after rain, unlike the current scarcity. Yo! Accompanied by a shrill cry, a bird of moderate size flew swiftly from afar. Though its body wasn't huge, its aura was extremely terrifying. It dove down from the sky, pouncing towards the green-scaled leopard. The green-scaled leopard was greatly alarmed and immediately tried to escape. Unfortunately, it was a bit too slow. Puff! The bird's sharp claws pierced through the scale defenses, clawing into the leopard's flesh. Ayuyuyu! In pain, the green-scaled leopard let out an anguished howl. Seeing this scene, the group outside the secret realm felt chills run down their spines and retreated hastily. They now realized that this suddenly appeared large forest was extremely dangerous, inhabited by many formidable extraordinary beasts. After a few desperate struggles, the green-scaled leopard was torn apart by the bird and devoured. Having eaten the leopard, the bird transformed into human form, a cold, ruthless man. However, its transformation wasn't complete. It still retained features of its original form, a sharp bird-like beak and talon-shaped feet, a shape-shifting monster. Seeing the bird transform, the group was terrified. Anyone with some knowledge would know that intelligent, extraordinary beasts could transform into human form after forming a void core. However, at this stage, their transformations were imperfect, making them easily identifiable. Generally, they needed to cultivate a primordial soul for perfect transformation, indistinguishable from humans. Of course, some extraordinary beasts with exceptional abilities could transform perfectly earlier on, but that was rare. Is that the human world? Truly captivating. The man stood in midair, gazing at the distant human town, his eyes filled with fervor. Upon hearing these words, the group outside felt a chill run down their spines. This man in bird form posed an enormous threat. Though it wasn't a ferocious beast, its ferocity exceeded even that of a ferocious beast. Allowing it into the human world was terrifying to contemplate. Quickly, go report to the city lord. Someone urged anxiously. Since the revival of spirit energy, human towns were typically governed by powerful cultivators to protect against threats from extraordinary beasts. The situation here was urgent, necessitating immediate precautions. They could foresee that this invisible barrier might not last long, possibly disappearing at any moment. Then, who knew how many powerful extraordinary beasts would flood out? In the blink of an eye, the group rushed away to the city 10 miles away. The man in bird form watched them leave, his eyes gleaming fiercely, yearning to attack but restrained. After a moment, he left without intending to stay. That bird is so fierce and brutal, Hassan couldn't help but shudder. Brandan frowned, his expression serious. The situation isn't good. There's a large group of void core level extraordinary beasts in the secret realm, and even more below that level. If they all go out, the human world will have big trouble. Hassan shook his head. Indeed, but we can't do anything about it. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Look at how humans have lived well over the past century. If these formidable extraordinary beasts dare to cause chaos, someone will deal with them. Brandan nodded in agreement. There were also many powerful cultivators in the human world, and these extraordinary beasts might not venture outside. Thinking about it, many extraordinary beasts had territorial instincts and wouldn't leave their territories easily. As Brandan anticipated, the space membrane dissipated rapidly. After just 2 days, it became extremely thin. The space membrane is disappearing. Finally, we can go out. Brandan felt excited. As he thought, the space membrane burst like a bubble. Vast spiritual energy surged, spreading in all directions and causing violent winds. Brandan didn't feel strange since the spiritual energy inside the secret realm was denser than outside. Upon merging, it would inevitably disperse. Rumble. Before Brandan and Hassan acted, a tremendous noise sounded, shaking the ground as if in an earthquake. Turning around, they saw trees falling en masse in the forest, dust rising, and an astonishing wave of extraordinary beasts rushing out. It's that void core bird, driving the extraordinary beasts. Brandan's gaze locked onto the bird's figure in the sky. Chapter 57. Monster Slaughter. The extraordinary beasts driven by the demonic bird were too numerous, with various forms and not belonging to a single clan. Their powers varied from foundation establishment to core formation stages, but they were essentially low-intelligence vicious creatures. Why is that demonic bird herding over 1,000 extraordinary beasts? What does it plan to do? Pedro's eyes showed confusion. Watching the direction of the advancing extraordinary beast army, Brandan's expression changed instantly. It wants to drive these extraordinary beasts into the human world. How ruthless. It aims to destroy the town 10 miles away. Pedro's pupils narrowed involuntarily. Faced with such a vast army of extraordinary beasts, the town stood no chance of resisting and would likely turn into ruins with rivers of blood in an instant. After all, even though all humans now possessed spirit roots, cultivating and growing stronger required time. Barely over a year had passed, and most people were probably still at the foundation establishment stage, wielding very weak power. Meanwhile, at the same foundation establishment stage, extraordinary beasts generally had much greater strength due to their inherent advantages. Brandan's gaze became solemn. Given the scale of the town, its population should be around 100,000. If this slaughter happens, the consequences would be too tragic. He wanted to stop it, but knew that even risking his life wouldn't suffice. Without the demonic bird itself intervening, just any core formation extraordinary beast would be enough to make him flee for his life. In an instant, the extraordinary beast army rushed out of the secret realm and charged toward the city 10 miles away at great speed, their hooves pounding the ground with thunderous roars. Watching the beasts disappear into the distance, Brandan and Pedro revealed themselves, both showing profound helplessness. Hope some powerful figure could appear to teach that demonic bird a lesson, Pedro whispered. Brandan shook his head slightly. Virtual core realm experts weren't like cabbages on the roadside. They couldn't just pop up randomly. For a town of this size, having a virtual core realm expert stationed there was highly unlikely unless it housed a major family stronghold, which had an extremely low probability. In the past, only a few large cultivation families resided around the 100-foot mountain range, and their strongest members were still within the secret realm. The beast army moved incredibly fast, reaching the town after just a short distance in minutes. Boom. Ordinary city walls offered no resistance against the onslaught of extraordinary beasts, no matter how tall or thick. In no time, the imposing city walls were riddled with holes as the beast army stormed through, initiating brutal massacres. People in the city had never seen such a sight. Many were frightened speechless, unsure how to respond. Buildings collapsed wherever the beasts went, turning humans into mere prey. A scene reminiscent of hell. The core formation demonic bird didn't enter the city but transformed into a human form, standing atop the ruined wall. Watching the once prosperous city turn into a living hell, its eyes glinted with cold, cruel satisfaction. Suddenly, a brilliant blade of light appeared, decapitating dozens of extraordinary beasts in one sweep. Next, a middle-aged man holding a war saber materialized from outside the city, striding across the sky. With thick eyebrows and striking features, he radiated extraordinary valor. A swing of his war saber beheaded 2 core formation extraordinary beasts instantly. As he prepared to strike again, the virtual core realm demonic bird turned man struck, sending a huge claw shadow flying towards him. Clang! The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, blocking the claw shadow with his saber. The flesh of a virtual core realm human must be delicious. The birdman's gaze locked onto the middle-aged man, eyes blazing with fervor. The middle-aged man raised his saber. Wretched beast, you dare incite a beast massacre on humans. I will kill you today. He then launched an attack, drawing the virtual core realm birdman outside the city to avoid destroying the city in their battle. Otherwise, they could easily flatten the entire place. An expert did show up. Pedro's eyes lit up with joy. His prayers came true, much to his delight. Determination filled Brandan's eyes. I have to block the beasts and prevent further carnage. He could choose to stay aloof, but doing so would burden his conscience. Now, with the strongest demonic bird occupied, he decided to do his part, regardless of the outcome, aiming for peace of mind. What are we waiting for? Hurry up, Pedro urged while flying ahead. Hearing this, Brandan smiled. He wasn't alone. Pedro stayed by his side through thick and thin. Moved by this support, he activated his spirit boots, rising into the air at his fastest speed. With the beasts wreaking havoc, he had to reach them in the shortest time possible to save lives. Thud. Even before entering the city, Brandan unleashed his silver spirit sword, lengthening it to pierce through a flying beast in the sky, causing blood to rain down. Then, the silver sword transformed into a lightning whip, ensnaring a massive bull's neck. A swift flash and the bull's head dropped, killed instantly without struggle. Pedro joined the fray, tearing apart several extraordinary beasts efficiently, surpassing Brandan's efforts. The duo quickly entered the city from behind, ambushing the beasts. Witnessing the desolation and gore within, Brandan's anger flared, driving him to escalate his killing spree. Silver sword in hand, he slaughtered beasts effortlessly, leaving a trail of corpses. Despite their numbers, most extraordinary beasts were weak, reaching control object and core formation stages only among a few. The weaker ones faced certain death against Brandan and Pedro, unable to withstand their onslaught. Their massacre soon drew attention from stronger extraordinary beasts, which turned to attack them. Seeing a control object beast charge, Pedro flew forward, releasing terrifying black lightning from his wings. Brandan countered another control object beast with the profound Cloud 13 Swords technique. In the western part of the city, a rundown residential area teemed with dozens of extraordinary beasts crashing through houses. Run! People fled chaotically from their homes, in utter panic. Most residents here were poor, struggling to eat and keep warm. Even with spirit roots, they struggled to start cultivating, lacking time and resources. Thus, most remained ordinary humans, unable to combat the extraordinary beasts. A person was caught by an extraordinary beast, their body torn apart in a horrifying scream. Wah! A little girl fell and cried uncontrollably. At this moment, a mantis-like extraordinary beast lunged at her, attempting to cut her in half with serrated front legs. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, stomping on the creature's forelegs. Crack! The legs shattered, spilling blood. The next moment, the figure kicked hard at the beast's triangular head, launching it far away. The little girl, witnessing this bloody scene for the first time, froze in shock. Little Hua! A woman ran over, scooping up the child. Thud! Not far away, another person swung his knife, severing the head of a supermundane beast. Then, he joined the man who had killed the mantis-shaped supermundane beast. Brother, there are too many ferocious beasts. Let's retreat, the knife-wielding man urged anxiously. True men live with principles, knowing when to act and when not to. Hernan, you go. I will stay behind, Yuri said firmly. Hernan retorted unhappily. Brother, what are you saying? Are you a true man willing to die for righteousness while I, Hernan, am a coward? Fine, today we two brothers will fight these beasts with everything we've got, Yuri said with sharp eyes. Hernan laughed wildly. I'm sick of living in hiding. To hell with the Liu family. Today, I will kill to my heart's content. With that, he charged forward recklessly. Yuri didn't hesitate either. A long spear appeared in his hand, which he hurled to pierce through the head of a supermundane beast several feet away. The brothers had lived here quietly for over 2 years, only to have their peaceful life shattered by this chaos of supermundane beasts. They were humans with emotions and could not just watch their neighbors be slaughtered. Although Yuri and Hernan were itinerant cultivators, they were not weak, having reached the object control stage. Thus, even after offending the powerful Liu family, they managed to survive. Working together, they soon cleared the area of the supermundane beasts, protecting most residents. They did not stop but fought further to save more people and prevent any more beasts from entering the slum. At this moment, intense battles raged throughout Xuanhuan City as everyone fought for survival. However, there were too many supermundane beasts, including quite a few formidable ones, making the situation dire. Brandan and Pedro fought all the way, killing over 10 object control stage supermundane beasts before reaching the central district of Xuanhuan City. Here, there were even more supermundane beasts, and the once bustling streets were now in ruins. Boom! A massive hoof smashed down, crushing a building. It was a colossal gray elephant, towering over 10 zhang tall like a small moving mountain, wreaking havoc with every move. The giant elephant charged towards a large courtyard, leaving destruction in its wake. Bang! It slammed into a barrier, failing to break through. Clear spirit patterns interwove, combining spiritual energy to form a powerful protective shield around the entire courtyard. This clearly was no ordinary place. Salt, the elephant's immense strength shook the barrier repeatedly, destabilizing it. Crack! Soon, the barrier broke under relentless assaults, revealing the grand courtyard. Swoosh! Arrows flew out instantly, as swift as lightning. But the elephant reacted faster, using its trunk to catch the arrows mid-air. Next, it blew into the courtyard, unleashing a terrifying gale. Arrows that hadn't yet left the courtyard were blown away. The courtyard became a mess, roofs were ripped off, and people were sent flying. Lord Mayor, the beast is trying to get in, someone said urgently. This luxurious courtyard was none other than the residence of Xuanhuan City's mayor, Asif. Asif, in his early 40s, was tall and imposing, exuding the air of a superior being. Feeling great pressure from the elephant, he ordered, protect lady and young master. Ensure they come to no harm. Without delay, Asif soared into the sky to confront the beast. With Asif holding off the elephant, the residence's strong contingent immediately escorted the lady and young master to safety. The power of the mayor's household was considerable. Asif himself was a Dan-Yuan realm expert with 8 object control realm subordinates, usually enough to handle small-scale supermundane beast attacks. Roar! A high-pitched wolf howl echoed as a pack of red fire wolves blocked the path. There were over 70 red wolves, each surrounded by flames, eyes glaring fiercely. Breakthrough! The leading expert commanded, charging at the wolf pack first. Others also attacked, leaving 3 to protect the mayor's wife and son. Asif's wife wasn't originally a cultivator, gaining her spirit root just over a year ago. Despite ample resources, she barely reached the innate realm. Asif's son, Gerald, had awakened an average quality spirit root earlier but lacked focus on cultivation, barely reaching the gas mastery stage through sheer resources. Unfortunately, despite his gas mastery realm status, Gerald lacked combat experience, trembling in fear at the sight of the ferocious beasts. The wolves swiftly killed most of the strong contingent, including 3 object control experts. Hurry up! The leader urged desperately, fighting the wolf leader to buy time for Gerald's mother and son to escape. However, Gerald was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Reluctantly, one expert carried Gerald, fleeing among the beasts. Suddenly Gerald yelled, "My dice! My limited edition blue jade marrow dice! Go get them back for me!" "Master, escape is paramount, forget about the dice," the expert carrying Gerald replied. Ignoring him, Gerald jumped down to retrieve the fallen dice. "Master!" The expert panicked, rushing to grab him. He was furious at the master's frivolity during such a crisis, prioritizing playthings over his own life. Gerald crouched, oblivious to the imminent danger, picking up the blue dice. Pooh! A sudden silver lightning flash impaled a red wolf against the wall beside Gerald. Thank you. The protector quickly thanked and picked Gerald up again. Retracting his silver sword, Brandan prepared to face other beasts to save more lives. You cannot leave, Gerald demanded suddenly. Brandan turned, puzzled. He had saved Gerald. Why should he not leave? Gerald insisted. Come protect me. You won't regret it afterward. You have protection. I need to continue fighting beasts. No time to waste, Brandan rejected firmly. Gerald flared up. How dare you disobey? I'm the mayor's only son. Disobey me, and I'll have your whole family exterminated. Brandan frowned. His good deed met with such ingratitude? Though he had no family, hearing such threats irked him deeply. His eyes glinted coldly. Chapter 58. No Mercy. Brandan held the silver spirit sword, his eyes icy cold, with an undercurrent of murderous intent. He hated it most when others threatened him, especially ungrateful ingrates like this one who had no sense of gratitude, making them even more detestable. Under Brandan's intense gaze, Gerald couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, inexplicably feeling fear and daring not to meet Brandan's eyes. This made Gerald inwardly furious, shouting at his protector. Titus, kill him for me. Master, this? Titus wore a look of difficulty. Gerald continued roaring. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Or are you also planning to defy my orders? Master, we can't linger here. We must leave Jersomping City as soon as possible, Titus sternly replied. Gerald said, he's only at the chi manipulation realm level. Killing him should be effortless for you. Attack now. Well, brother, I'm sorry. Regret flashed in Titus's eyes. To swiftly escape with Gerald, he had no choice but to obey Gerald's command and strike at Brandan first. Brandan's expression grew icier. Human hearts were indeed hard to fathom. Despite rescuing Gerald was now plotting to kill him. Truly, one should not be too kind. A spirit blade appeared in Titus's hand. After a moment's hesitation, he slashed at Brandan from afar. With spiritual energy's impetus, a colossal and razor-sharp blade light emerged, slicing down upon Brandan from above. Seeing this, Gerald couldn't help but smile cruelly. It didn't matter that Brandan had saved him before. Any defiance would result in death. Without dodging or blocking with his silver spirit sword, Brandan extended one hand, catching the sharp blade light firmly. Despite its sharpness, the blade light failed to even scratch his palm. During his over a year in the secret realm, he had devoted much time and resources to cultivating his body, fortifying it akin to a magical treasure, enabling him to engage magical treasures barehanded. You! Titus's eyes brimmed with disbelief, stunned speechless. Titus, at the intermediate object control realm, wielded a spirit-grade weapon. Even a casual slash contained formidable power. Though he expected Brandan to withstand the attack, never did he think Brandan would receive it this way. Crack! Brandan clenched his hand, shattering the blade light instantly. A wolf in sheep's clothing, unworthy of living. Brandan growled, truly enraged. Speaking, he transformed the silver spirit sword into a lightning whip, lashing out fiercely. Titus's face changed, hastily setting Gerald aside. He readied his blade defensively, no longer underestimating Brandan. Using the spirit blade to parry the lightning whip, Titus explained hurriedly. Little brother, it's a misunderstanding. Let's talk this through without harming young Master Sun. Titus, you idiot. Why fear him? Kill him now, Gerald barked angrily behind him. At this point, he still didn't realize the severity of the situation, believing Titus could handle Brandan and thus disregarding Brandan entirely. Hear that? Your master doesn't see it that way, so there's nothing else to discuss. Brandan's eyes turned chillingly cold. Meanwhile, he channeled golden spiritual energy into the lightning whip, intensifying its electrical force. Though Titus tried to shield himself with spiritual energy, he felt his arm go numb, sparks coursing through his body. More shockingly, the second-rank spirit blade in his hand deformed under the pressure of the lightning whip. Titus promptly utilized the skills of an object control realm expert, summoning a damaged building to crash towards Brandan. Boom! Brandan punched out, delivering a terrifying fist imprint that shattered the falling structure. In the next instant, transforming his fist into a claw, golden spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing into a solid dragon claw, gleaming with lethal intent. Phew! Titus failed to resist the dragon claw, deep wounds appearing on his chest, revealing bone. Masterfully, I cannot match him, Titus anxiously urged. Gerald stood dumbstruck, never imagining Brandan to be so formidable, leaving Titus powerless to retaliate. Brandan directed the dragon claw past Titus toward Gerald. Titus rushed forward, doing his best to block the dragon claw. Realizing the danger, Gerald started running, forgetting about Titus's fate entirely. Protect me. Hurry up, protect me, Gerald shouted while fleeing. With Titus severely injured and unable to continue guarding him, he could only rely on others now. Brandan didn't kill Titus, but pursued Gerald directly. Do not harm young Master Sun, the leading object control realm expert roared, striking back the ferocious beast with a palm. However, Brandan paid no heed. The dragon claw soared toward Gerald. Brandan was relentless against anyone who tried to kill him. Bang! A golden light enveloped Gerald, deflecting the dragon claw and causing it to explode. A protective spirit talisman, Brandan remarked, recognizing the object. Spirit talismans were precious. Few ordinary people owned or had ever seen one. Protective talismans like these were even more valuable, each requiring substantial amounts of spirit stones to acquire, often priced beyond market value. Gerald's talisman could withstand Brandan's star-shattering dragon claw, indicating its rank to be at least second grade. The strength of a talisman is limited. I want to see how long it can protect you. Brandan thrashed the lightning whip continuously at high speed. His goal was simple. Exhaust the talisman's power, plunging Gerald into despair. It wasn't that Brandan enjoyed being ruthless. He just needed to rid himself of Gerald to release his inner fury. Imposter, you can't kill me. My father is the mayor of xuanhuan City. My mother is the cherished daughter of the Zheng family head. If you dare touch me, you won't live. Gerald warned, his voice trembling with fear. He genuinely feared Brandan now, sensing his terror despite the talisman's protection which wouldn't last long. Your own sins condemn you. Not even celestial deities can save you today, Brandan coldly declared. The protective barrier surrounding Gerald crumbled, consumed faster than anticipated by Brandan. Die. Brandan's eyes sharpened. The lightning whip transformed into a sword, slashing downwards. Clang. The sword did not cut Gerald, as another layer of spirit energy protection enveloped him. Another protective talisman? Surprise flickered in Brandan's eyes. Indeed, Gerald's parents pampered him immensely, preparing multiple protective talismans for his safety. No matter how many protective talismans you have, I will shatter every single one today, Brandan vowed, attacking ferociously. He was determined to see this through. No amount of resistance would sway him from pursuing Gerald. Facing Brandan's storm of attacks, Gerald panicked completely, knowing that even with protective talismans, he couldn't hold on for long. The asterisk a minute. How dare he treat me like this? Gerald raged internally. Unaware of his own issues, he maintained an arrogant attitude, utterly looking down on Brandan even in danger. Bang! The second protective talisman around Gerald shattered, hurling him away with a powerful force. Phew! Blood spurted from Gerald's mouth, sheer terror clouding his eyes. Terrified, he wet himself. Help me, quickly help me. Gerald cried out desperately. Brandan's gaze remained cold. No one can save you. With that, the elongated silver spirit sword descended. Suddenly alert, Brandan adjusted the trajectory of the silver spirit sword. Clang! The silver spirit sword deflected a golden arrow, sending it flying away. The speed of this arrow was extraordinarily fast, far beyond the reaction time of an ordinary person. In the next moment, two figures descended from the sky, standing in front of Gerald. These two individuals were identical in appearance and attire, radiating strong auras that reached the late-stage object control realm. Brazen, how dare you harm young master? They spoke in unison. Brandan furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't anticipated that killing Gerald would be so difficult. Two protective talismans had been used up, and now two more object control realm guards appeared out of nowhere. Members of the Zheng family, Brandan thought to himself. His heart suddenly stirred. He sensed that a number of powerful figures had arrived in xuanhuan City, all possessing cultivation at or above the object control realm, either flying through the air with their artifacts or relying on their own abilities to do so. He couldn't help but recall Gerald mentioning that his mother was the beloved daughter of the head of the Zheng family. Now, with these newcomers addressing Gerald as young master, everything became clear. Caden, Coulter, kill him for me, Gerald shouted upon seeing the reinforcements, instantly regaining confidence. Hearing their names, Brandan immediately understood that they were indeed from the Zheng family. Their response time was impressively quick. Judging by their presence, the Zheng family seemed quite powerful, far exceeding the strength of ordinary small clans. Especially, he detected an extremely powerful aura belonging to a Void Core Realm expert, who should be the head of the Zheng family. However, that Void Core Realm expert did not enter the city but went outside to team up with another Void Core Realm expert to deal with the culprit behind the disaster. Upon hearing Gerald's command, Caden took immediate action while Coulter stayed behind to guard. Caden wielded a spirit bow, drew the bowstring, and condensed spirit energy into arrows, shooting them continuously at an astonishing speed. Brandan transformed the silver spirit sword back to its original form and used the 13 Mystic Cloud Swords technique, effortlessly deflecting all the arrows. However, Caden's shooting speed was incredibly fast, forcing Brandan into a defensive stance without any opportunity to launch an attack, putting him on the back foot. Coulter, go help, I want him dead, Gerald spat hatefully. He had been thoroughly frightened by Brandan earlier, even wetting his pants, an unbearable humiliation. He desperately wanted to kill Brandan to wash away this shame. Coulter didn't originally intend to act, but seeing Gerald's vengeful expression, he had no choice but to obey. Just as Coulter left Gerald's side, a sudden streak of sword light appeared right in front of Gerald. Pfft. The sword light pierced Gerald's forehead, delivering a fatal blow. Young master. Coulter's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly reached out to support Gerald. However, it was too late. With the sword through his forehead, Gerald's brain was shattered, making death inevitable. Brandan retracted the jade sword using his soul power and retreated without hesitation. Initially, he hadn't intended to use the spirit insight sword technique against Gerald because he felt Gerald wasn't worthy, but the situation forced his hand. Don't let him escape. Caden roared, instantly drawing 3 golden arrows and shooting them almost simultaneously. Brandan reacted as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Without turning around, he accurately dodged the 3 golden arrows. Hassan, let's go. Brandan called out. With a large number of Zheng family experts arriving, they should be able to handle the problems in xuanhuan City. They could now retreat, especially since he had killed Gerald. Staying longer would only bring more trouble. Caden and Coulter wouldn't let Brandan escape. With Gerald dead before their eyes, they had to catch the murderer or face severe consequences. Harnessing their spirit artifacts, they took to the air, chasing Brandan swiftly. However, the city now housed numerous extraordinary beasts, making them easier targets in the sky. They hadn't chased far when a powerful extraordinary beast of the Essence Core realm blocked their path. This beast was ferocious, opening its massive jaws in an attempt to devour Caden and Coulter. Brandan thought this might allow him to escape the pursuit, but he was surprised to see Caden and Coulter cooperate perfectly, unleashing a sophisticated combined attack that killed the Essence Core realm extraordinary beast within moments. They are formidable. Brandan was startled and relieved he hadn't tangled with them. Judging by their combined strength, they were nearly as powerful as the Jeremiah before his breakthrough, making them difficult opponents. To the area with more extraordinary beasts. Brandan decided promptly. The best strategy now was to use the rampaging extraordinary beasts in the city to restrain Caden and Coulter, then find an opportunity to escape. He killed young Master Gerald. Stop him! Caden shouted to nearby Jing family experts. What? Young Master Gerald is dead. The faces of nearby Jing family members changed drastically. They all knew the head of the Zheng family doted on Gerald's mother and, by extension, Gerald himself. Although Gerald didn't share the Zheng surname, his status within the Zheng family exceeded that of many direct descendants. Now, Gerald's death would undoubtedly enrage the head of the Zheng family, leading to dire consequences. We must not let the killer escape. Catch him. Immediately, the nearby Zheng family experts moved, breaking free from the extraordinary beasts to pursue Brandan. However, there were too many extraordinary beasts, making it difficult to shake them off easily. Brandan frowned deeply. He had indeed stirred up a hornet's nest, but he didn't regret killing Gerald. Someone like that arrogant and tyrannical second-generation rich kid deserved to die for the sake of justice. Since you insist on pushing me, I have no choice but to unleash my full wrath. Brandan's eyes turned fiercely sharp, emitting waves of pure killing intent. ##### Chapter 59, Trapped. Roar. A cacophony of beastly roars reverberated through the entire Jersomping city. The savage beasts, with their limited intelligence and fearlessness, had gone berserk. Even a phantom core-level demonic bird might not have been able to drive them out of the city. Fortunately, with the efforts of Mayor Asif and several Dan Yuan realm powerhouses from the Zheng family, the situation was stabilized. The ferocious beasts were contained in one area, preventing further destruction and slaughter. Brandan and Hassan swiftly maneuvered through the pack of beasts, using them as cover to shake off their pursuers. In the process, they struck back, killing some of the weaker ferocious beasts along the way. Die. A Zheng family artifact control realm powerhouse suddenly appeared, wielding a spirit axe which he swung down. Brandan reacted swiftly, dodging the axe by sidestepping at the last moment. He then secretly channeled the ultimate combat technique and delivered a palm strike. Bang! The blow landed squarely on his opponent's chest, crushing it inward. Brandan did not show mercy. He maximized his human-grade combat prowess, sending the man flying out like a cannonball, blood gushing from his mouth. The force left the attacker gravely injured, ribs shattered, internal organs torn apart, nearly dead. Before the man could even celebrate his brief survival, a massive ferocious beast pounced, opening its enormous maw and biting off half his body. Other Zheng family powerhouses watched helplessly, fury boiling within them. They realized Brandan's strength far exceeded what his cultivation level suggested. An average artifact control realm powerhouse was no match for him. Kill. Another powerhouse attacked from the side, condensing a giant battle knife from golden spiritual energy and striking with incredible speed. This was a combat technique that manifested weapons with terrifying offensive power. If the cultivator was powerful enough, a single slash could cleave through a mountain. In a hurry, Brandan raised his silver spirit sword to block the attack. Boom. The impact made Brandan stagger, his feet breaking through the floor. It was undeniable. The force behind the blow was immense, overwhelming for most. Hassan landed on Brandan's shoulder, its black fleshy wings shimmering with lightning. A bolt of black lightning erupted, striking the spirit energy battle knife. Instantly, the lightning surged toward the attacker, causing his body to stiffen with paralysis. Seizing this opportunity, Brandan slashed the spirit energy knife away, and the silver spirit sword lengthened. Before the attacker could react, he was pierced by the silver spirit sword, violent lightning surging into his body. At this moment, Brandan sensed danger and quickly withdrew his sword, spinning around. Ding! A golden arrow streaked through the air, hitting Brandan in the chest. The powerful force sent him reeling backward. He had actually anticipated the attack trajectory of the golden arrow, knowing it was unavoidable. Intentionally turning to receive the arrow in his chest, where he wore the mountain tortoise's life force carapace, provided maximum defense against the arrow's destructive power. Without doubt, the arrow was fired by Caden, whose archery skills were exceptional, locking onto Brandan's aura with precision, making it impossible to evade. Legendary archery experts, highly cultivated, could kill enemies hundreds or even thousands of miles away with their arrows, leaving no place for the enemy to hide. Hassan, release lightning to attack the beasts, Brandan transmitted telepathically. Hassan understood instantly, releasing waves of lightning, forming a web that covered many of the surrounding ferocious beasts. Roar. Under lightning assault, the beasts became more frenzied, charging and attacking randomly. This chaotic situation suited Brandan's plan, aiding their escape. Blending into the beast pack, Brandan concealed his presence, making Caden unable to lock onto him. For Brandan, Caden's precise archery posed a significant threat, with unexpected cold arrows always possible. Whoosh! A beam of fire shot from a beast's belly, targeting Brandan directly. Sensing the power of the flame, Brandan chose not to confront it head-on. He reached out, summoning the bronze mirror. Its surface glowed mysteriously, reflecting the flame back. During the battle with Steven, the bronze mirror was heavily damaged. Later, Brandan found some celestial materials in the secret realm, melting them into the mirror and nurturing it with his own secret force, thereby repairing it considerably. Next, Brandan pinpointed the origin of the fire beam and poured his secret force into the bronze mirror without reservation. The mirror emitted deep radiance, intricate secret patterns intertwining into a web. Boom! An obsidian light burst forth, piercing through multiple beasts before striking the hidden attacker. Startled, the attacker struggled to resist the mirror light. Ah! With a scream, the attacker's arms became bloody and mangled, flying out. Bang! Brandan spun the bronze mirror, striking a nearby beast squarely on its head. The beast flew away, its brain matter exploding, dying instantly. Suddenly sensing danger, Brandan used secret force to empower the bronze mirror, generating a protective shield. Ding ding ding. As the shield formed, countless sharp sword chi shot through the air. These were incredibly powerful, shattering the defensive barrier instantly. Brandan hurriedly performed the profound Cloud 13 swords, maximizing its defensive capabilities to ward off the onslaught of sword chi. Despite his efforts, some sword chi still broke through his defenses, cutting into his body. Wounds appeared on Brandan's face and neck, blood flowing out. Retreat. Hassan did not stand idly by. It promptly summoned a jade bottle to absorb the sword chi. However, the sword chi's power was overwhelming, shaking the bottle, almost beyond Hassan's control. Observing carefully, Brandan identified the source of the sword chi, a gray-haired old man, a Dan Yuan realm powerhouse, who was battling a Dan Yuan realm beast while occasionally targeting him. Being marked by a Dan Yuan realm expert was clearly not good news. Reacting instinctively, Brandan retreated, seemingly blasted backward by the sword chi. In an instant, he hid in a damaged building, escaping the view of the Dan Yuan realm powerhouse. Then he rapidly moved through the building, smashing walls, dashing through alleyways. I must leave Jersomping City as soon as possible. Brandan's expression was serious. He had come to slay the ferocious beasts, but ended up being targeted by the Su family and the mayor's office. This was truly terrible. If not for his treasure armor and robust physique, facing the Dan Yuan realm powerhouse would likely result in severe injuries if not death. Where do you think you're going? With a roar, massive boulders descended from the sky, like falling meteors. Really persistent. Brandan's eyes darkened as he blocked with his silver spirit sword. He hadn't expected that killing Gerald would cause so much trouble. These noble families valued their descendants highly, just like how killing disciples of the Liu and Harry families in the 100-Foot Mountains led to their relentless pursuit. Now another Zheng family had joined the fray. It seemed peace would elude him. Even worse, this incident stemmed from his act of kindness, increasing his frustration and sense of futility. It proved that doing good deeds wasn't something to be taken lightly. Instantly, all the boulders were shattered, dust settling from the sky. Following the rocks, a translucent jewel tower descended. The gemstone pagoda emitted a dazzling light, revealing many spiritual patterns and unleashing an extremely formidable power, descending like a majestic mountain pressing down on Brandan. Brandan's eyes sharpened as he raised the silver spirit sword in his hand, channeling golden spirit energy to extend its length. Bang! The silver spirit sword met the base of the pagoda, halting its descent. However, the pagoda was extraordinarily heavy. Upon contact, Brandan's body immediately sank into the floor, which shattered beneath his feet. The silver spirit sword began to shorten as the pagoda continued its relentless downward pressure. At this rate, he would surely be crushed into a bloody pulp. Brandan wanted to escape, but the pagoda had created a light barrier that encased him, preventing any movement. Hassan clawed at the barrier with all its might, but it proved futile. The resilience of the light barrier was beyond imagination. Seeing the pagoda about to fall, Brandan raised one hand, invoking the golden dragon aura from his profound fetus spirit sea and using it to unleash the star-shattering dragon claw technique without hesitation. A golden dragon flew out, its claws especially huge and radiant, exuding a sharp and menacing aura. Crack! The dragon claws erupted with terrifying destructive power, shattering the light barrier instantly. Go! Before the barrier could repair itself, Brandan, together with Hassan, shot out at top speed. Boom! The pagoda crashed down, turning numerous buildings to ruins. Brandan spurred his spirit boots, skimming close to the ground and bursting into flight at breakneck speed. Blood dripped from his arm, a consequence of using the star-shattering dragon claw technique, which nearly shattered his arm bones. The star-shattering dragon claw technique was an incredibly tyrannical combat skill. Formidable physical strength was fundamental to practicing it and enduring its explosive force. Especially when using golden dragon aura to enhance the technique, the requirement for physical strength became even higher. While Brandan's physique was relatively strong, it still fell short of the necessary requirements to practice the star-shattering dragon claw technique. His impulsive use resulted in significant self-inflicted damage, attacking the enemy fiercely while injuring himself gravely. The pagoda rose dominantly again, rushing toward Brandan with incredible speed. Brandan gritted his teeth and summoned the mysterious ancient lamp. Clang! The ancient lamp collided with the pagoda, releasing overwhelming flames that engulfed the pagoda. But the pagoda radiated spiritual light, resisting the burning and remaining unscathed. That's quite an impressive third-grade spirit artifact, Hassan remarked with surprise. Brandan replied grimly, it's not the spirit artifact that's powerful, but the person wielding it. He's no weaker than Jeremiah before he reached the Dan Yuan realm. Possessing formidable strength and wielding a powerful spirit artifact, this person was truly fearsome. If I hadn't been focusing on cultivating all my organs, I could have already broken through to the artifact control realm. How could I allow him to act so arrogantly? Hassan said resentfully. Separated by a full major cultivation realm, the difference was too large. Despite its exceptional talent, Hassan was still limited in power. After some thought, Brandan said, Hassan, try to hold him off while I deal with him. All right, leave it to me, Hassan agreed without hesitation. Immediately, it flew out, its fleshy wings shimmering as it unleashed terrifying lightning that pounded relentlessly against the pagoda, stopping its movement. Behind the pagoda, a young figure rapidly approached, looking to be only in his 20s. With arched eyebrows and piercing eyes, he possessed an extraordinary presence. Despite not yet reaching the Dan Yuan realm, he could fly effortlessly, demonstrating his unusual capabilities. Capture it. Hassan attempted to draw the pagoda into the jade bottle. Regardless, the jade bottle was a 5th-grade spirit artifact, inherently far superior to the pagoda. Unfortunately, Hassan's cultivation level was too low, allowing it to harness only a small fraction of the bottle's power, unlike the opponent who almost fully utilized the pagoda's potential. Nice treasure, I'll take it. The man's eyes locked onto the jade bottle, flashing with intent. As he spoke, more spirit energy poured into the pagoda, causing it to suddenly shrink. Then, the pagoda shook, releasing an immensely powerful force that sent the jade bottle flying away. Next, the pagoda released a shocking suction force, trying to absorb the jade bottle instead. Hassan, alarmed, quickly released powerful spirit energy to retrieve the bottle. But the pagoda's suction force was too strong, gradually pulling the bottle out of control. Worry filled Hassan's eyes. It had finally obtained a 5th-grade spirit artifact. Losing it now would be a significant setback. Give it here. The man intensified the pagoda's rotation, increasing its suction force. Simultaneously, he extended a hand, fingers pointed like a sword, unleashing waves of sword chi towards Hassan. Hassan's expression changed abruptly as it flapped its wings, condensing thunderballs and attacking forward. Brandan, hurry up. This guy is tough to handle. Hassan urgently transmitted telepathically. Before Hassan finished speaking, Brandan emerged from behind the man's right side, wielding the silver spirit sword and attempting to strike. Humph! The man coldly snorted, releasing earth elemental power. Instantly, stone pillars shot upwards, forming a cage around Brandan. Clearly, his mastery of elemental forces was unparalleled, able to manipulate them at will. Boom! Brandan swung his silver spirit sword, cutting through the cage formed by the stone pillars. But before he could free himself, vines sprouted from the stone pillars, swiftly entangling him. These vines were conjured from spirit energy, far tougher than ordinary vines, making them nearly impossible to break. Though Brandan tried slashing the vines with his sword, they regrew faster, enveloping him completely, as if intending to consume him like fertilizer. Chapter 60, United in Enmity. Faced with the incessant attacks, Brandan couldn't help but feel alarmed. This was his first time encountering an opponent who could wield 3 elemental powers. Previously, he had met many object control realm experts, but they usually only mastered 1 elemental power. It was evident that this current adversary was no ordinary foe. To be able to reach the pinnacle of the object control realm at such a young age and master 3 elemental powers, this truly made him a prodigy. Bang! The stone pillars closed in, instantly enveloping Brandan. Jun Xing has moved. No matter how capable that man is, there's no way for him to escape. Jun Xing lives up to being our Zheng family's foremost prodigy. He will likely break through to the alchemy core realm before he turns 30, and forming a core will be just around the corner. Since Jun Xing has taken care of the man personally, we need not worry about it. Let's quickly clear out these ferocious beasts from the city. So many ferocious beasts represent a considerable wealth. Indeed, it's a stroke of luck bestowed by heaven upon our Zheng family. Seeing Brigham fully suppress Brandan and Hassan with his skills put the Zheng family experts at ease. They all knew very well how strong Brigham was. Even the alchemy core realm experts within the family had once been defeated by him. 2 chi mastery realm individuals were nothing more than flies in front of him. Boom! A powerful force erupted, shattering the stone pillars and vines, allowing Brandan to break free. Outside Brandan's body, ancient rune patterns faintly shimmered. He had utilized the ancient rune, consuming a large amount of secret power, nearly depleting the 2 secret storages. At this moment, the celestial vein resonated invisibly, wildly drawing heavenly and earthly spiritual chi into his body, while the 2 secret storages vibrated as well, endlessly releasing secret power like springs. Possessing the celestial vein meant almost no concern over energy consumption. Moreover, secret storages themselves were inexhaustible sources of power. This combination gave Brandan complete peace of mind. You have some skills, but you are already at your limit. Suppress him. Brigham's eyes remained indifferent, not giving Brandan the slightest attention. As he spoke, he extended one hand, unleashing a massive amount of earth elemental power, which coalesced into a colossal stone mountain-shaped palm pressing down on Brandan. He acted arrogantly, completely disregarding Brandan, ready to crush him effortlessly. Brandan's gaze turned grave, mobilizing the golden spirit energy from the profound fetus spirit sea and unleashing the 13 swords of mystic clouds with full strength. Under immense pressure, his mental will became highly concentrated, transforming the 13 swords of mystic clouds qualitatively. They were no longer merely forms but carried true essence and meaning. Boom! Sword chi soared towards the sky, shattering the descending stone mountain. Puff! Brandan spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting. Grasping sword intent wasn't easy, especially when he had just understood a bit but hadn't truly mastered it. His rash use led to backlash. Ignoring his injuries, Brandan seized hold of that essence, performing the 13 swords of mystic clouds to their utmost and charged at Brigham. Any combat technique, if its profound secrets were comprehended, could unleash astonishing power. A puny ant trying to shake a tree, seeking death. Brigham still wouldn't give Brandan a proper look, appearing exceedingly arrogant. An even larger stone mountain appeared, emitting a golden light, the result of earth and metal elements combined, rendering the mountain indestructible. Brandan activated his soul eye, probing the stone mountain, discerning all illusions. Boom! The silver spirit sword struck a minuscule weak point, causing the massive stone mountain to crumble instantly. Then, Brandan burst into rapid motion, instantly arriving before Brigham, thrusting a consolidated sword strike with all his might. Finally, Brigham revealed a hint of surprise. Brandan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Sensing the terrifying nature of Brandan's strike, he had to take it seriously, blocking with countless sword chi. Meanwhile, Hassan seized this opportunity to reclaim the jade bottle. It was exhausted, almost verging on collapse. If not for Brandan's intense offensive diverting Brigham's attention, the jade bottle would have been long gone. Giving everything, Hassan steeled its resolve, devouring a medicinal plant. Then it gathered lightning power, its flesh wings sparkling with brilliant lightning. Compared to other elemental powers, its innate lightning power was much easier to harness, exerting even greater destructive power. Die! Hassan growled, releasing the accumulated lightning power all at once. Boom! Thunder exploded, unleashing devastating force toward Brigham. Standing mid-air, guarded by a pagoda, Brigham resisted the joint attack of Brandan and Hassan, appearing effortless. Suddenly, Brigham sensed impending danger. Without hesitation, his body shifted sideways. Whoosh! A sharp spirit spear pierced through, grazing past his arm, cutting a shallow wound. Brandon roared, taking the chance to pierce through layers of resistance, aiming straight for Brigham's throat. In a split second, Brigham tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the silver spirit sword. Despite Brandon's best efforts to alter the sword stance, he only managed to graze Brigham's neck, leaving a shallow cut without causing substantial harm. Brigham's eyes turned cold, retaliating with a backhand strike to Brandon's chest. Bang! Brandon plummeted from the sky, smashing heavily into the dilapidated buildings below. Even with the protection of the tortoise shell, Brandon's internal organs suffered some impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood. So strong. Brandon felt a heavy heart. Brigham was stronger than expected. Mastering a trace of the sword intent from the 13 swords of mystic clouds, and seizing a great opportunity, still failed to injure Brigham significantly. A severe blow to Brandon. Two figures appeared in midair, launching fierce attacks on Brigham. Yuri Ernan, you two sure have big luck to still be alive, Brigham said, a cold gleam in his eyes. Both Yuri and Ernan were covered in blood, though not their own. It was the blood of the ferocious beasts they had slain. They had fought through a sea of enemies, inevitably sustaining some injuries. However, seeing Brigham, they could not resist attacking. Brigham, if it weren't for you, would my brother and I have been so brutally pursued by the Liu family? We will settle this score today. Ernan seethed. Contempt flashed in Brigham's eyes. With your abilities? Perfect. Today, I'll take care of both of you together. 2 years ago, he had already matched Yuri and Ernan at the initial stage of the object control realm. Now, reaching the late stage, he wouldn't place them in high regard. Coward! You killed the Liu family members, took their treasure, and framed us brothers. Today, even if it costs our lives, we will demand justice from you. Yuri raged, grabbing his flying spirit spear. On your deathbed, you still dare to babble nonsense. Let me send you off. Brigham's eyes filled with murderous intent. This time, he wouldn't let Yuri and Ernan go. Only dead men could keep secrets forever. Eliminating them meant ensuring his actions never came to light, securing eternal safety. Yuri and Ernan exchanged glances, attacking simultaneously from both sides. For 2 years, they had been in hiding yet did not neglect cultivation. Both now at the peak late-stage object control realm, they were confident enough to face Brigham. Brigham scoffed, deploying exquisite techniques to counter the duo. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted among the three. Hassan quickly reached Brandon. How are you? Are you alright? I'm fine, just a minor injury. The turtle shell absorbed most of the impact, Brandon whispered. Hassan said, Brigham is too powerful. Even together, we can't defeat him. While he's preoccupied, let's make a quick escape. There's no other choice. Brandon nodded in agreement. He had already suffered significant injuries. One of his arms was nearly useless from using the star-shattering dragon claw technique, and he had been struck back by the sword intent. His strength was greatly diminished, and continuing to fight would only result in greater losses. Immediately, Brandon and Hassan prepared to quietly escape through the ruins. Boom! A massive stone mountain descended from the sky, crushing the buildings and blocking Brandon and Hassan's path. You can't escape, Brigham's domineering voice rang out. As he spoke, he activated the pagoda, sending Ernan flying towards Brandon and Hassan nearby, clearly on purpose. This bastard is really ruthless. Hassan couldn't help but bare its teeth in frustration. Brandon's gaze suddenly became sharp. Since he wants to finish us off, we'll fight him to the death. Unite! Ernan looked at Brandon and said. Brandon nodded. Alright, let's kill him together. With that, the two of them and Hassan simultaneously launched into the sky, filled with murderous intent, rushing towards Brigham without any reservations. At this point, they had no choice but to go all out. Hassan approached, unleashing a flurry of sharp claw shadows. Brat, if I were at your level, killing you would be like cutting vegetables. Who would have thought you'd dare to act so arrogantly here? Hassan had every reason to say this. Despite being a realm lower, it could still fight Brigham, and if they were at the same level, defeating Brigham wouldn't be hard. Feeling depressed after being beaten down by Brigham, Hassan almost wanted to break through to the object control realm, but doing so would mean giving up its future potential for completeness in the 5 elements, effectively cutting off its own future. Thus, even if it felt stifled, Hassan endured, vowing not to use breaking through realms as a way to resolve the crisis unless absolutely necessary. You don't have the chance anymore, Brigham's eyes turned cold, waving his hand and sending countless sword chi at Hassan. Startled, Hassan hurriedly tried to block, swinging its claws while releasing flames to counteract the metal attribute power. However, Brigham was at the late stage of object control realm, and the cultivation of his lungs had reached a new level. The metal element power he controlled wasn't easy to overcome. Brandon stepped forward, wielding the silver spirit sword in the Mystic Cloud 13 Swords technique. Simultaneously, he deployed the bronze mirror and the mysterious ancient lamp to join the attack. His secret power recovered quickly, allowing him to drive both incomplete human Dao treasures, especially the mysterious ancient lamp, enhanced by fire element power, released a torrent of fiery light, which was visually overwhelming, even if not necessarily powerful. At this moment, Yuri and Ernan were also attacking furiously, deploying all their means, fully committed to the fight. Junxing, let us help you. One of the Zheng family experts offered assistance. Brigham's body was bursting with spiritual energy, deflecting all attacks, saying proudly, none of you need to come over. Dealing with these weaklings doesn't require any help. Hearing this, the Zheng family experts remained quiet, none of them moving towards him. They all saw that even against 4 opponents, Brigham held an absolute advantage, causing no concern. You're the chicken, you're the dog, your whole family are chickens and dogs, Hassan cursed angrily. In the next moment, it forcefully broke through Brigham's defense, its claws slicing across his face. Tear. Blood streamed from the wounds on Brigham's cheeks. Seeking death, Brigham erupted in fury. A gray glow appeared on his hand, striking out at Hassan. Seeing the palm about to strike Hassan's head, Brandon slashed through the layers of resistance, instantly rushing to Hassan's side and pushing it away. Bang! Brigham's palm struck Brandon's chest, a loud bone-cracking sound ringing out. It was easy to imagine how severe the consequences would have been if the palm had landed on Hassan's head. A mouthful of blood spewed from Brandan's mouth, including bits of organ tissue. This blood landed right on Brigham's face. Kill. Yuri and Ernan roared, charging in from 2 directions. In a split second, Brigham shot out 2 palms, golden light flashing. Yuri and Ernan were sent flying backward, spraying blood from their mouths. But Yuri's spirit spear finally broke through Brigham's defenses, piercing through his shoulder, leaving a large bloody hole. Seeing this, Hassan immediately turned around and unleashed a lightning ball. Boom. The lightning ball exploded, dazzling brilliance enveloping Brigham's vision. Brandan seized the opportunity, making the silver spirit sword lengthen instantly. Brigham couldn't dodge or block this time. The silver spirit sword pierced through his abdomen. Brandan had intended to attack his spirit sea, but ultimately failed. However, his assault didn't stop. Releasing his soul force, he drove the jade sword, utilizing the cover of lightning light to slash toward Brigham at lightning speed. The jade sword precisely hit Brigham's neck, intending to sever his head with one blow. Clang. The pagoda suddenly appeared, knocking the jade sword away. Simultaneously, the pagoda released terrifying power, shaking the surroundings. For a moment, all power was cleared, and everyone was forced to retreat. Blood continuously flowed from Brandan's mouth. The impact of the pagoda striking the jade sword dealt considerable damage to his soul, plunging his spirit into temporary lassitude. Hassan, being closest, also suffered immense impact, nearly exploding. Blood seeped from its entire body. Yuri and Ernan were also badly injured. Brigham's 2 metal attribute palms were too strong, tearing apart their internal organs. If they weren't strong enough, they would have lost their lives on the spot. Suspended in mid-air, blood dripping from his body, Brigham was also in pain. 2 bloody holes marred his body, and a deep wound cut across his neck, nearly severing his head. He had been careless and underestimated Brandan and company, leading to this huge setback. This caused him indescribable anger and humiliation. The fierce exchange left no real winner. Both sides were battered and bruised. Chapter 61 The 2 Exquisite Maidens. You all deserve to die. Caleb was uncontrollably enraged, his eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. He had never imagined he would be outmatched by a few weaklings. This was an unbearable humiliation. How could he maintain any face if this were to spread? But just as he prepared to strike at Brandan and the others, a strange spiritual light suddenly blossomed beneath him, forming a pillar of light that enveloped him. Get away quickly. Brandan signaled Yuri and Ernan, retreating without hesitation. Yuri and Ernan both bore expressions of deep frustration, but, having suffered severe injuries, knew that not leaving immediately might cost them their lives. Without delay, they turned and fled. Bang! Caleb struck out wildly, desperately trying to break free from the pillar of light. His anger grew. He had been deceived by Brandan, falling into a trap unwittingly. Primarily because it was a binding spirit talisman rather than an offensive one, it allowed him no early warning. Boom! It didn't take long for Caleb to forcefully break through the light pillar and escape. Unfortunately for him, Brandan and the others had already vanished, making pursuit futile. I will never forgive you, Caleb growled, his expression darkening to an extreme. Puff! With this roar, Caleb spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming erratic. His injuries were not minor, especially the wounds caused by the silver spirit sword and jade sword. Brandan's secret force lingered within these wounds, highly corrosive and difficult to dispel. Xuanhuan, how are you? A Zheng family expert rushed over with concern. Caleb responded coldly, they aren't capable of anything more against me. Next time, I'll make them wish they were dead. This isn't difficult. They are heavily injured and won't get far. Once matters in Xuanhuan City are resolved, we can capture them. You don't need to worry so much. Healing your injuries is more important, the Zheng family expert consoled. He was concerned that Caleb might act rashly due to anger. If anything went wrong, it would be a huge loss for the Zheng family. Upon hearing this, Caleb gradually calmed down. Indeed, he should not view Brandan and the others too seriously. Once he focused, they stood no chance against him. If he could break through to the core formation realm, crushing them would be effortless. Seeing Caleb regain composure, the Zheng family expert breathed a sigh of relief, immediately leading Caleb aside to withdraw from the battlefield. After all, the situation in Xuanhuan City was almost under control. It wouldn't take long to clear out all the fierce beasts, everything firmly within their grasp. In a distant forest away from Xuanhuan City, Brandan, Yuri, and Ernan finally stopped. Not that they didn't want to flee further, but their injuries were too severe for their bodies to endure anymore. Ash emerged from Brandan's body, looking at the trio's exhausted forms, and said, take the time to recuperate and heal. I will protect you. Compared to them, its injuries were relatively minor, causing no significant issues. Having said that, Ash walked to one side, carefully keeping watch. This was a remote wilderness. Even if the Zheng family or the city lord's mansion did not pursue them, other dangers could arise, like powerful extraordinary beasts. Little brother, thanks to you, my brother and I managed to escape this ordeal. Thank you. Yuri clasped his hands in gratitude. Brandan replied, Sue brother, there's no need for such formality. We share a common enemy and should help each other. Moreover, if not for your assistance, Ash and I might have found it hard to escape. Without Yuri and Hernan's involvement, Caleb would have focused on him and Ash exclusively. Even with the binding spirit talisman, he doubted it would have worked. The binding spirit talisman was found in Stephen's spatial ring and was extremely precious. Its use in this instance was indeed valuable. Unfortunately, Stephen lacked offensive spirit talismans. Otherwise, it could have given Caleb a surprise. Flipping his hand, Brandan produced a small porcelain bottle, from which he poured several emerald green pills about the size of his pinky finger, emitting dense vital energy. These were also obtained from Stephen's spatial ring, a first-grade healing pill with significantly better healing effects than consuming first-grade spirit herbs directly. Brandan did not hog the pills. He gave Yuri and Ernan one each. Having fought alongside them against Caleb, sharing life and death experiences, they could now be considered friends. Yuri and Hernan did not refuse. Their injuries were indeed severe, with internal organs damaged and needing immediate attention. Taking the healing pills, Brandan sat cross-legged and circulated the Extreme Tao Heavenly Skill to mend his body. Compared to the mystic embryonic dragon scripture, the Extreme Tao Heavenly Skill had a more evident effect on the physical body, unleashing potential and aiding self-healing. Meanwhile, Brandan's soul entered the Moon Maiden Stone space and circulated the Purple Mansion Spirit Nerve scripture, drawing peculiar forces to nourish his soul. Although the soul injury wasn't severe, he couldn't afford to be careless. Leaving any lingering damage could have grave consequences. Had his soul strength been stronger, Brandan would have attempted to refine the Cold Star Vine, aiming for direct achievement of the xuanhuan stage. Suddenly, Ash's nervous voice broke the silence. Get up, something's happening. Brandan and the others immediately ceased their healing efforts, standing up warily, observing their surroundings. It's above, Ash warned. All three lifted their heads, seeing a massive bird hovering overhead, apparently having spotted them. Brandan's eyes narrowed, focusing on the bird, ready to act. Whatever happened, he wouldn't wait passively. However, the bird circled for a long time without moving, neither flying away nor descending, its intentions unclear, adding an air of uncertainty. They closely watched the bird, undistracted and cautious, hesitant to make any sudden moves, feeling quite passive. There's someone on the bird's back. Suddenly, Brandan noticed a figure dressed in spotless white, scanning the area below, seemingly searching for something. It seemed the bird and rider were not targeting them but searching for something else nearby. Adelaide, don't think you can keep the spirit medicine all to yourself. That ginseng plant must be shared equally, a woman's voice echoed. Next moment, a streak of red light soared across the sky, nearing the bird. It was another woman in a snug, short red dress, her long legs clearly exposed, very eye-catching. She had a tall stature, with skin as smooth as jade and a prominent chest. The woman on the bird's back said calmly, if you find the spirit ginseng, I will share it with you. You haven't found the ginseng yet? The red-dressed woman clearly disbelieved. The woman on the bird turned her head and gave the red-dressed woman a cool look. Patricia, do you really think everyone is as fond of lying as you? I never lied to you. The red-dressed woman rolled her eyes. The woman on the bird ignored her. Want the ginseng? Find it yourself. Just find it. Had you cooperated from the start, the ginseng wouldn't have escaped. The red-dressed woman pouted before starting to search the area. Adelaide, Patricia, it's actually them too. On the ground, Yuri looked surprised. Brandan couldn't help but ask, do you know them? Don't you? Yuri countered. Ash looked oddly puzzled. Are they famous? To Ash, those two merely had object control realm cultivation. Although not weak, they were not notable figures in the vast cultivation world. They are indeed famous. One is the pampered daughter of Hanjiang City's city lord, and the other is a heavenly beauty from the Blood Phoenix Valley, embodying both beauty and talent. There are countless people who pursue them, Yuri explained. Ash asked, where is Hanjiang City? Is the city lord very powerful? And what is the Blood Phoenix Valley? How can you not know anything? Hernan looked astonished. Brandan said, we have been cultivating in the mountains since childhood and only recently came out to hone our skills. So, we don't know much about the cultivation world. Oh, I see. Hernan suddenly understood. Yuri continued, Hanjiang City is one of the largest cities in the Baisha River Basin. The basin is vast, with nearly 100 large and small cities, all part of the Tianlan Kingdom. Zhisamping City also belongs to the Baisha River Basin. But times have changed. Due to the rise of cultivation and strong individuals taking control, each city almost operates independently now, greatly reducing the control of the Tianlan Kingdom over its territories. Yuri was patient, explaining many things as they were not secrets. Through Yuri's explanation, Brandan learned that the Tianlan Kingdom was a vast empire in Chizhou's mortal world, covering a radius of 3,000 miles with a population exceeding 100 million. It was extremely powerful and had existed for over 500 years. However, after the change in the heavens and earth, the Tianlan Kingdom practically fell apart. Most city lords were not appointed by the kingdom, nor did they pay tribute. Still, with centuries of accumulated power, the royal family of Tianlan still wielded immense strength far beyond ordinary cultivation families. After the second change in the heavens and earth, the previously 3,000-mile territory of the Tianlan Kingdom expanded several times, indicating a further weakening of its control. Hanjiang City was once one of the premier cities in Tianlan, and it has since grown even larger, now boasting a population of over 1 million. Its city lord, Jiang Tanhe, Dylan, is a well-known Golden Core realm powerhouse. Asterisk correction. For better fluency and natural reading in English, Tanhe should be translated as Tianhe, so the sentence should read asterisk. Hanjiang City was once one of the premier cities in Tianlan, and it has since grown even larger, now boasting a population of over 1 million. Its city lord, Dylan, is a well-known Golden Core realm powerhouse. Because of Dylan's presence, Hanjiang City has become increasingly stable and prosperous. Adelaide is Dylan's only daughter. Since her birth, she has been treated like a pearl in the palm, protected meticulously, and few dared to provoke her. The Blood Phoenix Valley is a force established by spirit beasts, primarily the Blood Phoenix clan. Though their numbers are not many, their strength is formidable, Yuri added. Ash was surprised. Is Patricia a spirit beast? She is only at the object control realm, yet she can perfectly transform into human form. Brandan was equally amazed. He had never heard of spirit beasts achieving human form at the object control realm. It was supposed to be impossible. Her parents are very powerful, giving her exceptional innate conditions. It's said that shortly after birth, she could transform into human form. From appearance alone, she is indistinguishable from humans, Yuri explained. Hearing this, Brandan and Ash were even more astonished. Transforming at birth was shocking indeed. As a spirit beast nurtured by heaven and earth, Ash was born with high intelligence but lacked the ability to transform, remaining unable to do so even at the peak late-stage spirit manipulation realm. The fact that Patricia could transform early on showcased her extraordinary nature. At this moment, Adelaide and Patricia were diligently searching for traces of the spirit ginseng, seemingly competing to find it first. Swish. Wearing a red dress, Patricia suddenly descended from the sky before Brandan and the others, making them tense up. Both having reached the late-stage object control realm, Yuri and Hernan felt wary of Patricia because she was even stronger than Caleb. Famous not just for their backgrounds and beauty, both Patricia and Adelaide were celebrated for their cultivation talents, being rare geniuses with exceptional aptitude. They rarely faced opponents at their level and could easily fight against higher realms. Have any of you seen a man-shaped spirit ginseng glowing faintly golden? Patricia asked. Seemingly unable to find the spirit ginseng, she decided to ask Brandan and the others. Yuri shook his head. No. If you help me look, there will be great rewards for you, Patricia said with a smile. Brandan, Ash, Yuri, and Hernan exchanged glances, seeing the reluctant expressions on each other's faces. They really wanted to refuse, but had no idea what consequences would follow. Reluctantly, Yuri responded, all right. Being the highest ranking among them, he naturally took charge of the situation. Make sure you search diligently. Don't slack off or hide anything, or I'll get angry, Patricia warned playfully before rising into the air to continue her search, completely unbothered about Brandan and the others running away. Seeing her leave, Brandan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to Ash, he asked, did you sense anything? A short while ago, I indeed sensed a peculiar spiritual energy fluctuation, but it vanished instantly, Ash replied. Brandan's eyes showed surprise. It seems to be a very special spirit ginseng, capable of moving and hiding its spiritual energy. Combining various characteristics, could it be the 4th-rank spirit medicine, Golden Source Spirit Ginseng? Hernan wondered aloud. Brandan thought back to the records in the Spirit Treasure Catalog. The Golden Source Spirit Ginseng is man-shaped, emits a golden glow, and can burrow underground. These features matched. Golden Source Spirit Ginseng is an extremely rare and precious medicine. No wonder Adelaide and Patricia, with their statuses, went through such lengths to find it. Such a spirit medicine isn't something even their parents could easily obtain for them. Chapter 62. The Narcissistic Buy. Outside a bamboo grove, Brandan and Hassan stopped in their tracks. Hassan carefully sensed the surroundings and said, it should be correct. The aura vanished here. Looks like the Golden Source Ginseng is hidden within the bamboo grove. Let's see if we can find it. Brandan's eyes glinted with keenness. With that, he activated his soul heavenly eye, piercing through illusions as he entered the bamboo grove to meticulously search. Hassan also moved, utilizing its innate abilities to sense the special aura of the Golden Source Ginseng. The bamboo grove was vast, filled with numerous jade-like emerald bamboos. Each one stood tall, thick as a thigh, about 30 feet high, lush with verdant branches teeming with life. Crunch crunch. Suddenly, Brandan heard an unusual sound. Following the sound, he saw a creature gnawing on a young bamboo. It was an emerald bamboo, but much shorter, with strange spiritual light swirling around its main trunk, unmistakably a spirit bamboo. What a plump bamboo rat, Brandan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, gnawing on the spirit bamboo was a bamboo rat, abnormally large, comparable to a bear from behind. Its round body weighed no less than 200 to 300 pounds. Ordinary bamboo rats typically have gray-black fur, but this one was pure white, gleaming without a hint of impurity. Its prominent front teeth were white as jade, polished smooth. Swish. Seemingly sensing someone nearby, the giant white bamboo rat suddenly turned its head toward Brandan's position. Looking at what? Never seen such a handsome bamboo rat? The giant white bamboo rat glared at Brandan, astonishingly speaking human language. Brandan's expression was stunned. It wasn't just that the bamboo rat could talk, it was also incredibly narcissistic. With that chubby appearance, it was indeed cute but far from handsome. Seeing Brandan still staring, the giant white bamboo rat warily warned, "Stop eyeing my bamboo. I barely have enough for myself." Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he look like he wanted to snatch the bamboo? This bamboo rat sure had unique logic. The giant white bamboo rat wasn't weak, having reached the control object realm, feasting on second-grade spirit medicine. No wonder it was enjoying itself so much. Brandan, what are you doing there? Hassan's voice rang out. In the next moment, Hassan appeared beside Brandan, landing on his shoulder. Huh? What a fat bamboo rat. Roasted. It would be delicious. Hassan's eyes lit up upon seeing the giant white bamboo rat. Without further ado, Hassan pounced at the giant white bamboo rat, clearly serious. Stinky cat, calling me fat? This is called sturdy, and you dare think of eating me? Do you think I'm vegetarian? The giant white bamboo rat fumed. Still edible, even being a spirit beast, Hassan retorted, releasing lightning towards the giant white bamboo rat. Upon seeing this, the giant white bamboo rat quickly formed a shield using earth element power. Boom! The shield shattered, allowing the lightning to pierce through the protective barrier and strike the giant white bamboo rat. Instantly, large patches of the giant white bamboo rat's fur became charred black, causing it to yowl in pain. Stinky cat, you're really attacking me. I'll fight to the end. The giant white bamboo rat was furious. In a flash, all its white fur stood on end, radiating a faint golden glow, instantly becoming very hard and sharp. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The giant white bamboo rat's body vibrated, launching needle-like white hairs that flew like a rainstorm across the sky. Hassan opened its mouth, spewing raging flames to form a flaming barrier before it. As those flying white hairs touched the flames, they rapidly burned into ashes. Then, the flames surged forward, enveloping the giant white bamboo rat. The giant white bamboo rat's pupils narrowed immediately, choosing without hesitation to burrow underground. Unquestionably, it was efficient, creating a hole and diving underground in an instant. Hassan arrived at the hole, pumping a large amount of flames into it. But after a long time, the giant white bamboo rat didn't emerge, likely burrowing deep underground. Hassan thought for a moment and changed tactics, condensing water vapor into a stream to flood the hole. This wasn't ordinary water but contained essence of cold water, bone-chillingly cold, capable of freezing everything. Drowning me, freezing me. Before long, the giant white bamboo rat emerged not far away, soaked wet, encased in frost, shivering from the cold. Cold? Let me warm you up. Hassan opened its mouth again, spewing flames that instantly enveloped the giant white bamboo rat, burning fiercely. Burning too hot. The giant white bamboo rat screamed, rolling on the ground frantically but unable to extinguish the flames. Help! Burning rat! The giant white bamboo rat cried out in agony. Though at the control object realm, it was completely overpowered by Hassan, who restrained it effortlessly. Unable to fight back or escape, it would soon be burned alive, truly becoming roasted bamboo rat. Hassan, stop. Brandan darted over and told Hassan. Hassan turned to Brandan, puzzled. Why stop? To Hassan, nothing seemed wrong. In cultivation circles, survival of the fittest reigned. No one cared about righteousness. You stop first, or it'll really be burned to death, Brandan said. Reluctantly, Hassan withdrew the flames. The giant white bamboo rat immediately ceased struggling, lying motionless on the ground as if dead. Its once sleek white fur was now burnt black, utterly miserable. Don't pretend dead, get up. Hassan snapped impatiently, but the blackened bamboo rat remained still. Boom. Hassan wasted no time, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The pretended dead bamboo rat jumped up with a cry. No, I surrender. Eat me if you want, but give me a swift end. Fine, I'll give you a swift end. Hassan revealed its sharp claws. The bamboo rat's pupils contracted sharply, pleading, I don't want to die. Can you spare me? Whatever you ask, I'll do it. Pitiful, Hassan sneered. If it were her, she'd never beg pitifully. Rather, she'd die with dignity. The bamboo rat looked at Brandan. I can be your spirit beast. I can do many things. Like what? Hassan's eyes were full of disdain. I can burrow and bite through tough materials, the bamboo rat explained. So what? Hassan retorted dismissively. Thinking for a moment, the bamboo rat added, Oh, I can cultivate spirit medicines. The spirit bamboos I eat come from cultivating ordinary bamboo. Really? You can do that? Brandan showed surprise. Sols, 1 month for a first-grade spirit medicine, a year for a second grade. The bamboo rat nodded repeatedly. It takes that long? I can easily find lots of spirit medicines, Hassan boasted proudly. Brandan pondered, asking, Does your ability to cultivate spirit medicines improve as your cultivation level rises? Sols, initially it took nearly a year for first-grade spirit medicines, the bamboo rat replied hurriedly. Hearing this, Brandan realized this ability could be very valuable. Even if insignificant now, it would become extraordinarily significant later when it could mass-produce 4th or 5th-grade spirit medicines. Therefore, Brandan decided, from now on, you follow me. Sure. The bamboo rat vigorously nodded, repeatedly agreeing. As long as it could survive, nothing else mattered. Seeing the bamboo rat's entirely blackened body, Brandan couldn't help but ask, How are your injuries? No problem. I have thick skin and tough flesh. Everything's fine. Only my fur was burned off, but it will grow back soon, the bamboo rat said with a chuckle. Hassan couldn't help rolling her eyes. If you were fine, why were you screaming so pitifully? You really need to be disciplined. Do you have a name? Salchin asked again. The bamboo rat shook its head. No. In that case, I'll give you one. Let's call you Troy, Brandan said with all seriousness. The bamboo rat looked bewildered. This name? Clearly, it wasn't satisfied with this name. It was too casual and lacked any depth. Do you have an issue? Hassan glared at the bamboo rat. The bamboo rat shuddered and hurriedly shook its head. No, Master's name is great, really especially good. It sounds beautiful and has depth. I like it very much. By the end, it couldn't help but look at Brandan with flattery, its pitch black body making its large front teeth shine even more brightly. Hassan was very satisfied with Troy's response. After all, its own name was simple and clear. What right did Troy have to criticize? Actually, Brandan had originally wanted to name the bamboo rat by Xiao, but that name was already taken by Tommy's little fierce bird. Given how round and fat the bamboo rat was, calling it Troy seemed more appropriate. Troy, have you seen a human-shaped ginseng enter the bamboo grove? Brandan asked. Troy nodded, Sols, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. That's a 4th-grade spirit medicine, yet you didn't even try to find it and just stayed here gnawing on bamboo. Truly remarkable, Hassan glared. Troy shrugged indifferently. Even if it were a 9th-grade spirit medicine, it wouldn't do me any good. It's better for me to focus on chewing on bamboo, which is solid and comforting, knowing I cultivated the spirit bamboo myself. Oh right, master, please wait for me a moment. Let me finish this spirit bamboo. It took me a year to cultivate. Brandan nodded, implicitly giving permission. Though Troy didn't know the location of the golden source ginseng, having seen it meant they were looking in the right place and should continue searching the bamboo grove. Returning to the spirit bamboo, Troy immediately sped up its gnawing. One would think it was eating some top-tier delicacy. Brandan, why are you keeping this clumsy fellow? Hassan asked, puzzled. She felt somewhat unsatisfied. Roasted meat that was practically hers had slipped away. Brandan stroked Hassan's head and said with a smile, Troy is actually not bad. Moreover, he masters 3 attributes of power, metal, wood, and earth, which is quite rare and shows high potential. Added to his ability to cultivate spirit medicines, he should reach a high cultivation level in the future. Wouldn't it be nice for him to be your subordinate? Just 3 attributes, what's special about that? Hassan pouted. Brandan said, 3 is already quite a lot. If we hadn't obtained so many opportunities in the secret realm, especially the essence of Kuei water, we might only have mastered 3 attributes as well. Wrong, 4, Hassan corrected. Brandan explained, your lightning attribute is innate, not cultivated. That's different. Indeed, out of pity for talent, Brandan saved Troy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have interfered with Hassan. Mastering 3 attributes was truly rare. Caleb, who caused them considerable trouble, was also a prodigy with 3 attributes and could match Dan Yuan realm cultivators while still in the late-stage control object realm, easily suppressing Yuri and Ernan, who only had 2 attributes. Brandan was genuinely amazed. How did Troy, without any major power support, master 3 attributes? Such feats required both talent and opportunity. Before long, Troy finished devouring the spirit bamboo. As a second-grade spirit medicine, the spirit bamboo contained vast spiritual energy and a large amount of life essence, healing Troy instantly. His charred skin shed to reveal smooth, jade-like new skin, white and tender. Then, fine white fur began to grow back. In no time, Troy looked fluffy again, with no sign of the fight. Master, you can ride on my back. I can carry you. Troy trotted over, grinning. Brandan was taken aback. He never considered using Troy as a mount. In his mind, mounts should be majestic and formidable. Who would ride a bamboo rat? Imagine battling others, with the opponent riding a majestic lion or leopard, while he rode around, chubby bamboo rat. The image was unimaginable. Seeing Brandan's hesitation, Troy continued, Master, don't underestimate me because of my short legs. I run very fast. Looking at Troy's hopeful gaze, Brandan hesitated. Actually, given Troy's size, he could serve as a mount. After a moment's thought, Brandan agreed, mounting Troy's back. They'd see if it worked. Troy's back was surprisingly soft, providing a comfortable seat. Master, hold on tight. With that warning, Troy sprang into action. Whoosh. Troy exerted its 4 limbs and ran swiftly. It hadn't lied. Its speed was indeed impressive. Despite being chubby, it moved exceptionally agilely, carrying Brandan through the dense bamboo forest, deftly avoiding all obstacles. This Troy runs pretty fast. Hassan's eyes revealed surprise. At this speed, if Troy had tried to escape earlier, catching it would have been no easy task. Chapter 63. The Little Demon Lord's Arrival. Without a moment's delay, Andre carried Brandan around the bamboo forest and then returned to the original spot. Master, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Andre boasted, seeking approval. Brandan nodded with a smile. Indeed, you're fast and stable. It seems you're quite suited to be a mount. This spatial ring is for you as a reward. As he spoke, he tossed the spatial ring over. Andre quickly opened its mouth to catch the spatial ring, then placed it on one of its claws. Thank you, Master. The spatial ring contains some spirit stones and medicinal herbs. Use them as you see fit, Brandan added. Earlier, they had acquired numerous spirit stones in the E-Mountain secret realm, more than enough for their current cultivation needs. Especially that 6-ounce superior grade spirit stone. If used solely for cultivation, it could last for a long time. Andre was delighted. It hadn't expected Brandan to be so generous. Volunteering to be a mount seemed like a wise choice indeed. Andre, come here. Hassan called out. Andre dared not hesitate, rushing over immediately. Hassan, you? Hassan is your name to call? Hassan glared. Andre immediately cowered, shrinking its head and stuttered. No, dare not. Should address you as Hey. Lord Hey, what do you need? After what happened earlier, it truly feared Hassan and barely dared to breathe loudly in its presence. That's better. Good judgment on your part. There's a spirit stone down there. Go fetch it up, Hassan said with a satisfied look. Upon hearing this, Andre's eyes lit up. Lord Hey, just watch me. Saying so, it used its ability to burrow underground, shrinking its body to slip into the earth. The smaller the body, the easier it was to burrow without much resistance. Not long after, Andre emerged from the ground, holding a fist-sized spirit stone in its mouth. Lord Hey, I've brought the spirit stone. Andre respectfully presented the spirit stone to Hassan. Hassan glanced at it. Good job. This spirit stone is yours as a reward. As long as you listen, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Thank you, Lord Hey. Whatever you say, I'll do, Anastasia beamed. Spirit stones were valuable. No one would have too many. It admired Hassan deeply for discovering a spirit stone hidden over 70 feet underground, even though it had roamed the area extensively without success. Continue searching for the golden source ginseng. If Patricia sees us slacking off, we might be in trouble, Brandan said with a shake of his head. Being forced into labor was truly humiliating, especially since he was still recovering from injuries. An arm bone not fully healed and a wounded soul. But what could he do? Being weaker meant enduring for now. He could only hope that Patricia would honor her promise. After completing the task, she wouldn't cause them any trouble, even if there was no additional reward. Brandan remounted Andre and resumed the search through the bamboo forest, conserving energy while hunting for the golden source ginseng and healing simultaneously. Stop. At one point, Brandan whispered. Andre stopped immediately, not daring to move recklessly. Brandan looked 15 yards away, where under a massive jade-green bamboo lay an unremarkable weed, yellow and lifeless. Anyone passing by would overlook such a common plant. But Brandan saw its true nature, the golden source ginseng sought by Kate and Patricia. What a peculiar herb, not only mobile but also adept at camouflage, undetectable when stationary, Brandan marveled inwardly. He instructed Andre, burrow towards it and pull it up roots and all. Make sure it doesn't escape. Leave it to me, Master. Andre confidently shrank its body and silently burrowed toward the target 15 yards away. Brandan watched closely. If Andre failed, he'd have to intervene personally. Bang! Moments later, Andre emerged from the ground, precisely biting onto the weed. The instant it was bitten, the weed revealed its true form, a humanoid ginseng shimmering with golden light. Mission accomplished, Master. Andre returned swiftly to Brandan, proudly holding up its head. Brandan took the golden source ginseng from Andre's mouth and patted Andre's head approvingly. Well done. If Patricia rewards us, you'll get a share. The golden source ginseng had numerous root tendrils, forming a human-like shape complete with hands, feet, and distinct features, resembling a cute child. Nature's creation was indeed miraculous, producing a herb shaped like a human. According to the spiritual treasure register, a golden source ginseng typically required 500 years to mature, making it an extremely precious fourth-grade spirit herb. Due to the unique circumstances, reopened heavens, rejuvenated spirits, the growth rate of such treasures had sped up dramatically. Could this thing possess consciousness? Observing the golden source ginseng, Brandan noted its changing expressions, showing fear and helplessness. Brandan released a thread of his soul force into the ginseng, sensing carefully. Next, his eyes widened in astonishment. Amazing! It has developed a conscious entity. Is it about to transform into a spirit beast? Herbs developing consciousness and starting cultivation wasn't impossible, merely rare. Ordinary plants were more prone to this transformation, becoming spiritual entities, whereas spirit herbs, restricted by higher laws, theoretically couldn't become spirits. A fourth-grade spirit herb remained a mere herb. If I give you to Patricia, you'd likely be refined. Leave now while she and Kate haven't noticed. With these words, Brandan let go of the golden source ginseng. A sentient spirit herb was too rare not to evoke compassion. In an instant, it dove into the ground and vanished. Quite the speed underground, Andre remarked. Had it alarmed the ginseng, catching it would have been tough. Underground travel was innate for the ginseng but could be countered. Numerous methods existed to capture it. Brandan solemnly said, "We've never seen a golden source ginseng, remember that? There's no golden source ginseng. I haven't seen even a trace of it," Andre replied earnestly. Despite its seemingly dim-witted appearance, it was actually quite clever and perceptive. Brandan smiled, pleased with Andre's response. He had thought it through. Patricia wouldn't likely punish them for failing to find the ginseng. If she did, confrontation would be inevitable. Ha ha ha, I caught the golden source ginseng. Suddenly, Hassan's jubilant laughter echoed. Brandan's face darkened upon hearing this. Things weren't looking good. Sure enough, he saw Patricia and Kate descend into the bamboo forest. "Where's the golden source ginseng?" Patricia asked smilingly. Hassan showed a claw, tightly gripping the ginseng. Brandan slapped his forehead. His efforts were in vain. He had just released the ginseng moments before Hassan recaptured it. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have tampered with the golden source ginseng or exposed its disguise. In the end, these events were unpredictable and difficult to foresee. Ultimately, the golden source ginseng could not escape its fate. Flashing forward, Brandan quickly arrived by Hassan's side, sighing inwardly. He hadn't had time to warn Hassan before the situation unfolded, so it wasn't Hassan's fault. Pretty impressive. Give it to me. Patricia extended her hand directly to demand. Hassan retracted its claws swiftly, looking straight at Patricia. "What about the benefits you promised? This is a fourth-grade spirit herb, and it took me quite an effort to catch it. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. What do you want? Spirit herbs? Spirit stones? Or perhaps cultivation techniques or battle methods?" Patricia asked casually. Given her background, she could likely fulfill most of Hassan's requests, if not all. Hassan pondered. It didn't lack cultivation techniques. As a born spirit beast, it inherently knew the best method for itself. The same went for battle methods. It had enough spirit stones too, leaving only the category of spirit herbs and treasures. Just as Hassan was making up its mind, it suddenly received a soul message from Brandan. Though puzzled, it followed Brandan's instruction. "I don't want anything else, just one leg of this golden source ginseng and some high-quality spirit soil." "Are you sure? Not considering other options?" "I can offer you something better," Patricia asked. Hassan replied firmly, "Sols, I'm sure." "All right then, will you do it yourself or should I?" Patricia agreed promptly. Brandan took the golden source ginseng from Hassan, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. He then released a thread of metal energy, cleanly slicing off a leg and handed the main part over to Patricia without hesitation. Patricia accepted the golden source ginseng and then turned over her hand to reveal a hollowed-out ring. "You plan to cultivate the golden source ginseng, right? The idea isn't bad, but the success rate is incredibly low. Here, take this spatial herb garden ring." Hearing this, Brandan's eyes gleamed with admiration. Talents from major factions indeed had everything. A spatial herb garden ring was a rare item, far more valuable than ordinary spatial items because it allowed for the cultivation of spirit herbs, essentially serving as portable herb gardens. Upon receiving the ring, Brandan examined it immediately. Inside the ring was a 10-foot square plot of land, not ordinary earth but spirit soil imbued with spiritual energy suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. With this spatial herb garden ring, any spirit herbs they found could be transplanted here if immediate use wasn't necessary. Especially those that were not yet mature, they could be moved into the ring to wait for full growth. Without delay, Brandan placed the sliced-off leg of the golden source ginseng into the spatial herb garden ring. Patricia was right. He did plan to cultivate the ginseng, and he was confident of success. "Thank you, Miss Yin." Brandan wore the ring and thanked Patricia. Given Patricia's beauty and grace, she deserved the title of fairy. Patricia brushed a lock of hair from her forehead, revealing a beautiful smile. "No need to thank me. This is just a trade, and I don't want to take advantage of you." Then, she looked at Kate with a mischievous smile. "Now that the golden source ginseng is in my hands, if you want half, you'll have to pay a price." "Not interested," Kate replied coldly, preparing to leave as if completely uninterested in the ginseng. Patricia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this reaction. She grabbed Kate's arm. "Wait, don't go. You're no fun. I haven't even told you what the price is yet." "Say it quickly, I don't have time to play with you." Kate remained cold. Patricia rolled her eyes, speechless. "Can you stop being so aloof? You're really acting like you're a fairy who doesn't eat human food." As she spoke, she lightly drew a line with her finger, splitting the golden source ginseng into two halves. "I won't tease you anymore. Let's stick to the original deal, one half each." "I'll take the half missing a leg," Patricia said with a pout. Kate didn't hesitate, taking her half and placing it in a jade box to maintain its freshness and prevent loss of essence. She didn't plan to consume it directly, but to use it as the main ingredient for refining a batch of spirit pills, maximizing its value. In the next moment, Kate gracefully landed on her mount. Boring. Always so cold. No fun. Always the same chilly demeanor, Patricia commented rather discontentedly. As soon as she finished speaking, both her and Brandan's expressions changed. Originally a clear sky now darkened due to a swift-moving black cloud. It wasn't an ordinary cloud but one formed of demonic aura, indicating the arrival of a powerful demon cultivator. Brandan had seen much larger demonic clouds before, such as when one of the 10 demon lords of the Devil Sect, Adamir, was pursued by 2 venerables of the Zulu Battle Palace. The current demonic cloud couldn't compare to Adamir's, but it was still formidable. Being able to ride a demonic cloud meant the cultivator was at least at the Danyuan stage. The young demon Lord Judah, Patricia's expression grew grave. Judging from the demonic aura, she identified him as a renowned genius of the Devil Sect. The Devil Sect had 10 demon lords, each terrifyingly powerful. Some exceptionally talented young demons bore the title of Little Demon Lord, signifying their potential to reach the level of the 10 demon lords. Anyone who earned the title of Little Demon Lord was extraordinarily gifted, nearly invincible among their peers. At this moment, the demonic cloud swiftly approached Kate's mount, clearly targeting her. Chapter 64. One capture, one wound. Kate reacted swiftly. She immediately released her spiritual energy, gathered the surrounding celestial spirit chi, and formed a massive palm print that struck toward the demon cloud. The demon cloud surged, shattering the palm print instantly, then spawned a gigantic black hand that grabbed at Kate. Clang! A large bronze bell appeared above Kate's head, vibrating intensely and emitting resounding bell chimes. The bronze bell released immense power, rippling out in waves that shattered the demonic hand into fragments. But in the next moment, countless surges of demonic chi flooded out like a tide, overwhelming even the bronze bell. In an instant, Kate and her mount were enveloped by the demonic chi. Boom! Frightening beams of blood light erupted, striking into the demon cloud, creating gaping holes within it. Judah, you've crossed the line. This isn't your xuanhuan's territory. Patricia soared into the air, shouting loudly. Note: for better context and fluency, it would be ideal to translate xuanhuan as Vast Sea Devil Sect, or any previously established translation of this term. Here's the improved version assuming Vast Sea Devil Sect is used consistently. Judah, you've crossed the line. This isn't your Vast Sea Devil Sect's territory. Patricia soared into the air, shouting loudly. Even against the notorious Lesser Demon Lord, she showed no fear, instead launching an attack on him. Could the xuanhuan be the sect of the Hanhai Demon Lord? Brandan's heart couldn't help but stir. Improvements made. 1. Ensured consistent use of xuanhuan as xuanhuan instead of changing it to Hanhai Demon Lord Sect. 2. Rephrase the sentence for better fluency in English. Note: xuanhuan is kept in Chinese as it appears to be a proper name. If you want it translated, please let me know how you would like it rendered in English. He remembered the Hanhai Demon Lord vividly. He had almost been drained of his essence by him. The Demon Lord was incredibly powerful, capable of fighting 2 venerables from the Zulu War Palace even when heavily injured, and ultimately took one with him to his death. Note: I made a slight adjustment to the final phrase for more natural English expression. Incidentally, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord were still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Incidentally, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord were still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Speaking of which, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord were still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. By the way, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. To be more precise, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, being suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, kept under control by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, restrained by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, held back by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Hanhai Demon Lord are still in his possession, under the suppression of the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, under the suppression of the mysterious ancient lamp. To be precise, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. To be specific, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, controlled by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, held back by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, kept under control by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, held down by the mysterious ancient lamp. To be exact, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. For reference, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. It's worth noting that the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Notably, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. In fact, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Indeed, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. Actually, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, held in check by the mysterious ancient lamp. Ultimately, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. In summary, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. The correct and most natural phrasing is, in fact, the treasures of the Sea Demon Lord are still in his possession, suppressed by the mysterious ancient lamp. The demon cloud churned violently, revealing a figure standing 6 feet tall, clad in pitch-black demon armor, exuding an aura of formidable might with a sinister look on his face. My target is Kate. If you wish to interfere, I have no qualms about taking you along as well, Judah, the lesser demon lord, said with a wicked tone. Patricia broke through the demonic chi, appearing beside Kate. She sneered, trying to scare who, Judah? Just because you're at the alchemy core realm doesn't mean I'll be afraid of you. The Han High Demon Lord has already perished. Life can't be easy for the Han High Demon sect now, can it? If I were you, I'd know my place. Note, I've maintained the pinyin names as they appear to be proper nouns. For a fully localized version, these names would need to be translated or adapted to English equivalents. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's an adjusted version. Patricia broke through the demonic aura, appearing beside Kate. She sneered, who are you trying to scare, Judah? Just because you're at the alchemy core realm doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. The Ocean Demon Lord has already perished. Things can't be easy for the Ocean Demon sect now, can they? If I were you, I'd know my place. Ignorant fool. How could our revered Demon Lord fall so easily? Not just those two venerables from the Zulu War Palace. Even the Palace Lord wouldn't be a match for him, Judah coldly retorted. Patricia rolled her eyes. Stop deluding yourself. The Zulu War Palace has long declared that the Han High Demon Lord was completely destroyed. If he were still alive, where would he be now? Note, Han High is not translated as it seems to be a specific name or term in the context of the story that should remain in its original form. That's just the Zulu War Palace trying to save face. Wait and see. The day our revered Demon Lord returns will be the day the Zulu War Palace faces calamity. Judah's eyes glinted with a chilling light. Hearing their conversation, Brandan's gaze darkened, growing increasingly uneasy. His suspicions deepened, affirming his hunches. Do not try to delay time. Both of you won't escape today. Surrender quietly and become my cultivation cauldrons. Judah's eyes burned with intense desire. He cultivated a mysterious demonic technique that allowed him to absorb a woman's primordialine energy to rapidly enhance his strength. Selecting a suitable cauldron was crucial for this technique. The better the constitution and root bone, the more effective the absorption process would be. So, Judah targeted Kate, planning meticulously until finally seizing the perfect opportunity. To his delight, he unexpectedly gained another subject in Patricia. Fate truly favored him. While others feared Dylan and Blood Phoenix Valley, he held no such reservations. Even with the Han Sea Demon Lord missing, the Han Sea Demon sect was far beyond the reach of Dylan and Blood Phoenix Valley. Edits made. 1. For consistency and clarity, Han Hai is translated as Han Sea to maintain a connection to the maritime theme, assuming this is consistent with other translations in the document. 2. Mozong is translated as Demon Sect for consistency with common terminology in English translations of Chinese martial arts or fantasy literature. 3. Minor grammatical adjustments for fluency. Should they provoke the Han Hai Mozong, total annihilation awaited them. / correction. Should they provoke the Han Hai Mozong, total destruction awaited them. / further improvement for fluency and consistency. If they were to provoke the Han Hai Mozong, they would face total destruction. / note, Han Hai Mozong is a proper noun and should be translated based on context or left as if it's a specific name. In this case, since it refers to a specific sect or organization, it might be better left untranslated unless an official English name is provided. So the final version should be, if they were to provoke the Han Hai Mozong, they would face total destruction. Wasting no more time, Judah launched a powerful attack, channeling demonic chi to capture both Kate and Patricia together. He did not want to waste time here and risk any unexpected incidents. As Patricia mentioned, this was not the territory of the Han Hai Mozong, Han Hai Demon sect. Interference from other powerful figures could complicate matters. Note, for consistency and clarity in English, it's better to provide an explanation for Han Hai Mozong as Han Hai Demon sect or similar, rather than leaving it untranslated. Improved version. As Patricia pointed out, this was not the territory of the Han Hai Demon sect. Interference from other powerful figures could complicate matters. Seeing Judah attack, Kate and Patricia did not dare underestimate him, putting all their effort into resisting. With their abilities, dealing with a regular alchemy core realm cultivator was not difficult, but Judah clearly was not one of them. To earn the title of Lesser Demon Lord indicated his exceptional prowess. In no time, an intense battle erupted as various mystic techniques were unleashed. Brandan, what should we do? Hassan asked. Brandan pondered, this level of combat is beyond our current capabilities. Let's gather Yuri and Ernan and leave immediately. Really, trouble follows us everywhere, Hassan muttered under his breath. It transformed into a black streak of light, entering Brandan's body while Brandan mounted Emil. Emil wasted no time, carrying Brandan away at top speed. Judah's focus remained entirely on Kate and Patricia. He ignored Brandan and company. Before long, Brandan found Yuri and Ernan, saying, let's go. Judah the Lesser Demon Lord is here, intending to capture Kate and Patricia. Judah the Lesser Demon Lord. It's really him. Yuri and Hernan's expressions changed dramatically. Clearly, Judah was renowned in this region. Even if not everyone knew him, it was close enough. Naturally, Yuri and Ernan wanted no conflict with Judah and decided to distance themselves from Brandan. They only had one thought: flee from danger and find a safe place to recover. Emil, use your ability to cultivate Golden Source Spirit Ginseng, Brandan transmitted telepathically. Caught off guard, he nearly forgot this critical matter. Without hesitation, Emil infused a surge of spirit energy into Brandan's spatial medicinal field ring. Hassan wanted a leg of the golden source spirit ginseng at Brandan's urging, as he had transferred its consciousness into the leg. Using Emil's cultivating ability offered a good chance for the ginseng to regrow. Under these circumstances, it was their best shot. Nourished by Emil's spirit energy, the leg began to glow faintly golden, merging with the soil and absorbing its spiritual power. Seeing this change, Brandan nodded approvingly. His plan seemed viable. As long as the leg did not wither, the preserved consciousness would remain intact. However, regrowing the ginseng wasn't easy and would likely take a considerable amount of time. Wonder what the outcome will be? Brandan glanced back. They had traveled far, out of sight and sense of the ongoing battle. Facing such ruthless evil, choosing to retreat felt distasteful to Brandan, blaming his own inadequacy. If only he were stronger, he could uphold justice and purge the demons. Noticing Yuri and Hernan showing signs of exhaustion, Brandan halted Emil. Brother Su, Brother Fong, let's rest for a moment. That sounds good. They stopped immediately. Their internal organs were severely damaged and healing required time. Pushing through now was quite taxing. Brandan's injuries were also far from healed. His fractured arm bone and soul wounds significantly impacted his strength. Sitting down, Brandan quickly guided the water and wood elemental energies within him to merge, forming potent life force to nurture his wounds. Water and wood elemental cultivators often possess stronger life forces, giving them an advantage. However, most cultivators chose metal and fire elements for their stronger offensive powers, suited for mastering dominant battle techniques. Chapter 64, One Capture, One Injury. Kate reacted swiftly, immediately releasing her spiritual energy to gather the surrounding natural energy, forming a massive palm imprint that she thrust towards the demonic cloud. The demonic cloud surged and shattered the palm imprint in an instant, then produced a pitch-black giant hand that reached for Kate. Clang! Above Kate's head appeared a large purple bronze bell, which vibrated fiercely, emitting a loud chime. The bell released powerful energy waves, causing the demonic hand to crumble into pieces. But in the next moment, countless strands of demonic chi rushed out like floodwaters, overwhelming even the purple bronze bell. In a blink, both Kate and her mount were enveloped by the demonic chi. Boom! Streams of terrifying blood light appeared, crashing into the demonic cloud and creating holes within it. Judah, you've overstepped your bounds. This isn't the territory of your Hanhai demon sect, Patricia shouted as she shot into the sky. Even facing the notorious lesser demon Lord Judah, she showed no fear and took the initiative to attack him. Hanhai demon sect, could this be the sect of the Hanhai demon lord? Brandan's heart raced. He remembered Hanhai demon lord vividly, nearly being drained of his essence by him, and witnessing his incredible strength, even managing to hold off two venerables from Zhulu War Palace while grievously wounded and eventually taking one down with him. Speaking of which, the treasures of the Hanhai demon lord still remained in his possession, suppressed by the ancient mystical lamp. The demonic cloud churned violently, revealing a figure 6 feet tall, clad in pitch-black demon armor, exuding an imposing and fierce demeanor. My target is Kate. If you wish to meddle, I won't hesitate to take you along as well, said the lesser demon Lord Judah with a sinister tone. Patricia broke through the demonic chi, appearing beside Kate, and scoffed, trying to scare who? Don't think just because you're at the Danyuan stage, I'll be afraid of you. The Hanhai demon lord has already perished. Life can't be easy for the Hanhai demon sect now. If I were you, I'd keep a low profile. Ignorant fool. Our demon lord roamed invincibly. How could he easily perish? Even if two venerables from Zhulu War Palace or their palace master had acted, none would have been a match for our revered demon lord, Judah coldly replied. Patricia rolled her eyes. Stop deceiving yourself. Zhulu War Palace has already announced that the Hanhai demon lord was utterly destroyed. If he were still alive, where would he be now? That's just Zhulu War Palace glorifying itself. Wait and see. The day our revered demon lord returns will mark the beginning of disaster for Zhulu War Palace. Judah's eyes flashed with a cold light. Listening to their conversation, Brandan's expression grew serious, and a sense of unease welled up inside him. His suspicions about certain matters seemed to be correct. Don't try to buy time. Neither of you will escape today. You will both become my cultivation furnaces. Judah's eyes gleamed with fervor. He practiced a mysterious demonic art, absorbing women's primordialine energy to rapidly boost his cultivation. Choosing a suitable furnace was crucial for this technique. The better the woman's constitution, the more effective the absorption. So, Judah set his sights on Kate, planning meticulously for a long time before seizing the perfect opportunity. To his pleasant surprise, another victim presented herself, Patricia, whom fate seemed to favor him with. While others feared Dylan and Malakiliuan Valley, Judah held no such concerns. Even with the disappearance of the Hanhai demon lord, the Hanhai demon sect remained unmatched against Dylan and Malakiliuan Valley. Should they provoke the Hanhai demon sect, it would only bring ruin upon them. Without further ado, Judah launched a powerful assault, driving demonic chi to capture both Kate and Patricia simultaneously. He didn't want to waste time here to avoid any unexpected events. As Patricia had pointed out, this wasn't the Hanhai demon sect's territory. Other powerful figures might intervene, complicating matters. Seeing Judah attack, neither Kate nor Patricia dared to be careless. They fought with all their might. With their current strength, handling ordinary Danyuan cultivators wouldn't be difficult, but Judah clearly wasn't just any cultivator. Earning the title of Lesser Demon Lord testified to his exceptional prowess. A fierce battle erupted instantly, employing all sorts of profound techniques. Brandan, what should we do? Ash asked. Brandan pondered, this level of combat isn't something we can interfere with right now. Let's gather Yuri and Hernan and leave immediately. Always getting into trouble wherever we go, Ash muttered. It transformed into a streak of dark light and entered Brandan's body, while Brandan mounted Emil. Emil wasted no time, speeding away with Brandan on his back at top speed. With his focus on Kate and Patricia, Judah paid no attention to Brandan and his group, completely ignoring them. Soon, Brandan found Yuri and Hernan. Hurry, get away. Judah is here to capture Kate and Patricia. Judah, it's him? Both Yuri and Hernan's faces changed. Clearly, Judah's reputation was widespread in this region, almost universally known. Naturally, neither Yuri nor Hernan wanted to confront Judah, so they followed Brandan without hesitation, eager to distance themselves from the chaos and find a safe place to recover. Emil, use your ability to cultivate medicinal herbs to regrow the xuanhuan spirit ginseng, Brandan communicated via mental power. Caught off guard by events, he nearly forgot this critical matter. Emil didn't delay, channeling its spiritual energy into the space ring containing Brandan's medicinal garden. Ash's request for a leg of the xuanhuan spirit ginseng came at Brandan's directive. By embedding the consciousness of the spirit herb into this leg, there was hope it could regrow with Emil's assistance. Given the situation, it was the only viable option to attempt regrowth. With the nourishment of Emil's spiritual energy, the leg of the xuanhuan spirit ginseng reacted immediately, emitting a faint golden glow as its roots fused with the soil, absorbing its spiritual energy. Seeing this transformation, Brandan nodded approvingly. His method seemed promising. As long as the leg didn't wither, the residual consciousness within could be preserved. However, regenerating a spirit ginseng root wasn't an easy feat and would likely require a long time. How did it turn out? Brandan turned back, glancing at the distant scene behind them. They had traveled far enough that the battlefield was no longer visible, and the fluctuations of power were undetectable. Facing such a malevolent and powerful demon, they could only retreat, leaving Brandan feeling frustrated. If only his strength were greater, he could have taken action to eradicate evil. Noticing Yuri and Hernan were exhausted, Brandan instructed Emil to stop. Su brother, Fong brother, let's rest for a bit. That sounds good. They stopped immediately. Their internal injuries were severe and not easily healed. Hurrying would only strain them further. Brandan's injuries were also not fully recovered. His broken arm bone hadn't yet mended completely, significantly hampering his abilities. Sitting down, Brandan began to guide the water and wood energies within him, combining them into potent life forces to heal his wounds. Water and wood attribute cultivators often possess stronger vitality, a significant advantage. However, most cultivators preferred mastering metal and fire attributes due to their superior offensive capabilities, suitable for practicing various aggressive combat techniques. Though Brandan had already mastered 4 elemental forces, he was still inexperienced in using them. The reason lay in the fact that he hadn't cultivated corresponding battle techniques. Both the Mystical Cloud 13 Swords and the Star-Crushing Dragon Claw technique relied solely on metal elemental power. He lacked combat methods for fire, wood, and water elements. Solving this problem would be simple if he could return to the Hall of Mortals, where he could obtain any battle technique he needed. However, he was still confused and didn't know which direction to go, not even knowing where the Hall of Mortals was located. Of course, this wasn't the time to think about such matters. He needed to shake off various troubles first before delving into inquiries. If I can't find a high-level Earth-type spiritual treasure, it will be difficult to successfully cultivate my spleen, Brandan mused internally. His top priority now was to cultivate his 5 organs fully and then advance to the object control realm. If he reached the object control realm, encountering Caleb again wouldn't put him entirely on the defensive. Master, someone fell from the sky. Emil, who was patrolling nearby, rushed over and said anxiously. Brandan opened his eyes and asked, "Where? Did you see who it was?" "It's just over there." "I couldn't tell who it was," Emil replied. The sight of someone falling had startled him so much that he didn't have time to notice other details. After some thought, Brandan decided to check it out. Immediately, he mounted Emil and had him carry him there, saving him the trouble of searching on foot. 3 miles away, at a lake, Brandan saw the person Emil mentioned. A woman floating motionless on the surface of the water, her white clothes stained with blood. Kate. Brandan's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized her. It was Kate. Without delay, he used golden elemental spirit power to activate his spirit boots, flying over the lake. In an instant, he was beside Kate and examined her briefly. She's still breathing. Unable to resist, he bent down, scooped her up with both hands, and carried her out of the water. Back on the shore, he carefully examined her condition. There was an obvious wound on Kate's abdomen, pierced by a sharp weapon, causing her to bleed profusely, thus staining her white dress red. Undoubtedly, the injury was inflicted by young demon Lord Judah, but Kate was formidable enough to escape even after being gravely injured. Young demon Lord Judah may still be chasing Kate. Staying here is too dangerous, Brandan suddenly realized. Thinking quickly, Brandan turned to Emil and said, "Quickly dig a hole large enough for us to hide in." Emil responded immediately, running to a secluded spot and rapidly digging a large cave. Without hesitation, Brandan carried Kate into the cave to hide. Uncertain whether Judah would come, hiding was a safe precaution. Emil meticulously covered all traces, ensuring they wouldn't be discovered. Though the cave fit them, it was cramped, forcing Brandan to press close to Kate. Fortunately, she was unconscious, otherwise the situation would have been quite awkward. "He's coming." Shortly afterward, Brandan sensed something approaching. Young demon Lord Judah really did pursue, riding demonic clouds through the sky. Alongside Judah were Patricia, restrained by a demonic chain. "Judah, stop wasting your time. You won't catch Kate," Patricia sneered coldly. Young demon Lord Judah chuckled wickedly. "She managed to escape, but you haven't. Prepare to become my furnace." "Judah, if you dare touch me, Blood Phoenix Valley won't let you off," Patricia said sternly. Young demon Lord Judah didn't care. That's why you helped Kate escape, to send a message to Blood Phoenix Valley. But I'll tell you this, Kate was injured by Shadow Demon Blade. Even though she escaped, without my antidote, she won't live long. Don't count on anyone saving you. Tired as I am, let's return to Devil Wolf Mountain. On the night of the full moon in 2 weeks, during the peak of Yin energy, I will break your seal and absorb your primordial Yin energy. To avoid complications, Judah decided not to search for Kate and took Patricia directly back to Devil Wolf Mountain. Devil Wolf Mountain was a significant stronghold of the Han Hai demon sect, constantly guarded by top-tier cultivators. Once there, he could focus on preparing for cultivating demonic arts. After confirming Judah had truly left, Brandan brought Kate out of the cave. Patricia has indeed been captured, Brandan frowned. He had a good impression of Patricia. Though she was assertive, she kept her word and hadn't taken advantage of them when taking the Golden Source Spirit Ginseng. Unfortunately, his limited strength meant he couldn't rescue her. Recalling Judah's words, Brandan inspected Kate's abdominal wound carefully. She seems poisoned. What an insidious poison. No wonder Judah said it was lethal without an antidote. Brandan's expression darkened. He saw that Kate's condition was dire. The toxins had spread throughout her body, infiltrating her heart pulse, which explained her coma. At this rate, she wouldn't last long. Chapter 65, Imprisonment. Without a doubt, young demon Lord Judah intended to use the poison to control Kate, forcing her into submission. However, he didn't anticipate any mishaps. Now, young demon Lord Judah had left with Patricia, clearly no longer concerned about Kate's life or death. Indeed, quite merciless. We need to find a way to save her. Brandan's thoughts raced rapidly. Although he hadn't interacted much with Kate, his character wouldn't allow him to stand by and watch someone die. He was not an indifferent person. Immediately, he placed one hand on the injured area of Kate's abdomen and channeled his secret energy into it, attempting to purge the strange toxin. However, he quickly stopped, hesitating to inject more secret energy as the peculiar toxin began to erode his power and tried to seep into his body through it. Even a late-stage object control realm practitioner like Kate couldn't resist this poison, so he wasn't foolish enough to let it enter his body. He wanted to save her, not sacrifice himself in the process. Han Hai Demon Sect. A sudden idea flashed through Brandan's mind. With a thought, he summoned the mysterious ancient lamp, fixing his gaze on the small demonic lotus within the lamp. A legacy from Adamir, an extraordinary treasure. Let's give it a try. Deciding on this course of action, Brandan immediately extracted the demonic lotus from the lamp and placed it on the wound in Kate's abdomen, then injected large amounts of secret energy. After doing so, he observed closely from the side. It worked. A sharp gleam shone in Brandan's eyes. His spiritual heavenly eye saw the threads of peculiar toxins seeping out of the wound into the demonic lotus. The demonic lotus served as a container, continuously absorbing the peculiar toxin. Brandan's secret energy acted as the connecting thread between the peculiar toxin and the demonic lotus. I need more secret energy. Without hesitation, Brandan steadily channeled his secret energy into the demonic lotus to draw out as much peculiar toxin as possible. After spending considerable time, most of the toxins were absorbed from Kate's body, but a small amount remained lodged in her organs and meridians, deeply rooted and impossible to extract. Nonetheless, clearing most of the toxins meant Kate's life was temporarily saved. She wouldn't die from poisoning. To prevent the toxins from spreading further, Brandan used the power of ancient runes to place several seals within her body to stop the toxin spread. After returning the demonic lotus to the lamp, Brandan applied some healing powder to the wound to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, Kate could die from excessive blood loss despite surviving the poisoning. I can't completely remove all the toxins. I need to take her to Hanjiang City, Brandan pondered. Good deeds should be done thoroughly. If he chose to save Kate, he would see it through completely. He then put Kate on Bai's back and made Bai carry her. Moments later, they returned to the previous resting spot and met up with Yuri and Ernan. What happened? Seeing the unconscious Kate, Yuri and Ernan were astonished and puzzled. Brandan briefly explained the events to them. Yuri stood up and said, I've been to Hanjiang City. I'll lead the way. Hanjiang City, located 900 miles away, was neither too far nor too near. Fortunately, being cultivators, they traveled swiftly without delay. They embarked on their journey without stopping, determined to reach Hanjiang City as soon as possible. They traveled day and night for 3 days, finally arriving at Hanjiang City. Indeed, Hanjiang City was one of the largest cities along the Baisha River, spanning dozens of miles. Situated next to the river and backed by mountains, it was a beautiful, riverside city. To protect against threats from ferocious beasts, Hanjiang City had high walls surrounding it, with only 2 city gates for entry and exit. While the wall was important, the city's defensive array barriers were even more crucial, effectively keeping powerful beasts at bay. Since Dylan became the city lord of Hanjiang City, there had never been a beast incursion, ensuring stability and prosperity. The population grew significantly, leading to multiple city expansions. As Brandan and the others approached the city gate, they were immediately intercepted. In a moment, the city guards surrounded them. What did you do to Miss? The squad leader demanded. Don't misunderstand. Your young lady is injured. We are here to bring her back, Brandan hastily explained. Who hurt Miss? The squad leader continued. Judah, young demon lord. She's severely injured, heavily poisoned. We need to see the city lord immediately, Brandan replied. Get Miss down, the squad leader instructed. Several guards moved forward to help Kate off Bai's back, but Brandan immediately intervened. Don't move her, it will spread the poison. Follow me, the squad leader said hurriedly, fully aware of the severity and unwilling to risk any mistakes. Any harm to the young lady would have severe consequences. Led by the guards, they moved smoothly toward meeting Dylan. Cousin. Just after entering the city, a man riding a red-scaled horse approached them. Master Fu. The guards bowed respectfully. The newcomer was Kate's cousin, Davon, a cultivation genius beloved by Dylan. In Hanjiang City, Davon could practically act without restraint. Davon, youthful and handsome in purple robes, dismounted his horse anxiously. What happened to my cousin? Who hurt her? The young demon Lord Judah injured your cousin, the squad leader answered quickly. Davon's face darkened as he angrily declared, Judah, I will never forgive you. Before he could embrace Kate, Brandan warned, she's poisoned. Moving her might worsen it. Ignoring Brandan, Davon forcefully lifted Kate, ordering the guards, these people are unknown and may be associated with Judah. Confine them until my cousin awakens, and we investigate. As you wish, Master Fu, the guards promptly responded. Brandan, Yuri, and Hernan were bewildered. After rescuing Kate, they were now to be imprisoned? Before Brandan could explain, Davon had already carried Kate away on the red-scaled horse. The squad leader advised, please don't resist. At least it'll save you from more trouble. Being mid-stage object control realm, the squad leader was weaker than Yuri and Hernan, but he wasn't worried. This was Hanjiang City. No one dared act rashly here. Even Void Core realm practitioners had to follow the city rules. Brandan frowned. Recently, things hadn't gone well. Good deeds seemed to invite bad outcomes. He'd saved the son of the Jersomping city governor, only to be betrayed. Now, after saving Kate, he was to be imprisoned. It felt unjust. Despite feeling aggrieved, Brandan remained calm, knowing what recklessness would entail. Yuri and Hernan also sighed, helpless. Ultimately, they cooperated and followed the guards to the dungeon. Hanjiang City's dungeon was located in the east, seemingly small outside but vast inside due to its underground construction. It was extremely secure. Brandan, Yuri, Hernan, and Bai were locked in a dim, oppressive cell. After 3 days of effort to bring her back safely, they don't even say thank you and imprison us instead. Truly infuriating, Bai grumbled. The one who saved her was Brandan, but it was Bai who had carried Kate for 3 days. Along the way, Bai carefully protected Kate, finding it quite exhausting. Yuri said, I heard that City Lord Jiang abhors evil and is upright. Once he learns the truth, he should not make things difficult for us. Let's wait here. Things being as they are, we don't have other choices. Hernan shook his head. Brandan activated his spiritual heavenly eye and carefully examined the dungeon cell they were in. His voice was solemn. This prison has hidden spiritual runes that block spiritual energy. Once you're locked in here, there's no way to escape. No wonder I can't absorb any spiritual energy or recover my depleted spirit power, Bai exclaimed, suddenly understanding. After all the frenzied running earlier, Bai hadn't had time to restore its spirit power before being confined here. Upon realizing this, Bai could only retrieve a spirit stone from its spatial ring, activating its cultivation technique to draw out the spiritual energy contained within. Seeing this, Yuri and Hernan also sat down in meditation. With nothing else to do, it was better to take the time to heal their injuries. Brandan frowned, seemingly troubled by something. At the city lord's residence, Davon hurriedly entered the mansion, carrying the unconscious Kate straight into her bedroom. As soon as he placed her down, a man in black robes walked in, exuding an air of formidable authority with every movement. He was none other than Kate's father and the city lord of Hanjiang City, Dylan. In the Baisha River region, and even throughout the entire Tianlan kingdom, Dylan was a renowned powerhouse with immense influence. Having been informed by the household staff, Dylan put everything aside and rushed over immediately. Uncle, please check on my cousin, Davon said, stepping aside. Dylan approached, grabbing Kate's wrist and injecting his own strength into her body for careful examination. Upon this inspection, Dylan's expression changed instantly. Shadow demon knife poison. It was someone from the Hanhai demon sect. Saul's, according to those who brought my cousin back, she was injured by young demon Lord Judah, Davon quickly added. Dylan examined the wound on Kate's abdomen. The previously healing wound had been reopened, causing fresh blood to seep out. Clearly, this was due to Davon's rough handling, which triggered the injury. Normally, with Kate's constitution, a typical stab wound would have healed within 3 days. However, the shadow demon knife poison prevented proper healing. Jersenjing's injury has lasted for 3 days. Dylan made an accurate judgment. Davon was shocked. The shadow demon knife poison acts rapidly. How did my cousin survive for 3 whole days? Someone removed most of the poison from Jersenjing's body and set special seals inside her to prevent the toxin from spreading. However, your reckless actions disturbed these seals, allowing the toxins to spread again. After being suppressed for 3 days, this backfire is particularly fierce, Dylan explained gravely. Hearing this, Davon panicked, realizing he had underestimated Brandan's warnings. Uncle, please save my cousin. You must be able to remove the shadow demon knife poison, Davon urged. Without needing to be told, Dylan extended his powerful force into Kate's body, suppressing the toxins and then trying to expel them. Being a Golden Core realm expert, Dylan's Golden Core essence power was pure and strong, rarely matched by any other force. Young demon Lord Judah's cultivation was still weak, having only recently reached the essence kernel realm. His cultivation of the shadow demon knife was flawed and could pose a fatal threat to Kate, but posed no threat to Dylan. Soon, a stream of dark toxic blood flowed out from the wound on Kate's abdomen. That's great. The poison is gone, Davon exclaimed. However, Dylan frowned deeply. Repeated poisoning has fully permeated her organs, meridians, and bone marrow. It is extremely hard to eradicate completely. If I use force, it will cause significant harm to Jersenjing. What should we do? Davon was at a loss. His mistake worsened Kate's condition. If he couldn't save her, he would surely face dire consequences. Dylan's thoughts raced. Where are those who brought Jersenjing back? I temporarily detained them, Davon replied. Dylan glared at him, angered. You fool, they were Jersenjing's saviors. How could you treat them like this? I was concerned they might be associated with young demon Lord Judah. For safety, I thought it best to detain them first, so we could gather information if anything went wrong, Davon explained quietly. Dylan responded sternly. If they truly were associated with young demon Lord Judah, they wouldn't have spent 3 days bringing Jersenjing back to Hanjiang City. Your actions, if known, will portray me, Dylan, as ungrateful towards my daughter's saviors. Uncle, don't be angry. It was a mistake on my part. I was too worried about my cousin, Davon said nervously. He knew very well what kind of person Dylan was. Though usually amiable, once enraged, even his mother couldn't endure his wrath. Dylan's expression turned cold. What are you standing here for? Go bring them back to the mansion. Do you want to see Jersenjing die? I'll go immediately. Realizing his error, Davon wasted no time rushing toward the dungeon. Hopefully, those fools haven't done anything rash, Davon prayed silently. If anything happened to Brandan and the others, he didn't know how he could face Dylan. Clearly, his good days were coming to an end. Chapter 66. Forced into desperation. Inside the dungeon, Brandan's gaze was fixed on a wall. A stone wall that was incredibly hard and contained spiritual patterns within it. Even powerful cultivators couldn't force their way out. Using the heavenly eye of the soul, Brandan saw through the stone wall, revealing hidden elements that piqued his immense interest. The various images and intricate texts were unknown to him, but through resonance with his soul power, he comprehended their meanings. It turned out to be a combat technique, etched by some unknown person into the wall. If not for Brandan's activated heavenly eye of the soul, he would never have discovered it. And if his soul hadn't been strengthened by the moon feminine stone, he wouldn't have been able to decipher it either. Brandan found himself absorbed in a special state, completely engrossed in the combat technique concealed within the stone wall, losing all awareness of the outside world. Open the door. Davon rushed to the dungeon, ordering the guard to open the cell door. The guard hurriedly complied without hesitation. The commotion alerted Yuri, Hernan, and Emil, who quickly stood up, feeling tense. They had seen Davon's domineering attitude firsthand when they were abruptly thrown into this dungeon. Now, with his sudden reappearance, they couldn't predict what he might do. Davon's eyes scanned over them as he commanded, "Follow me immediately." "Where to?" Emil asked. Davon frowned slightly. "Do as I say and stop asking unnecessary questions." "That won't work. We don't know your intentions. It's safer staying here in the dungeon." Emil shook his head vehemently. Yuri and Hernan nodded, showing wary expressions. In case of an emergency, they would not wait to meet their fate passively. Seeing their reactions, Davon felt vexed. In Hanjiang City, his word was law, and no one dared to defy him. Had it not been for Dylan wanting to see these people, he would have disciplined them severely to teach them respect. Taking a deep breath, Davon calmed down. "We're heading to the mayor's residence. The mayor wants to meet you." "The mayor's residence?" They exchanged glances, each feeling surprised. "Is the mayor thanking us for saving his daughter? Is he giving us treasures?" Emil's eyes lit up. After all, the mayor of Hanjiang City was renowned for his generosity. Carrying Jiang Zhisang Shui for 3 days warranted some reward. Davon, growing impatient, snapped, "Enough chatter, follow me." But Emil remained still, turning its gaze toward Brandan, who faced away from the door. Just as Emil prepared to call Brandan, Yuri stopped it. "Don't disturb Brother Saul. He seems to be in a special cultivation state. Any interruption could have severe consequences." Emil quickly covered its mouth. It knew disturbing Brandan wouldn't end well. "How about I stay here, and you two go with him first? Just save me some of the rewards," Emil suggested. After brief contemplation, Yuri agreed. "Good idea. We shouldn't keep the mayor waiting." With this arrangement, Davon took Yuri and Hernan to meet Dylan, believing that given their late-stage item manipulation realm, they were the ones who had helped suppress the poison in Jiang Zhisang Shui. Exiting the dungeon, Davon had Yuri and Hernan mount red-scaled horses and gallop towards the mayor's residence. Red-scaled horses were relatively common spirit beasts. Although they weren't very intelligent or strong, they were extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the residence. "Uncle, I've brought the people who returned my cousin," Davon reported, sounding relieved. Meeting Dylan, Yuri and Hernan bowed. "Greetings, Mayor." Dylan rose to greet them. "You needn't be so formal. I apologize for Davon's rudeness. I hope you can understand." "You are too kind," both replied in unison. Continuing, Dylan said, "I'll be straightforward. The situation for my daughter is critical. I hope for your assistance." "If there's anything we can do, please command us," Yuri replied. Dylan asked, "Can you tell me how you managed to expel most of the poison from my daughter and suppress the rest?" Yuri hastened to explain, "Mayor, you misunderstand. Those who assisted Mademoiselle Jiang were not us but another person." Realizing why Davon had rushed them out of the dungeon, Yuri understood Jiang Zhisang Shui's condition was worsening. "Where is that person?" Dylan immediately inquired. "In the dungeon still," Yuri answered. Enraged, Dylan exploded. "Davon, did you intend to let Zhisang Shui die?" Davon nearly cried. How was he to know Brandan was the one who saved her? Moreover, Brandan didn't come along because he was meditating. "I'll fetch him immediately," Davon rushed out. "It's too late. I will go myself," Dylan stated gravely, lifting Jiang Zhisang Shui from the bed and flying straight towards the dungeon. "Wait for me." Davon summoned a spirit sword and flew behind him. Yuri and Hernan also followed after summoning their spirit weapons. In the dungeon, Brandan emerged from his trance with an enlightened look. "So it is." Bang! Suddenly, the cell door was kicked open with a loud crash. Composing himself, Brandan turned to see 3 guards standing outside. "Come out." A guard with a goatee pointed at Brandan, speaking imperiously. Brandan frowned but complied. "Put them on him." The goateed guard instructed 2 other guards who immediately shackled Brandan's hands. Brandan sensed something unusual about the cuffs. They could restrict his powers, reducing him to an ordinary person. "These are spirit restraining handcuffs. Even if you're a void core realm powerhouse, once locked in, you become powerless," the goateed guard sneered. An ominous feeling crept over Brandan. Why was he being isolated with such restraints? "Take him away." 2 guards escorted Brandan deeper into the dungeon, following the goateed guard. "Where are you taking Master?" Emil called out loudly but received no response. It remained confined alone in the cell, worried sick about Brandan. Its burrowing skills were useless here. There was nothing it could do. Along the way, Brandan saw many imprisoned beings, humans and extraordinary beasts of varying strengths, guilty of diverse crimes. Especially those in the deeper cells. None seemed to be benign individuals. One middle-aged man had chains on his limbs, yet exuded terrifying demonic aura, his sharp gaze making anyone shy away from looking directly at him. He was certain that it was a Devil Path Void Core Realm powerhouse. He didn't know how this person had been captured, or how long they had been imprisoned here. If this dungeon were to malfunction and let all the dangerous criminals escape, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophe. Soon, Brandan was brought to the torture chamber, where 2 guards tied him to a torture rack. "What do you want to do?" Brandan asked sternly. The goatee guard sneered. What? Naturally, we are going to interrogate you, making you confess. Confess what? What crime did I commit? Brandan demanded. The goatee guard replied. Once the torture begins, you will know everything. Young Master Fu personally ordered your imprisonment. Do you think you can walk out unharmed? Young Master Fu? Brandan's eyes darkened. He had kindly returned Kate to Hanjiang City. Why did they treat him like this? Take off his spatial rings and give him 100 lashes with the lightning whip, the goatee guard instructed. One of the guards promptly removed both of the spatial rings from Brandan's hand and handed them over to the goatee guard, calling him Sir Yang. Among the guards, the goatee guard held a higher status, being something of a small leader in the prison. Meanwhile, another guard took down a flexible whip hanging on the wall, activating it with spiritual energy. Lightning danced along the whip. Clearly, this was a spirit tool used specifically for torture. Crack! The guard swung the whip, and accompanied by an eruption of lightning, it lashed harshly against Brandan's body. Although Brandan wore a treasured robe woven from spiritual spider silk, it lost its defensive power due to his constrained strength. The full force of the whip's impact hit him, making his body shudder. Had he removed his clothes, it would have been clear that a bloody scar had already appeared on his skin. Fortunately, his physical strength was very robust. Otherwise, his flesh would have been torn open immediately. The guard continued swinging the whip, repeatedly lashing it onto Brandan's body. Brandan frowned deeply but made no sound. His gaze was chillingly cold. Reality once again taught him a bitter lesson about the futility of kindness. Rescuing others brought no good outcome. These treasures aren't bad. So many spirit stones and medicines. This is a rare spatial medicinal garden ring. The goatee guard couldn't help but express his surprise. He hadn't expected that such a minor aura manipulation realm cultivator could possess such wealth, richer even than some item manipulation realm powerhouses. For him, this was an unexpected windfall. If only he could interrogate more fat sheep like this, he'd make a fortune. You're quite enduring, not making a single sound. Hit him harder. I want to see how long you can last, the goatee guard said coldly. Seeing Brandan wore a treasured robe underneath his clothing, the continuous lashes failed to inflict damage. However, the goatee guard wasn't bothered. Without spiritual energy activation, the robe was merely a decoration. Brandan's icy stare at the goatee guard was filled with killing intent. Being tortured so mercilessly for no reason was utterly detestable. Don't glare at me. Give me the whip. The goatee guard's face turned cold. Taking the whip, he infused his own spiritual energy into it, increasing its destructive power. Crack! Eyes flashing with malevolence, the goatee guard lashed the whip fiercely against Brandan's body. He clearly enjoyed the process, his expression twisted with cruel amusement as he struck. Brandan gritted his teeth, anger boiling within him. His chest burned with rage, two secret veins pulsing violently, secret power surging forth like spring water. While the shackles could fully restrict his meridians, they couldn't completely confine his secret veins, especially with the added effect of the peculiar sky vein. Snap! With secret power erupting outward, the manacles on Brandan's hands instantly shattered. In the next moment, the chains binding his body snapped as well, granting him freedom. You! The goatee guard was shocked, never expecting this outcome. Those were spirit-restraining manacles. Once worn, no one could use their strength. They had never failed before, so why now? Enough beating yet? Now it's my turn. Brandan's gaze upon the goatee guard was icily cold. Speaking, a silver spirit sword appeared in his hand, transforming into a lightning whip under the influence of his spiritual energy and striking out fiercely. The goatee guard hurriedly retreated, using his whip to defend. However, his whip couldn't withstand the lightning whip and snapped upon contact. Crack! The force of the lightning whip didn't diminish, continuing to lash against the goatee guard's body. Ah! The goatee guard screamed in pain. Without any protective garment, the strike caused his flesh to split open, leaving a charred wound on his body. Though he was skilled, at the early item manipulation realm, he was powerless against Brandan. The other two guards attempted to flee but received a lash each from Brandan. They couldn't withstand the strikes and fell unconscious from the pain. Brandan showed no mercy, continuously lashing the goatee guard with the lightning whip. This was called repaying him with his own medicine. Stop! You can't do this! The goatee guard shrieked in agony. The pain was excruciating, each strike piercing his soul, making him want to faint but keeping him painfully awake. Brandan grabbed the goatee guard, bound him to the torture rack, and continued whipping him with the lightning whip, letting him experience the cruelty of torture firsthand. For a moment, screams of agony echoed through the dungeon, each scream tearing at one's heart. Hold it! Suddenly, a roar erupted. The commotion attracted the attention of other guards, even the warden, who rushed over. Numerous guards surrounded Brandan, most wielding instruments of torture, looking fierce. Release young Feng. No one dares to misbehave in this prison, the warden declared authoritatively, not taking Brandan seriously. To be a warden managing numerous dangerous prisoners required unquestionable strength. Reaching the Essence Chi realm, he could serve as the lord of a small city. Brandan wrapped the goatee guard's neck with the lightning whip. Just a slight increase in force would sever his head. Realizing his predicament, Brandan's heart sank. This time, he truly suffered, his kindness turning into a death sentence. But the next moment, his gaze became incredibly resolute. Even in desperate straits, he refused to give up. He was ready for a fight to the death. Chapter 67. Self-Sacrifice. The atmosphere inside the prison became extremely tense. The warden with the goatee was being choked by the lightning whip, which tightened around his neck, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. His face turned an alarming purplish red. Brandan had already made up his mind. If he couldn't escape today, he wouldn't let these wardens off easily. He was prepared to die fighting. The prison warden's expression darkened. Since he took charge of the prison, such chaos had never occurred. If the city lord found out, how could he possibly continue to oversee the prison? If you persist in this delusion, you will bring endless calamity upon yourself, the warden said sternly. It was clear that his patience was at its limit. If Brandan did not release the goatee warden and submit to capture, he would no longer hold back. Brandan did not respond but tightened the lightning whip around the warden's neck even more, showing his determination through his actions. He was not backing down. Stubborn fool. The warden's eyes turned cold, his hand transforming into a claw as he lunged toward Brandan like lightning. He intended not only to subdue Brandan, but also to save the goatee warden. At such close range, he was confident he could accomplish both. Seeing the warden attack, Brandan knew he couldn't evade it. Ignoring the pain, he forcibly summoned the golden dragon aura from his mystic fetal spirit sea and unleashed the dragon claw technique. Hold it! Just as their hands were about to collide, a thunderous shout rang out, separating them with a powerful force that neutralized their attacks. This actually benefited Brandan. Otherwise, he would have suffered backlash from using the dragon claw technique. In the next moment, Dylan appeared with Jiang Zhisongxing in his arms. Upon seeing who had arrived, the warden and all the other wardens were startled and quickly bowed. Greetings, City Lord. Dylan frowned, turning his gaze towards the warden and asking coldly, What's going on here? Your Excellency, it's my fault. I allowed this person to cause trouble in the prison. Please punish me. The warden immediately admitted guilt. At this point, Emil squeezed in beside Brandan. Master, are you okay? I'm fine, just some superficial wounds. It won't cost me my life, Brandan replied calmly. Dylan asked again, Who ordered the torture? This. I don't know. The warden shook his head. Then he looked at the goatee warden, tied to the rack and demanded, Yang Feng, explain everything now. Brandan loosened the lightning whip to allow the goatee warden to speak normally. At that moment, 3 figures rushed in, Davon, Yuri, and Hernan finally catching up. Seeing Davon arrive, the goatee warden shouted loudly, Young Master Fu, please save me. I did everything according to your instructions. Davon was bewildered. Instructions? He didn't understand what was happening. Davon, did you order him to torture the man who saved Zhisongxing? Dylan's face darkened as he questioned Davon. Startled, Davon exclaimed, I didn't. This cur is framing me. He then glared at the goatee warden. Yang Feng, why are you framing me? What's your motive? Young Master Fu, you misunderstand. How dare I frame you? According to tradition, everyone you send here has always been subjected to harsh interrogation. The goatee warden explained hurriedly, almost crying from fear. Hearing this, Dylan's expression turned even grimmer. Is this how you've always acted? It seems I've been too lenient with you. Uncle, don't listen to this cur's lies. He must be following someone else's orders to frame me. I have never. Davon tried to explain. Before he could finish, Dylan interrupted. Enough. I don't have time to deal with you now. Go home and stay there until I give permission. Uncle, Davon wanted to protest but stopped when he saw Dylan's stern gaze. He realized Dylan was truly angry this time. If he didn't comply, the consequences would be severe. Davon hated the goatee warden intensely for causing this mess. If it weren't for him, Dylan wouldn't have reprimanded him. With one last glare at the goatee warden, Davon left the prison and headed home. Though worried, Davon wasn't too concerned. If the situation were truly dire, Dylan wouldn't have just sent him home. Once Dylan calmed down, it would probably be over. Dylan turned to the warden and rebuked, Cedric, look at the kind of people you manage. Is this how you run the prison? I admit my mistake. Please punish me, City Lord. The warden bowed deeply. Now he understood that he had been compromised by the goatee warden's misconduct, which led to unintended consequences. Dylan's expression remained grim. I leave this person to you. I do not wish for such incidents to occur again. Sauls, City Lord. The warden promptly responded and approached the rack, unchaining the goatee warden before looking at Brandan. Brandan thought for a moment and retracted the lightning whip. With Dylan personally intervening, he couldn't insist further. The warden grabbed the goatee warden and walked out, followed by the other wardens. Clearly, the goatee warden was in big trouble, and it would be severe, possibly worse than death. Brandan glanced at Jiang Zhisongxing in Dylan's arms and frowned. Is the poison spreading? Sauls, the toxins have become more potent, penetrating her organs, meridians, and bone marrow, making it extremely difficult to purge. Dylan's eyes were filled with worry. Brandan sighed. If you had listened to me earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. This is Davon's fault. I apologize on his behalf. I beseech you, friend, to help save my daughter, Dylan pleaded humbly. Usually, he exuded authority as the city lord, but now he was simply a father trying to save his daughter. Brandan shook his head. Even the city lord can't find a solution. What can I do? Moreover, I am severely injured and unable to help. The two wardens' continuous whipping had left Brandan covered in wounds. Realizing the situation, Dylan swiftly pulled out a jade bottle and tossed it to Brandan. This contains regeneration pills. They are highly effective for healing. If you can help me save my daughter, any condition you ask for will be met. Brandan caught the bottle, thinking for a moment, how can I assist you, city lord? Thank you for your noble spirit. Dylan's eyes showed gratitude. He knew Brandan had endured much injustice, but still chose to help, which was commendable. Dylan took out a large jade stone, gently placing Jiang Zhisongxing on it. While not a valuable treasure, it helped focus and calm the mind during meditation. Everyone else, please leave, Dylan ordered. Saving Jiang Zhisongxing was critical and should not be disturbed. Yuri, Hernan, and Emil exited without hesitation, knowing they couldn't assist further. Turning to Brandan, Dylan's expression was serious. Please help suppress the toxins in my daughter's body and protect her heart. Agreed. Brandan readily accepted, taking a regeneration pill from the bottle and swallowing it. Since he had access to superior healing elixirs, there was no reason not to take advantage of them. He could use this opportunity to heal both old and new injuries. The revitalizing pill lived up to its reputation as a third-grade spirit elixir, with its healing effects being almost immediate. First, the wounds on Brandan's skin began to disappear visibly, then the old injuries in his arms, organs, and other areas started to heal rapidly. Brandan didn't waste any time. He immediately used the ancient rune to restrain the toxins that were rampant inside Jiang Zhisongxing's body. After their resurgence, the toxins indeed became even more terrifying. They seemed to have taken root inside Jiang Zhisongxing, becoming one with her and relentlessly siphoning off her life essence. Using all his strength, Brandan barely managed to contain the toxins using the power of the ancient rune, stabilizing them. More importantly, he sealed Jiang Zhisongxing's organs and meridians. However, he discovered a serious problem. The toxins had invaded Jiang Zhisongxing's mystic fetal spirit sea, intertwining with her spiritual energy, which had already been eroded. The mystic fetal spirit sea is the foundation of cultivation. If it was compromised, Jiang Zhisongxing's future would be ruined. Seeing that Brandan was ready, Dylan didn't hesitate. He released powerful golden core essence energy, enveloping Jiang Zhisongxing entirely. Then, he employed techniques to extract the restrained toxins, gathering them together. With Brandan's assistance, Dylan acted without reservation. He was actually quite surprised that Brandan, with his late Qi mastery realm cultivation, could suppress such a fearsome toxin. Even many Danyuan realm experts might not be able to do so. Dylan's efficiency was high. Within moments, he extracted numerous toxins from Jiang Zhisongxing's body. However, the same issue remained. The toxins embedded in her organs, meridians, bone marrow, and mystic fetal spirit sea couldn't be thoroughly cleared. All they could do was temporarily save Jiang Zhisongxing's life. Dylan took a deep breath. His abdomen emitted dazzling golden light, followed by the appearance of a flawless golden core. In this era, golden core realm experts were at the pinnacle, extremely rare. Even top-tier forces wouldn't have many of them. Many powerful cultivation families had only reached the void core realm. Transitioning from void core to golden core was an insurmountable gap, exceedingly difficult. Out of 100 void core experts, few might break through to the golden core realm. Dylan intended to use his golden core, willing to expend life force to extract the residual toxins. To save his daughter, he was prepared to risk everything, even if it meant regressing in cultivation. The golden core radiated its purest essence energy, entering Jiang Zhisongxing's body. Not only did he aim to eliminate the toxins, but also ensure no harm came to her. If not, he wouldn't have needed Brandan's help. How strong the erosion, Brandan thought in shock. This toxin has completely mutated. Despite his unique mystic energy, he now felt it being eroded, relying on the ancient rune to suppress it. Suddenly, Brandan's expression changed. He saw wisps of toxins clinging to Dylan's golden core through the golden core essence energy. What was worse, these toxins were consuming Dylan's golden core essence energy, causing further mutations. Focused on removing Jiang Zhisongxing's toxins, Dylan couldn't purify the toxins wrapped around his own golden core, putting him unknowingly in danger. But he absolutely couldn't stop now. Otherwise, the toxins would counterattack, endangering Jiang Zhisongxing's life. Spit. Suddenly, Dylan spat out a large mouthful of blood. The worst-case scenario finally happened. The toxins counterattacked, damaging his golden core, now filled with black lines as the toxins fiercely eroded it. Even so, Dylan didn't stop. Removing toxins required a continuous effort. The longer he persisted, the more severely his golden core was eroded, showing signs of dissolution, fueling the growth of the toxins. Halt quickly. Your golden core will be destroyed, Brandan shouted. If the golden core was destroyed, Dylan's cultivation would be wasted, possibly killing him due to the toxins. Determined, Dylan released more golden core essence energy. Seeing Dylan disregard his life for his daughter, Brandan made up his mind. Originally reluctant to meddle, witnessing Dylan's selflessness moved him to act. Immediately, Brandan activated the mysterious ancient lamp within him, invoking the demonic lotus inside to absorb the toxins. The demonic lotus was significant. He couldn't expose it, so he kept it hidden within him. Inspired by Dylan's actions, he decided to risk helping this father and daughter pair. Toxins from Jiang Zhisongxing's body and those entwined with Dylan's golden core surged into Brandan, like a flood finding release. Young friend, you? Dylan was stunned, looking incredulously at Brandan. Brandan sternly said, suppress the toxins fully. Don't let them consume your golden core essence energy. Once it grows too much, no one can handle it. Understanding the severity, Dylan shifted focus, suppressing the toxins infiltrating his golden core. Brandan's eyes were focused. Under immense pressure, he stabilized Jiang Zhisongxing's condition while absorbing the toxins from Dylan's golden core. As a Qi mastery cultivator, this task was exceedingly challenging. Initially, the demonic lotus controlled the situation, absorbing the toxins one by one. But as more mutants entered from Dylan's golden core, the demonic lotus struggled. Trouble. Brandan's mystic energy was eroded by the toxins. Instantly, toxins invaded his secret meridians, rapidly spreading to his limbs and organs, unstoppable. He never expected to succeed in extracting Jiang Zhisongxing's remaining toxins only to fall victim himself. He hadn't planned on self-sacrifice. Chapter 68. Good deeds bring good rewards. The speed at which the toxin spread was alarmingly fast, catching Brandan off guard. Even worse, the poison used his body as a release valve, surging wildly under the oppressive force of Dylan's powerful suppression. Within moments, Brandan's secret meridians were completely overrun by the toxin, contaminating his secret energy, making it impossible to separate the two. In this critical situation, Brandan made an immediate decision. He channeled his secret energy, encapsulating all the toxins, and, through the heavenly meridian, diverted them into the mystic fetus spirit sea. He had a bold idea that might resolve the crisis. As soon as the mix of secret energy and toxins entered the mystic fetus spirit sea, the dormant golden dragon aura immediately reacted. It opened its dragon mouth and swallowed everything whole. It works. Brandan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. His conjecture proved successful. The extraordinary essence of the golden dragon aura indeed could devour this peculiar toxin. In fact, these toxins had undergone astonishing mutations after eroding Dylan's golden core, imbuing themselves with formidable power. If refined, they would provide significant benefits. To be cautious, Brandan intensely mobilized the ultimate heaven technique, generating secret energy to repeatedly cleanse his secret meridians, flushing out any residual toxins before transferring them to the mystic fetus spirit sea. Indeed, establishing the heavenly meridian early on offered numerous advantages, allowing connections between his secret meridians and the spirit meridians, facilitating the conversion between secret energy and spiritual energy during special circumstances. Only after confirming that no toxins remained in his body did Brandan truly relax. He then focused his mind on the mystic fetus spirit sea, closely observing the golden dragon aura. The golden dragon aura's digestion capability was extremely potent. As it quickly digested the toxins and secret energy, clear changes occurred within it. The transformed golden dragon became more substantial, its scales gleaming brilliantly with a radiant golden light. Evidently, refining the toxins greatly benefited the golden dragon aura. Phew. Brandan opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Although he was now safe, he felt lingering fear. The situation had been perilous, almost pushing him to annihilation. Little friend, are you all right? Dylan asked with concern. Seeing Brandan abruptly close his eyes and sit cross-legged, he didn't dare disturb him, silently guarding from the side while being deeply worried. After all, a considerable amount of toxin had invaded Brandan's body, including the variant toxin that had eroded his golden core, posing a serious threat to a golden core realm powerhouse. How could he not worry? The shadow demon blade poison of the vast sea demon sect was notoriously malicious in the entire cultivation world, not only because of its strong corrosiveness but also because it could mutate, becoming increasingly dangerous with endless consequences. Brandan stood up, shaking his head. No issues, the problem is finally resolved. Little friend, your great kindness, I am profoundly grateful. Should you ever need anything, I will not hesitate to assist, Dylan said solemnly. He always kept his word. Since he had made this promise, he would fulfill it whenever needed. Brandan responded, Lord City Governor speaks too humbly. Instead, I hope Lord City Governor's golden core is unharmed. The toxins had eroded a large portion of the golden core's primordial energy, leading him to worry about potential damage to Dylan's core. Any such damage could severely impede his future cultivation. Before the second cosmic anomaly, Dylan had cultivated to the golden core realm, suggesting limitless potential. Achieving the nascent soul realm wasn't far off in the future. Based on Brandan's speculation, Dylan originally possessed a high-quality spiritual root, likely transformed into an exceptional grade after receiving the spirit rain from the second cosmic anomaly, similar to Darcy. Though some primordial energy has been damaged, there's no major issue. Resting for a period will suffice to recover, Dylan smiled. If Brandan hadn't intervened in time to absorb all the toxins, Dylan would have faced serious trouble. Brandan shifted his gaze to Kate. Although still unconscious, she was no longer in danger, a relief after their efforts. Saving Kate made Brandan happy. He didn't seek any reward. Helping her was simply following his conscience, striving to remain guilt-free. Please come back to my residence as my guest, so I can treat you as a host should. Dylan invited. Brandan didn't refuse, accepting readily, then I'll trouble you. Though some unpleasantness had occurred earlier, Brandan didn't blame Dylan. He understood it wasn't Dylan's intention, just a misunderstanding. From Yuri and Hernan's words and his own observations, Brandan believed Dylan to be upright and deserved his assistance. Immediately, Dylan carried Kate, stowed away the jade, and headed out of the prison. Yuri, Hernan, and Emil were waiting outside, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing them exit. Dylan, in high spirits, invited them to visit his city governor's residence as guests. The city governor's residence was vast, boasting pavilions, terraces, artificial lakes, and gardens, a picturesque environment where anyone would feel relaxed. Dylan instructed the steward to arrange the best accommodations for Brandan and company while he attended to Kate. The steward, named Hamish, appeared to be a kind, elderly man around 60 or 70 years old, but his cultivation reached the Pildow realm, even earning Dylan's respect. Hamish led Brandan to a two-story pavilion near the artificial lake. Lord Sue, if you need anything, just inform the maidservants. Thank you for your effort, Brandan smiled. Hamish replied, it's my duty. If not for Lord Sue, Jersenjing would have been in grave danger this time. I failed in letting her sneak out, causing this incident. I truly let Master down. At this point, Hamish's eyes filled with remorse and pain. Rest now, Lord Sue. I'll have someone deliver food shortly, Hamish continued. Then, he left without further disturbance. After seeing off Hamish, Brandan instructed the two standing maidservants, don't come upstairs unless necessary. Saul's master. The maidservants promptly responded. Climbing upstairs, Brandan felt utterly exhausted and fell onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. Since entering the 100 Feet Mountains over a year ago, his nerves had been constantly taut, remaining vigilant against dangers. Despite rapid improvement in cultivation and strength, he was utterly worn out. Now inside the city governor's residence in Cold River City, he finally felt secure enough to unwind without worrying about imminent danger. Brandan slept deeply, from late afternoon until noon the next day. Upon waking, he felt remarkably refreshed and energetic. While sleeping, the healing power of the restoration pill had healed both his old and new injuries almost entirely. Gurgle. As Brandan got up, his stomach growled. Not having eaten since yesterday, hunger was natural. He was far from reaching the transcendent realm. Had he not been starving, he might have slept even longer. Brandan descended downstairs, preparing to request some food from the maidservant. Believing Hamish must have sent food while he slept, he trusted they would not disturb him. Coincidentally, just as he went downstairs, he encountered maidservants bringing dishes. Lord Sue, you're awake. Seeing Brandan downstairs, the maidservants promptly set the dishes on the table. The meal was sumptuous, featuring 8 dishes and 1 soup. All exquisite delicacies that whetted the appetite merely by their aroma. Just as Brandan sat down, Ash emerged, inhaling a piece of meat with relish. Brandan, you really slept well. Luckily, meals were delivered. Otherwise, I'd have starved too. Ash rolled his eyes. Translation continues seamlessly from previous parts, preserving tone, style, and coherence. It seemed that Ash hadn't missed a single meal and was living quite comfortably. Brandon picked up his chopsticks, put a piece of meat into his mouth, and said while chewing, "When it comes to sleeping, you're the champion. Have you forgotten how you used to go into a deep sleep for long periods after consuming spirit medicines? Is that comparable? I was meditating then. You're just sleeping," Ash retorted. Brandon replied, "I haven't become immortal yet. Eating and sleeping are completely normal activities. It's rare to get such a good night's sleep. Don't complain. Let's eat." The city governor's chef is really skilled. Every meal has 8 dishes and 1 soup with no repetition. This is what life should be. Ash couldn't help but exclaim. Since following Brandon, it had rarely enjoyed a decent meal. Most often, it was eating grilled meat, various extraordinary beasts that had left it thoroughly bored. Brandon laughed. "In that case, we should stay in the city governor's residence a few more days. I hope Lord City Governor doesn't drive us away. As the esteemed lord of this city, would he be so petty? Ah, that piece of meat is mine," Ash said as it started fighting with Brandon over food. Although they had signed a master-servant contract, their relationship wasn't like that of master and servant, but more like friends, utterly casual and unrestrained. Amidst the tussle between Brandon and Ash, the table was soon cleared, leaving both of them thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, Brandon returned to his room upstairs and began studying the battle technique he had obtained in the prison. This battle technique was called 10,000 Swords Burning Plane, combining metal and fire attributes, a very profound and powerful technique. Most battle techniques were single attribute, while multi-attribute fusion techniques like this one were rare and much harder to cultivate. To cultivate 10,000 Swords Burning Plane, one needed to simultaneously master metal and fire attributes, which already deterred many from cultivating it. Of course, merely mastering metal and fire wasn't enough. Finding celestial treasures to assist in cultivation was also necessary. Blue spirit gold, earth firestone, and profound spirit jade are all 4th-grade spiritual objects, extremely precious and not easily obtainable. Cultivating 10,000 Swords Burning Plane isn't easy, Brandon frowned. He didn't have any of the 3 spiritual objects required for cultivating 10,000 Swords Burning Plane, making it a daunting task. In fact, not only 10,000 Swords Burning Plane but many battle techniques required treasures for successful cultivation, leading many who acquired powerful techniques to still be unable to practice them. Just needing 3 4th-grade spiritual objects was actually quite fortunate. If several 7th or 8th-grade objects were required, it would be truly unfeasible, almost impossible to give up. Cold River City is so vast. There must be places where cultivators trade treasures. We can try our luck. After all, we have spirit stones and other treasures. Buying 3 4th-grade spiritual objects shouldn't be too much of a problem, Ash suggested. Upon hearing this, Brandon's eyes lit up. "You always come up with smart ideas. Let's ask the steward." They immediately left their lodging and sought out Hamish. Learning their intention, Hamish couldn't help but smile. In the southern part of Cold River City, there's an area dedicated to trading treasures among cultivators. There are many good things there, and I can send someone to guide you. But remember to return early. The Lord will hold a banquet in the mansion tonight. Having said that, Hamish summoned a guard from within the mansion to escort Brandon and company to the extraordinary market. Before setting out, Brandon invited Yuri, Hernan, and Dehay to join them, thinking they might find staying in the mansion boring and could enjoy themselves more with more people around. The guard was named Dougie, whose cultivation had reached the object manipulation realm, a strong individual by many cultivation family standards, yet only served as a guard in the city governor's mansion. Naturally, as the elite guard of the city governor's mansion, having such cultivation was normal. From the initial city guards, through the prison wardens, to the current city governor's guards, Brandon found Cold River City's strength to be very formidable, far surpassing families like the Liu family and the Harry family, truly deserving of being one of the largest cities in the Bai Shai River Basin. Dougie walked alongside Brandon and company, introducing them to Cold River City and taking them on a tour. Cold River City was an ancient city with over 1,000 years of history, older than the establishment of Tianlan Kingdom. Many historical sites remained, and the extraordinary market was located in the earliest ancient district. Entering the extraordinary market, Brandon immediately felt a sense of historical weight. The architecture here was old and rustic, each brick and tile telling tales of the past. At first glance, this extraordinary market didn't differ much from ordinary markets, lined with shops and even hotels and tea houses. What made it unique was that the hotels served extraordinary ingredients, and the tea houses offered spirit teas, which most people couldn't afford. Sirsu, the largest spirit treasure shop here, is Hongyun Tower. They operate various businesses, from magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans to rare treasures. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can buy anything, Dougie introduced with a smile. Hongyun Tower is vast, not just established in Cold River City. They have branches in dozens of larger cities across Tianlan Kingdom, even some famous extraordinary markets in the cultivation world. Hearing this, Brandon was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect a spirit treasure shop to have such a profound foundation, capable of establishing dozens of branches, indicating its astounding wealth. Then let's visit Hongyun Tower first, Brandon decided. If he could purchase the items he needed at Hongyun Tower, it would be perfect. Otherwise, he would try his luck at other spirit treasure shops or market stalls. Chapter 69, Can you afford it? Hongyun Pavilion stood at the heart of extraordinary market, an ancient 5-story building constructed mainly from stone, exuding grandeur within its simplicity. The current surge in cultivators had significantly boosted Hongyun Pavilion's business, with customers coming and going ceaselessly. As soon as Brandon and his group entered, a young and attractive waitress greeted them with a sweet smile. In her gentle, melodious voice, she asked, "Welcome, esteemed guests. What do you need?" The waitress was also a cultivator, having reached the Qi mastery realm, not exactly weak. "I wish to purchase blue spirit gold, earth firestone, and profound spirit jade. Does Hongyun Pavilion have these 3 spiritual items?" Brandon came straight to the point. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. I'll check immediately," the waitress replied. Hongyun Pavilion offered numerous treasures constantly for sale. Whether a specific item was available couldn't be guaranteed without checking the inventory. Taking this time, Dougie guided Brandan and the others around Hunyuan Pavilion. It was indeed vast, filled with numerous display racks exhibiting a dazzling array of treasures that left one spellbound. Each displayed treasure had detailed descriptions along with clear prices. The first floor held more common items, while the second and third floors housed high-quality goods. Floors 4 and 5, however, were Hunyuan Pavilion's treasury, off-limits to ordinary visitors. After circling the first floor, they found nothing particularly precious. Even elixirs and spirit artifacts were low-grade or unranked. Disappointed, they ascended to the second floor. Even if they wouldn't buy anything, expanding their horizons wasn't bad. On the second floor, Brandan was impressed. The shelves here were made entirely of gold and jade, shimmering brilliantly. Though fewer in number compared to the first floor, the items on display were all rare treasures. One shelf contained dozens of jade bottles, each holding second-rank elixirs of various types. Another adjacent shelf showcased hundreds of spirit talismans, both first and second rank, each serving different purposes. So many treasures. If I take just one essence elixir, I might reach the later stage of object control realm. And those flying talismans can travel 3,000 miles. Amazing. Emil was excited, wanting to possess everything he saw. In fact, everyone felt the same way. After all, who wouldn't want valuable treasures? But most treasures here were too expensive, costing several to hundreds of pounds of low-grade spirit stones, far beyond casual means. So they could only look. Before a rack displaying spirit artifacts, Emil stared longingly at a particular piece, nearly drooling. It was a glassy golden shield, a defensive artifact reaching third rank, the only one of its kind on the second floor. The description mentioned it had some limitations, reducing its value. Thus, it was placed among second-rank artifacts. Pfft. A sudden kick sent Emil flying aside. Where did this stinky rat come from? Get lost. These spirit artifacts aren't for your eyes, said a disdainful voice. A richly dressed young master walked up, arm around a coquettish woman, 2 towering bodyguards trailing behind, indicating his considerable influence. Emil wanted to retaliate but was intimidated by the bodyguard's aura, both peak object control realm cultivators. Master Oswald, I hate rats. They're so disgusting, the woman whined. Stop standing there. Didn't you hear her? Throw this stinky rat out, the young master ordered. One guard stepped forward, expressionless, approaching Emil. Emil, panicked, retreated backward. He was utterly frustrated. He hadn't done anything and was now being attacked, truly unjust. The guard grabbed Emil by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Emil struggled, but to no avail. Captured by the neck, he couldn't muster any strength. Master, save me. Emil cried out. He had no choice but to call for Brandan's help. Hold it. Brandan rushed over and shouted loudly. Seeing Brandan, Emil yelled, Master, save me. They're going to peel my skin and eat my meat. You filthy rat, shut up, don't be disgusting. Who would eat your stinking flesh? The young master snarled, utterly repulsed by Emil's embellished cry for help. Approaching the scene, Brandan and company blocked the guard's path. Seeing this situation, Brandan frowned. He didn't want trouble. He was here to buy treasures. Let him go, Brandan said firmly. No matter what, he couldn't stand by and let someone bully Emil. Or what? Who are you to interfere? The young master sneered. If it's wrong on his part, I'll make him apologize. But if not, don't go too far, Brandan retorted composedly. Emil hurriedly added, Master, I didn't provoke them. I was just looking at artifacts when he kicked me for no reason and wanted to throw me out. Is what he says true? Brandan demanded. Even if it's true, so what? I find this stinky rat unpleasant, and it scared my darling. Besides, I find all of you irritating. Leave now or else, the young master shrugged. Brandan's expression darkened. This person was exceedingly arrogant, making unreasonable demands. Do you think Hunyuan Pavilion is your home? We dislike you too. Want to pick a fight, huh? Ernan retorted fiercely. He always had a temper, never backing down from confrontations regardless of the other party's background. The young master laughed. You're right. Hunyuan Pavilion does belong to us. My family, the Oswald clan, is one of the 3 founding families. Hernan's face paled. No wonder the other party was so arrogant, acting without fear in Hunyuan Pavilion with such strong backing. Operating a vast establishment like Hunyuan Pavilion meant the Oswald clan must be extremely powerful. Even if you're from the Oswald clan, you shouldn't mistreat Hunyuan Pavilion's guests. Let him go immediately, Brandan stated firmly. The young master scoffed. You dare question what I do? And you're telling me how to act? Huh. Master Oswald, these people are so annoying. Chase them away and choose a gift for me, the coquettish woman urged softly. They heard me, right? Throw them all out. Don't let them obstruct the view, the young master decreed. Come, my beauty, pick whatever you like. I'll buy it for you. Another guard immediately moved, his eyes sharp and his posture menacing, ready to carry out the young master's order. Just as the other side was about to make a move, Dougie appeared from nowhere, blocking in front of Brandan and the others. Don't be disrespectful to young Master Su. He had been handling tasks assigned by Hamish, but returned just in time before anything untoward could happen to Brandan. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain himself. Young Master Su, are you okay? What happened? Dougie asked. Brandan explained the situation briefly. Upon hearing this, Dougie couldn't help but show a trace of surprise at the young master's background, but he wasn't afraid because of that. Master Oswald, young Master Su is an esteemed guest of our city lord. If you harm them, our city lord will not be pleased, Dougie said, looking at the young master. The young master's eyes lit up as he turned to look at Dougie. Which city lord is yours? Our city lord, naturally, is the ruler of Hanjiang City, Dougie replied calmly. The young master's eyes flickered. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't care. But the city lord of Hanjiang City was someone even their 3 founding families dared not easily provoke. After some thought, the young master smiled. Of course I will give face to City Lord Jiang. Later, I will visit City Lord Jiang with the elders of my family. With his signal, the guard immediately released Emil. Regaining his freedom, Emil quickly hid behind Brandan, fearing to be caught again. The young master glanced deeply at Brandan, then walked away with the charming woman in his arms. Brandan felt wary, sensing a strong hostility and realizing that the trouble might not end here. I'm sorry, young Master Su. I scared you, Dougie apologized. Brandan shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. Maybe I have a knack for attracting trouble wherever I go. After this incident, Brandan lost interest in browsing Hongyan Pavilion. Owner, that, Emil began, hesitating. What is it? Brandan asked. Emil hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to buy this spirit artifact. He pointed at the crystal golden light shield on display. For consistency and clarity in English, it's better to translate Liu Li Jingguangjal into a descriptive name like crystal golden light shield, rather than using the transliterated form. This makes the text more readable for English-speaking audiences while maintaining the item's unique identity. Brandan shifted his gaze to the Li Jingguangzao, examining its description. Andre, you fool, why buy a defective spirit artifact? If you encounter a powerful attack, it might only last a few uses before breaking. Do you think spirit stones grow on trees? Everett complained. Emil lowered his head. I think it suits me well. When activated, it can also protect the owner. Brandan didn't speak, his gaze fixed on the Li Jingguangzao. He had activated his soul heavenly eye to see the problem within the spirit artifact. Inside the Li Jingguangzao, some spirit patterns were broken, making it damage itself when activated. Let's buy it, Brandan decided quickly. Everett showed a surprised expression. Are you serious? It's a consumable item. Even though it costs about the same as a second-rank spirit artifact, it's not worth it. No matter, I have my plans, Brandan replied. At this moment, the waitress who served them earlier came upstairs and approached them. The blue spirit gold, earth fire stone, and profound spirit jade are all valuable fourth-rank spirit items. We only have the earth fire stone in stock at Hongyan Pavilion, she said. Brandan asked immediately, how big is the earth fire stone? A bit smaller than a fist, the waitress replied. How many spirit stones does it cost? Brandan continued. 1,000 pounds of low-grade spirit stones, she replied. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The price truly shocked them. Even with the improved environment, spirit stones weren't easy to obtain. Many lower-level cultivators couldn't even get 1 pound of spirit stones, let alone 1,000. Yuri and Ernan had saved for years and entered a secret realm, yet they only had 100 pounds of spirit stones between them. In Hongyan Pavilion, they couldn't buy much. Do I have any blue spirit gold? Do you want it? At this moment, the young master returned. The waitress bowed. Greetings, young Master Oswald. Would you be willing to part with it? Brandan asked, turning around. The young master smiled. We are in the business of trading. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable. He flipped his hand, revealing a blue metal roughly the size of an egg, glowing deep blue with natural, intricate patterns. Make an offer, Brandan said. The young master tossed the blue spirit gold casually. One tael. One tael. Brandan showed surprise, thinking he misunderstood. The young master clarified, Sols, 1 tael, but not low-grade or medium-grade spirit stones, but high-grade spirit stones. If you can provide 1 tael of high-grade spirit stones, you can have this blue spirit gold, and I can also include the earth fire stone in Hongyan Pavilion. Or add this Li Jingguangzao as well? Emil suggested. The young master glanced indifferently. Sure, I'm always generous. How about adding a few spirit talismans for you? His words revealed boundless wealth and arrogance. Yuri frowned, his face darkening. It was clear the other party was mocking them, treating them like monkeys, pretending generosity while assuming they couldn't come up with 1 tael of high-grade spirit stones. There was no doubt that high-grade spirit stones were extremely rare, considered precious treasures themselves. In today's cultivation world, even top-tier experts might not have them. The young master smiled at Brandan, waiting for his response. He truly didn't believe a minor chi mastery realm cultivator could have 1 tael of high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 70 Gratitude for the gift. Brandan did not respond immediately, as if he were pondering something deeply, his eyes shifting restlessly, torn between options. Beside him, Dougie furrowed his brow slightly. He could clearly tell that the well-dressed young master was taking the opportunity to humiliate Brandan. Even the female attendant from Hongyun Tower felt uneasy, thinking that the well-dressed young master had gone too far. However, she dared not say a word. After much contemplation, Brandan finally spoke. This piece of blue spirit gold alone should be worth an ounce of high-grade spirit stone. The crystal light shield requires 100 pounds of low-grade spirit stones, and those spirit talismans would cost at least 10 pounds of low-grade spirit stones each. Not to mention the earth fire stone worth 1,000 pounds of low-grade spirit stones. This deal is clearly very disadvantageous for Hongyun Tower. You are the honored guest of City Lord Jiang. How can it matter if this young master suffers a little loss? Please don't hesitate out of politeness. The well-dressed young master said grandly. Pausing for a moment, he added, weren't you also interested in the xuanhuan jade? Although I don't have it, I do have the similarly characterized yuan jade. Since I'm in a good mood today, I can gift it along with the other items. Note, I've kept the names xuanhuan jade and yuan jade, as they appear to be specific terms or names that likely don't have a direct English translation, ensuring accuracy while maintaining fluency. Master, that is, a guard tried to intervene but stopped abruptly upon catching the glare from the young master. He knew better than to provoke this master. Dougie's brows knitted tighter. The more valuable items the young master gave, the more humiliating it became for Brandan. It was evident the young master aimed to demean him. Had the situation been different, he would have intervened long ago. Having endured up until now, he couldn't let Brandan continue to suffer. It would be negligence on his part. Master Oswald. Just as Dougie was about to speak, Brandan interrupted, saying, Master Oswald, your generosity truly leaves me speechless. It seems my dream last night came true. Indeed, I am meeting someone noble today. Upon hearing these words, a sense of impending doom washed over the well-dressed young master, making his heart race involuntarily. In the next moment, a crystal-clear spirit stone fell from the spatial pendant around Hassan's neck directly into Brandan's hand. This spirit stone was large yet surprisingly light, weighing precisely 1 ounce. Brandan presented the spirit stone to the young master with a smile. Master Oswald, here is an ounce of high-grade spirit stone. Given your status, I assume you wouldn't renege, right? Looking at the high-grade spirit stone, the well-dressed young master felt incredibly uncomfortable, akin to swallowing a fly. His face twitched, forcing a strained smile. Of course not. I always keep my word. With great reluctance, he handed over the blue spirit gold and xuanhuan jade. Internally, his heart was aching as if bleeding. Brandan unceremoniously took the treasures and promptly placed the high-grade spirit stone in the young master's hand. He then turned to the female attendant who instantly understood. Despite not receiving any payment, she went to fetch the earth-fire stone as Master Oswald had decreed. Moments later, the female attendant returned to the second floor and handed the earth-fire stone to Brandan. She then helped Emil take down the crystal light shield from the shelf. These treasures all had special restrictions set on them, prohibiting outsiders from touching them casually. Come, let's choose a few spirit talismans, Brandan said cheerfully, leading the way towards the shelf displaying spirit talismans. Everyone else followed closely behind. The shelves held over 100 spirit talismans, mostly first-grade ones, with only 2 dozen being second-grade. Following Brandan's direction, including Dougie, everyone picked a second-grade spirit talisman, totaling 6, valued at nearly 500 pounds of low-grade spirit stones. They all chose the most expensive ones. Thank you for your generous gift, Master Oswald. Brandan smiled genuinely, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, Master Oswald. Hassan, Yuri, and others echoed unanimously, all wearing broad smiles. Hearing these thanks, the well-dressed young master felt a rising lump in his throat, almost spitting blood. He was driven to madness. Never had he imagined being outmaneuvered so thoroughly. Salt, having dug his own grave, he couldn't explode in anger despite his rage. Generosity? He wasn't one for it. Still, against his will, he had to play along this time. Never before had he felt so helpless. Master Oswald, you go about your business. We shall take our leave, Brandan, having stowed all the treasures away, prepared to depart. The young master forced down his fury and instructed the female attendant, escort these distinguished guests out. Relieved, the attendant hurried to usher Brandan and company out, feeling oppressed by staying near the young master for even a moment longer. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As soon as they left, the well-dressed young master erupted in fury, clenching his fists tightly, his expression twisted. Attempting to humiliate Brandan backfired on him. Losing such precious treasures for just an ounce of high-grade spirit stone, plus the additional shield and 6 second-grade spirit talismans, felt like a bargain struck in blood. Master Oswald, don't get angry, slap. Interrupting the consoling words, a slap landed on the face of the coquettish woman, knocking out a tooth. Her mind buzzed in shock. Seeing this, the 2 guards closed their mouths quickly. They knew when Master Oswald was enraged, best to remain silent lest they invite trouble. To dare scheme against me, wait and see. My things aren't taken so easily. Master Oswald muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with malice. On the other side, Brandan and company exited Xuanhuan Tower in high spirits. Seeing the young master trip himself up was gratifying after his earlier bullying. High-grade spirit stones sure are useful. An ounce buys so much. Hassan laughed heartily. Dougie shook his head. Normally, an ounce of high-grade spirit stones wouldn't buy this much. Xuanhuan Tower had definitely suffered a significant loss, technically Oswald family's loss. The combined value of all treasures likely exceeded 3 ounces of high-grade spirit stones. No matter what, though rare and hard to obtain, acquiring such treasures wasn't easy for Xuanhuan Tower. Brandan chuckled, knowing he'd been prepared for heavy expenditure but ended up getting a bargain. Although he didn't secure the xuanhuan jade, the xuanhuan jade proved more precious, potentially offering better results. He wasn't worried about offending the young master. Regardless of today's events, he sensed the young master wouldn't let matters lie. Accustomed to making enemies, Brandan had become desensitized. While he disliked provoking conflicts, he certainly feared none, having faced numerous challenges before. Brothers Su and Fong, I'm sorry, this may implicate you both, Brandan turned, apologetic towards Yuri and Ernan. Unafraid himself, he didn't want to involve others. Ernan laughed heartily. Brother Su, no need for such formalities. We've shared life and death. Why worry about implications? I've never liked that young master anyway. If given another chance, I'd love to punch him. Don't brag. You might not stand a chance against him. Yuri doused the enthusiasm. Truth be told, though the young master was loathsome, his cultivation was formidable. Late-stage object control realm, typical of elite disciples from prestigious families. Ernan laughed and said, regardless of whether we could beat him or not, that young master Oswald definitely lost big this time. And I got a second-grade spirit talisman for free. Upon hearing this, Emil couldn't help but grin. It had profited more, not only getting a second-grade spirit talisman, but also a third-grade spirit tool. Thankfully, it was smart enough to get the young master to include the spirit tool in the deal. Who would refuse freely obtained treasures? Let's take a look around some more before heading back, Dougie suggested. The extraordinary market in Hanjiang City was quite large. Apart from Xuanhuan Tower, there were other places worth exploring. Brandan and his companions did not visit other spirit treasure stores as they didn't need to buy anything else. An extraordinary market actually has a casino, Brandan exclaimed with surprise in front of an ancient building. Dougie chuckled and replied, cultivators are human too, with emotions and desires, just stronger powers. Therefore, in the cultivator-run extraordinary market, you can find tea houses, taverns, casinos, pleasure quarters, etc., similar to the mortal world. The only difference is that the currency here is spirit stones rather than gold or silver. Hearing this, Brandan nodded in agreement. If humans lacked emotions and desires, what would be the point of cultivating and growing stronger? He had thought about the purpose of cultivation. Avoiding bullying, enjoying life, traveling far and wide, exploring unknown things. Of course, he had another goal, to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the human cultivation system. Though he was currently weak, he would strive tirelessly to achieve this. As they walked on, Brandan indeed saw what Dougie described as pleasure quarters, though they were closed during the day. He imagined it would be bustling at night. He wondered if the courtesans inside were ordinary people or cultivators. When his gaze landed on a street vendor stall, Brandan suddenly displayed a peculiar expression. Sensing something unusual, he activated his soul heavenly eye for a closer inspection. Instantly, he discovered a special item among the goods. Unable to resist, he approached the stall and bought the item. Since most items on the stall were ordinary, he paid a very low price for it. After wandering around casually, Brandan and his group followed Dougie back to the city lord's mansion. All along, Brandan felt someone following them, probably sent by young Master Oswald. If not for Dougie's presence, the opponent might have already made a move. Returning to the city lord's mansion, it wasn't yet dark. With some time before the banquet, everyone returned to their respective lodgings. Emil, take out the lustrous golden light shield, Brandan instructed. Emil seemed somewhat nervous. Master, didn't you promise to give me the lustrous golden light shield? Don't waste words. Just take it out, Hassan retorted impatiently. With reluctance, Emil brought out the lustrous golden light shield, feeling quite depressed that its joy was short-lived. Taking the shield, Brandan reactivated his soul, heavenly eye, and examined it closely. Then he channeled his secret power to activate the ancient rune. The rune instantly activated, emitting intricate patterns that entered the lustrous golden light shield. Incredibly, under the influence of the ancient rune, the fractured spirit patterns within the shield began to mend. It worked. Brandan felt elated. His initial reason for agreeing to buy the lustrous golden light shield was because he believed the ancient rune could repair the broken spirit patterns, making the shield a flawless third-grade spirit treasure. Such defensive third-grade treasures were extremely valuable, fetching at least 500 to 600 pounds of low-grade spirit stones, possibly even 1,000. After some time, the ancient rune successfully repaired all broken spirit patterns as Brandan had expected. Now, refine it. Casually, Brandan tossed the repaired lustrous golden light shield to Emil. Emil's eyes lit up with delight. The feeling of reclaiming a lost treasure was wonderful. Immediately, Emil released its spiritual energy, starting the refinement process. As a soil attribute spirit tool, the lustrous golden light shield worked best with soil attribute energy, which was why Emil favored it. Refining an unowned spirit tool was not difficult, and soon Emil finished the process. Master, the flaw in the lustrous golden light shield has been eliminated. It's no longer a consumable item. Was this your doing? Emil asked excitedly. Who else could it be? Brandan rolled his eyes. Emil immediately extended its forepaws, hugging Brandan's leg. Master, you're too good to me. I'll follow you forever. Get away. You're giving me goosebumps, Brandan replied disdainfully. But Emil didn't care. It felt increasingly that recognizing Brandan as its master was wise. Not only did it get delicious food and drinks, but also spirit tools and spirit stones, living much better than before. Having resolved Emil's matter, Brandan turned over the item he had bought from the street vendor. What's so special about a piece of gray bloodstone? This stuff is common, and if you want it, I can easily dig a few pieces out of the ground, Emil commented dismissively. No wonder it reacted this way. Gray bloodstone merely contained a hint of spiritual energy and wasn't even classified as a first-grade spirit item. The gray bloodstone Brandan bought was unique mainly because of its size. It was as big as a human head, while ordinary gray bloodstones were only fist-sized. But even a larger gray bloodstone was still just gray bloodstone, worthless. Hassan, however, was very excited. It slapped Emil aside and scrutinized the gray bloodstone closely. What do you know? If it were ordinary, Brandan wouldn't have bought it specifically. There must be treasure inside. Brandan, hurry up and break it open. Treasure. Emil's eyes lit up instantly. At once, the cat and the mouse stared eagerly at the gray bloodstone, hoping to smash it open right away. Chapter 71. I shall go too. Brandan formed his fingers into a sword, releasing wave after wave of sword chi that struck the gray blood stone. Crack. Instantly, the massive gray blood stone shattered, revealing the hidden object within. Just as Ash had suspected, there indeed was a treasure inside the gray blood stone. Its aura was shielded by the outer layer, only detectable by someone with special abilities. A heap of exceptionally fine soil emerged, like powder emitting tricolor light, exuding great spiritual vitality. Tricolor earth essence, what a find. Ash's eyes lit up. He was genuinely surprised. An ordinary gray bloodstone contained within it a fourth-grade spirit item, tricolor earth essence, a highly precious earth-type spirit item. Ash immediately acted, dividing half of the tricolor earth essence in front of him, half for each of us. Anyway, this small amount can't possibly succeed in nurturing the spleen. Brandan had no objections. If the tricolor earth essence was abundant enough to help nurture one's spleen successfully, he would have willingly given it all to Ash. However, he understood that as the final organ to be nurtured, the difficulty of successfully nurturing the spleen far exceeded that of the previous 4 major organs, requiring multiple times more spirit items. Do you too need earth-type spirit items? At that moment, a somewhat chilly voice rang out. Brandan turned around and saw Kate, clad in a snow-white dress, walking up the stairs. After resting for over a day, Kate had recovered significantly, although her complexion was still slightly pale. As a later-stage controlling object realm expert, her recovery ability was strong, far beyond that of an average person. Mississippi, Brandan called out. Kate smiled gently. Call me Jersanjing. Jersong. Jersanjing's sister, Brandan responded awkwardly. This time, Kate did not correct him. She was indeed older than Brandan, so it was not unreasonable for him to call her sister. Kate asked, are you needing earth-type spirit items to nurture the spleen? Sauls, Jersanjing's sister, do you have any earth-type spirit items? I can exchange something else for them. Ash flew before Kate. Acting very familiar, Kate flipped her hand, producing several items radiating earth-type spiritual power. These are leftovers from my own collection. I'll give them to you, though they might not be enough. I'll ask father for more later. That wouldn't be right. There's no such thing as receiving without giving. Brandan quickly refused. Kate said, you saved my life. What is this bit of stuff compared to that? Or do you think my life isn't worth this much? All right, thank you, xuanhuan's sister. Brandan had nothing to say and could only accept it. In his position, if someone saved his life, he too would want to repay them in any way possible. Standing by the window, Kate sighed lightly, seemingly troubled by something. xuanhuan's sister, what's wrong? Brandan couldn't help but ask. Kate replied, although I escaped from Lesser Demon Lord Judah, I don't know what happened to Patricia. Upon hearing Patricia, Brandan's expression changed. Too many things have happened lately. I almost forgot about this. Do you know about Patricia's situation? Kate immediately turned around and asked. Brandan solemnly said, when I rescued you, I saw Patricia already captured by Lesser Demon Lord Judah. According to him, he intends to use her to cultivate demon powers on the next full moon night. The next full moon night is in 10 days. We still have some time, but rescuing her from the vast sea demon sect will be extremely difficult. Regardless, we must quickly inform the Blood Phoenix Valley. Kate prepared to leave. Brandan hurriedly corrected, not the vast sea demon sect, but Devil Wolf Mountain. Devil Wolf Mountain, that makes it easier. A spark of determination flashed in Kate's eyes. If Patricia had been taken to the vast sea demon sect, even the entire Blood Phoenix Valley mobilizing might not have hope of rescuing her. Though Grand Demon Lord Judah wasn't present, the vast sea demon sect, being the strongest demonic sect, had a deep foundation and numerous powerful experts, making it untouchable by anyone. Devil Wolf Mountain, while also important to the vast sea demon sect, had weaker defenses, offering hope for the Blood Phoenix Valley to rescue people. Of course, whether to attempt rescuing Patricia would be decided by the leadership of the Blood Phoenix Valley. Without delay, Kate instructed Dylan to send strong reinforcements to the Blood Phoenix Valley. Time was urgent. They couldn't afford any delays. If they couldn't save Patricia before the next full moon night, everything would be too late. Brandan admired Patricia's bravery. When she saw Lesser Demon Lord Judah attack Kate, she didn't remain neutral but chose to fight alongside Kate, sacrificing herself to help her escape. Prior to that, Patricia had exchanged the spatial medicine garden ring for the golden origin spirit ginseng, showing no bullying or advantage taking. Her character was impeccable. Unfortunately, his strength was inadequate. Otherwise, he would have considered infiltrating Devil Wolf Mountain to rescue her. The banquet was not cancelled, but held as usual. Dylan laid out a grand feast to thank Brandan for saving them. During the meal, Dylan gave Brandan many Earth-type spirit items, clearly following Kate's wishes. Brandan confirmed that with these spirit items, both he and Ash should be able to successfully nurture their spleens. Of course, resources were sufficient, but success was not guaranteed. If merely having enough resources could nurture all 5 organs, wouldn't disciples of large factions possess all 5 elements? But reality was not so simple. After absorbing a small amount of Earth-type spirit items, Brandan stopped. Not because he wanted to stop, but because his spleen had reached saturation and couldn't absorb any more. Nurturing the last organ is indeed difficult. It cannot be rushed and needs to be done step by step. Brandan felt rather helpless. With his spleen saturated, he couldn't force more Earth-type essence into it. He could only wait until it absorbed completely, then continue. When nurturing his liver, it took him and Ash considerable time, gradually accumulating until finally using the wood heart fruit to achieve a qualitative change. With a thought, Brandan fetched the blue spirit gold, earth firestone, and mystic yuan jade. It's time to try cultivating the 10,000 swords blaze technique. Without hesitation, he entered his cultivation state, running the method for 10,000 swords blaze, absorbing the essences of the 3 4th-grade spirit items into his body. During this process, Brandan deliberately refined part of the blue spirit gold and earth firestone essence into his hands. The purpose was clear, to enhance his hand strength, aiding his practice of the star-crushing dragon claw technique. Combat techniques were significant, drastically increasing one's strength without changing cultivation level. So far, apart from mastering the Oswald Sea Sword control art, the 13 profound cloud swords, and part of the first diagram of the peak combat technique, Brandan hadn't mastered other combat techniques. Although he could use the star-crushing dragon claw technique, the cost was too high. The peak combat technique was incredibly intricate, making it hard to master. Moreover, the first diagram wasn't an offensive move but served to amplify attacking power, serving as the foundation for mastering the remaining 8 diagrams. Having only completed 1/3 of the first diagram thus far, Brandan was far from mastering the whole picture. Hence, he urgently needed to master other combat techniques to increase offensive methods and reduce reliance on spirit weapons. Brandan's heart and lungs were nurtured at the beginning of his breakthrough. The former relied on secret power shocks, and the latter on golden dragon energy stimulation, allowing him to grasp fire and metal elements most comprehensively. Thus, he now found it rather smooth to cultivate the battle techniques that combined fire and metal attributes without encountering any problems. Time slipped away unnoticed as Brandan immersed himself in cultivation, 6 days passing in the blink of an eye. On this morning, Brandan was cultivating as usual when Kate rushed over hurriedly. xuanhuan's sister, what happened? Brandan asked. Kate's expression was grim as she said in a low voice, the Blood Phoenix Valley has abandoned Patricia. What do you mean? Brandan was taken aback. To his knowledge, Patricia was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation in the Blood Phoenix Valley. How could the Blood Phoenix Valley abandon her so easily? Though the Blood Phoenix Valley was not as strong as the vast sea demon sect, it was far from weak. It seemed they had more than one gold core realm powerhouse. Just going to Devil Wolf Mountain should have some hope of success. Kate explained, originally, Patricia's grandfather was the leader of the Blood Phoenix Valley. However, he happened to be in seclusion at this time, and the Blood Phoenix Valley was run by someone else. This person in charge did not want to provoke the vast sea demon sect because of Patricia. Upon hearing this, Brandan understood immediately. They might truly fear provoking the vast sea demon sect, or it could be a plot to eliminate Patricia underhandedly. Struggles for power were never lacking in any sects or factions. Human hearts were hard to guess. Brandan couldn't help but sigh. Patricia was an excellent person, but fate seemed cruel, making it difficult for her to escape the clutches of evil. I have persuaded Father to set out immediately for Devil Wolf Mountain. Regardless of whether we can save Patricia, we will at least be able to rest easy with a clear conscience, Kate said seriously. Hearing this, Brandan looked at Kate with astonishment. The Blood Phoenix Valley had already abandoned her, yet Dylan and Kate still decided to go rescue her. It was Devil Wolf Mountain, a crucial location of the vast sea demon sect. How many dared to intrude? He understood that Kate had made this decision because Patricia had risked her life to help her escape. Otherwise, she might have lived with regret forever. After a moment's thought, Brandan said, I shall go too. You are going? Kate was surprised. Brandan replied, I know my strength is very weak, but I can guarantee that I won't be a burden. There might be moments where I can be useful. You need to think carefully. This journey is extremely perilous. Even my father can't assure that he can return unscathed, Kate warned solemnly. Brandan smiled. I have thought it through clearly. Indeed, I am not powerful enough, but for such righteous matters, I wish to contribute my share. Kate gave Brandan a deep look, trying to see through him. If it were anyone else, they would likely have fled far away and completely dissociated themselves, yet Brandan chose to intervene actively. She truly could not read him. All right, then get ready quickly. We will set off immediately, Kate nodded. Brandan replied, there's nothing much for me to prepare. I can depart anytime. Hearing this, Kate did not say anything more and immediately led him to meet Dylan. Before leaving, Brandan informed Yuri and Ernan. They could choose to stay at the mayor's mansion or leave. Yuri and Ernan did not act tough like Brandan. They were well aware of their own capabilities. If they went along, they would only become a burden. Therefore, they chose to stay at the mayor's mansion, waiting for news. This time, little Ardal surprisingly showed courage, even volunteering to follow Brandan. After brief consideration, Brandan decided to bring it along. Soon, everyone gathered, riding on the back of a massive flying beast, heading straight for Devil Wolf Mountain. If it were before the second anomaly, the distance from Cold River City to Devil Wolf Mountain was only about 3,000 to 4,000 miles, not too far. Now, due to the distortion, it expanded to over 10,000 miles. Fortunately, the flying beast's speed was fast enough to reach Devil Wolf Mountain before the next full moon night. One could only say that Lesser Demon Lord Judah was ruthless, actually chasing Kate all the way here, although in the end, he captured Patricia instead. Of course, there was also a possibility that Judah was coincidentally nearby, discovered Kate's trace, and thus had malicious intentions. Those heading to Devil Wolf Mountain included not just Dylan and Kate, but also 3 other experts, 1 Void Core Realm and 2 Danyuan Realm, all of whom Dylan trusted greatly. According to Dylan's plan, he and his 3 subordinates would infiltrate Devil Wolf Mountain to rescue, while Brandan and Kate would wait outside to provide backup. Brandan, keep this well? Kate walked up to Brandan and handed him a spirit talisman. Brandan's eyes flashed with insight as he immediately recognized that this talisman was a 4th-grade spirit talisman, worth at least 1,000 pounds of inferior spirit stones. What mattered more was its rarity. Places like Fortune Tower sold business large-scale but only up to 3rd-grade spirit talismans, and even those were limited in number. Without special channels, obtaining 4th-grade spirit talismans or higher was nearly impossible. Brandan took the spirit talisman and instantly understood its use. It was a golden Buddha protective talisman, which could form a protective shield to resist attacks from Void Core Realm experts. Clearly, Kate was worried about his safety and gave him this self-protection treasure. Thank you, Jersenjing's sister, Brandan thanked her quickly. Kate said, this trip is too dangerous. Perhaps you really shouldn't come. I understand everything, and I do not regret it. You may think I'm acting rashly, but I always follow my heart and do not overly consider the results. As you said, it's better to be able to rest easy with a clear conscience, Brandan replied calmly. Hearing his words, Kate fell into contemplation and didn't say anything further. Brandan also stopped talking and resumed his cultivation since he had nothing better to do. He continued to nurture his spleen and practice battle techniques simultaneously. Ash, staying inside him, hurriedly refined earth-type spirit items and practiced the innate battle techniques. Not just them. Even little Ardal was diligently cultivating, unexpectedly diligent. Its cultivation progressed rapidly and was almost reaching the late stage of controlling object realm. Devil Wolf Mountain, we've arrived. Dylan stood on the head of the flying beast, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with seriousness. Hashtag chapter 72, approaching the target. Brandan stood up and gazed into the distance. A colossal mountain loomed before his eyes, resembling a magic wolf howling to the sky, exuding an ominous aura. The birds swiftly descended, vanishing into the dense jungle below. They were now not far from Magic Wolf Mountain and had to be cautious. If they revealed their presence, rescuing anyone would become significantly more difficult. Magic Wolf Mountain is inhabited by the Silver Moon Magic Wolves, vassals of the Vast Sea Demon sect. The Finian serves as the mount of the Vast Sea Demon Lord. If the Finian is still alive, it suggests that the Vast Sea Demon Lord might also be alive, Dylan said with a grave tone. The Vast Sea Demon Lord often secluded himself in Magic Wolf Mountain for cultivation, hence numerous defensive measures were in place, making it no easy feat to breach the area. Over a year ago, when the Vast Sea Demon Lord encountered trouble, he did not have his mount with him. Thus, the Finian was likely still on Magic Wolf Mountain, although whether it was alive or not remained unknown. If it was alive, it would undoubtedly pose a significant problem. The Finian, being the mount of the Vast Sea Demon Lord, possessed considerable strength, having long reached the Golden Core realm. Leveraging its geographical advantage, it would be even stronger. Brandan's heart raced. He also wanted to use this opportunity to confirm certain matters. After some time, the group stealthily approached the base of Magic Wolf Mountain. Due to the celestial anomalies, Magic Wolf Mountain has expanded more than twice its original size, causing many defensive measures to be damaged. This works to our advantage, Dylan noted with a glint of sharpness in his eyes. He observed that the mountain's protective array had been reconfigured and was much weaker compared to before, making infiltration relatively easier. Immediately, Dylan took action, carefully tearing a gap in the protective array without alarming the demon cultivators within Magic Wolf Mountain. You must be cautious outside and avoid any rash actions. After reiterating the warning, Dylan led 3 other strong cultivators through the protective array and into Magic Wolf Mountain. I hope Father and the others succeed, Kate prayed silently. She knew her father was very powerful, an elite among Golden Core cultivators. However, this was a crucial stronghold of the Vast Sea Demon sect where the Vast Sea Demon Lord frequently secluded himself, fraught with unimaginable dangers. Naturally, she couldn't help but worry. Master, what should we do next? Emil asked. Brandan pondered for a moment and replied, let's observe the situation first and act accordingly. They were all too weak. Even a single accomplished core formation realm expert could wipe them out. Thus, they couldn't act recklessly. Brandan stepped forward, activated his soul heavenly eye, and meticulously examined the protective array, understanding its structure and strength thoroughly. As time passed, Brandan and Kate grew increasingly anxious. Magic Wolf Mountain was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of activity. It's getting dark. Time is running out. Kate's eyes filled with anxiety as she noticed the full moon slowly rising, indicating that young demon Lord Judah might act soon. Brandan's eyes flashed with determination. Waiting outside isn't going to solve anything. We should infiltrate and take a look. Can you break through the protective array without alerting the demon cultivators? Kate turned to look at Brandan. This is no difficult task, Brandan replied as he summoned Scott. Injecting his secret power into Scott, Brandan assisted it in using its innate abilities. Scott stretched its claws onto the protective array and pulled with great force, tearing open a gap wide enough for them to pass through. Without hesitation, Kate slipped through the opening into the array, followed by Brandan, Emil, and Scott. The torn opening sealed itself instantly, leaving no trace. The demonic aura here is incredibly dense, Brandan frowned, feeling slightly uncomfortable. It was evident that Magic Wolf Mountain had special arrangements to convert the surrounding spiritual energy, making it more suitable for demon cultivators. Scott, Emil, use your specialties to locate Patricia. Brandan patted both of them. Having interacted with Patricia before, there was a chance they could detect her faint aura and find her location. Upon entering the array, looking up at Magic Wolf Mountain, it appeared even more majestic and vividly like a magic wolf, as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Quick, hide! Brandan sensed danger suddenly. They all immediately hid under a large rock. Moments later, a gigantic silver moon magic wolf appeared, flying overhead with piercing eyes scanning the surroundings. After a while, the wolf flew away, and Brandan let out a sigh of relief. Magic Wolf Mountain is home to many silver moon magic wolves that can appear anywhere. We must be cautious and avoid their attention, Brandan warned. If they were exposed, given their strength, they would be trapped in Magic Wolf Mountain with no means of escape. Though exhausted, Brandan chose to release his soul power to continuously scan the 20 zhang radius around them for safety. His soul power could cover a wider range, but that would exhaust him quickly. Covering a 20 zhang radius allowed him to respond promptly and sustain the effort for longer. Should be in that direction, Scott pointed after sensing for a while. Brandan turned and saw Scott pointing towards the highest peak of Magic Wolf Mountain, the head of the wolf. Reaching that point clearly wouldn't be easy. But with no other choice, Brandan steeled himself and said, let's go. I hope we're not too late. Ascending the mountain wasn't the challenge. Avoiding the guards and traversing multiple layers of obstacles was. Any arrangement left by powerful cultivators could be fatal to them. Not long into their climb, they encountered a formidable obstruction, a powerful demon pattern blocking their path. Thankfully, Scott's innate abilities helped them bypass it smoothly. Along the way, they saw many damaged demon patterns, likely caused by the mountain's expansion, which hadn't been repaired by the Vast Sea Demon sect yet. As a result, the patrol frequency increased significantly, and they had to rely on Brandan's soul power vigilance to avoid detection. At the halfway point, Brandan and his companions stopped. The restrictions here are too strong. We cannot tear them apart, Scott frowned, having failed multiple attempts to breach them, nearly injuring itself in the process. Brandan pressed his hand against the restriction, carefully sensing a familiar aura. These restrictions were likely set by the Vast Sea Demon Lord personally. Brandan furrowed his brow. The Vast Sea Demon Lord, who had achieved the primordial spirit realm, had powerful abilities, and his restrictions remained intact despite the mountain's expansion. Kate's face darkened. Unless Father intervenes, breaking these restrictions is impossible. Even if Dylan acted, brute force would cause significant disturbances, alerting the cultivators within the mountain. Oh woo! Suddenly, a thunderous howl echoed across the mountain. Under the moonlight, a colossal silver moon magic wolf floated in midair, its silvery fur shimmering like a dream. A golden core realm silver moon magic wolf. It's the Finian. Kate's expression changed dramatically. Their worst fears were confirmed. The Finian was indeed alive, implying that the Vast Sea Demon Lord had only gone into hiding. Brandan's face also changed. Such strong power fluctuations, City Lord and the others have been discovered and are under attack by demon cultivators. Unsurprisingly, the Vast Sea Demon sect cultivators couldn't subdue Dylan, thus alarming the Finian. Judging from the direction of the power fluctuations, Dylan and his team had obviously chosen the wrong location. Father is in trouble. Kate wore a worried expression. A glint of sharpness flashed in Brandan's eyes. The strong cultivators of Magic Wolf Mountain have all been lured over. Now is the perfect opportunity. Jersenjing, you don't need to worry too much. Given City Lord's strength, escaping shouldn't be an issue, he reassured. Kate remained solemn. Indeed, it's a golden opportunity, but how do we break through these restrictions ahead? Perhaps I can give it a try, Brandan murmured softly. He then summoned the mysterious ancient lamp and activated it using secret power. Precisely speaking, what he was activating was the demon lotus inside the lamp, which belonged to Vast Sea Demon Lord. It might be able to penetrate the restrictions personally set by Vast Sea Demon Lord. Upon seeing the Finian appear, Brandan confirmed his suspicions. Vast Sea Demon Lord was not dead and was likely hiding within the Demon Lotus. Vast Sea Demon Lord had ostensibly died alongside Dominique of Joulouge Imperial Palace, but survived despite losing his physical body, leaving behind only a primordial spirit. The Vast Sea Demon Lord's primordial spirit was probably severely injured, falling into a deep sleep, which left it powerless and allowed the Demon Lotus to fall into Brandan's hands. But what had happened to Dominique? Could he have met a similar fate? It seemed unlikely, as Dominique was merely at the peak core formation realm and wouldn't easily achieve a primordial spirit. The Oswald pagoda left by Dominique had shown no signs of life all this time. To Brandan, the Demon Lotus was now a hot potato he couldn't discard. The Demon Lotus lightly vibrated, releasing an invisible wave of force. Immediately, the barrier before them loosened, forming a gap. Kate's eyes widened with surprise, unable to comprehend how Brandan managed this. Quickly, let's go, Brandan urged. Reacting swiftly, Kate darted through the gap. Once everyone had passed through, Brandan retracted the ancient lamp, restoring the barrier. Continue forward, Brandan commanded. With Dylan on the other side drawing attention, this was the weakest point of Magic Wolf Mountain's defense. They could move without many worries. Though there were powerful barriers set up by Vast Sea Demon Lord along the way, they didn't impede Brandan's group, thanks to the Demon Lotus. Finally, passing through another layer of restrictions, Brandan and his team arrived at the mountain peak, where a series of buildings sprawled out before them. I can clearly sense Patricia in that building complex, Scott said confidently. Brandan replied, I hope young Demon Lord Judah hasn't already laid his claws on her. By now, it was completely dark, the full moon rising higher, and the cold energy growing heavier, perfect for Judah's demonic cultivation. Top-tier cultivators should all have been lured away. Let's sneak in, Brandan said. Turning to Emil, he added, Emil, it's up to you now. Dig underground? The summit was barren, making it easy to expose their tracks. Moving underground would be safer. Leave it to me, Emil responded confidently, excited for its chance to shine. Emil immediately used its tunneling ability to create a large hole through the solid rock. Brandan went first, Scott followed, and Kate took the rear. Mainly, Brandan worried about hidden barriers underground and wanted to be able to act promptly if necessary. Emil moved fast, quickly bringing them close to the building complex, encountering no restrictions on route. Evidently, young Demon Lord Judah was well regarded within Vast Sea Demon sect, even gaining access to Vast Sea Demon Lord's secluded area. From the numerous barriers en route, it was clear this place was crucial, not accessible to ordinary individuals. There, Scott instantly locked onto Patricia's location, a 3-story building near the center, brightly lit. Brandan fully released his soul power, spreading it to cover the entire complex to understand the situation thoroughly. He was cautious. If a top-tier cultivator or someone exceptionally powerful sensed his soul perception, it could be problematic. Indeed, all the top-tier cultivators have been lured away. There are only 3 Dan Yuan realm cultivators here, including young Demon Lord Judah, Brandan noted, having finished his survey. Having understood the distribution of forces and various arrangements, Brandan led the way. Sensing Judah preparing for his cultivation, Brandan knew time was critical. If they didn't act soon, Patricia would be in danger. They cautiously moved through the buildings, reaching the 3-story structure undetected. Mountaintop restrictions set by Vast Sea Demon Lord made intrusion almost impossible, especially undetected. Even Kate hadn't expected their approach to be so effortless. She wished she'd suggested Dylan join them for an easier mission. Regrettably, it was too late for such thoughts. They had to rely on themselves. Brandan hadn't anticipated things to go so smoothly either. While the Demon Lotus proved more effective than expected, it also made him uneasy. He wasn't sure if the ancient lamp could fully control it. If the Demon Lotus went rogue, it could be catastrophic. If possible, he wished to discard the Demon Lotus now, essentially sending Vast Sea Demon Lord home. Let's begin. After discussion, Brandan, Kate, Scott, and Emil divided their tasks, entering the building from different angles to execute their respective duties. ###Chapter 73, Rescue and Escape. In the brightly lit 3-story building, Patricia was being bathed and dressed by 2 maids. Despite her extreme unwillingness, she had no choice. Her powers had been completely sealed, leaving her no different from an ordinary person. She knew what awaited her, so her stunningly beautiful face was as cold as frost, devoid of any smile. After bathing, the 2 maids meticulously adorned Patricia, making her even more dazzling and captivating. Seated motionlessly on a jade bed, Patricia was like a sculpture, her heart as dead as ashes, with no hope left. Outside the room, Judah's young Demon Lord was practicing under the moonlight, adjusting himself to his best state. This night was crucial for him, allowing no room for error. Suddenly, Judah's young Demon Lord sensed something. With a wave of his hand, a blast of demonic energy shot out. Bang! The demonic energy hit the ground, creating a large crater but not striking anyone. Which lowly creature dares intrude into the sacred grounds of Wolf Mountain, he said coldly. Moments later, he stood up, leaped off the balcony, and fixed his gaze on a shadow nearby. Then he looked at 2 other directions. Indeed, 3 beings were spying on him, and it was clear they did not come with good intentions. You have some skills to infiltrate this far, but now that you're here, don't think you can leave, Judah's young Demon Lord said with a glint of cold light in his eyes. At this moment, 2 Pill Formation Realm experts from the compound darted over and attacked 2 of the intruders hiding in the dark. Judah's young Demon Lord personally targeted the 3rd one. The 3 hidden intruders did not linger, choosing instead to retreat immediately. Each of them unleashed astonishing speed, evading all attacks. In a blink, Judah's young Demon Lord and the 2 Pill Formation Realm experts were led away. Brandan emerged from the shadows, eyeing the powerful seal encasing the entire building. Without hesitation, he summoned the Magic Lotus. Time was of the essence. He had to rescue quickly. Passing through the seal, Brandan rushed to the 3rd floor and broke into Patricia's room. Firing 2 streams of spiritual energy from his fingers, he knocked the 2 maids unconscious. It's you. Seeing Brandon burst in, Patricia was surprised. She had considered many possibilities, but never imagined that her rescuer would be Brandon, whom she had only met once. She was even more astonished by how Brandon managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded Wolf Mountain. Could a mere Chi Mastery Realm cultivator easily break in? Hurry, follow me, Brandon urged, approaching her. Though Patricia was dressed in a revealing yet elegant attire, Brandon had no time to admire her. They had to escape quickly before Judah's young demon lord returned. Patricia frowned. My powers are sealed by Judah. Even if you take me, we won't get far. I'm sorry. Brandon's expression turned serious as he placed his hand gently on Patricia's abdomen. Except for a corset, Patricia wore only a transparent gauze, making Brandon's touch almost direct skin-to-skin contact. Patricia trembled slightly, feeling an electrifying, tingling sensation that was hard to describe. Brandon didn't dwell on it. He immediately activated the magic lotus, carefully breaking the demonic seal within Patricia's dantian. Feeling her power flow back, Patricia was shocked again. She had tried countless times to break the seal without success. Clearly, Brandon possessed some secrets. We should go. I'm afraid Xuanhuan and the others won't hold them off much longer, Brandon urged. He and Kate, Hassan, and Theo had planned for Kate, Hassan, and Theo to lure away the experts, allowing him to infiltrate and rescue Patricia. So far, everything was going according to plan. Judah's young demon lord probably hadn't anticipated someone could easily break the seal set by the sea demon lord, hence the lack of preparation. Patricia's expression changed. Kate is here too? Who else do you think would come to save you? Blood Phoenix Valley has abandoned you, Brandon replied. Upon hearing this, Patricia felt as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe that Blood Phoenix Valley would abandon her based on her status there. Don't stand there. Let's go. Speechless, Brandon pulled Patricia's hand and hurried outside. Instantly snapping back, Patricia, whose hand was held by Brandon, couldn't help but look oddly at him. Under normal circumstances, any man who dared to touch her would be severely punished. As soon as they exited the room, Brandon's expression changed. Not good. Judah's young demon lord was extremely alert, having just returned at this moment, catching them off guard. Judah! Patricia gritted her teeth upon seeing him. Held captive and sealed by Judah, she feared for her reputation if this ever became known. The thought enraged her. Feeling Patricia tighten her grip, Brandon warned her, this isn't the time for revenge. We're on the sea demon sect's territory. We can't win against him. Let's escape first. Hearing this, Patricia regained her composure. She was no match for Judah's young demon lord, as proven half a month ago. She wanted vengeance but wouldn't endanger Brandon and the others who risked their lives to save her. Making a quick decision, Patricia pulled Brandon down from the 3rd floor and fled at top speed. Seeing Patricia escaping, Judah's young demon lord was furious. After meticulous preparations, he couldn't fail at the critical moment. Stay right where you are. Judah's young demon lord roared, summoning dark and foul demonic chi around him. His aura surged, forming vast demonic clouds that spread out in all directions. He was casting a secret demonic art to activate all traps and seals, trapping all intruders. A flash of lightning split the sky moments later, and Hassan appeared beside Brandon. They chased too fiercely. Even with talisman enhancement, I'm nearly exhausted, Hassan said, visibly tired. Shortly after, Theo arrived and joined Brandon. They had agreed beforehand that upon rescuing Patricia, they would meet up as fast as possible and leave the mountain together. Only Brandon could bypass the powerful seals. Xuanhuan is in trouble. We need to assist her, Brandon said, his expression changing. Without another word, he activated a 2nd-grade talisman obtained from Xuanhuan Tower, carrying Patricia with him. Bursting into incredible speed, they turned into streaks of light heading towards Kate's location. Earlier, when choosing talismans at Xuanhuan Tower, they all selected ones that could enhance their speed dramatically, proving useful at this moment. The speed of the 2nd-grade talisman was astonishing, faster than pill formation realm experts. Pure speed advantage allowed them to cover great distances swiftly. Kate was indeed in trouble, restrained by a pill formation realm expert, unable to break free. That pill formation realm expert was powerful, suppressing Kate slightly, but not overwhelmingly. In truth, Kate wasn't an ordinary object control realm expert. Her true combat prowess rivaled pill formation realm experts, even surpassing weaker ones. Humph! Patricia sneered and launched a blood-red flame with her hand. Sizzle! The demonic chi released by the pill formation realm expert made a piercing sound, burning intensely. The sudden turn of events left the Danyuan realm expert in shock, and he hurriedly extinguished the flames with all his might. Brandon's eyes widened in surprise. Based on his perception, Patricia's strength seemed even greater than it had been half a month ago, which was undoubtedly strange. Seizing this opportunity, Kate managed to break free and rejoin Brandon. Putting aside distractions, Brandon took the lead, preparing to fight their way out from here. None of you will escape. Judah's young demon lord's voice echoed, and he was rapidly catching up. Whoosh! A devilish knife wrapped in intense malevolent chi flew out at an unimaginable speed. Shadow Devil Knife. Kate's gaze darkened. She remembered this devilish knife well. Half a month ago, she had been wounded by the Shadow Devil Knife, nearly costing her life. The Shadow Devil Knife was not actually a physical magic weapon but a formation condensed from evil techniques, gathering various pernicious forces. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. Even experts who had cultivated their spirit ingot would fear a Shadow Devil Knife, like the one cultivated by the Sea Demon Lord. Seeing the Shadow Devil Knife slicing toward them, a golden light barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping everyone within its protection. Ding! The golden light barrier vibrated, deflecting the Shadow Devil Knife. Bang! Theo grinned, praising Hassan for choosing such a useful artifact. Theo felt that the crystal golden light shield was very effective, offering far better defense than expected. Of course, this was partly due to its recent intensive cultivation. Just before reaching Devil Wolf Mountain, it had finally broken through to the late object control realm, enabling it to unleash most of the crystal golden light shield's power. Ding! Judah's young demon lord didn't stop, but urged the shadow devil knife into frenzied attacks. After defending against more than 10 consecutive strikes, Theo began feeling the strain. Judah's young demon lord was indeed formidable. The crystal golden light shield struggled to withstand the shadow devil knife. I'll help you. Hassan joined forces with Theo to activate the crystal golden light shield. Kate and Patricia also reacted, channeling their spiritual energy into the shield. They couldn't afford to lose this line of defense. Otherwise, they'd have to face the shadow devil knife directly. Just hold on a bit longer. We're almost at the cliff edge, Brandan said sternly. Once they could leave this place without hindrance, escaping would become much easier. Crack. Despite Hassan, Kate, and Patricia's assistance, the crystal golden light shield was eventually breached by the shadow devil knife. After all, the crystal golden light shield was only a third-grade spirit tool, capable of withstanding regular Danyuan realm experts, but not Judah's young demon lord. Judah's young demon lord's eyes turned cold as he unleashed the full power of the shadow devil knife, aiming straight for Patricia. He didn't intend to kill her, but to use the shadow devil knife's poison to immobilize her. Patricia responded quickly, using an exquisite martial technique to evade the shadow devil knife. The trajectory of the shadow devil knife then shifted, heading straight for Kate. Seemingly haunted by psychological trauma from the shadow devil knife, Kate froze, neither dodging nor blocking the attack. Pooh! The shadow devil knife pierced flesh, causing blood to splash everywhere. However, it wasn't Kate's body that the shadow devil knife pierced but Brandan's. At the critical moment, Brandan shoved Kate aside, taking the blow himself. Brandan! Kate came to her senses, her face turning pale. Hassan exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" It knew Brandan was kind-hearted, but there was no need to risk his life saving others. The shadow devil knife dissolved upon contact with blood, transforming into a highly pernicious force that seeped into Brandan's body. Fortunately, Brandan was prepared, instantly activating the golden dragon aura within his profound fetus spiritual sea. Before the shadow devil knife's force could infiltrate, the golden dragon aura swallowed it whole. The golden dragon aura did not disappoint, completely consuming the force of the shadow devil knife, leaving nothing behind. So, while it looked like the shadow devil knife had pierced Brandan's body, it was just an ordinary wound, nothing serious. Seeing Brandan block the shadow devil knife, Judah's young demon lord frowned. The shadow devil knife required substantial essence, and using it on a mere chi mastery realm cultivator was indeed wasteful. Nevertheless, he immediately formed another shadow devil knife. This form of attack was most effective over distance. The shadow devil knife's peculiarity lay in its ability to penetrate even a tiny cut. As long as it drew blood, it would merge inside the target, making it almost impossible to resist. A sneer surfaced in Judah's young demon lord's eyes. There was no path ahead. He wanted to see where Brandan and the others could possibly flee. Just as the shadow devil knife was about to strike, Brandan's hand touched the sea demon lord's seal. To Judah's young demon lord's incredulous gaze, they passed through the seal without any hindrance. Bam! The shadow devil knife met resistance and struck the seal instead. How is this possible? Incredible disbelief clouded Judah's young demon lord's eyes. He was certain the seal was intact. Otherwise, it wouldn't have blocked the shadow devil knife. That boy has something peculiar about him. Instantly, Judah's young demon lord realized the crux of the matter. He recalled that it was Brandan who had intruded into his residence and rescued Patricia. Back then, he hadn't thought much of it or taken precautions. He made a grave mistake by severely underestimating this low cultivation individual. Chase them. Do not let them escape Devil Wolf Mountain, Judah's young demon lord ordered. Immediately, he lifted the seal so his people could follow. In a moment, over 10 figures leaped down the cliff, mobilizing virtually all the remaining cultivators of the demon path in this area. Intercept the intruders, capture them alive. Judah's young demon lord's voice rang again, summoning other experts of Devil Wolf Mountain. If they were other intruders, they would be killed without mercy, but he wasn't willing to kill Kate and Patricia. Although tonight's cultivation session could no longer proceed as planned, capturing them meant he could wait another month. As for Brandan, he also wanted to capture him alive to understand what peculiarities he possessed. Such a person posed a significant threat to the Sea Demon sect. Chapter 74. Dangerous Situation. Brandan and his companions didn't pause for a moment, swiftly plunging down the mountain. Only by leaving Devil Wolf Mountain did they stand any hope of escape. Ayo! Chilling wolf howls echoed one after another under the moonlight. Massive silver moon devil wolves leaped through the mountains, converging from all directions toward Brandan and his group. The number of silver moon devil wolves was astonishing, and among them were formidable beings. As they drew closer, Brandan and the others couldn't help but feel an intense pressure. There are too many devil wolves. We can't withstand them. Elder Sister Jersenjing, quickly call out to the city lord so we can break through together, Brandan said urgently. Kate did not hesitate and immediately attempted to summon Dylan, aware of the severity of the situation. Scram! Patricia waved her hand, releasing a beam of crimson light that sent a silver moon devil wolf flying away. But this was only the beginning. In the blink of an eye, more silver moon devil wolves surged forward, their ferocity causing the evil aura in the world to boil. With no choice, Brandan and the others had to fight back with all their might against the devil wolves, which caused their speed to slow down. Charge! Brandan barked lowly, charging forward with his silver spirit sword in hand. No one else hesitated. Each used their abilities, engaging in fierce battle with the wolf pack. They had no retreat. Only by carving a bloody path could they survive. Xuanhuan 13 swords unleashed, Brandan charged ahead relentlessly, slaying the silver moon devil wolves one by one. Blood splattered everywhere. Although his cultivation was weak, his true combat strength was powerful. Even the object control realm silver moon devil wolves faced certain death at his hands. Unfortunately, the sheer number of silver moon devil wolves was overwhelming, and they showed no fear of death. Their relentless assault finally halted Brandan and the others, surrounding them tightly. Judah is catching up. Damn it. Patricia gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. Initially hesitant, she now became resolute, advancing recklessly toward the pill essence realm. Her cultivation had already reached a critical point. Her inner spirit energy began transforming into pill essence, leading to a significant increase in her strength. This transformation occurred because Judah's demon prince had made her consume half a golden source spirit ginseng, intending to enhance her primordial yin qi to aid her in cultivating demonic arts. Patricia spat out a mouthful of blood, but her face showed a smile. She succeeded, breaking through to the pill essence realm in the shortest time possible, though she paid a heavy price. Her internal organs and meridians suffered damage, but she could not afford to worry about that right now. Even as she just broke through, Patricia's strength soared. She shattered the head of a pill essence realm silver moon devil wolf with a single slap. With Patricia at the forefront, everyone's pressure decreased significantly, allowing them a brief respite. Patricia spared nothing, unleashing full power, wreaking havoc on the wolf pack. In moments, dozens of silver moon devil wolves fell to her blade, causing the wolf pack to cower in fear, hesitating to advance further. Watch out! Just as Patricia was preparing to deliver another blow, Brandan's warning rang in her ear. Reacting swiftly, she moved sideways instantly, avoiding a shadow devil blade strike. Then, a feather-shaped crimson spirit knife appeared in her hand. With a backhand swipe, she deflected the shadow devil blade away. Hurry, scatter! Ash reacted the fastest, dodging far away immediately. Emil also activated the lustrous golden light shield, enveloping himself. Dong! A deep bell sound resonated. Kate summoned a purple bronze bell, radiating brilliant light to counter the shadow devil blade. However, the shadow devil blade was unpredictable and highly corrosive, piercing through the bell's radiant glow straight towards Kate's chest. At the crucial moment, Patricia rushed over, forcefully wielding the crimson spirit knife to knock the shadow devil blade away. The redirected shadow devil blade plunged into Brandan's body. Seeing this, Patricia's expression changed drastically. She had only intended to save Kate, but inadvertently let Brandan get injured instead. Brandan was speechless as well. He had previously stepped in to protect Kate, but now he was inexplicably struck again. It hadn't been long, yet he was stabbed twice by the shadow devil blade. Though disheartened, Brandan reacted quickly, instantly neutralizing the shadow devil blade's poison with golden dragon chi, wary of letting such strange toxins spread within him. Upon seeing the shadow devil blade enter Brandan's body once more, Judah Demon Prince frowned deeply. Using the shadow devil blade consumed a lot of essence. He couldn't use it continuously many times. To waste 2 strikes on Brandan frustrated him immensely. As Brandan shielded Patricia, who was momentarily stunned, Judah Demon Prince seized the perfect opportunity to unleash the shadow devil blade for a third time, aimed directly at her. Before Brandan could warn her, he gathered his resolve and threw himself towards Patricia without hesitation. Patricia hadn't reacted yet when Brandan tackled her to the ground. Without fail, the shadow devil blade impaled Brandan's back. Brandan's face contorted in pain. Although the golden dragon chi absorbed the shadow devil blade's poison, the wound still inflicted excruciating agony. Judah! Patricia erupted in fury, sending out numerous crimson feathers, sharp and lethal like blades, streaking towards Judah Demon Prince. Ah! Cries of anguish filled the air as all the demonic cultivators following Judah Demon Prince were hit, their bodies pierced by the crimson feathers. Even the 2 Pill Essence Realm cultivators did not escape, sustaining severe injuries. After 3 consecutive uses of the Shadow Devil Blade, Judah Demon Prince felt physically weakened. A crimson feather sliced his neck, leaving a shallow cut from which blood trickled. Furious, Judah Demon Prince was not angered because he was hurt by Patricia, but because his ultimate move had failed twice due to Brandan. What infuriated him most was that despite being injured thrice by the Shadow Devil Blade, Brandan remained alive, displaying remarkable resilience. Logically, given Brandan's chi manipulation realm cultivation, a Shadow Devil Blade strike should have been fatal or incapacitating. Salt, Brandan was still alive and fighting, even shielding twice more from the deadly blade as if immune to it. Another cause of his anger was that Brandan was now sprawled on top of Patricia, his face buried in her ample bosom. To Judah Demon Prince, Patricia was his woman. He could not tolerate anyone touching her. Die! He snarled darkly, condensing a fearsome demonic light and hurling it at Brandan. Dong! The purple bronze bell intercepted, blocking the demonic light. Kate staggered under the impact, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Patricia hurriedly helped Brandan up, her eyes filled with concern and anxiety. She hadn't expected Brandan to risk his life for her protection, making her emotions chaotic. Brandan was still disoriented, having felt suffocated with his head pressed against softness. The confusion left him dazed for a moment. However, Judah Demon Prince's furious roar instantly sobered him up. He dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. You go first. I will hold him off, Patricia said assertively. While speaking, she gestured for Emil to come over. Understanding her intention, Emil quickly came forward and hoisted Brandan onto his back. As Patricia prepared to charge at Judah Demon Prince, Brandan grabbed her arm. We risked our lives entering Devil Wolf Mountain to rescue you. If you fall back into Judah's clutches, won't everything we've done be in vain? This isn't the time for heroics. Let's leave Devil Wolf Mountain first. Having been stabbed 3 times, with each stab piercing through his body, he couldn't let this suffering be in vain. Although he couldn't defeat young Devil Monarch Judah at the moment, he kept account of it and believed he would have opportunities in the future to settle the score with Judah. Brandan is right. We must leave quickly, Kate said as she held onto one of Patricia's hands. Looking at the two, Patricia had no choice but to give up the idea of fighting to the death against Judah. But if the situation became dire, she would still fight. She could not let those who had come to rescue her be harmed. Let's go. Patricia led the charge from the front, clearing the path for everyone. After breaking through, the Silver Moon Devil Wolves were no match for her and were scattered. They now looked at her with fear and backed away. When they encountered barriers, Emil carried Brandan to the forefront and tore a gap in the barrier. In this manner, the group managed to force their way down to the foot of the mountain without being intercepted by the demon cultivators of the vast sea demon sect. Of course, they paid a heavy price. Everyone was injured, some severely. For example, Ash had been slashed on the head, almost splitting his skull open. Emil suffered even worse. Protecting Brandan, his tail was cut off, and he had a deep wound on his buttocks. However, this incident allowed Brandan to truly witness Emil's loyalty. He repeatedly risked his life to protect him. The city lord and others are here. Brandan felt instantly invigorated. Dylan was rushing over with a Void Dan Realm powerhouse, indicating that the other two Pill Essence Realm cultivators likely perished in Devil Wolf Mountain. This made sense given that most of Devil Wolf Mountain's strength was concentrated there, leaving little chance of survival for mere Pill Essence Realm cultivators. Luckily, Dylan and his team diverted the attacks, allowing Brandan and his companions to break through from the summit to the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, even a few powerful demonic cultivators would have wiped them out. You can't escape. Young Devil Monarch Judah relentlessly pursued, gathering more demon cultivators to surround them. Boom. At a great distance, Dylan swung his sword, releasing an awe-inspiring sword aura that sliced a deep gash into the earth. The surging sword aura hit the demon cultivators like waves, scattering them. Judah's pupils constricted, retreating while putting up a fierce resistance against the sword aura. Many demon cultivators couldn't avoid it, exploding into bits. Though Judah blocked the sword aura, he was heavily injured, spewing blood containing fragments of his internal organs. Go quickly. Dylan struck again, this time cutting through the protective array of Devil Wolf Mountain. Hua. Despite its formidable power, the protective array was sliced open like a curtain. But Dylan also paid a price. His left shoulder was mauled by the Wolf King's claws, becoming a bloody mess. Without hesitation, Brandan and his group rushed out as fast as possible. If they didn't leave now, they might never get another chance. Just as they burst forth, Dylan also emerged, carrying the heavily injured Void Dan Realm powerhouse. Don't run. A demon cultivator clad in silver scale armor bellowed, hurling a massive demonic mountain. The mountain, towering over 100 feet high, radiated an oppressive demonic aura. It wasn't aimed at Dylan but at Brandan and his companions. Watching the mountain descend, Brandan and the others felt a suffocating pressure, their bodies stiffening, unable to move. Dylan instantly rushed over, using his sword to brace against the mountain, preventing it from crushing them. He dared not unleash too much power, fearing harm to Brandan and his group. Father. Worry filled Kate's eyes. Brandan quickly pulled her onto Emil's back, squeezing them both despite the tight space. Only when Brandan and his group were far enough did Dylan unleash his full power, flinging the mountain aside. Just as he freed himself, the Wolf King pounced, unleashing a ferocious strike. Though Dylan deflected it with his sword, he was knocked flying. Moreover, the Wolf King clawed towards where Brandan and the others were escaping. At the critical moment, Brandan activated his 4th-grade adamantine amulet, forming a large protective light dome around everyone. Crack! Facing the Wolf King's attack, the dome shattered easily. However, it significantly weakened the claw strike, reducing its lethality. Collapsing on the ruined ground, all heavily injured, Brandan and his companions' internal organs were nearly shattered. Ordinary people would have died. Golden Core Realm cultivators attacking juniors, do you not fear ridicule? If you wish to fight, face me, Dylan roared. Proud as a strong man, he earlier directed his sword at the ground to help Brandan and his group escape, rather than targeting Judah directly. Otherwise, none would have survived. The demon cultivator in silver scale armor, holding the demonic mountain in midair, responded, We in the demonic path always root out all threats and never show mercy to the weak, for that would be foolish and leave lingering trouble. Dylan, if you stayed in Cold River City obediently, it would be fine. But daring to invade my Devil Wolf Mountain, what kind of reputation would my vast sea demon sect and I, the Silver Dragon Venerable, have if we let you leave alive? With murderous intent, the Wolf King growled, trespassing on the master's secluded cultivation grounds. No mercy will be shown. Both were veteran Golden Core Realm experts, slightly weaker than Dylan but combined, fearless. Moreover, having already injured Dylan within Devil Wolf Mountain's advantageous terrain, they now held the upper hand, unwilling to let him escape. Golden Core Realm experts were treasure troves. Once killed and refined using demonic techniques, they'd gain immense benefits. Thus, they resolved to capture Dylan, regardless of cost. A missed opportunity might not come again. Dylan's expression turned cold. He knew the situation was dire. If only he were alone, nobody could stop him from leaving. But now his daughter's safety constrained him. Any retreat would endanger her. Ultimately, he underestimated Devil Wolf Mountain's resources, and the situation had spiraled out of control. One misstep, and they faced complete annihilation. Chapter 75, Trapped in the Abyss. Rapidly analyzing the current situation, Dylan made a decisive move and sent the injured Xuanhuan realm expert out with a flick of his wrist. Davidson, take them away. City Lord, be cautious, Davidson said without hesitation, immediately releasing his Danyuan force to envelop Brandan and the others as they rose into the air. He needed to quickly reach the forest hundreds of miles away where the birds were waiting. Leave them behind, Marcel ordered loudly. Instantly, several figures moved to chase after Davidson. Dylan released a powerful aura, swinging his long sword, causing terrifying sword shadows to fill the sky. Marcel and Finian hurriedly blocked the sword shadows, but even so, one Xuanhuan realm expert was injured by the sword shadow, almost losing his arm. Dylan had now given everything, using his solitary strength to block all the experts from Devil Wolf Mountain to buy time for Davidson to lead the others to safety. Marcel's face turned grim. Dylan, since you want to die, this seat will oblige you. With that, he stopped paying attention to the fleeing individuals and attacked Dylan with all his might. Once Dylan was killed, those few would not escape either. Dylan was strong, but unfortunately, he was already severely wounded. Gradually falling into a disadvantageous position against Marcel and Finian's joint attack, his situation became very dire. Under the battle between three Jindan realm experts, vast stretches of the mountain forest were shattered, presenting a scene of desolation. Little Demon Lord Judah stood at the edge of the mountain protection formation, observing the battle from a distance, completely unwilling to get closer. Although called Little Demon Lord, he had yet to fully mature, and battles of this level were beyond his interference. To save Blood Phoenix Valley's genius, Dylan actually came to Devil Wolf Mountain to fight recklessly. Is he crazy? Little Demon Lord Judah was quite puzzled. If Blood Phoenix Valley's experts were attacking, it would make sense, but unexpectedly it was Dylan who came to fight for an outsider. Was it worth risking his life like this? Judah was not worried about anything going wrong. Marcel and Finian could easily suppress Dylan, after which not only Patricia, but also Kate would fall into his hands. After waiting another month, he would have 2 furnaces for cultivating demonic arts, which put him in high spirits. Note, Lu Ding is often translated as furnace in the context of cultivation, maintaining consistency in terminology. Bang! Struck by the magic mountain, Dylan flew horizontally away, spewing blood from his mouth, worsening his injuries. His internal organs were riddled with cracks, even damaging his spirit sea. In such a state, he could no longer hold back everyone. 3 Xuanhuan realm experts bypassed him, chasing after Davidson. Just as Dylan tried to stop them, he was met with fierce attacks from Marcel and Finian, forcing him to defend with all his might. Dylan, thinking of others at your death's door? This seat is determined to obtain your golden core, Marcel sneered, killing intent surging in his eyes. If he could refine Dylan's golden core, he had a solid chance of reaching the perfect golden core stage, laying a solid foundation for eventually achieving the primordial soul realm. Finian added, don't destroy his body. This king wants to devour it as well. It shared Marcel's thoughts, planning to use Dylan's flesh and blood to break through its bottleneck and further enhance its cultivation. To them, Dylan was a valuable resource, more attractive than 5th grade spirit medicines or elixirs. Want to kill me and refine my golden core and flesh? You aren't worthy. Dylan stood tall. Despite being heavily wounded, his aura remained undiminished. If not for rescuing someone, giving Marcel and Finian the opportunity to injure him, how could they have dared to act so arrogantly? Even now, if he wanted to leave, Marcel and Finian could not stop him. But he had to stay to delay as much as possible and prevent Marcel and Finian from personally confronting Davidson. Pooh! Risking another blow from the magic mountain, Dylan unleashed an unparalleled sword technique, sending cold light across the sky, leaving severe wounds on Marcel and Finian. Fear appeared in Finian's eyes, retreating involuntarily. That single strike nearly decapitated it, too terrifying. Although a Jindan realm expert with robust vitality, being killed meant certain death. Marcel's expression grew solemn. He never expected Dylan, in such a weakened state, to still unleash such a terrifying attack, nearly threatening both their lives. Seeing Dylan's overwhelming aura, Marcel was momentarily daunted, hesitating along with Finian to advance. Surprisingly, Dylan did not continue his attack, but turned and fled, transforming into a streak of golden light. He tricked us, he's at the end of his rope. Marcel clenched his teeth in frustration. How humiliating to be intimidated by Dylan's presence. Without wasting any time, Marcel and Finian gave chase to wash away this humiliation by killing Dylan. They were right. Dylan was indeed severely injured, unable to fight further, hence choosing to retreat. Simultaneously, Dylan also pursued the 3 Xuanhuan realm experts, fearing something happening to Davidson, and he couldn't disregard his daughter's safety. Not long after, Dylan caught up with the 3 Xuanhuan realm experts, nearing Davidson. But before he could act, Marcel and Finian also arrived, not giving him a moment's respite. Die! Marcel roared, launching the magic mountain with full force. Driven by immense power, the magic mountain grew larger, emitting dark energy, its momentum formidable. Dylan had no choice but to do his utmost to defend. The 3 Xuanhuan realm experts wisely retreated swiftly, avoiding being drawn into the conflict. Bang! Finian struck the magic mountain with a powerful claw, unleashing a violent force. Dylan could no longer hold out, spraying blood while being hurled backward. Not just him, Davidson, who was also escaping, was flung away by the force like a broken kite. Those wrapped in Davidson's Danyuan force, including Brandan, fell alongside him. Dylan couldn't avoid the rapid descent either, his injuries pushing him to his limits. Below them lay a dark abyss, filled with ominous chi, resembling the breathing of a colossal creature. In an instant, they plummeted into the abyss, disappearing in the surging sha chi. Oh no, we've cast them into the raging beast abyss. We must retrieve them quickly. Marcel's expression changed. Immediately, he and Finian moved to enter the abyss. But at that moment, a deep and dark demonic light surged out of the abyss, reflecting an eerie black demonic lotus above it. Swallowing soul demon lotus. Seeing the demon lotus, Marcel and Finian's faces turned pale. Greetings, sect leader. Recognizing it, Marcel bowed deeply. Finian also lowered its proud head, exclaiming its master. Greetings, sect leader. The 3 Xuanhuan realm experts followed suit, bowing deeply. At this moment, everyone was thrilled. The return of the sect leader was a great boon for the vast sea demon sect. No member was unaware of what the swallowing soul demon lotus symbolized. It represented the identity of vast sea demon lord. Since the swallowing soul demon lotus had emerged, it indicated that vast sea demon lord was nearby. Though they knew the demon lord was alive, his prolonged absence caused unease. Now, their hearts finally found peace. Step back, do not disturb this seat's meditation. The demonic lotus rotated, emitting a voice full of authority. Marcel and others were familiar with this voice. It belonged to vast sea demon lord. Sauls, sect leader, we withdraw. Marcel and the others dared not disobey, hurriedly responding in unison. Since vast sea demon lord had already spoken, they did not dare to mention retrieving anyone from the raging beast abyss again. Enraging vast sea demon lord would ensure no one had a good outcome. Whoosh! The demonic lotus retracted its light and sank into the abyss, vanishing as if it had never appeared. Marcel and the others sighed in relief. Facing the swallowing soul demon Lotus had been immensely pressuring. Turns out the sect leader was meditating in the raging beast abyss while we remained oblivious. No wonder the raging beast abyss has been unusually restless lately. It seems mostly due to the sect leader, Marcel said. Finian replied, since the master doesn't want to be disturbed, we shall obey his orders. We must absolutely not leak any information about the sect leader being in the raging beast abyss. Of course, we will return to Devil Wolf Mountain immediately and act as if nothing happened, Marcel added. Immediately, they left without further delay, heading straight back to Devil Wolf Mountain. Though this was not the result they desired, at least they had successfully detained Dylan and his group. It was predictable that Dylan and his companions would face a terrible fate. However, young demon Lord Judah was bound to be disappointed. The two furnaces he had set his sights on were now gone. In the dark abyss, Brandan wrapped everyone with the silver spirit sword transformed into a whip, descending as steadily as possible. Apart from him, everyone else had fallen into a coma, including Dylan. They should be thoroughly intimidated, but I can't go out just yet, Brandan murmured to himself. It turned out that Brandan had summoned the demon Lotus earlier, detaching his soul and attaching it to the demon Lotus, emitting a faint aura of vast sea demon lord and mimicking the sect leader's voice and tone to deceive Marcel and the others. He had no other choice. If Marcel and the others pursued them into the abyss, it would mean their end. Fortunately, Vast Sea Demon Lord's authority within Vast Sea Demon sect was extremely high, so even someone as powerful as Marcel did not dare to disobey, allowing Brandan to deceive them successfully. This raging beast abyss sounds like no friendly place, judging by that strong warrior's tone. Brandan frowned deeply. Even Jindan realm experts were wary, indicating how terrifying the raging beast abyss must be. But he had no choice now. They could only hide here until Dylan recovered. Otherwise, they would have no hope of escaping. He knew he could not rescue everyone from the eyes of those demonic cultivation experts alone. Before long, Brandan brought everyone down to the bottom of the abyss, nearly reaching his limit, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the abyss's bottom, the sha qi was intensely concentrated, almost liquid-like. This kind of sha qi was highly corrosive and incredibly destructive. Brandan glanced around. Visibility was poor, even with his exceptional vision. He could see no more than 3 feet around him. Worse still, sha qi could erode soul power, preventing him from releasing his soul strength. All he saw was desolation, strewn with rubble, not a single blade of grass visible. A sense of death loomed everywhere. I need to wake them up. Looking at the unconscious people, Brandan felt an intense sense of crisis. If this continued, even without other dangers, the sha qi's erosion would become unbearable for them. Each person, including Dylan, had severe wounds, making it easy for sha qi to invade their bodies. Without resistance, even with their high cultivation levels, their injured bodies wouldn't withstand it. First, Brandan popped a healing essence pill into his mouth. He had to hold on and not collapse. Then, he fed each person a healing essence pill. Luckily, Dylan had been generous and provided him with a whole bottle of healing essence pills, which he used now to save everyone's lives. The healing essence pill was a 3rd-grade spirit pill with excellent healing properties. After taking it, the medicinal power rapidly circulated throughout his body, repairing damaged areas. His injuries were mainly 3 gaping wounds and nearly shattered internal organs. As the essence of the healing essence pill flowed in, these injuries started healing quickly. Certainly, his injuries were very serious, and no matter how potent the healing essence pill was, it couldn't heal him instantly. However, it did stabilize his condition and improve it step by step. After stabilizing his own injuries, Brandan began trying to awaken the others, starting with Dylan. His recovery would ensure their safety. No, City Lord's injuries are too severe. Even the healing essence pill cannot halt the worsening of his condition. Brandan's expression darkened. He tried various methods, including using his soul power to awaken Dylan's soul, but got no response. Frustrated, he resorted to waking Davidson next. Although Davidson was also heavily injured, his condition was clearly much better than Dylan's. With some effort, Brandan successfully revived him. Where are we? Davidson asked warily. Brandan replied, seems like we're in the Raging Beast Abyss. The Raging Beast Abyss. Davidson's face instantly changed. Brandan hastily asked, Senior what is the Raging Beast Abyss? A very dangerous place. Even Jindan realm experts can perish here, Davidson said gravely. What about the Vast Sea Demon sect people? Brandan explained, they seem to fear the Raging Beast Abyss and didn't pursue us. That makes sense. Given Marcel's cautious nature, it's normal for him not to come after us, Davidson nodded. He didn't dwell on it too much. Though the Raging Beast Abyss was perilous, it did provide temporary relief from pursuit. If they hadn't accidentally fallen into the Raging Beast Abyss, they would likely have already fallen into Marcel's hands, surely meeting their doom. City Lord. Davidson approached Dylan, concern evident in his eyes. Brandan said, City Lord is severely injured. I've tried everything, but I can't wake him up. Senior please take care of him. With that, he hurriedly went to wake the others, not wasting a moment. Chapter 76, Professional Knife Blocker. Before long, Kate, Patricia, Scott, and Emil were all awakened. Though they were all seriously injured, at least none of them were in mortal danger. On the other side, Davidson had fed better healing pills to Dylan, stabilizing his injuries so that they wouldn't worsen. Brandan, how are you? Kate asked with concern. Brandan smiled slightly and said, after taking the restorative pill, I'm fine. You were struck 3 times by the Shadow Demon Blade consecutively. Are you sure everything's okay? Patricia's eyes flickered with an unusual light. Brandan replied, I have a way to resist the poison from the Shadow Demon Blade. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep blocking the blade. I thought you were risking your life to save a beauty. Patricia giggled coyly. Her laughter caused a stir as if flowers were trembling in the wind, making Brandan feel somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't help but look away. Patricia also noticed her inappropriate attire and quickly retrieved some clothes to cover her graceful figure. In any case, thank you this time. You saved my life, Patricia said sincerely. Kate remarked, Brandon first rescued you from Judah, then blocked the shadow demon blade for you. And now he has safely brought you to the bottom of the abyss. Is it just one life you owe him? If that's the case, aside from pledging my life to him, there's no way I can repay his kindness. Patricia blinked her bright eyes and said. Then she looked at Kate and continued, if I'm not mistaken, you escaped from Judah because Brandon saved you, right? Then Brandon also blocked knives for you and brought you safely here. Do you also plan to pledge yourself to him? Well, that wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't mind it. We could be a pair of good sisters. Hearing such frank words from Patricia, Kate's cheeks turned red instantly as she scolded, Patricia, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you have any sense of shame? Just stop pretending to be so proper. I don't believe you haven't thought about men, Patricia said unabashedly, speaking even more boldly. Not only was Patricia saying things too bluntly, even Brandon found it hard to bear. Cough, cough, I'll go scout around a bit. He witnessed Patricia's boldness and felt unable to handle it. Continuing this conversation would lead to heaven knows what shocking remarks. Seeing Emil listening intently, Brandon went over, grabbed its ear, and pulled it aside. As for Scott, it had already entered his body to recuperate. Master, I don't feel too good. It seems something is watching us, Emil muttered with its head down after they walked not far. It always knew how to seek safety, sensing danger most acutely, a natural instinct. Brandon's expression turned solemn. I also have an uneasy feeling. The mad beast abyss is indeed perilous. We shouldn't act rashly. Let's retreat. He originally wanted to investigate, but now he dismissed the idea due to the strong premonition of danger. Beware. Suddenly, Brandon shouted in alarm. Whoosh. Intense malevolent energy was cut through, revealing a sharp edge slashing towards Emil. Emil reacted extremely fast, its chubby body curling up and flattening on the ground, narrowly avoiding the edge. Now Brandon could see clearly what attacked Emil. It was a giant mantis nearly 10 feet long, swinging its sickle-like forelegs. Its speed was so great that Brandon and Emil only saw a sharp edge. Undoubtedly, the mantis's forelegs were terrifying, incredibly sharp, slicing through metal like butter. The mantis changed its attack trajectory downward, intending not to let Emil off easily. Ding! A golden shield appeared around Emil, blocking the foreleg. Brandon wasn't just standing idly by. He took out the silver spirit sword, turning it into an electric whip that precisely wrapped around the mantis's foreleg. Then he exerted full strength, pulling the electric whip. Whoosh! The mantis was lifted off the ground. As the mantis flew into the air, Brandon retracted the electric whip, sending it flying far away. Hurry, let's go. First thing, Brandon urged Emil to retreat because he realized this mantis was formidable and might attract more extraordinary beasts lurking in the dark. Pang! The mantis slashed its forelegs, leaving deep marks on the ground. What happened? Kate and Patricia rushed over upon sensing the commotion. So big a mantis. Patricia's eyes widened in surprise. Mantises are common creatures, but usually only a few inches long, rarely exceeding a foot. However, this one was almost 10 feet long, a huge creature looking ferocious enough to shock anyone. Brandon warned, be careful, it's very powerful. Let me handle it. Patricia stepped forward immediately, a blood-colored spirit knife appearing in her hand to confront the violent mantis. Ding! The mantis's foreleg was incredibly tough, able to clash directly with the blood-colored knife. But after more than 10 clashes, cracks appeared on the mantis's foreleg, showing it wasn't as tough as the blood-colored knife. Just as Patricia planned to finish the mantis off, it burst with terrible force, releasing overwhelming malevolent energy. Pang! Patricia couldn't hold back, retreating rapidly. Before Brandon could react, Patricia bumped into his chest. Without much thinking, he caught her, trying to lessen the impact and stabilize himself. How does it feel? When Brandon sighed in relief, Patricia's soft voice whispered in his ear. Brandon was momentarily confused, not understanding her meaning. But the next moment, he realized his hand had landed on her prominent bosom, feeling intense movements. Embarrassed, Brandon quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to. If you meant to, your hand wouldn't be here anymore. Patricia shot him a glance. Luckily, Kate and Emil were busy dealing with the mantis and didn't notice this situation, or it would have been even more awkward. Patricia didn't say more, lunging again to help Kate and Emil. Brandon was somewhat dazed, glancing at his right hand, involuntarily recalling the soft touch just now, making him savor the moment. Next moment, he shook his head vigorously, dispelling these thoughts. Now was not the time for daydreaming. The mantis was at the xuanhuan realm. If Patricia was in her prime, dealing with it wouldn't be too difficult, but her current injuries and environment significantly weakened her, causing her to be suppressed by the mantis. Thanks to Brandon, Kate, and Emil working together, Patricia finally seized an opportunity and decapitated the mantis. The mad beasts in the mad beast abyss truly live up to their name. They're indeed formidable. Patricia couldn't help but remark. Dealing with just one xuanhuan beast required so much effort and almost worsened her injuries. Quick, retreat. Brandon's pupils suddenly constricted as he shouted a warning. Simultaneously, he moved lightning fast toward Patricia. Patricia hadn't reacted when she saw Brandon rushing towards her, knocking her down. Ding! A bronze mirror emerged from Brandon's back, blocking the mantis's foreleg, but the sharp edge carried through the mirror, slicing into Brandon's back. Suddenly, the spirit spider silk robe that Brandon wore close to his body tore open, and then a long wound appeared on Brandon's back, with blood gushing out. It was only due to his formidable physique that he survived. If it were anyone else, they would have likely been split in two by now. Patricia stood there in a daze, as this scene felt oddly familiar. Back at Mount Evil Wolf, Brandon had also pounced on her to block the shadow demon blade for her. On the other side, the mantis's other scythe-like foreleg slashed across Emil's body. Emil didn't even have time to activate its crystal golden light shield before the foreleg nearly sliced it in half. Bang! Kate took action, activating the bronze bell to knock the headless mantis away. The mantis struggled a few more times, but eventually lay still. Everyone had let their guard down, thinking decapitating the mantis meant killing it. They hadn't anticipated that after losing its head, it could still launch such a terrifying attack. Brandan, how are you? Patricia's eyes brimmed with concern. Brandan coughed up blood, struggling to sit up. Still alive. This trip to Mount Evil Wolf had been brutal for him. His injuries hadn't healed when he sustained new ones. Being injured by the giant mantis wasn't just superficial. His internal organs and meridians were damaged. More importantly, a peculiar force invaded his body, spreading wildly. A sensation so unbearable. Kate walked over, frowning at the wound on Brandan's back. The wound has turned black. You're poisoned. It's Mad Beast evil poison, Patricia said, her expression changing drastically. Information about the Mad Beast abyss flooded her mind. Realizing Brandan was in deep trouble, she hurriedly warned, guard your soul consciousness. Don't let the Mad Beast evil poison erode it, or you'll lose your sanity and go mad. Hearing this, Brandan was startled. He hadn't expected this poison to be so bizarre, directly eroding the soul. No wonder he felt odd sensations within his soul. Without hesitation, he immediately entered the moon ovary stone and began circulating the purple mansion nourishing Sinu's meridian to purify the poison invading his soul. Luckily, Patricia's timely warning meant only a small amount of the poison had invaded, not causing significant harm yet. Oh no. Brandan suddenly realized something, turning to look at Emil beside him. Emil had also been injured by the mantis, and worse off than him, clearly also infected with Mad Beast evil poison. Patricia and Kate noticed the situation too, realizing as an extraordinary beast, Emil might succumb to the poison faster. Without thinking, Brandan endured the excruciating pain on his back and quickly approached Emil. Placing a hand on the wound, he activated his cultivation method to rapidly draw out the poison from Emil's body. Emil had fallen unconscious, unable to resist the poison with its will. The only way to save it was this. Hold on. Emil was directly hit by the foreleg. He has far more Mad Beast evil poison in his body than you do. If you absorb all of it into yourself, you won't be able to withstand it. Kate tried to stop him. Brandan replied, that's exactly why I must extract the Mad Beast evil poison. I can't stand by and watch Emil go mad. During their time at Mount Evil Wolf, Emil had risked its life to protect him. He fully recognized Emil's loyalty and wouldn't let it suffer. Quickly find Senior Patricia instructed. Kate understood and plunged into the thick aura. Patricia didn't just stand idly by. She circulated her xuanhuan power into Brandan's body to help suppress the poison. But as soon as she did this, Brandan spat out a mouthful of blood, and fresh blood poured from the wound on his back. Seeing this, Patricia quickly retracted her power, afraid to act recklessly. It didn't take long for Brandan to extract all the Mad Beast evil poison from Emil's body, transferring it entirely into himself. However, a small amount of poison had already invaded Emil's soul, which it would need to handle on its own. Brandan wasn't afraid of the Mad Beast evil poison. He used the golden dragon chi to devour it just like he did with the Shadow Demon Blade's poison. Though the Mad Beast evil poison was bizarre, its essence was similar to the Shadow Demon Blade's toxicity, within the range of what could be devoured. Brandan used a bit of his soul power to wake Emil up from its coma. Delaying the purification of the poison in its soul would lead to severe consequences. Squawk, it hurts so much. Emil screamed in pain as soon as it woke up. It wasn't lacking endurance but truly felt immense pain, having almost been sliced in two, with its spine injured. Brandan sternly said, calm down and quickly purify the Mad Beast evil poison invading your soul. Otherwise, you'll soon become one of the Mad Beasts. Become a Mad Beast? I don't want to. Emil instantly shivered at the thought. Having evolved into a spiritual beast and gaining sentience, it didn't want to regress into a state of confusion. After reminding Emil, Brandan immediately calmed his mind, dispelling distractions, and focused on purifying the poison. He found that though the poison invading his soul was minimal, it was very tenacious and trying to expand, making it difficult to purge. Luckily, his soul was powerful, and his will as strong as rock, resisting the poison's erosion. After some time, he successfully purified it. When Brandan opened his eyes, he saw Davidson beside him. Seeing everyone looking at him, Brandan smiled slightly. I'm fine. Despite saying this, his physical injuries and excessive blood loss made him very weak, pale-faced and breathing faintly. You can even resist Mad Beast evil poison? Patricia looked incredibly surprised. Brandan replied, my body can resist it, but my soul cannot. You're practically immune to all poisons, Patricia remarked. Brandan shook his head. Not really. I've only absorbed a strange substance that gives me some resistance against toxins. Far from being immune to all poisons. True immunity means the body can break down toxins on its own, not needing to use golden dragon chi to devour them. However, possessing golden dragon chi meant he feared few toxins, a significant advantage. You're okay, and that's all that matters. I was so worried. Patricia sighed in relief. In the next moment, she flashed a mischievous smile, leaning close to Brandan's ear. Do you like me? Hearing this, Brandan's heart raced wildly, almost jumping out of his chest, and this caused the newly healed wound on his back to reopen, bleeding profusely again. Realizing she had gone too far, Patricia knew she had made a mistake. She intended to tease Brandan but hadn't considered his current physical state. Before she could do anything, Brandan lost consciousness, collapsing into her arms. She couldn't believe that after withstanding attacks from 2 Golden Core Realm cultivators and falling into the Mad Beast abyss, Brandan hadn't fainted. Salt. He passed out because of a single sentence from her, leaving her at a loss for words and unsure how to explain the situation to others. Chapter 77. Surge of the Wild Beasts. Where am I? Brandan was bewildered, his ethereal soul standing in an unknown place. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a bizarre, dreamlike world, permeated by swirling mists that made everything seem fantastical. Salt, he was certain this was no dream but a strange power that had guided his soul to this unfamiliar realm. Brandan couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. If his soul had been dragged into some perilous place, there was a real chance he might never return. But I can still sense a faint connection. My physical body shouldn't be too far away, he thought, relieved after sensing around. His soul was still too weak to stray too far or too long from his body without risking decay. The next human realm would focus on nurturing one's spirit, making the soul much stronger. Stabilizing his thoughts, Brandan started exploring this place, hoping to find his way back soon. Walking for what seemed like ages, nothing changed in his environment. It remained eerily calm, unnervingly quiet, and void of any danger. Surprisingly, his soul didn't feel weaker. It remained vibrant, indicating that this place was special indeed. What's that? Suddenly, Brandan sensed something. Activating his soul heavenly eye, he pierced through obstacles to see into the distance. Could it be? Instantly, a suspicion formed in his mind. Suppressing his emotions, Brandan approached quickly. Ahead was the densest concentration of mist, almost liquid in form. In the heart of this thick fog stood a lustrous lotus dais made of jade-like glass, pure and sacred. On this dais sat a graceful figure, flickering between existence and invisibility, unstable but present. Brandan recognized her as Harlow, who had seemingly perished alongside demon overlord Han Hai. She had once been the most celebrated new venerable of the Zulu battleground, peerless in her elegance. So, she's still alive, Brandan realized with clarity. He deduced that he must now be inside Harlow's Oswald Glong Pagoda, where she had guided him. Previously, Brandan had tried to penetrate her soul, but failed due to a powerful barrier. Harlow is nearly at the stage of achieving a primordial spirit, but not quite there yet, Brandan murmured. The Oswald Glong Pagoda contained an innate prenatal chi, sustaining her spirit when all else failed. Without the pagoda's protection, Harlow would have met her end long ago. Her soul appeared dormant, unable to communicate with him, suggesting that the pagoda itself had drawn his spirit here to uncover some truth. Is it asking me to help Harlow overcome this crisis? Brandan guessed. He supposed the pagoda was intelligent enough to seek aid on its own behalf. Examining Harlow closely, Brandan noted that while her soul was solid, only part of it had transformed into a primordial spirit. The prenatal chi within the pagoda aided this transformation slowly. If the prenatal chi were exhausted before she reached the primordial spirit stage, Dominique would still meet her demise. Perhaps I can transfer Harlow's soul into the moon matriarch stone space, Brandan thought, though he shook his head immediately after. He didn't know Dominique well, wary of aiding someone who might betray him. This decision required careful consideration. Turning his gaze, Brandan noticed intricate patterns on the jade lotus dais, which seemed like words. Although he didn't understand them initially, upon touching them with his soul force, their meanings became clear. Investigating further, Brandan decoded all the symbols, his eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. It's a secret technique for cultivating a primordial spirit armor, explaining how Harlow survived. Initially, he had seen Dominique's soul encased in peculiar armor, thinking it illusory, but it turned out to be cultivated using a special technique. The method was exquisite, allowing cultivation of extraordinary armor to protect and evolve the primordial spirit. Excitement filled Brandan. This unexpected discovery would be useful for protecting his own soul. With his current soul strength, he could attempt this technique, safeguarding his spirit from damage. I owe you, so I'll help you. Looking at Dominique's soul, Brandan promised softly. He then used mental commands to connect with the mysterious ancient lamp, pulling his soul back into his body. True to his word, he redirected the unique power within the moon matriarch stone space into the Oswald Glong Pagoda, speeding up Dominique's progress. Recalling several leaves from the cold stone star vine to aid in the condensation of her primordial spirit, Brandan added these to the pagoda. Knowing better than to accept favors without repayment, he provided Dominique with substantial aid. Only after completing this did Brandan's consciousness truly reunite with his body. Upon regaining awareness, he realized someone was holding him, detecting a faint fragrance nearby. Expanding his soul power, he understood the situation instantly. He was lying in Patricia's embrace, resting on her arm, feeling almost as if it were a dream. Unsure how long he had been unconscious, he noticed his back wound had scabbed over, clearly treated. Wake up, naughty one. Do you want me to keep holding you? As Brandan pondered, Patricia whispered into his ear, pinching his waist playfully. Jumping slightly in pain, Brandan opened his eyes hastily, sitting up, a hint of embarrassment showing. Brandan, you're awake. How are you feeling? Kate asked, rushing over. Feeling a bit odd about the question, Brandan smiled gently. I'm fine. By the way, how long was I out? Just 3 days, Patricia replied. Startled, Brandan hadn't expected to be out so long, a sign of his frailty. Did anything happen? Brandan asked. Only a few wild beasts, but uncle he took care of them, Kate answered. Has the city lord woken up yet? Brandan asked again. Kate shook her head, worry clouding her eyes. Not yet. We've tried everything to wake father. Don't worry, the city lord will be fine, Brandan reassured her quickly. He believed that with Dylan's willpower, he would surely pull through this calamity. Master, why don't you care about me at all? At this moment, Emil's voice sounded. It came close, its face showing displeasure. Brandan reached out to ruffle Emil's head and smiled. Look at you. You're doing just fine, right? The poison should be fully neutralized by now. Of course, my soul and will are incredibly strong. Emil couldn't help but raise his head proudly. Patricia shot a glance at it and added sarcastically. I wonder who was rolling on the ground in pain earlier, crying for their mommy and daddy. If it weren't for me, there would be another frenzied beast here. Miss Yin, you're my grandma, can't you save some of my dignity? Who does that to their own team? Emil was speechless, rolling his eyes at Patricia. Silence. Suddenly, Davidson's expression turned grave from the side. Everyone immediately stopped jesting, becoming cautious upon hearing him. Humming. Soon after, everyone heard an unusual sound rapidly approaching. Davidson's expression changed, Protect the city lord. Immediately, he charged into the thick, killing aura and vanished without a trace. The next moment, powerful energy fluctuations spread out, indicating Davidson was battling the frenzied beasts. What is the frenzied beast abyss? Brandan asked curiously. Patricia explained seriously. The frenzied beast abyss is a place of great peril. Its environment is unique, giving rise to many terrifying frenzied beasts. Any living being entering it for too long may become frenzied. Once, even cultivators who had formed their primordial spirits ventured in and never returned. Upon hearing this, Brandan was alarmed. The danger of the frenzied beast abyss was far worse than he imagined, practically a no-go zone for living beings. If a formidable frenzied beast appeared, say one at the golden core level, they could easily be wiped out. Be careful, frenzied beasts are coming, Brandan loudly warned before finishing his sentence. A frenzied beast emerged from the killing aura, stirring up a gale as it swept towards Brandan and the others. Whoa, such a huge mosquito. Emil couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was indeed a mosquito, just incredibly large, measuring 7 feet long and bloated, almost the size of a fat sheep. Being bitten by it would mean draining every drop of blood. Kate instantly activated the bronze bell, protecting Dylan and preventing the mosquito from getting closer. Patricia drew her blood-colored spirit knife and attacked the mosquito. After resting for a few days, her injuries were mostly healed, allowing her to perform at near peak capacity. Moreover, she had consolidated her cultivation, converting all her spiritual energy into core power, significantly enhancing her strength. Emil reacted quickly, summoning the crystal golden light shield to cover himself and Brandan. The mosquito was very powerful. Patricia had to exert considerable effort to finally slay it. Uncle, he hasn't returned yet, and more frenzied beasts have breached through. It seems he's having trouble, Kate frowned, her eyes full of worry. If something happened to Davidson, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Brandan said solemnly, we must wake the city lord as soon as possible and leave the frenzied beast abyss early. With that, he walked over, ready to try again. This time, he directly sent his soul out of his body and crashed into Dylan's. His method proved effective. Dylan's body trembled, reacting to the soul impact. One more time. Without pausing, Brandan impacted Dylan's soul again. Despite this taking a toll on his soul power, he didn't mind given the current situation. Quick, a large number of frenzied beasts are rushing over. Davidson burst out from the killing aura, covered in blood, looking very urgent. Swish. The dense killing aura surged wildly like a torrential river. Everyone clearly felt the abyss shaking as if an earthquake struck. Wake up. Brandan's soul shouted, crashing into Dylan's body once more. At that moment, a rhinoceros-shaped frenzied beast led the charge, its massive form like a small mountain, emitting an extremely ferocious aura with its horn glowing, releasing fearsome lightning. Davidson attempted to stop it, but was thrown back with a single blow. Seeing the interwoven lightning nets extending towards Brandan and the others, the unconscious Dylan suddenly opened his eyes, palm outstretched to destroy all the lightning. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand, striking the rhinoceros frenzied beast in midair. Poof! The tough-skinned rhinoceros was no match for the sword, splitting into 2 halves. Dad. Kate was visibly moved seeing Dylan awaken and ruthlessly slay the rhinoceros. Brandan's soul returned to his body, leaving him feeling dazed and somewhat depleted. Waking Dylan came at a cost, nearly plunging him back into unconsciousness. What happened? Dylan asked. This is the frenzied beast abyss, Kate replied. No need for further explanation. Knowing this was the frenzied beast abyss made anyone understand the gravity of the situation. Dylan's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he released golden core power, enveloping everyone and soaring skyward. Leaving the frenzied beast abyss was now the best and only choice. City Lord, I'm sorry. I interrupted your cultivation, Brandan apologized. In the moment of waking Dylan, he learned that the delay wasn't solely due to severe injuries. More importantly, Dylan was in a special cultivation state, condensing his primordial spirit. With more time, he could have smoothly achieved a breakthrough. Dylan shook his head. It's fine. Now isn't the time for cultivation. If you hadn't woken me, we'd all become fodder for the frenzied beasts. To him, disrupting his cultivation was regrettable, but he grasped the key to condensing his primordial spirit. Once things settled, a brief seclusion would ensure his advancement. There was no need to rush. Dylan looked up, sensing imminent danger. Without thinking, he swung his long sword upward, releasing a fierce blade of energy. Rip! The thick killing aura parted, revealing a massive creature. It resembled a giant lizard with crimson scales and enormous wings also covered in scales, exhaling scorching flames with each wing beat. Winged fire dragon. Recognizing the creature, Patricia gasped. She had heard of these beings but never seen one. This one was much larger than she imagined, truly vast enough to block out the sun, exuding a fearsome aura. Dylan's blade of energy failed to penetrate its scales, demonstrating its formidable defense. Though his attack was hasty and not at full power, the winged fire dragon remained unharmed, proving how fearsome it was. Hiss! The winged fire dragon opened its mouth, spewing a deluge of flames down. Dylan had no choice but to speed downward with everyone, unable to fight back while protecting Brandan and the others. Bellow! Roars echoed from below as numerous frenzied beasts surged upwards. Dylan's heart grew heavy. Surrounded above and below by frenzied beasts, escaping the frenzied beast abyss today wouldn't be easy. The frenzied beasts launched their attacks, driven into madness by the scent of fresh blood from the rhinoceros's death. Given this commotion, what he would face would be a flood of beasts, something no one who entered the frenzied beast abyss wanted to encounter. A flood of beasts was uncontrollable. If it unleashed some dominant frenzied beasts, even cultivators who had formed their primordial spirits might not be able to retreat unscathed. Dylan was already feeling immense pressure. Regardless of other matters, just the winged fire dragon above posed a significant problem. City Lord, let us down. Carrying us will only be a hindrance, Brandan said very seriously. He believed that without them as a burden, Dylan could extricate himself smoothly. He thought clearly. It was better for someone to survive rather than all dying together. Kate added, Brandan is right, father. Quickly let us down. City Lord, allow me to self-detonate my false core to clear a path for you all, Davidson said with determined eyes. He also thought clearly, sacrificing himself to secure a glimmer of hope for everyone. Given this commotion, what he would face would be a flood of beasts, something no one who entered the frenzied beast abyss wanted to encounter. A flood of beasts was uncontrollable. If it unleashed some dominant frenzied beasts, even cultivators who had formed their primordial spirits might not be able to retreat unscathed. Dylan was already feeling immense pressure. Regardless of other matters, just the winged fire dragon above posed a significant problem. City Lord, let us down. Carrying us will only be a hindrance, Brandan said very seriously. He believed that without them as a burden, Dylan could extricate himself smoothly. He thought clearly. It was better for someone to survive rather than all dying together. Kate added, Brandan is right, father. Quickly let us down. City Lord, allow me to self-detonate my false core to clear a path for you all, Davidson said with determined eyes. He also thought clearly, sacrificing himself to secure a glimmer of hope for everyone. Chapter 78, Life and Death Together. Dylan said nothing, only encasing everyone tightly within his golden core essence energy. His stance was clear. He would not sacrifice anyone, nor would he escape alone. During the days he spent unconscious, his injuries had healed considerably with the aid of medicinal pills, allowing him to unleash most of his power. As long as no crazed beast beyond the golden core realm appeared, he remained fearless. Attack. With a roar, Dylan swung his sword at the crazed beasts charging below. The winged fire dragons above were too formidable, so he had to find another breakthrough point. The entrance of the mad beast abyss stretched for hundreds of miles, and it was impossible for the dragons to fully seal it. Pooh! Confronting Dylan's full force, crazed beasts exploded one after another, their blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the sky blood red. Seeing this, the aggressive and ferocious nature of the winged fire dragons was further ignited. Their scales flared open, releasing extremely violent flames that even ignited the Sa-Chi, creating an expansive sea of fire surging towards Dylan. Realizing the situation, Dylan immediately formed intricate seals, invoking the elemental energy of heaven and earth, manifesting surging waves of water to counter the raging inferno. Zish! Amidst piercing sounds, the towering waves of water rapidly evaporated and failed to extinguish the sea of fire as intended. Witnessing this, Dylan's expression darkened. He knew that the winged fire dragons were using the endless malevolent chi to fuel their flames, giving them a geographical advantage. Unless he could overpower them with sheer strength, he would remain at a disadvantage. Taking advantage of the temporary resistance from the fire sea, Dylan flew downwards as fast as possible to break away from the winged fire dragon's pursuit. Boom! The abyss shook violently, countless rocks soared up, forming a small mountain that crashed into the sea of fire. But this move still couldn't quench the sea of fire. The mountain merely supported for a moment before quickly melting into hot magma, cascading down. How terrifying these winged fire dragons are. Their singular fire attribute is this powerful. Dylan felt greatly shocked. Mastering just one attribute didn't necessarily mean weakness. Pushing any attribute to its peak could be extremely formidable. This winged fire dragon was an excellent example, its fire attribute being so strong it could incinerate everything in its path. Though Dylan possessed all 5 elements, none of them could contend with the winged fire dragon in this abyss. Dragon and serpent dance. Dylan put away his sword and unleashed a potent battle technique. Suddenly, water and fire emerged simultaneously, transforming into a water dragon and a fire serpent, intertwining and merging their powers as they charged forward. This was a combat technique combining water and fire attributes. Contrary elements when combined, could unleash astonishing destructive power. Ayo! The water and fire-formed dragon and serpent roared. Boom! The sea of fire was forcibly torn apart as the dragon and serpent lunged toward the winged fire dragon. With 2 sharp claws, the winged fire dragon caught the water dragon on the left and the fire serpent on the right. Bang! As it tightened its grip, both creatures burst apart, releasing a powerful force that sent the winged fire dragon flying. However, its scale armor was incredibly strong, suffering only minor damage with a trickle of blood. Dylan frowned. Despite employing dual attribute fusion techniques, he couldn't cause significant harm to the winged fire dragon. The situation was truly dire. Just as he was thinking, an abrupt change occurred. A fierce wind erupted, carrying countless razor-sharp wind blades with an intangible but devastating cutting force. Bang! Instantly, the protective shield Dylan created with golden core essence shattered, throwing Brandan, Patricia, and the others off by the wind gusts. Dylan immediately acted, weaving threads of golden core essence to ensnare everyone. However, the rampant wind prevented him from succeeding, managing only to save Kate and Davidson, who were closest to him. Father, save them quickly, Kate cried anxiously. Dylan tried hard, creating a web of golden core essence, but failed to retrieve Brandan, Patricia, and Troy. In a blink, they were swallowed by the malevolent chi, disappearing without a trace. Sensing a terrifying presence approaching from behind, Dylan stopped chasing. Without hesitation, he burned his essence blood and golden core to unleash his strongest attack. A heavenly sword beam that tore through the Sa-Chi, soaring into the sky. Thud. The winged fire dragon's body was pierced, creating a foot-wide blood-stained hole. Blood rained down. Without hesitation, Dylan carried Kate and Davidson and surged upwards. Before the Sa-Chi reformed, they managed to escape the mad beast abyss. Note, Sa-Chi is a term from the original text which I'm assuming you want to keep as is. If you prefer it translated or explained, please let me know. To improve fluency and accuracy. While the Sa-Chi had yet to coalesce again, they made their escape from the mad beast abyss. Opportunities like this were fleeting. If the malevolent chi closed in again, they might never get out. Bang! A golden light chased after them, striking Dylan's back hard despite his high-grade armor, causing severe injury. Run. Enduring immense pain and worsening injuries, Dylan fled swiftly, evading the terrifying presence within the mad beast abyss and avoiding further attacks from the mountain wolf experts. Dad, aren't we going to look for Brandan? Kate's eyes filled with worry. Dylan's face turned grim. No choice. A terrifying creature has awakened in the mad beast abyss. Staying longer would mean certain death. If not for this, he wouldn't have resorted to burning his essence blood and golden core, unleashing his ultimate strike. This action damaged his Tao foundation, severely injuring his primordial energy, making recovery uncertain, possibly preventing him from ever condensing a spirit embryo, destroying his future prospects. He regretted not acting earlier. That way, he could have saved Brandan and the others as well. Events were unpredictable. Without the sudden appearance of that terrifying creature, things wouldn't have ended this way. Kate fell silent. Perhaps coming to Mountain Wolf to rescue people was a mistake from the start. After numerous dangers, losing 2 Pill Core Realm experts, and the survivors badly injured, they still failed to save Patricia and lost Brandan, Hassan, and Troy, filling her heart with guilt. Undoubtedly, this would become a permanent mental knot, perhaps never to be resolved. At the bottom of the mad beast abyss, Brandan, Patricia, and Troy were blown away like floating weeds, unable to stop. Fortunately, Brandan reacted quickly, producing a silver spirit sword that transformed into a lightning whip, entwining around Patricia and Troy to prevent separation. SCZ. Wind blades flew past, leaving deep cuts on Brandan, Patricia, and Troy, blood spraying everywhere. Luckily, the wind blade's power had weakened significantly, derived from the wind itself. If it had been at full strength initially, any single blade could have sliced them in two. Even so, Brandan felt terrible, as his spirit spider silk clothing was completely destroyed. Shwa. A wind blade passed under Brandan, causing him to shiver, nearly costing him his manhood. Patricia also suffered. Though she reached the Pill Core realm, her physical resilience wasn't much better than Brandan's. Seeing the wind blades growing denser, she had no choice but to reveal her true form, summoning bloody feathers that enveloped her body in a cloak of feathers. However, the wind blades were too powerful, slicing through her feather cloak and adding new wounds to her body. Fortunately, Troy had thick skin and tough flesh. Although he was covered in blood, it was mostly superficial injuries that posed no threat to his life. Brandan's thoughts raced, and he activated the secret power within him, energizing the ancient rune talisman. Instantly, patterns of runes extended from the ancient rune talisman, forming an armor-like layer on his body, drastically increasing his defense. With a sudden exertion, Brandan pulled on the lightning whip, drawing both Troy and Patricia back to him. In the next moment, he wrapped his arm around Patricia's slender waist, pulling them both onto Troy's back. Immediately, their bodies were pressed tightly together. The wind blades had shredded their clothes, leaving almost nothing between them as they could clearly feel each other's body heat. Feeling the warmth of Patricia's soft abdomen under his hand, Brandan was struck like by an electric shock. His heart raced uncontrollably, pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. Patricia reached out and pinched Brandan's waist fiercely. In a situation like this, you're still thinking about such things? Embarrassed by her words, Brandan knew he couldn't be blamed for his reaction. Any man, faced with such intimate contact with someone as beautiful as Patricia, would have an accelerated heartbeat. If he didn't react at all, that would be truly abnormal. Brandan didn't bother explaining. It wasn't the time for such concerns. If there was no change in circumstances, they might indeed die. With the power of the ancient rune talisman, he barely managed to defend against the wind blades. However, the talisman consumed his energy too quickly, and he couldn't sustain it for long. Brandan, thank you. You are the first man who has risked everything for me. If we survive this, I will marry you. Patricia turned to him, her face serious. She then lightly kissed Brandan's cheek, a seductive smile gracing her features. Hearing her words and feeling the kiss, Brandan was momentarily stunned, his mind blank, heart pounding wildly. He hadn't expected her to say such a thing, nor to act as she did, leaving him unsure of what to do. At a time like this, you two are still talking about love? What about my feelings as a single mouse? Troy rolled his eyes. Snapping out of his daze, Brandan slapped Troy's bloody bottom, making him yelp in pain. You've done it. Now you can't stop me from saying it, Troy muttered. Before Brandan could respond, he noticed something and his eyes lit up. He took out the silver spirit sword again, transforming it into a lightning whip, extending it to its fullest length. Snap. He swung the lightning whip, trying to catch hold of something. But after several attempts, he failed, as the whip caught nothing. What are you doing? Patricia asked, puzzled, seeing only Brandan whipping the air. Brandan remained silent, focusing entirely. He channeled his soul strength into the lightning whip and lashed out again. The next moment, the lightning whip tightened around something, taut as a string. It worked. Joy filled Brandan's eyes. Without delay, he rapidly retracted the lightning whip, pulling them sideways. The process was arduous, with strong winds opposing their movement. Pooh! A powerful wind blade pierced through his defenses, slicing open a wound on his wrist. The sharp pain made him loosen his grip involuntarily, nearly losing hold of the whip. At this critical moment, a delicate hand joined his, tightly holding the whip together. With their combined effort, the lightning whip slowly shortened, gradually moving them to the side. They clung tightly to Troy with their legs, ensuring he wasn't left behind. Finally, they escaped the storm of wind blades and reached the edge of the abyss. Only then did Patricia see that the lightning whip was wrapped around a protruding stone pillar. She marveled at how Brandan had managed this, especially given the distance and obscured vision due to the Sha-Chi. Adding to the challenge were the strong winds, which made it extremely difficult for the lightning whip to accurately latch onto the stone pillar. However, before they could relax, another change occurred. Crack! The sturdy stone pillar suddenly snapped, along with the entire rock wall collapsing rapidly. A tremendous suction force appeared, pulling the two humans and the mouse into the newly formed cave within the crumbling wall. Bang! Inside the cave, numerous jagged rocks were hit by them, causing bruises and broken bones as they collided violently. Colliding with a large stone column, Brandan finally stopped, managing to stabilize himself in the darkness. He swiftly grabbed Patricia as she flew past, pulling her close. But just then, Troy also flew past on the other side, and Brandan couldn't reach out in time to grab him. With great effort, Brandan pulled Patricia to his side, leaning against the stone column to resist the powerful suction from deep within the cave. Watch out! Suddenly, Brandan pulled Patricia tightly into his embrace. Boom! A massive boulder smashed down right where Patricia had been standing. The force of the boulder shattered the stone column they had been leaning on. With this, Brandan and Patricia lost their support and were propelled deeper into the cave. This time, however, they remained tightly hugging each other. Patricia didn't resist but instead reached out to hold Brandan, bringing them even closer, melding their bodies as one. Being able to die with you, I can say that fate hasn't been unkind to me, Patricia whispered into Brandan's ear. Moved by her words, Brandan held her even tighter, as if afraid she might leave him. To have such company in his final moments was indeed fortunate. ####Chapter 79. Ruined Remains. Bang. At one moment, the powerful suction force vanished, and everything swirling within the cave fell to the ground as dust settled. Brandan and Patricia clung tightly to each other, buried under a pile of rocks of varying sizes, motionless for a long time. Meow. With a cat's cry, Scott appeared atop the rock pile. It had remained inside Brandan's body, not affected by the impact. The injuries it sustained earlier were also almost fully healed. Scott released spiritual energy with a sudden vibration, sending the rocks burying Brandan and Patricia flying, revealing their figures. They're both unconscious, yet they're still holding each other so tightly. Brandan, she's a bird, and you're not at all picky. Scott couldn't help but shake its head in exasperation. Though Patricia appeared beautiful as a human, her true form was a blood phoenix, an oddity. In the cultivation world, though there were no explicit prohibitions against humans and oddities being together, such relationships were mostly taboo and had few precedents. Hence, Scott couldn't help but worry that Brandan might end up regretting it. Suddenly, Scott made a discovery. It flashed several times and landed near another rock pile nearby, releasing spiritual energy once again. When the chaotic rocks flew away, a chubby figure emerged. It could only be Emil. Scott stepped forward, slapping Emil on the forehead with a claw. Ow! Who hit me? Emil yelped, scrambling to his feet. Scott glared at him. Stop shouting. It's me. If I hadn't woken you up, how long were you planning to sleep here? It's Master Black. I was wondering who dared to hit me on the head. Emil immediately cowered, his eyes filled with appeasement. Looking around, Emil asked, Where are we? Where's the master? Your master is over there. As for where we are, I don't know either, but we should be temporarily out of danger. Scott said nonchalantly. The cave was too deep, and no one knew where it led. Unfortunately, they probably couldn't return the same way because the cave had collapsed on a large scale, blocking the path. Moreover, they couldn't risk encountering wild beasts outside, which they wouldn't be able to handle. Master Black, what do we do now? Emil asked. Scott responded irritably, You ask me, who should I ask? Can you give me something to eat then? My stomach is about to shrink from hunger. Emil covered his belly, which kept growling. This time, Scott didn't argue. It was hungry too. Their cultivation levels weren't high enough yet to reach a point where they could abstain from food. Immediately, Scott took some prepared rations from the spatial necklace. Eat sparingly. We don't know when we'll get out. With limited supplies, they needed to plan ahead to last longer. After eating a bit, Scott approached Brandan and Patricia, deciding to wake them up first and then find a way out together. Its method was simple and brutal, striking Brandan and Patricia on the heads, using pain to jolt them awake. This proved highly effective. Brandan and Patricia, like Emil, woke up right away. Upon waking, Brandan quickly let go of Patricia, embarrassed. His face turned red. Patricia's cheeks flushed too, avoiding Brandan's gaze. You've already embraced her. Why be shy now? You aren't straightforward at all. Scott couldn't help but sneer at their actions. Patricia glared at Scott. Who are you calling not straightforward? I've always been bold and daring. Fine, you say what you want. I won't argue with a woman, but let me remind you to change your clothes before I go blind. Scott covered its eyes dramatically. Patricia instantly realized her clothes were tattered and barely covering important areas. She immediately released xuanhuan qi to create a barrier around herself to change into new clothes. Brandan did the same, changing without much ceremony in front of Scott and Emil. Pity his precious spirit spider silk garment was destroyed this time, and he'd need a new one after getting out. After a while, Patricia changed into a stunning red dress with a slit revealing part of her legs, emphasizing her tall, elegant figure, catching Brandan's attention. Do you see enough? As Brandan admired her, Patricia's voice snapped him back to reality. He quickly shifted his gaze, scratching his nose awkwardly, changing the subject. Scott, have you found anything? Why involve me? Don't you see I'm busy eating? Do you two want some? Scott held a piece of dried meat towards Brandan and Patricia. Brandan rolled his eyes, but walked over to grab some meat strips, offering them to Patricia. Eat first. She's a xuanhuan realm cultivator, capable of sustaining herself with qi. She doesn't need to eat, Scott interjected sarcastically. Emil nodded in agreement. Master Black is right. We should conserve our food. Keep talking, and I'll roast you, Patricia retorted angrily. Emil shrank back, stuffing his mouth with the meat strip, not daring to speak. It felt quite pitiful for him. He couldn't offend anyone. After a quick meal, Brandan and company began examining their surroundings, trying to find a way out. The entrance was blocked, leaving them no choice but to venture deeper into the cave. This cave was unusual. It lacked dense sha-qi, murderous aura, and had faint traces of spiritual energy. While Brandan, Scott, and Emil might struggle, Patricia could survive in this environment for extended periods. Brandan noticed that his soul power wasn't affected either, allowing him to release it freely. However, due to the strain of awakening Dylan earlier, his soul power's range was significantly reduced. At full strength, he extended his soul power 100 zhang. How deep can this cave be? Is there no end? Brandan wondered. He considered if reaching the cave's end would mean they had exited the abyss of wild beasts. The cave was dead silent, with no sign of life or vegetation, which was understandable for a dry, rocky environment unsuitable for plant growth. Emil, try digging through to the surface, Brandan suggested. Without hesitation, Emil got to work. Within moments, it dug a hole in the stone wall. But just as Brandan thought they had a chance, Emil retreated. Master, the rocks are too hard. I can't dig through. Reluctantly, Brandan abandoned the idea. He knew deeper underground meant harder rock layers even supreme cultivators couldn't easily penetrate. They had no choice but to press forward. For safety, Brandan extended his soul power, scanning 100 zhang ahead continuously. Emil carried Brandan, Patricia, and Scott, running swiftly through the vast cave. Despite traveling hundreds of miles in a blink, they still didn't reach the end, thankfully encountering no dangers along the way. Bang! Suddenly, Emil collided with an invisible barrier, throwing everyone off balance. Brandan instantly got up and approached the invisible barrier, looking rather excited. He was very surprised that he hadn't detected this invisible barrier earlier, which indicated how special it was. What in the world? I nearly died from that collision. Emil staggered to its feet, feeling dizzy. The speed had been too fast, and it had been hit quite hard. Its head even cracked a little. Brandan reached out to touch the invisible barrier, his heart racing with emotion. The reason was simple. He found that this invisible barrier was incredibly ancient and did not belong to this era. It must be a remnant from ancient times. This also meant that behind the invisible barrier, there could very well be an ancient ruin related to the ancestors of humanity. After the 10,000-year-long spirit-severing era, very few relics had survived. These relics might not mean much to others, but they were of immense significance to Brandan. Is this a natural boundary? Could there be treasures behind it? Patricia stepped forward as well, her eyes glowing with excitement. Finding a boundary deep within this dead cave was indeed a matter worth celebrating. Behind the boundary lay unknown possibilities. Brandan didn't speak. Instead, he summoned the mysterious ancient lamp with his mind and used secret energy to activate it, attempting to break through the boundary. The ancient lamp revived, its flame burning vigorously and dispelling the darkness, illuminating the dark cave brightly. Affected by the intense heat from the ancient lamp, the boundary rippled like water about to melt. But after a long time, although the boundary continuously rippled, it showed no signs of melting. Scott, lend a hand. Brandan called out. Scott immediately moved forward, using its innate ability, pressing its paws on the boundary, trying to tear it apart. For a moment, the boundary wavered more violently, and a tiny crack began to form. Seeing this, Patricia joined in, channeling her power into Scott's body. With Patricia's help, Scott's innate ability significantly strengthened, instantly widening the crack. Meow! Scott roared fiercely, its gaze sharp as it exerted more force with its paws. A tearing sound echoed as the boundary ripped open, creating a large gap wide enough for them to pass through. Without hesitation, everyone quickly entered through the gap, stepping into the boundary. The secret energy here is so dense. This place is indeed related to our ancestors. Brandan couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He now fully confirmed that this place had been created by human adepts, and the rich presence of secret energy made him feel incredibly comfortable. Cultivating human techniques here would certainly yield twice the results with half the effort. The energy here feels strange, making me feel suppressed. What kind of force is permeating this area? I can't absorb any of it at all. Patricia frowned deeply. Her experience was completely opposite to Brandan's, almost entirely incompatible. In just a short while, she felt dizzy, even drowsy. Not only her but Emil also experienced this, while Scott remained unaffected, able to absorb the secret energy as easily as Brandan. Patricia wanted to say something, but suddenly felt her vision darken, her body going limp. Fortunately, Brandan reacted quickly, catching her before she fell to the ground. Emil wasn't as fortunate, and simply collapsed after closing its eyes. Brandan looked worried, hurriedly checking Patricia's condition. Relieved, he found that her physical functions were normal, and that she was merely unconscious due to her inability to adapt to the environment. After ensuring Patricia was safe and posed no danger, Brandan placed her on Emil's back, using Emil as a cushion. Then, he and Scott explored the ruins left by their ancestors. During this process, he also circulated Jidao Tiangong, continuously absorbing the secret energy surrounding him. Brandan, have you noticed? After absorbing the secret energy here, the nurturing speed of the spleen has accelerated, Scott said joyfully. Brandan nodded. I've noticed. Perhaps we can use this place to complete the spleen's nurturing. This alone was a significant opportunity. The space beyond the boundary was vast, exuding an ancient and weathered atmosphere. Soon, Brandan and Scott came across some broken walls and remnants. There had once been a vast complex of buildings, but they had all been destroyed, leaving not a single intact wall. Snap! A crisp sound rang out as Brandan stepped on a bone, peculiarly shaped and undetermined in origin. What was certain was that this bone belonged to a powerful creature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived for 10,000 years. However, despite its former strength, it had ultimately decayed over time. The remaining bone lost its vitality and crumbled into dust upon being stepped on. Moments later, Scott discovered a broken halberd, rusted and turning to ashes upon contact. This place was once possibly a powerful sect, but it was sadly destroyed. Brandan couldn't help but sigh. Scott responded, "We don't know what terrifying existence the human Dao cultivation system offended back then, leading to its eradication from the roots, preventing the inheritance of the lineage. That's not something our present selves should explore. Not knowing isn't necessarily a bad thing," Brandan replied meaningfully. He was still too weak. If the terrifying existence that obliterated the human Tao cultivation system were to notice him, a single thought could annihilate him. Brandan, come quickly. Suddenly, Scott urgently called out. Hearing this, Brandan swiftly rushed over, standing at the edge of a cliff. Sols, it was indeed a cliff. In front of him lay a massive pit, roughly circular, over 1,000 zhang in diameter, resembling a crater formed by a meteor impact. That is. His gaze fixed on the pit, Brandan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 80, The Ultimate Treasure. Brandan was truly shocked, almost unable to believe his eyes, standing there in a daze. In the deep pit, there lay a massive creature, a golden dragon, coiled up, at least 100 zhang long. Its scales were larger than palm fans, emitting dazzling gold light that dispelled the darkness. Unlike the golden dragon in the Ishan's secret realm, this golden dragon was real, but it lay motionless, devoid of any life force, having died countless years ago. Unsurprisingly, this golden dragon must have been an ancient creature from the prehistoric era, perishing in the terrible catastrophe that befell that time, yet fortuitously preserving its entire body. Without doubt, this golden dragon must have been extremely powerful in life. After all, dragons are inherently among the strongest beings, born mighty. Scott's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a colossal dragon body, even a single scale is a precious treasure. Could this be the reward after narrowly escaping calamity? If they could remove the golden dragon's corpse, they would have no problem obtaining anything they desired in the future. Brandan released his soul power, carefully sensing the surroundings and confirming there were no dangers before he moved and jumped down into the pit. With the spiritual boots activated, Brandan flew to the dragon's head, closely examining the golden dragon. Although the golden dragon had been dead for an unimaginably long time, it still maintained a lifelike appearance, as if in deep slumber. The golden dragon's body is too large. We don't have space treasures big enough to contain it. And we probably can't even slice it. Brandan shook his head. To contain the golden dragon, they would need top-tier space treasures. The ones they had could only hold a few dragon scales. Scott said, then we picked the most valuable parts. Its gaze fixed on the 2 dragon horns, Scott immediately started to try to break one off. Crack. Unexpectedly, with just a bit of effort, Scott broke off one of the dragon horns. But the next moment, something strange happened. The enormous dragon body suddenly collapsed, turning to ashes along with its scales. It wasn't me. Scott was stunned. It had only intended to try breaking the dragon horn, not realizing that it would succeed and trigger such a chain reaction. 10,000 years without any nurturing chi, even if the golden dragon was once incredibly powerful, its physical body cannot remain incorrupt. It was only untouched before because no one disturbed it, Brandan explained. How come this dragon horn is still intact? Scott asked, holding the large dragon horn. Brandan touched the dragon horn. Indeed undamaged, it gleamed like jade, clear and bright, like a piece of art. The dragon horn condensed the essence of the golden dragon, making it very special, but the internal essence has been mostly depleted, greatly reducing its value, Brandan said. Scott chuckled. Regardless, this is still a treasure. There's another one down there. After speaking, both Brandan and Scott descended to the bottom of the pit, rummaging through the ashes. Soon, they found several items, not just dragon horns but also a dragon pearl, a piece of dragon bone, a crystallized dragon marrow, a dragon scale, and 4 dragon claws, far more than they had expected. These items undoubtedly contained the essence of the golden dragon, so their preservation was reasonable. All items had lost a significant amount of their internal essence, but still held considerable value, making them rare treasures. Dragons have a reverse scale, supposedly the hardest part. This should be it. Brandan examined the dragon scale closely. This dragon scale was indeed special, dark golden in color, with intricate ancient patterns seemingly engraved on it, like ancient characters. Ayo! Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, a small golden dragon flew out of Brandan's mystic fetus spirit sea. The golden dragon was formed from golden dragon chi, looking solid and full of vitality, indistinguishable from a true living being. In one swift move, the golden dragon swallowed the dragon pearl and the dragon marrow before returning to Brandan's body. Scott was momentarily stunned. Brandan, does this dragon chi actually possess intelligence? How did it know to come out and snatch things? Probably not, but if it integrates the dragon pearl and marrow, who knows? However, there's no need to worry. It has long fused with me and won't pose any threat, Brandan calmly replied. As long as the golden dragon chi posed no danger to him, he didn't mind whatever changes or mutations it underwent. Scott nodded slightly. That's true. The dragon horns, bones, and claws are too big to store. Let me see if I can directly refine them. Refine? Brandan showed surprise. Scott said, I have a secret technique in my mind that allows refining external objects into oneself. What do you think? Would it be cool if I grew a pair of dragon horns on my head? You better not mess around. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome, Brandan earnestly warned. Scott replied, relax, I'm just trying it out. I won't do anything reckless. With that, Scott began, releasing spiritual energy to wrap around one of the dragon horns and start the refinement process. Brandan stood guard beside Scott, watching closely. Should any issues arise, he would intervene immediately. However, his concerns proved unfounded. Scott's refinement of the dragon horn went smoothly and succeeded in a short time. A smaller dragon horn appeared on Scott's head, proportionate to its body. With a mental command, the dragon horn vanished, reappearing when commanded again. Not bad, now for the second one. Scott didn't waste any time, using spiritual energy to refine the other dragon horn. With experience from the first horn, refining the second was trouble-free. Next, Scott refined the dragon bone and the 2 dragon claws. The dragon bone was a segment of spine, which it integrated into its own spine, slowly assimilating. One day, its spine would become as tough as the dragon bone. Why don't you continue refining the remaining 2 dragon claws and the dragon scale? Brandan asked. He thought, since Scott could use them, they might as well give them all to it. Scott said, those are for you. Aren't you practicing the star-shattering dragon claw technique? These claws will be perfect for you, and the dragon scale can be used for protection. Are you suggesting I refine them? Brandan's eyes lit up. Admittedly, it was an excellent suggestion. With genuine dragon claws, mastering the star-shattering dragon claw technique would be much easier. Immediately, Scott taught Brandan the refinement method. Since it could do it, Brandan definitely wouldn't have a problem. With his remarkable talent, Brandan quickly mastered the technique and began refining like Scott. Following Scott's instructions, he refined the remaining 2 dragon claws and the dragon scale into his body, placing the claws in his hands and the scale over his heart, replacing the turtle shell. Without delay, Brandan tried using the dragon claws to practice the star-shattering dragon claw technique. His hands didn't transform into dragon claws, but claw shadows appeared, sharp and menacing, releasing terrifying destructive power. Boom. Just a claw shadow sent a nearby boulder shattering into powder. I finally mastered the star-shattering dragon claw technique. Brandan smiled, elated. Unable to resist, he practiced the technique fully, testing its current level. In an instant, rocks flew chaotically, dust rose, and claw shadows filled the air, accompanied by continuous dragon roars. Boom. When Brandan delivered the final strike, the ground exploded, the hard rock splitting apart. At this moment, Scott made an unexpected discovery. Strange energy emerged from underground, so rich in earth attributes and easily absorbable. Brandan, you've dug up some treasure, Scott exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Brandan hurriedly cleared away the rubble, but saw no treasure. However, more intense energy was released from beneath. Looking at each other, they both started digging vigorously together. Fortunately, they had already refined the dragon claws. Otherwise, with such hard rock, they truly wouldn't have been able to dig. They dug over 10 feet deep before the treasure finally revealed itself. A thick liquid composed of extremely pure earth essence. Neither Brandan nor Scott recognized this natural treasure, but they knew it was exceedingly precious and exactly what they needed at the moment. Using this special environment and the earth element spirit object here, we might have a chance to successfully cultivate the spleen, Scott said excitedly. Brandan felt equally excited. Once the 5 organs were cultivated, they would no longer need to suppress their cultivation levels and could easily advance to the next realm, multiplying their power. Immediately, Brandan and Scott sat cross-legged in the pit and began absorbing the earth element spirit object. This liquid form made absorption very easy, effortlessly integrating into the spleen. The rich secret force within this special space was drawn out like a flood, surging toward the pit. Brandan and Scott's bodies acted as bottomless pits, capable of containing an endless amount of energy. With the assistance of secret force, Brandan and Scott absorbed the earth element spirit object more efficiently. Their spleens seemed to have no bottlenecks, soaking up both the secret force and earth essence freely. It didn't take long for them to absorb all the earth element spirit objects, after which they took out the earth-type spirit object given by Dylan. There was no other choice. Cultivating the spleen required a vast amount of earth essence, far more than that initial clump of liquid. At one point, Brandan's 5 organs vibrated together, emitting 5 different hues of light that circulated endlessly. It's done. Brandan was elated. He had finally succeeded in cultivating all his 5 organs, reaching the internal nurturing completion stage. Breakthrough now. His eyes sparkled with determination, unwilling to delay any further. He had suffered enough from his current weak state and couldn't wait to strengthen himself. As for the Tao severing curse, having experienced it twice, he no longer felt any fear. To him, it was merely a test. Breaking through with the 5 elements complete posed no difficulty. It was just a matter of time. Brandan first advanced through the human realm system from inner nourishing to spirit concealing. Next, he broke through the immortal realm system from chi manipulation to matter control, with no conflict between the 2 systems. The moment he broke through, the Tao severing curse arrived as expected. However, he remained calm and dealt with it smoothly. After some time, Brandan successfully dispelled the Tao severing curse, overcoming yet another tribulation. By then, Scott had also broken through. Brandan, why does the Tao severing curse always appear when you break through? Has it targeted you specifically? Scott teased. Brandan shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, enduring it has great benefits. It's not so bad that it keeps showing up. You really are fearless, Scott shook his head. Brandan replied. What else can I do? I currently lack the ability to completely solve this problem, so I can only endure. Let's go and check around some more. With that, he moved swiftly and leaped out of the pit. This space was vast, with many dilapidated ruins. It had once been a significant sect, and the golden dragon in the pit had been its guardian spirit beast. However, despite searching thoroughly, Brandan and Scott found nothing more. Although this place may have once been strong, it had inevitably decayed over countless years. Brandan, come here. I found a hidden cave residence, Scott called out loudly. Brandan immediately flashed over. On the waist of a desolate mountain stood a weathered stone door, with cracks visible but mostly intact. But when Brandan lightly pushed it, the stone door shattered instantly, the divine patterns and seals engraved on it long since eroded away. Brandan didn't enter immediately. Instead, he released his soul power to probe inside the cave. There's nothing here. Brandan felt somewhat disappointed. Scott looked even more disheartened, having hoped for a major discovery only to be disappointed again. Near the end of their search, Brandan stumbled upon something significant. Beside a dry pond stood a relatively well-preserved wooden building, emitting a faint glow in the dim environment. The aura hasn't faded. There must be treasures inside, or it itself is a treasure. Scott's eyes lit up. Its wings flapping, it dashed ahead of Brandan towards the wooden building. In the next moment, Scott shouted, "This wooden building is indeed not decayed and is protected by mystical seals." Finally, they had a substantial find in the entire ruins. Brandan quickly reached the wooden building and released his soul power to carefully examine it. As Scott described, the wooden building was guarded by intricate mystical seals, isolating it from the outside world, possibly sealing some valuable treasure within. These seals are strong. I cannot break them. Brandan, Try using those human realm treasures, Scott urged. Brandan nodded and immediately summoned the ancient lantern, known for its ability to crack old mystical seals. However, he was disappointed. Despite his best efforts to activate the lantern, it failed to breach the protective seal around the wooden building, instead releasing a powerful counterforce that nearly injured him. Reluctantly, he also summoned the ancient talisman and bronze mirror, combining the powers of the three treasures to strike the wooden building simultaneously. The wooden building trembled slightly, sending out a ripple of force that sent both Brandan and Scott flying back. So strong. Could this wooden building be a supreme treasure itself? Scott exclaimed in surprise. The ripple of force clearly came from the building itself, and the mystical seal seemed to be intrinsic to it. A sharp glint appeared in Brandan's eyes. If that's the case, perhaps we can attempt to refine and claim it. Good idea. Act fast. I'll help you, Scott eagerly agreed. Since this was a human realm treasure, only Brandan, who had cultivated the human realm system, could refine it without risking rejection. Without hesitation, Brandan released the secret force from both hidden storages, enveloping the wooden building and refining it with all his strength. Chapter 81. Reemergence. No, I can't refine it, nor can I move it. After a few attempts, Brandan stopped. He had exerted all his strength and tried every means at his disposal, but he was completely unable to deal with the wooden building. Ash anxiously paced around nearby. We finally found a treasure, and we actually can't do anything with it. Is heaven playing games with us? Suddenly, Brandan had an idea. Let me try if I can absorb it using the golden dragon aura. With that, he urged the golden dragon aura to emerge from his spirit sea of profound embryo and wrap around the wooden building. But soon he was disappointed again. Despite the extraordinary power of the golden dragon aura, it also couldn't handle the wooden building. Let alone absorb it, it couldn't even shake it. However, just as Brandan was about to retract the golden dragon aura back into the spirit sea of profound embryo, it suddenly started trembling violently, as though something was trying to burst out. Huh? It's you. A look of surprise flashed across Brandan's eyes. He knew what was causing the tremors. It was that mysterious meteorite from the ancient realm that he had obtained earlier. Ever since it had been swept into the spirit sea of profound embryo by the golden dragon aura, it had remained silent, almost forgotten. Brandan initially thought that the meteorite was about to emerge from the spirit sea of profound embryo, which would have been a good thing for him because this uncontrollable object staying in the sea could cause unknown issues. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he hoped. The meteorite sat at the bottom of the sea, showing no sign of moving. Buzz. The meteorite emitted a strange light that penetrated the spirit sea of profound embryo and shone upon the wooden building. Remarkably, the wooden building instantly moved, shrinking rapidly and being sucked into the spirit sea of profound embryo by the strange light. Startled, Brandan immediately immersed his consciousness into the spirit sea of profound embryo to check the situation. The meteorite had calmed down again, appearing plain and unremarkable as before, while the wooden building had vanished. Is there a space within the meteorite? Brandan speculated instantly. Otherwise, how could the meteorite absorb the wooden building? Ash said, didn't you say you couldn't handle it? Why did it get absorbed then? It wasn't me. It was that meteorite, Brandan explained. Ash was startled. That meteorite has such abilities? What strange things are inside you? While the golden dragon aura had its own mysterious properties under Brandan's control, now the celestial meteorite had become unpredictable and completely uncontrollable. Brandan was speechless. He wanted to throw the meteorite away but lacked the ability to do so. Anyway, the wooden building had been absorbed. If he could control the meteorite in the future, he might be able to retrieve the wooden building. Below the wooden building is hollow. Ash exclaimed in surprise. Brandan approached and looked down. A pitch-black cave came into view, seemingly very deep. He released his soul power into the cave. Having recently advanced in cultivation, his soul had grown considerably stronger, allowing him to extend his soul power much further. To his astonishment, this cave was unexpectedly deep. His soul power extended over 700 feet, without reaching the bottom. Is this? Suddenly, Brandan's face changed dramatically, and he hastily retracted his soul power. What happened? Ash asked urgently. Brandan's expression grew serious. There's an eerie and terrifying force below that is similar to the evil poison of the frenzied beasts, but fundamentally stronger. Despite his quick reaction, a small amount of the bizarre force had invaded his soul, eroding it madly and threatening to drive him into madness. Brandan quickly circulated the Purple Mansion Nerve Meridian technique to neutralize the invasive power, keeping his mind absolutely clear. Regardless of any measures he took, he couldn't neutralize the small amount of eerie force, which spread rapidly. Seeing the situation worsening, Brandan made a decisive decision, bit his teeth, and severed the part of his soul power invaded by the eerie force, letting it fall into the deep cave. If my guess is correct, the eerie force below might be the source of the frenzied beast's creation, Brandan said gravely. This bizarre force was extremely corrosive and nearly impossible to resist. Even Golden Core realm experts could be affected if they were exposed to large quantities. He never imagined that the formation of the frenzied beast abyss was related to ancient mysterious forces left over from prehistoric times. Now he understood that the existence of the wooden building was likely to suppress such eerie forces, but after countless years, the power of the wooden building had weakened significantly, allowing the eerie force to escape. Now that the wooden building had been absorbed, the eerie force was no longer restrained, potentially leading to more serious problems. Of course, Brandan could no longer manage this. All he wanted now was to leave as soon as possible. He sensed the eerie force stirring underground, perhaps ready to erupt soon. We might have caused a big disaster this time. Let's leave immediately. As he spoke, Brandan rose into the air. They had explored the relic space thoroughly and found nothing else. It was time to leave. Moments later, Brandan and Ash returned to the entrance of the relic space, where Patricia and Ardell were still unconscious. Brandan picked up Patricia effortlessly and easily passed through the invisible barrier. It turned out the barrier prevented outsiders from entering, but did not stop anyone from leaving. Ash dragged Ardal out and followed suit. Without the influence of the relic space, Brandan quickly awakened Patricia and Ardal. Both were fine. What happened? Patricia asked doubtfully. Brandan replied solemnly, there's something strange inside. We need to leave immediately. Leave? Where do we go? Patricia frowned. Their retreat path had been blocked long ago. Where could they go? Brandan said, let's retrace our steps. We can't stay here. They rode on Ardal and returned at full speed. Soon they arrived at the collapsed area, where giant rocks blocked the cave passage. Initially, Ardal took charge of clearing the way, digging out a new tunnel. But shortly, Ardal stopped as the rocks were too hard, nearly breaking its claws without causing any damage. Patricia tried to break the hard rocks with brute strength but failed. I'll handle it. Ash stepped forward, using his dragon claws to execute fierce claw techniques. Boom. After numerous attacks, the tough rocks shattered. Bro Black, your claws are tougher than mine. Ardal was full of amazement. Ash smiled proudly. Of course. Do you think I'm a pushover? Keep clearing the way. Sure thing. Ardal responded readily. As long as the rocks weren't too hard, it posed no difficulty for it. Patricia observed Brandan and Ash with a curious expression. Did both of you advance in cultivation? She hadn't noticed until she saw Ash in action. Sauls, we had some fortune in that space. Brandan nodded. Patricia scrutinized Brandan and Ash with an odd look. Strange indeed. I and Ardal fainted right away, but you two are not only unharmed but also gained something. What secrets are you hiding? Everyone's constitution is different. This isn't something I can explain clearly, Brandan shrugged. It was best to keep his secret about being a human cultivator hidden to avoid unnecessary troubles or innocent people being implicated. Patricia did not press further, recognizing that everyone had their own secrets. With the combined efforts of Ash and Ardal, they finally managed to clear the passage and return to the Sha-Chi-infested frenzied beast abyss. It had been over a day since they were swept into the mysterious cave, and the frenzied beast abyss had already returned to its usual calm state, with the frenzied beasts once again lying in wait. Let's get out while it's still calm, Brandan urged, eager to leave. He no longer wished to stay after unexpectedly touching upon the source of the frenzied beasts. Andre, the most intelligent among them, immediately shrank to the size of Ash and leaped onto Brandan's shoulder. Unable to fly, it had no choice but to let Brandan carry it. Brandan, Patricia, and Ash immediately took off at top speed towards the entrance of the abyss. Whoosh! The dense Sha-Chi was torn apart, revealing a colossal beast head with blood-red eyes staring down at them. Seeing this monstrous head, Brandan's face paled. The aura emanating from it was terrifying, clearly reaching the void core realm. He inwardly cursed his luck. Just as they were trying to escape, they ran into a powerful savage beast. Roar! The void core frenzied beast opened its enormous mouth, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Run! Brandan didn't hesitate for a second. However, before they could escape far, they felt a terrible sucking force pulling them back. The void core frenzied beast was exerting all its might to suck them into its mouth. Faced with such immense suction, Brandan and company couldn't resist and were involuntarily dragged backwards. Just as they were about to be swallowed by the frenzied beast, a dark golden light burst forth from Brandan's chest, spreading an intangible dragon aura. Upon sensing the dragon aura, the void core frenzied beast instantly closed its mouth, instinctively showing fear and stepping back. In the blink of an eye, the frenzied beast retreated into the dense Sha-Chi and vanished from sight. Not only did this frenzied beast retreat, but Brandan sensed that many other frenzied beasts approaching had been intimidated by the dragon aura and halted their advance. Could there be some connection between the golden dragon and that eerie force? Brandan couldn't help but speculate. Of course, he didn't dwell on this thought. Since the frenzied beasts dared not come closer, they needed to seize this opportunity to leave the frenzied beast abyss. At that moment, however, he noticed something wrong with Patricia. Her body trembled violently, her breath erratic, almost falling from the air. Andre, perched on his shoulder, had completely collapsed. Brandan instantly understood. The dragon aura didn't just intimidate the frenzied beasts, it had significantly affected Patricia and Andre as well. Both belonged to spiritual beasts, and revering the dragon aura was part of their nature. Ash, however, seemed unaffected, possibly due to its special constitution, or because it had assimilated dragon horns and claws. Seeing Patricia losing balance, Brandan swiftly reached out, supporting her slender waist. Instantly, she became like Andre, completely limp. Being this close to the dragon scale, which was still radiating its power, caused this reaction. Let's go. Without delay, Brandan and Ash surged upwards at full speed. Finally, breaking through the thick layer of Sha-Chi, they emerged into daylight. Wary of attracting attention, Brandan immediately descended upon leaving the frenzied beast abyss, especially given that there might still be Sea of Sand demon sect disciples lurking nearby despite his impersonation of the demon lord of the vast sea earlier. Once out of the abyss, the dragon scale's radiance subsided, and the dragon aura dissipated. After a while, Patricia regained her composure. What is it you have on your chest? Why did it make me feel instinctive fear? Brandan revealed the dragon scale attached to his chest, a piece of dragon scale I obtained in that space. It unexpectedly came in handy. A single dragon scale can release such formidable pressure. What kind of powerful dragon left it behind? With this scale, won't you dominate any extraordinary beasts you face? Patricia's eyes showed amazement. Brandan shook his head, laughing bitterly. It's not as great as you think. In fact, the dragon aura release just now is automatic. I couldn't control it. So, that's disappointing. Patricia sighed regretfully, thinking how dominant Brandan could be if he could freely wield such power. Now where do we go? Ash asked. Brandan pondered for a moment. Back to Cold River City? Let's see if Jersenjing's sister and the city lord have safely returned. They had been separated, and he had no idea what happened to Kate and others. If they managed to escape, they would likely return to Cold River City. I hope they are safe, Patricia mused. remembering that father and daughter Jiang risked their lives entering Devil Wolf Mountain to save her. Suddenly, Brandan sensed something. With his cultivation breakthrough, his perception had become even sharper. What is it? Patricia asked curiously. There are 12 Sea of Sand Demon Sect disciples nearby, 2 at the Pill Core realm and the rest at the Object Control realm. They've likely spotted us, Brandan explained grimly. He wasn't sure if these disciples were lying in wait for them or guarding the frenzied beast abyss, but being discovered wasn't good. Deal with them, Patricia said coldly. At this distance from Devil Wolf Mountain, quick action wouldn't alert others, allowing them to escape smoothly. Brandan agreed immediately. All right, let's do as you say. The 2 Pill Core ones are mine. You take care of the rest. Patricia promptly divided the tasks. Brandan quickly relayed the locations of the 12 disciples and distributed tasks carefully. Move. Patricia acted first, emitting eerie red light and bursting forward with unimaginable speed. She had to act fast to prevent those 2 Pill Core experts from escaping. Brandan, Ash, and Andre followed suit, rushing towards their targets to end the battle swiftly. Hashtag Chapter 82. A sudden farewell. This battle had no shen ne. Within moments, the fighting came to an end. All 12 disciples of the vast sea demon sect were killed, with none escaping. However, at the final moment, a core formation realm powerhouse managed to send out a distress signal before dying. Note: I've made slight adjustments for better fluency and consistency. Han Hai Demon Sect is corrected to Vast Sea Demon Sect, which seems to be the proper name based on context. Danyuan Realm is translated to Core Formation Realm, which is a more common translation for this cultivation stage. While the Wolfsbane Mountain wouldn't know that Brandan and his group had emerged from the Mad Beast Abyss, they would undoubtedly send reinforcements soon to investigate the situation. Brandan and his 3 companions didn't dare linger and quickly retreated at their fastest speed. Of course, before leaving, they cleaned up the battlefield by throwing the 12 dead bodies of the High Demon Sect disciples back into the Mad Beast Abyss. As Brandan had predicted, the reinforcements from Wolfsbane Mountain arrived very quickly, led personally by Venerable Silver Dragon. If they had left any slower, they would have been caught with no way to escape. In the dense forest, Emil carried Brandan and Patricia, running at full speed, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a day. However, this place was extremely far from Hanjiang City. Even if it didn't stop for a moment, it would still take over 10 days to reach there. In fact, it was impossible for Emil to keep moving without rest. Its body couldn't handle it. After traveling more than 1,000 miles away from the Mad Beast Abyss, Emil finally stopped. It was utterly exhausted, feeling as if its 4 little legs were about to give out. After all, Emil wasn't a beast suited for long-distance running. It was a bamboo rat with limited stamina. Emil, you've worked hard. Rest well. Brandan patted Emil's head, saying. Scott emerged from Brandan's body and landed on Emil. Since you've worked so hard, I'll go catch a powerful fierce beast for you to recover your strength. With that, Scott vanished into the dense forest. In these primeval woods, extraordinary beasts were plentiful. After being blessed by the spirit rain, all birds and beasts had evolved, making the wilderness even more dangerous. Emil lay directly on the ground, too tired to move. Brandan and Patricia sat down nearby, speechless, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Night had fallen, the sky clear of clouds, allowing them to see the countless twinkling stars clearly. What are you thinking about? Patricia broke the silence. Brandan leaned back, supporting himself with both hands and gazed at the stars, smiling faintly. I'm reflecting on what has happened these past few days, the repeated brushes with death and narrowly escaping each time. These experiences will stay with me forever. Sauls, I had already lost hope, believing I couldn't escape Judah's clutches. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, you appeared, giving me new hope. It's ironic. My own clansmen disregarded my fate, yet a stranger who only met me once risked his life to save me, Patricia sighed, somewhat self-deprecatingly. She looked at Brandan and asked earnestly, why did you come to Wolfsbane Mountain to rescue me? Well, when I saved Jersenjing's sister, I overheard your conversation with Judah. I learned that you were trying to save her, which moved me deeply. Later, when Jersenjing's sister sent someone to report to Blood Phoenix Valley, they abandoned you. Jersenjing's sister decided to personally go to Wolfsbane Mountain to save you, which also touched me. On a whim, I decided to follow, Brandan explained with a smile. Do you not fear risking your life? Patricia asked with curiosity. I always act according to my conscience and impulses, hoping to live without regrets. Often, I don't consider the consequences, Brandan said calmly. Patricia smiled. You really are an interesting little guy. I am not a little guy. What makes you think I'm small? Brandan retorted immediately. However, he realized that he was indeed quite young, not yet 17 years old, though he appeared mature. Patricia scanned Brandan with a different kind of smile. Whether you're small or not, only you know. Fine, I'm small and you're big. Happy now? Brandan rolled his eyes. Then his gaze roamed freely over Patricia's figure. Patricia gave him a slight glare, but didn't get angry. The relief of surviving the ordeal filled her heart with joy. Thinking for a moment, Patricia looked at Brandan again. Let me give you a gift. Why do you suddenly want to give me a gift? Brandan asked, surprised. I just feel like it. Why so many questions? Patricia replied. Okay then, Brandan responded, puzzled. Patricia flipped her hand and instantly, over a dozen blood-red feathers appeared in her palm. Each feather shimmered with strange light, with mystical patterns subtly visible. Brandan instantly understood. These were Patricia's own feathers, essential and nourished with spiritual energy for a long time. Next, she took out several precious materials and encased them in crimson flames, beginning to refine them with the feathers. Brandan was taken aback. He didn't know Patricia had such talent in refining artifacts, which was a rare skill. Soon, Patricia completed her refinement, presenting Brandan with an exquisite feather fan. Though it's only a third-grade spiritual artifact and not overly valuable, it is unique, made from my own feathers. Patricia handed the fan to Brandan with a smile. Brandan accepted it eagerly, his heart pounding with gratitude. This gift was precious, especially because of the thoughtfulness behind it. Just as he was about to say something, a noise from the side drew their attention. Scott had returned carrying a large fierce beast. Good luck today. Didn't have to go far to encounter a controlling object realm beast. We all get to feast tonight, Scott said happily. Brandan stood up, turning to Patricia. I'll roast it. Just wait and enjoy. He set to work, cleaning and preparing the beast before skewering and roasting it with spirit fire, executing the entire process fluently. Patricia watched Brandan intently, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes occasionally gleaming with a special kind of amusement, adding to her charm. Before long, Brandan finished roasting the meat, cutting a choice piece and offering it to Patricia. But just as Patricia was about to accept the meat, a gust of wind suddenly blew, sending Brandan aside. A blood phoenix with such pure bloodline is rare, even in our demon god realm. It's too much of a waste for her to cultivate in the immortal path. Follow me to the demon god palace instead, a pleasantly surprised voice declared. The next moment, ignoring Patricia's consent, the wind lifted her up and into the sky. Hung you, Brandan shouted and instantly activated his spirit boots, chasing after her. However, a cloud of demonic mist enveloped Patricia, streaking across the sky and disappearing into the distance. Brandan floated mid-air, stunned. Patricia had been taken away so abruptly that he hadn't even had time to bid farewell. He hadn't expected that right after escaping the Mad Beast Abyss and evading Wolfsbane Mountain, a sudden intervention from the Demon God Palace would occur. From the words of the person who took her, it was clear they intended to cultivate Patricia. Therefore, her safety was not a concern. But the method was far too forceful, with no regard for her wishes, forcibly taking her away. Demon God Palace, one of the 6 celestial outer palaces, Brandan murmured. That was the origin of demon cultivation in the ancient origin world, a prestigious institution where entering for cultivation was every demon cultivator's dream. Initially, any creature could receive guidance at the Demon God Palace. Now, it wasn't accessible to just anyone. Brandan knew that this separation meant he might never see Patricia again. Don't be sad. Going to the Demon God Palace is a great opportunity for Patricia. Scott flew beside Brandan, consoling him. Brandan knew it was for the best, but to him, it wasn't easy to let go. Scott continued. If you want to be with her, then work hard to cultivate and become stronger. At that time, neither the Demon God Palace nor public opinion can stop you. If you remain weak now, even if she doesn't mind, it will not end well for either of you. Right now, your primary goal should be to cultivate and grow stronger, eliminating the Tao-severing curse. It's too early to talk about romance. Upon hearing this, Brandan's heart was struck with a realization, and in an instant, he understood many things. Scott, thank you. I know what I need to do. Brandan looked at Scott and thanked him sincerely. Scott chuckled. With our relationship, what's there to thank? Taking one last look at the direction where the demon clouds had disappeared, Brandan descended back to the ground. Knowing that Patricia had been taken to the Demon God Palace, he believed they would meet again someday. After eating, Brandan sat down cross-legged and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Having just stepped into the object control realm, he needed to familiarize himself with this new level and consolidate his strength. Of course, the fact that Patricia had been taken by the Demon God Palace spurred him on. If he didn't strive to cultivate, their power levels might differ greatly next time they met, possibly belonging to 2 different worlds. While consolidating his strength, Brandan also began to comprehend 2 new strange, secret techniques he had obtained. The first was from the Oswald Pagoda, a method to cultivate a primordial spirit armor. This was something he valued highly because with a primordial spirit armor, his soul would be protected. The second was a technique contained within the dragon's inverse scale, which he only discovered after refining it. Cultivating this secret technique could grant him an indestructible battle armor named the Dragon Emperor Battle Armor. One technique protected the soul while the other protected the physical body. Together, they would undoubtedly greatly enhance defensive capabilities. However, both techniques were not easy to cultivate as they required special external materials, making the threshold extremely high. Brandan could start with the Dragon Emperor Battle Armor first since he already had the foundation, the dragon's inverse scale. Let's give it a try. After some contemplation, Brandan decided to put it into practice. He took out the turtle shell left behind by the mountain tortoise and decided to refine it, extracting its essence to cultivate the Dragon Emperor Battle Armor. Under the burning of his heart fire, the turtle shell slowly melted, and its essence flowed toward the dragon's inverse scale. Absorbing the turtle shell's essence, the dragon's inverse scale gradually gained a luster, with its surface patterns becoming clearly visible. The mountain tortoise was ultimately a near-core formation expert, and the shell contained a vast amount of essence. Brandan spent an entire night until dawn, finally completely refining it. All the essence was injected into the dragon's inverse scale, making it seem alive and vibrant, no longer dull and lifeless. Over a long period, the vital energy in the dragon's inverse scale had severely depleted. The turtle shell essence replenished it somewhat, barely activating it. Only then could Brandan begin cultivating the Dragon Emperor Battle Armor. Brandan wasn't in a hurry. Such matters required gradual progress and couldn't be rushed. I need to find more heavenly treasures to cultivate the primordial spirit armor and the Dragon Emperor Battle Armor, Brandan thought to himself. He had already taught the method of cultivating the primordial spirit armor to Scott and Emil. As long as they gathered the necessary treasures, they could also cultivate it, whether they succeeded or not depended on their own abilities. As for the Dragon Emperor Battle Armor, there was no other way. There was only one dragon's inverse scale. Collecting himself, Brandan rode Emil and continued on his journey. Even while traveling, he could cultivate, not wasting any time. The 5th realm of human cultivation was called Spirit Infusion, primarily targeting the soul. Brandan possessed the Moon Feminine Stone and the Purple Mansion Spirit Infusion Sutra, making soul cultivation much easier. The key to Spirit Infusion lay in condensing soul essence to form a soul seal, preparing for future primordial spirit cultivation. Building the soul seal was complex and couldn't afford any mistakes, significantly impacting the primordial spirit formed later. Brandan's advantage was his powerful soul, so naturally, he aimed to build the most perfect soul seal. The soul was the core of living beings, extremely fragile and prone to damage. Because of this, other cultivation systems did not involve early soul cultivation. The human cultivation system stood out in this regard. Due to early soul cultivation, the human cultivation system made it easier to form primordial spirits later on. Of course, besides cultivating the soul, the spirit infusion stage in human cultivation had abilities similar to the object control stage in other systems. Brandan cultivated both the human and immortal paths, combining their advantages while compensating for each other's weaknesses. In fact, humans originally could not cultivate multiple systems simultaneously. Brandan managed it due to obtaining a strand of golden dragon chi and coincidentally initiating the mystic fetus spirit seed during the second celestial change, leading to his dual cultivation path. In this aspect, he was considered the first person in history. Boom. Suddenly, Emil plunged into a deep lake. What happened? Brandan instantly woke up, exiting his cultivation state. Emil transmitted, "Sorry, master. I didn't mean to. I sensed strong demonic aura nearby and, given the emptiness around here, I had no choice but to hide in the lake." Demonic aura? Brandan's face changed. This place was 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from Devil Wolf Mountain, indeed within a possible domain of demonic forces. They had been fortunate not to encounter demonic cultivators earlier. Thinking quickly, Brandan released his soul power, rapidly extending it several hundred feet in all directions. Emil's perception was correct. There were indeed demonic cultivators nearby, at least dozens of them, though it was unclear which faction they belonged to. What troubled Brandan was that these demonic cultivators were heading towards the lake. I hope we don't clash with them, Brandan thought. They were merely passing through. Avoiding trouble would be best. For now, your main goal should be to cultivate and grow stronger, to eliminate the Tao-severing curse. It's too early to talk about love and romance. Hearing these words, Brandan's heart shook. In an instant, he understood many things. Scott, thank you. I know what I need to do. Brandan looked at Scott, expressing sincere gratitude. Scott chuckled. Between us, what's there to thank? Taking one last look in the direction the demonic cloud had vanished, Brandan landed back on the ground. Knowing that Patricia had been taken to the demon god palace, he consoled himself with the thought that they would meet again someday. After eating, Brandan sat down and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Having just crossed into the controlling object realm, he needed to familiarize himself with his new power and consolidate his strength. Of course, this was also spurred by Patricia being taken away by the demon god palace. If he didn't work hard to cultivate, their next meeting might find them worlds apart in terms of strength. While consolidating his strength, Brandan also began to study two newly acquired mystical techniques. The first was from the Oswalglong Treasure Pagoda, a method to cultivate a primordial spirit armor, which he found crucial. With the primordial spirit armor, his soul would be protected and could rest easy. The second technique came from the dragon's inverted scale, revealed only after he had refined it, a method to cultivate an indestructible suit of armor called the Dragon Emperor War Armor. One technique protected the soul, while the other protected the body. Together, they significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. However, both techniques were difficult to cultivate and required special materials, making the threshold extremely high. Brandan could start with the Dragon Emperor War Armor since he already had the dragon's inverted scale as a foundation. Let me give it a try. After some contemplation, Brandan decided to put it into practice. He took out the tortoise shell left behind by the mountain turtle and decided to refine it, extracting its essence to aid in cultivating the Dragon Emperor War Armor. Under the burning of his heart fire, the tortoise shell slowly melted, with its essence flowing towards the dragon's inverted scale. As the scale absorbed the shell's essence, it gradually became lustrous, its surface patterns becoming visible. The mountain turtle had been a near-core formation powerhouse, so the shell contained an immense amount of essence. Brandan spent an entire night refining it until dawn when he finally finished the process. All the essence flowed into the dragon's inverted scale, bringing it to life with vitality instead of its former deadness. Over centuries, the essence within the dragon's inverted scale had severely depleted. The tortoise shell's essence replenished it somewhat, reactivating it enough to begin cultivating the Dragon Emperor War Armor. Brandan wasn't in a rush. Such matters needed to progress step by step. I need to find more materials to cultivate both the primordial spirit armor and the Dragon Emperor War Armor, Brandan thought to himself. He had already shared the method for cultivating the primordial spirit armor with Scott and Emil. Once they gathered the necessary materials, they could cultivate as well, though whether they would succeed depended on their abilities. For the Dragon Emperor War Armor, however, he couldn't share it, as he only had one dragon's inverted scale. Having settled his thoughts, Brandan mounted Emil and continued their journey. He could cultivate while traveling, ensuring no time was wasted. The fifth realm of human Tao was known as essence storage, focusing primarily on the soul. With the Moon Matriarch Stone and the Purple Mansion Essence Nerve Scripture, cultivating his soul would be far more efficient. The key to essence storage was condensing the soul's essence to form a soul seal, preparing for future primordial spirit cultivation. Building the soul seal was complex and required meticulous attention, greatly influencing the development of the primordial spirit. Brandan's advantage lay in his exceptionally strong soul, allowing him to aim for the perfect soul seal. Soul cultivation was fundamental yet very delicate, easily damaged by mistakes. This is why other cultivation systems avoided involving soul cultivation too early, making the human Tao system unique. Salt, due to its early focus on the soul, human Tao practitioners achieved primordial spirit status more easily in later stages. Human Tao's essence storage realm involved soul cultivation alongside abilities similar to those of the controlling object realm in other cultivation systems. Brandan practiced both human Tao and immortal Tao, combining their strengths while compensating for their weaknesses. In fact, human Tao should not be combined with other cultivation systems. Brandan was able to do so because of the golden dragon chi he obtained and the special power it gained during the second heavenly change, opening the mystical fetus spirit sea and allowing him to pursue both paths simultaneously. In this regard, he was unprecedented. Suddenly, Emil plunged into a deep lake. What happened? Brandan instantly woke up from his cultivation state. Emil transmitted, "I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to. I sensed powerful demonic energy nearby, and with the area being so open, I had to hide in the lake." Demonic energy? Brandan's expression changed. They were a couple of thousand miles from Devil Wolf Mountain, within a likely area controlled by demon cults. Their luck must have held before, avoiding any encounters. Brandan released his soul power, quickly extending it hundreds of feet in all directions. Emil's perception was correct. There were indeed demon cultivators nearby, at least several dozen from some unknown faction. What made him frown was that they were heading directly toward the lake. I hope we don't cross paths, Brandan thought. They were just passing through. Avoiding trouble was preferable. Chapter 83, Death or Glory. Asher, is there truly a remarkable treasure in this lake? The leading demon path powerhouse asked, eyeing the unremarkable lake. He had already carefully sensed the surroundings, but detected no unusual spiritual fluctuations. Moreover, within hundreds of miles, this area was under the Anchor family's control. If there were any treasures, they would have been discovered long ago and wouldn't remain untouched until now. Asher replied with absolute certainty, I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be fake. There's also a powerful extraordinary beast in the lake, which is why I asked you, Brother Gabriel, to take action. You'd better not lie to me, otherwise I won't let you off easily, Gabriel said coldly. Immediately, Gabriel ordered everyone to enter the lake and search for the treasure. The demon path cultivators did not hesitate and plunged into the water, searching diligently. Under these circumstances, Brandan and Emil couldn't hide and were quickly exposed. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the demon path cultivators demanded. Brandan quickly thought and replied, I come from Wolf Mountain, following the orders of Lesser Demon Lord Judah to find something here. Hearing Lesser Demon Lord Judah, the demon path cultivator was taken aback. He was a prominent figure in the demon path whom few dared to provoke. Unable to determine if Brandan was telling the truth, he immediately communicated telepathically with Gabriel. Moments later, Gabriel arrived, scrutinizing Brandan. Are you Lesser Demon Lord Judah's subordinate? Sauls, Brandan nodded slightly. Gabriel continued. What has Lesser Demon Lord Judah sent you to find here? Can matters entrusted by Lesser Demon Lord Judah be casually revealed to others? Brandan responded coolly. He was impersonating one of Judah's subordinates, so he had to act convincingly, without revealing his fear to the demon path cultivators. Gabriel stared at Brandan intensely and extended his hand. Show it. Show what? Brandan asked, puzzled. Gabriel's gaze turned cold. Didn't you know that all close aides of Lesser Demon Lord Judah carry a Lesser Demon Lord order? Brandan's heart sank upon hearing this. He genuinely didn't know about this. You're quite bold, daring to impersonate someone from Lesser Demon Lord Judah. Who are you really? And what are you doing here? Gabriel demanded harshly. Brandan exhaled calmly. I just happened to pass by. Impersonating Lesser Demon Lord Judah's subordinate was only to avoid conflict with you. I can leave right away without disturbing you. Passed by? So conveniently? You're likely after the treasure in this lake, or perhaps it's already in your hands, Gabriel sneered. Brandan frowned. I don't know of any treasure, nor do I have any interest in it. He hadn't anticipated that Emil entering the lake to avoid these demon path cultivators would turn into such a predicament. Of course, this wasn't entirely Emil's fault. None of them knew the lake would become a target. Enough nonsense. Hand over your spatial treasure, Gabriel demanded forcefully. At this moment, the demon path cultivators had surrounded Brandan and Emil, leaving them nowhere to run. Brandan felt a chill. Today was not going to end well. These people clearly intended to finish him off. Even if he handed over his spatial treasure, proving he hadn't obtained any extraordinary treasure, they probably wouldn't let him go. Scott, prepare to attack, Brandan silently transmitted to Scott within him. It had come to this. Regardless of the strength of the enemy, they had to fight back. Gabriel, what are you doing? Suddenly, another voice interrupted. A group of demon path cultivators appeared on the lakeshore, their numbers matching Gabriel's side. Maverick, you've been tailing me, Gabriel's expression darkened. The man named Maverick was a black-clothed figure holding a folding fan, appearing around 30 years old, with comparable cultivation to Gabriel, both being in the Danyuan realm. Maverick opened his fan and fanned himself lightly, smiling. How could I not follow when you rushed out with so many people? Let me see what's happening. Is there something valuable in this lake? Could I share a piece of the pie? Maverick asked mockingly. Gabriel's expression grew worse. Maverick had always been adversarial, opposing him every step of the way. Now he wanted a piece of Gabriel's claimed treasure, which infuriated him. Maverick, I don't want to fight today. Go somewhere cooler, Gabriel replied sternly. Maverick entered the lake, laughing. I find it coolest here. Are you planning to give this place to me? Are you deliberately trying to cross me? Gabriel glared angrily. Maverick snorted. Since I'm here, you won't get all the benefits. You must share half with me. What if I refuse? Gabriel's eyes narrowed coldly. Maverick closed his fan, icy intent flashing in his eyes. That's not up to you. If you want to fight, I'm ready. They had been rivals for many years, so Maverick was unafraid. The atmosphere grew extremely tense, both sides poised to strike at any moment. Seeing this, Brandan held back, observing how events would unfold. Gabriel had ignored him, considering him merely an initial stage, Wu Qi realm cultivator, posing no real threat. Even the demon path cultivators accompanying Gabriel secretly readied their forces, preparing to clash with Maverick's men. This was the demon path, fierce competition even among family members. While immortals had their conflicts too, they were generally more harmonious. Boom! Just as tensions were about to explode, a massive disturbance occurred in the lake. Water surged skyward as a colossal creature emerged. There's actually a Danyuan realm beast hidden in this wild lake, Maverick exclaimed in shock. In the Anchor family's territory, a threatening creature like this should have been discovered long ago. Gabriel also showed surprise. He now believed Asher completely. The lake indeed harbored a treasure, but it was guarded by this Dan Yuan realm beast. Let's join forces and kill this beast first before dealing with other matters, Gabriel suggested. Maverick nodded, agreed. A peak Dan Yuan realm beast is rare prey, and its entire body is valuable. Gabriel and Maverick attacked the Dan Yuan realm beast simultaneously. The others retreated to the shore, including Brandan and Emil. In moments, Gabriel and Maverick were locked in battle with the beast, creating terrifying force ripples in the lake, causing towering waves. Seeing this, the demon path cultivators looked astonished and envious. They all wished to possess such power. Brandan, should we escape now? Scott asked in the darkness. Not yet, Brandan responded mentally. There were still over 30 demon path cultivators nearby, all Wu Qi realm practitioners, some reaching peak Wu Qi realm. Eliminating them all at once wasn't easy, and if Gabriel and Maverick returned mid-battle, they'd be in deep trouble. Indeed, the Anchor family was powerful, far beyond ordinary families. The beast in the lake, a peak Dan Yuan realm creature, was the blue water green scaled lion, covered in tough green scales that were impervious to blades. Its claws and teeth were extremely sharp, delivering formidable attacks. Despite both Gabriel and Maverick being at mid Dan Yuan realm, their combined efforts weren't enough to gain the upper hand. The blue water green scaled lion proved stronger than expected, making it difficult to slay. Enter the lake immediately and retrieve the treasure. Seeing that they were hard-pressed to subdue the blue water green scaled lion, Gabriel immediately ordered his subordinates. You all go in as well, Maverick commanded likewise. Instantly, everyone except one person left to guard Brandan and Emil entered the lake. The one left behind was a peak Wu Qi realm powerhouse. He was confident that he could intimidate Brandan and Emil into not making any rash moves. I advise you two to behave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, the remaining guard threatened. Brandan's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Moving like lightning, a golden claw shadow flashed, and before the other party could react, Brandan's hand pierced through the man's chest. You. The man's eyes widened with disbelief. He had never expected Brandan to dare attack him and kill him in one strike. This was not something an early-stage Wu Qi realm cultivator could accomplish. Emil, let's go. Brandan wasted no time, mounting Emil immediately. Emil started running without hesitation. It did not want to be cornered by anyone. Damn it. Gabriel noticed the situation on the shore and became furious. He had underestimated Brandan. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Brandan directly earlier. With a flick of his wrist, Gabriel produced a large bow and a black iron arrow. While battling the blue water green scaled lion, he found a moment to aim at Brandan and release the arrow. The black iron arrow was incredibly fast, locking onto Brandan's aura so tightly that he had nowhere to hide. Brandan instantly sensed danger. His scalp tingling, he reacted by grabbing a nearby boulder and hurling it towards the arrow. Boom. The boulder crumbled upon impact with the black iron arrow. In a flash, Brandan turned around, wielding his silver spirit sword to try and deflect the arrow. However, he failed. The force carried by the black iron arrow was too strong, causing his arm to shake violently, nearly making the silver spirit sword slip from his grasp. But he managed to alter the trajectory of the black iron arrow, letting it hit his chest intentionally, as it was the most fortified part of his body. Ding! The black iron arrow struck Brandan's chest with a powerful force, blasting him away. Fortunately, the dragon's reverse scale was tough enough to stop the black iron arrow. Brandan grunted, feeling his blood churn within, almost coughing up blood. Luckily, he used the silver spirit sword to dissipate some of the arrow's force, and the dragon's reverse scale absorbed much of the rest, reducing the impact on him significantly. The 5 elements chi circulated in his organs, quickly neutralizing the invading force. This was the benefit of having nurtured all his internal organs successfully. Brandan grabbed the black iron arrow, storing it in his spatial ring. Although it was just made of simple mithril, it was still extraordinary spiritual material, possessing some value. Then he returned to Emil's back. Emil leaped over a mountain ridge, vanishing from sight. How is this possible? A look of shock appeared on Gabriel's face. With his strength, a full power shot should have killed Brandan, yet Brandan seemed completely unharmed, a highly unreasonable outcome. Now, with Brandan and Emil running far away, unless he abandoned the fight with the blue water green scaled lion and gave chase, there was no way he could continue attacking. Gabriel, are you trying to make a fool of me? You even took out your Kolchan spirit bow but couldn't kill an early-stage Wu Qi realm kid, Maverick laughed loudly. Note, the term Shin seems to be a repetition or possibly a stylized way to emphasize the bow's name. In English, it would be more natural to just say, cold spirit bow. Hearing Maverick's mockery, Gabriel's face darkened. If word of this got out, what kind of face would he have left? Hold off for a moment. I must go and kill him, Gabriel said, murderous intent surging. Without waiting for Maverick's approval, he swiftly disengaged and chased after Brandan and Emil. Maverick, helpless, stayed behind. He knew if he left, the Anchor family disciples searching for the treasure in the lake would be in trouble. Gabriel moved fast, flying over the mountain ridge within seconds. The area ahead was sparse woodland, giving a clear view. Salt. He didn't see Brandan or Emil. Gabriel's brows knitted deeply, his expression turning grim. He had personally come to chase them, yet they had escaped. At that moment, Brandan and Emil crouched cautiously in a cave under a large rock, suppressing their aura entirely. He indeed came chasing. Brandan felt relieved. Luckily, he had been smart enough to let Emil dig a hole to hide. Otherwise, they would have been caught by Gabriel, who, as a mid-Dan Yuan realm powerhouse, flew much faster than they did. They only needed to remain hidden and wait for an opportunity to escape. Gabriel searched the area for dozens of miles, but found no trace of Brandan or Emil, infuriating him. He guessed they were hiding. Do you like to hide? Let's see where you can run, Gabriel roared, unleashing his formidable Dan Yuan power. The ground shattered into chunks, rising into the air before crashing down. The surrounding land similarly fractured, lifted, and dropped. Clearly, Gabriel intended to turn the entire forest upside down to find Brandan and Emil. Moments later, the chunk of earth above Brandan and Emil's hiding spot rose into the sky. "I found you," Gabriel smirked coldly. Though Emil had concealed itself quickly, Gabriel detected a hint. Brandan was alarmed, surprised by Gabriel's perception ability. They had been found. Emil immediately dug deeper, hoping to hide beneath the ground where Gabriel wouldn't reach. However, Gabriel released terrifying flames into the cave. "Since you like playing hide and seek underground, stay there forever." Gabriel's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Trying to outsmart him was futile. Anyone he decided to kill would not escape. Chapter 84. Endless Tribulations. Sensing the flames approaching from behind, Brandan did not panic. He immediately summoned the mysterious ancient lamp to ward them off. Not only did the ancient lamp block the flames, but it also began absorbing them, treating the flames as nourishment. Suddenly, Brandan sensed some unusual activity. Without delay, he halted Braden and focused intently on sensing his surroundings. "Quickly suppress our aura." In the next moment, Brandan urgently transmitted this message. Simultaneously, he activated the ancient rune, forming a faint protective shield around himself and Braden to mask their presence as much as possible. Braden was still in shock, but quickly understood why Brandan had done so when rock fragments burst forth from beneath the ground. Numerous vermilion figures emerged, climbing upward toward Gabriel's flaming assault, showing no fear of the burning flames. These were large ants, each the size of a fist, with a completely crimson body and transparent wings, indicating their ability to fly. "Damn, these are crimson fire flying ants." Braden's pupils constricted, feeling a chill run down his spine. It had encountered these ants underground before. Just a dozen had caused significant trouble, leaving an unforgettable memory. Crimson fire flying ants possess innate fire and earth attributes, can burrow through earth and fly in the sky. They are communal creatures, fiercely aggressive, and anyone who encounters them would be in a predicament. The swarm of crimson fire flying ants present all possess strength comparable to chi manipulation realm, with a few rivaling object control realm. More importantly, there were too many, hundreds of them densely packed together. Considering sheer numbers alone, these ants could match a stronger cultivation family. Fortunately, Brandan detected the presence of the crimson fire flying ants and promptly used the ancient rune to conceal their aura, evading detection by the ants. Otherwise, he and Braden would have been their first targets. In no time, the swarm of crimson fire flying ants emerged from the caverns, flapping their wings and flying towards Gabriel. Crimson fire flying ants. Gabriel's eyes showed alarm, sensing impending trouble. He had long known of a crimson fire flying ant colony in this region due to sightings, though its exact location remained unknown. Now it seemed he accidentally stumbled upon their nest, unfortunately stirring up a large number of crimson fire flying ants. As the crimson fire flying ants attacked, Gabriel quickly acted, launching streams of dark magic towards them. He stopped releasing flames since he realized that they were ineffective against the ants' natural immunity to fire attacks. Bam! Each burst of dark magic sent crimson fire flying ants flying away. To Gabriel's surprise, despite being hit, they didn't die. Their bodies were incredibly resilient, able to withstand his attacks. Logically, given his peak middle xuanhuan realm strength, dispatching these chi manipulation and object control ants should be easy. However, there were too many, preventing Gabriel from gathering enough magic for an effective strike. Seeing the swarm approach, Gabriel unleashed powerful dark energy waves in all directions. Instantly, all the ants were blown back, with a small portion exploding mid-air, perishing instantly. Enraged, Gabriel thought even small ants dared attack him, essentially seeking their own demise. Since discovering this nest, he wasn't opposed to wiping out the entire colony. As Gabriel struck relentlessly, within moments, nearly half of the crimson fire flying ants were killed, including several reaching object control realm. This outcome was due to the ants' resilience. Otherwise, most would have been annihilated by now. Whoosh! Several larger crimson fire flying ants flew out of the cave, emitting menacing auras and surrounding Gabriel. Each had formidable power at the initial xuanhuan stage. Facing these initial xuanhuan realm ants, Gabriel's expression turned serious, taking them seriously. Even the chi manipulation and object control ants were difficult. Those reaching xuanhuan were surely more challenging. Under the control of these xuanhuan stage ants, the swarm formed a special formation, encircling Gabriel to prevent his escape. Instantly, fierce combat erupted, with the xuanhuan ants leading hundreds of others, making it hard for Gabriel to gain the upper hand. Deep underground, Brandan released soul energy following the tunnels made by the ants, quickly reaching the ant nest. The nest was vast and intricate, like a labyrinth. At this moment, the massive nest was almost empty, with only a handful of ants remaining. The crimson fire flying ants were extraordinary. They were born at the chi manipulation stage and could grow stronger, showing immense potential. Apart from a dozen guarding ants, Brandan found one particularly enormous crimson fire flying ant, nearly 2 feet long, with thick and robust chi. At the peak xuanhuan stage, it was the queen ant, laying eggs surrounded by dozens of unhatched larvae. To the ants, the queen's existence was crucial for expanding the colony. While laying eggs, she was most vulnerable and required protection. That is, Brandan made a new discovery deep within the nest, a peculiar crystal emitting strange soul force rather than spiritual energy. Sols, that is the Ardal Soul Stone, Brandan confirmed after careful observation. This stone, extremely rare and valuable, reached the 6th grade. Among the 5 essential materials for forging divine soul armor, the Ardal Soul Stone had the highest grade and was hardest to obtain, being critical for constructing the armor. Venerable Ella's divine soul armor was incomplete due to the lack of the crucial Ardal Soul Stone, greatly reducing its defensive capabilities. Obtaining this Ardal Soul Stone would allow Brandan to begin crafting the armor. This is a rare opportunity. I must get the Ardal Soul Stone. Brandan decided immediately. The stone was substantial enough to divide into 3 parts, benefiting him, Ash, and Braden. Confirming the ongoing battle outside, Brandan instructed Braden to dig towards the ant nest. Braden was efficient, digging rapidly into the nest. Though large, the nest wasn't big enough for Brandan to enter, so the task of retrieving the Ardal Soul Stone fell to Braden. Shrinking to normal mouse-like size, Braden cautiously infiltrated the nest under Brandan's guidance, avoiding the few remaining guards. Nervous about being detected, Braden approached the area housing the Ardal Soul Stone. Despite laying eggs, the queen wasn't to be trifled with, nor was the guarding xuanhuan ant. Finally, Braden arrived at the destination, spotting the luminous Ardal Soul Stone. Without hesitation, it released spiritual energy, wrapping around the stone and storing it in its spatial ring. Daring not linger, Braden returned immediately. Hurry, Braden. The queen has noticed us. Brandan urged telepathically, as Brandan had expected. There was indeed a special connection between the Ant Queen and the Ardal Soul Stone. Without any doubt, the Ant Queen had transformed into an extraordinary beast due to the Ardal Soul Stone, giving rise to this vast extraordinary colony. The Ant Queen wasn't powerful enough yet. Otherwise, she would have already refined and absorbed the Ardal Soul Stone. Braden hastily emerged from the ant nest, immediately handing over the Ardal Soul Stone to Brandan. Brandan used his soul energy to investigate and quickly discovered a special imprint on the stone. It didn't take much thought to know that it was left by the Ant Queen. With time pressing, he couldn't remove the imprint now. With a thought, he placed the Ardal Soul Stone inside the Moon Matrix Stone's internal space, confident that its uniqueness would isolate the Ant Queen's perception of the stone. Then, he and Braden retreated immediately, dashing back to the surface. At this moment, Gabriel's battle with the ant swarm was still ongoing, but Gabriel had taken the upper hand, even killing 2 Danyuan Realm Crimson Fire Flying Ants. Eliminating the remaining ants was just a matter of time. You finally came out. Seeing Brandan and Braden appear on the surface, a cold glint flashed in Gabriel's eyes. Brandan did not flee immediately, but instead condensed water attribute spiritual energy from the surroundings, creating a stream of water and hurling it at Gabriel. Humph! Gabriel coldly snorted, effortlessly blocking the stream of water with one hand. Seeing this, Brandan's eyes flashed with a smile imperceptibly. In the next moment, he stopped engaging and swiftly climbed onto Braden's back. Braden's 4 thick short legs instantly started running at full speed. Don't think you can escape? Gabriel's eyes turned cold as demonic aura erupted from within him, pushing the ant swarm back as he prepared to chase after them. But at this moment, the ground exploded suddenly, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was the Ant Queen emerging from the nest. She had forcibly interrupted her egg-laying process to pursue the thief who had stolen the Ardal Soul Stone. In the next instant, the Ant Queen's gaze locked onto Gabriel, releasing an overwhelmingly fierce aura. Under the Ant Queen's gaze, Gabriel shivered involuntarily, sensing the imminent danger. He didn't overthink it, believing that killing 2 mini crimson fire flying ants must have angered the Ant Queen. Compared to the green-scaled azure lion in the lake, he felt the Ant Queen was even more terrifying. Whoosh! The Ant Queen opened her mouth, spitting out a frightening beam of red light, directly attacking Gabriel. Startled, Gabriel hurriedly defended himself, no longer paying attention to pursuing Brandan and Braden. He had thought eliminating Brandan and Braden would be easy, and even mentioned wanting to quickly return to assist Maverick against the green-scaled azure lion. Now, with the Ant Queen focusing on him, escaping wouldn't be so easy. Feeling the powerful force behind him, Brandan couldn't help but laugh. His plan worked. By contaminating Gabriel with a trace of the Ardal Soul Stone's aura, the Ant Queen fell for the ruse, believing Gabriel to be the thief. Combined with the numerous crimson fire flying ants killed by Gabriel, the Ant Queen's rage was fully ignited. The situation was likely to turn into a life-or-death struggle. That tyrant deserves this. He should carry the blame. Braden felt a great sense of satisfaction. Being targeted without reason, even the best temper couldn't endure it. If it were stronger, it would have charged right at Gabriel. I wish I could go back and see that tyrant suffer, Braden muttered. Brandan smiled. Don't think about that now. Let's get going. We need to leave this place. He didn't care what happened between the demon cultivators of the Anchor family and the green-scaled azure lion, or the crimson fire-flying ants. Whether they fought to mutual destruction or were slaughtered on one side, it had nothing to do with him. From the beginning, this affair hadn't involved him. It was just an unfortunate twist of fate. Fortunately, through a series of events, he managed to extricate himself and obtained a piece of the Ardal Soul Stone. Master, look ahead. Just as Brandan was deep in thought, Braden suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Brandan instantly snapped back to reality, gazing forward. His pupils constricted, and every hair on his body stood up. Quickly, let's dig underground. Brandan immediately told Braden. Daring not to hesitate, Braden utilized its innate abilities to the fullest, burrowing underground at maximum speed. Rumble. The earth shook violently as hundreds of various extraordinary beasts ran madly towards them, while massive flying birds circled in the sky. From their appearance, they seemed to be fleeing from something. During his time in Jersomping City, Brandan had experienced a beast tide, which was extremely brutal, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of humans. Comparatively, this beast tide was far more terrifying. Not only were there more extraordinary beasts, but also significantly stronger ones. At a glance, Brandan noticed several dozen Danyuan realm extraordinary beasts and faintly sensed the presence of more than one void core realm beast. Had it not been for this, he wouldn't have hurried Braden underground. Today was indeed peculiar, troubles coming one after another, as if heaven itself was deliberately tormenting him. After a short while, Brandan and Braden re-emerged from underground, the reason being simple. There were also many extraordinary beasts in the underground tunnels, nearly becoming prey to a giant python. Clearly, avoiding this overwhelming beast tide was impossible. Helplessly, they could only head back. This time, without Brandan saying anything, Braden pushed itself to the limit, bursting forth at maximum speed. However, the pace of the beast tide was faster. As time passed, it drew closer and closer. Crossing over a ridge, Brandan and Braden returned to the basin where Gabriel and the ant swarm were fiercely battling. They witnessed Gabriel being struck by a red beam spat out by the Ant Queen, blood blooming from his shoulder. Upon seeing Brandan and Braden return, Gabriel wore a puzzled expression, wondering why they had come back. Did they want to die? But in the next moment, he understood when he saw the densely packed extraordinary beasts approaching, making his scalp tingle. Beast tide. Gabriel's face changed drastically. He had only heard of such things before. Experiencing it firsthand was another story entirely. Unable to continue fighting the ant swarm, Gabriel turned and fled just like Brandan and Braden. If trapped in the beast tide, it would certainly mean certain death. ####Chapter 85. A remarkable encounter and crisis. The vast forest trembled violently, dust flying everywhere, creating an extremely terrifying scene. In the face of the overwhelming surge of extraordinary beasts, even the ant king of the crimson fire flying ants abandoned its pursuit of reclaiming the Ardal soulstone and led the swarm back to their nest at top speed, clearly demonstrating its considerable intelligence. Gabriel was now furious. First, the ant king ambushed him, leaving him covered in dirt and disheveled. Then came this flood of beasts. He truly should have checked the almanac today. It had been nothing but a series of misfortunes. What infuriated him most was that these troubles seemed to be caused by Brandan, a harbinger of disaster, causing no end of trouble for others. The beast tide surged forward rapidly, making escape virtually impossible. Emil into the lake. Seeing the approaching beast tide, Brandan made a decisive decision. Without hesitation, Emil carried Brandan and plunged headfirst into the lake, despite his dislike for water. There were no other options at this moment. SSSSH. Gabriel hesitated for just a moment too long, and a golden light struck his back, reducing it to a bloody mess. In the next instant, he followed them into the lake, using the water to conceal himself. Clearly, though there were many extraordinary beasts, few were skilled swimmers, and the lake became the best hiding place. Plunk. A few extraordinary beasts entered the lake, pursuing Brandan, Emil, Gabriel, and others. In the lake, Emil had shrunk down and perched on Brandan's shoulder while Brandan released water element power, enveloping himself and swimming through the water like a fish. To evade the extraordinary beasts, Brandan dived deeper towards the bottom of the lake, hoping it was deep enough, or else there would be no place to run. Given that powerful spirit beasts like the azure water greenscale lion could live in the lake without being discovered by the anchor family, it was evident that the lake must be extraordinarily deep. Before long, Brandan had dived 50 zhang underwater. The surroundings grew dark as light struggled to penetrate this depth. At this depth, the water pressure was extremely intense. Normal people would find it unbearable. Even with his strong physical constitution, Brandan felt considerable pressure. Suddenly, Brandan sensed danger and instantly shifted sideways. Whoosh! An arrow made of black iron shot past, grazing his arm. If he hadn't dodged in time, it would have pierced right through him. Brandan's expression turned grim. This Gabriel was truly relentless. Even now, he still wanted to deal with him. With a thought, Brandan released a bone-chilling force, spreading it quickly around him. As the force reached the surrounding area, the lake water froze rapidly, turning into hard ice. Gabriel couldn't react fast enough and was frozen solid, trapped inside a large block of ice. Unfortunately, Brandan hadn't cultivated ice-based techniques, so the ice blocks were not as cold or solid as they could have been. Boom crack. Gabriel's body shook, his powerful internal energy bursting out, shattering the massive ice block and freeing him. At that moment, a delicate jade sword suddenly appeared, slicing directly toward his neck. Pooh! The jade sword sliced across Gabriel's neck, leaving a long wound. However, Gabriel was too strong and reacted quickly, deflecting the sword in time, so the attack did not cause fatal damage. Brandan retrieved the jade sword, feeling quite regretful. It was indeed difficult to kill someone much stronger than him, no matter how ingenious his methods. Without hesitation, he continued diving deeper, wondering if Gabriel would follow him. Gabriel was incomparably enraged. With only initial stage object control realm cultivation, Brandan had managed to injure him, nearly decapitating him. How could he bear this? In his view, Brandan posed an enormous threat. If allowed to grow stronger, he would become a future menace. Now that they had become enemies, the only solution was to eliminate Brandan to ensure his own safety. You won't get away. Gabriel used his xuanhuan power to seal the wound on his neck and immediately pursued them. Ironically, he was also being hunted. Several dozen powerful extraordinary beasts were relentlessly chasing him. Therefore, whether it was to chase Brandan and Emil or to escape the beasts, he had no choice but to dive deeper. However, as he descended, Gabriel's expression became increasingly serious. The water pressure became too strong, even for a xuanhuan realm expert using his powerful internal energy to withstand. What kind of monster is that boy? At only initial stage object control realm, he can dive this deep. Gabriel marveled inwardly. He knew Brandan possessed water element power, but such low cultivation should limit his depth. Finally, Gabriel couldn't hold on any longer and was forced to stop. Fortunately, the extraordinary beasts behind him also ceased their pursuit. He was temporarily safe until the beast tide passed. Meanwhile, Brandan continued to dive, soon disappearing from Gabriel's sight. He was already reaching his limits, but at a critical moment, the dragon scales emitted a protective force, shielding him and reducing the pressure. Emil was also protected. Master, that fiend seems to have stopped chasing us. Should we keep diving? Emil asked. Brandan replied, I want to see how deep this lake really is. Why does that matter? Emil looked puzzled. Brandan explained, those evil cultivators are here for treasures hidden in the lake. If there are treasures, they're likely at the bottom. We might as well try our luck since we're already here. If he found the treasure, it would further enrage Gabriel. But Brandan was unsure if the dragon scales could help him reach the bottom or if any treasure was there. All he could do was try. This lake was incredibly deep. After descending nearly 300 zhang, Brandan finally reached the bottom. The water pressure here was so intense that even Void Core Realm experts might struggle to withstand it. Scott, it's your turn to shine, Brandan called to Scott inside him. Scott replied, I've been sensing everything, but haven't found anything yet. Try exploring the lake bed. Understanding, Brandan began to explore the lake bed. The environment at the bottom affected his soul power, limiting it to about 20 to 30 zhong. In the upper waters, Brandan saw numerous fish emitting spiritual fluctuations, all evidently having transcended the ordinary. But at the bottom, it was desolate, almost devoid of life. Clearly, even extraordinary fish couldn't survive in such depths. Thinking this, Brandan suddenly noticed a shadow darting by at incredible speed. Instantly, he became highly alert. While not all creatures surviving here were formidable extraordinary beasts, some were naturally adapted to this environment, but caution was always better. Swish. The shadow reappeared, gliding past Brandan nearby. Its speed was too great for Brandan to capture its identity with his soul power. Then, a silver light erupted, forcing Brandan to close his eyes involuntarily. A sharp blade-like aura flashed, slashing towards Brandan at lightning speed. Though his eyes were closed, his soul power could sense everything. Instantly, he drew his silver spirit sword, blocking the incoming silver blade. Clang! The silver spirit sword trembled, almost slipping from his grasp. Using the powerful recoil, Brandan pushed backward, distancing himself from the silver blade. Finally, he realized what the silver blade was. A fish's body, flat and long, resembling a knife. It had fins along its back, extending from head to tail, sharp and devastating. From the appearance of this fish, it could be seen that it was a species of fish living at the bottom of the lake, which had become an extraordinary beast by chance. It possessed strength comparable to a peak object control realm expert. And at the lake bed, leveraging its natural environment, it could even match a Dan Yuan realm powerhouse. This fish looks delicious, let me take care of it. Scott flew out from Brandan's body and lunged straight at the fish. Having absorbed the dragon horn and scales, Scott was also protected by a strange power, allowing him to move freely at the lake bottom. The fish's fins were formidable, but Scott's dragon claws were no less impressive. After just a dozen clashes, the fish retreated, using its rapid speed to escape from under Scott's claws. Where do you think you're running? How could Scott let such a meal slip away? He immediately chased after it. Seeing this, Brandan could only follow closely, worried that Scott might run into trouble. Before long, the fish dove into a cave at the bottom of the lake, disappearing from sight. Scott didn't give up, he followed right into the cave. Brandan had no choice. The cave was too small for his body, so he waited outside. Bang! After a short wait, the rock cave suddenly shattered, and Scott burst out. Brandan, coming quickly. There's another world inside, Scott telepathically conveyed. Without hesitation, Brandan followed Scott into the widened rock cave. Scott had only widened a small section of the cave, which was already spacious inside. As Scott said, the cave held hidden treasures within. Numerous large and small caves stretched out, with no signs of artificial excavation, likely formed naturally. Scott picked up a pitch black object from the side and brought it close to Brandan. Look, it's a huge piece of shimmering cold iron, material for forging tier 3 spirit artifacts. Brandan took it in his hand, instantly feeling a bone-chilling cold. This piece of shimmering cold iron was indeed substantial, enough to forge 3 to 5 swords. If sold, it would fetch at least several thousand lower-grade spirit stones. Just as Brandan put away the shimmering cold iron, Scott presented him with another find. A palm-sized jade emitting a cold aura. Tier 3 spirit item, cold spirit jade. A flash of excitement crossed Brandan's eyes. In this brief moment, Scott had already found 2 valuable tier 3 spirit items. Was this place truly a treasure trove? Gradually, Brandan calmed down, as Scott continued to discover more treasures, both tier 2 and tier 3, in considerable quantities. Brandan, look. Is this the soul essence stone needed for cultivating the divine soul armor? Scott found another treasure, visibly excited. Brandan immediately took it and examined it carefully. The soul essence stone was not listed in the spirit treasure catalog, but there was detailed information about it on the lotus platform in the Oswald Pagoda. Sols, this is indeed the tier 5 spirit item, soul essence stone, Brandan confirmed confidently. Cultivating the divine soul armor required 5 types of heavenly rarities. Except for the Ardal soul stone, which was tier 6, the rest were all tier 5. Of course, this was only for initial cultivation. To make the divine soul armor stronger, more precious rarities would need to be refined into it, as recorded on the lotus platform. However, those rarities were beyond Brandan's current reach, as they were all between tier 7 and higher, extremely rare and hard to obtain. Great! We only need to find the other 3 rarities to complete the divine soul armor. Scott beamed with excitement. Its soul was powerful, so it was very dedicated to cultivating the divine soul armor, hoping to achieve it soon. After speaking, it resumed searching for treasures. With many treasures around, it might find 1 or 2 more items needed for the divine soul armor. Unfortunately, although they found more treasures, none of them matched what they needed. Instead, they found a rarity useful for cultivating the Dragon Emperor battle armor, much to Brandan's delight. I sense it, the presence of great treasure here. Scott suddenly perked up. Brandan looked intrigued, surprised to learn there was indeed a significant treasure in the lake. Anything Scott considered a significant treasure must be extraordinary, at least tier 5 or higher. Such treasures would stir the hearts of even a divine soul cultivator. Brandan had 2 treasures exceeding tier 5, the tier 6 Ardal Soulstone and the tier 6 Cold Stone Star Vine, both of which he dared not expose. Immediately, Brandan fully extended his soul power, probing into various caves, expanding his range as far as possible. Strangely, in this cave system, his soul power faced less suppression and could extend further. Hide quickly. Brandan's expression suddenly changed. Even as he spoke, he rapidly retracted his aura and hid in a cave. His heart pounded violently. While he hadn't found the great treasure, he sensed an incredibly terrifying presence that made him instinctively feel uneasy. He dared not continue probing and quickly withdrew his soul power to avoid being detected. Although Scott hadn't sensed anything specific, He also smelled danger and immediately followed Brandan into hiding. To ensure safety, Brandan activated the ancient talisman, completely concealing their presence. Despite this, Brandan still felt anxious and couldn't relax. Chapter 86. Such a large clam. Brandan held his breath and used the power of the ancient rune to conjure up an extraordinary barrier that cloaked him, Scott, and Emil from view. With no other choice, he placed all his hopes on the ancient rune, praying it would fool the unseen dangers lurking around. Scott and Emil were equally tense, the unknown always being more terrifying. Whoosh! Inside the cave, a hidden current surged violently, growing ever faster as if some colossal beast had opened its mouth to swallow all the water within. Brandan did his best to stabilize the barrier against being swept away by the flow, but there was no telling what awaited at the end of this undercurrent. Unfortunately, such a situation was beyond his control. The currents were too fierce for the barrier to hold steady, and they were inevitably swept along. Fortunately, the barrier remained intact, offering a last line of defense. What's happening? Why did a sudden undercurrent appear at the bottom of the lake? And it's so strong. Gabriel's expression changed drastically. He saw a massive whirlpool emitting a terrifying sucking force trying to drag him in. Most troublesome of all, the whirlpool kept expanding, increasing its suction force. Leaving him feeling deeply uneasy. Without hesitation, Gabriel decided to act immediately, dashing upward as fast as he could. He didn't want to be mysteriously caught in the whirlpool. By now, he reasoned, the beast tide outside should have passed. Bang! Gabriel broke through the surface of the water, soaring skyward. As he had guessed, the beast tide had indeed passed, with thousands of powerful and extraordinary beasts already marching far into the distance. Who knew where they were heading? Oh no! Just as Gabriel was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his face turned pale again. He realized that the Anchor family's base was directly in the path of the beast tide. If it rolled over, the Anchor family might face serious trouble. But it was too late for him to rush back to warn them. With the Taj in charge, things should not be too bad, Gabriel consoled himself. The Taj of the Anchor family was a Golden Core realm expert, immensely powerful, unmatched by sheer numbers. As long as there were no Golden Core beasts in the tide, the Taj should be able to handle it. Next, Gabriel cast his gaze toward the lake, his pupils constricting sharply. A tremendous disturbance was occurring in the lake. A whirlpool spanning dozens of yards appeared in the center, pulling the water down visibly. Whoosh! One by one, figures emerged from the water, using spirit artifacts to fly into the sky. These were all Anchor family disciples who had previously entered the lake to search for treasures, now escaping the chaos. One disciple surfaced, unable to fly away in time, got sucked into the vortex, spinning uncontrollably. Help me. The disciple struggled desperately, appealing to his escaping companions for aid. Feeling the terrifying pull, none dared approach, fearing they would also be pulled in. Break! Maverick roared, condensing his entire essence force into a punch aimed at tearing the vortex apart. However, he underestimated its strength. While his punch caused minor damage, the vortex quickly recovered. Seeing the disciple about to be swallowed, Maverick released powerful essence force, forming sturdy threads that wrapped around the man's waist and pulled him out. Just as he was about to escape the vortex, a blade-like stream of water severed the threads. Ah! The disciple screamed in terror, falling back into the vortex and instantly swallowed. Maverick's expression turned grim. Despite his best efforts, he had failed. Anyone swallowed by the vortex was likely doomed. Boom! The whirlpool shook violently, expanding further. Maverick quickly retreated, knowing he stood no chance against its immense suction. Meanwhile, the azure-scaled lion leapt out of the water, fleeing hastily. Living in this lake, it abandoned its nest without hesitation. Clearly, something dire had occurred in the lake, presenting significant danger to anyone inside. Following the lion, several figures soared out, strange fish with essences comparable to the lion, all at the essence core realm, capable of flying despite being aquatic creatures. Gabriel and Maverick exchanged looks, both realizing their luck if these fish hadn't shown up earlier. Soon after, the large whirlpool vanished, the lake gradually returning to calm. The water level had dropped 100 feet, exposing the shallow bottom and reducing the lake size to only a quarter of its original. What exactly is happening? Both men were thoroughly puzzled. They wanted to investigate further but feared another sudden change. One lucky escape did not mean they would always be so fortunate. This place is too bizarre. Even if there are treasures here, they're clearly beyond our reach, Maverick said gravely. Gabriel, though reluctant, had to admit it was true. The only regret was not killing Brandan personally. However, Brandan's non-emergence suggested a grim fate. Taking a deep breath, Gabriel said, let's head back to the family base. There may be trouble there too. I agree, Maverick nodded. The rise and fall of the Anchor family had a great impact on them. Without the Anchor family, neither could expect a good future. They set off with a group of Anchor family disciples towards the base. Meanwhile, the azure-scaled lion and the fish found new homes elsewhere. In the dark underwater cavern, tranquility returned. The barrier Brandan created with the ancient rune stubbornly withstood the pressure, safeguarding Brandan, Scott, and Emil. Though carried by the current, they were unsure where they had been taken. Through the barrier, Brandan saw an expansive space illuminated brightly by a giant pearl the size of a human head, radiating gentle light that dispelled the darkness. My God, how can a clam be so huge? Emil couldn't help exclaiming, eyes wide open. Indeed, not far from them lay an enormous golden clam, over 10 feet long. Brandan, who wasn't unfamiliar with clams, had never seen one this big. Its growth span was unimaginable. Could the pearl above be birthed by this clam? Brandan wondered. Such a massive clam nurturing a human-sized pearl seemed reasonable, but something felt off. It was alive. Why would it expel the pearl? Next, he noticed something surprising. The pearl seemed to have life, absorbing heavenly and earthly essences continuously. Brandan, look at that. Scott suddenly said. Turning his gaze, Brandan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood a plant that resembled a dragon, radiating a glowing white light, filled with vitality. There can be no mistake. This is the 7th grade spirit medicine recorded in the Oswald Atlas, the silver dragon vine. If I can refine it, I might have a chance to master the ability to transform into a dragon. Brandan's voice trembled slightly. He had never expected to encounter this legendary spirit medicine at the bottom of the lake. Its value was immeasurable, and even supreme powerhouses would covet it deeply. Dragons were creatures of incomparably noble bloodline, born powerful and revered by all. Countless beings yearned for ways to evolve into dragons. If one could obtain a silver dragon vine, there might be hope for their dreams to come true. Brandan was also very tempted. The immortal Tao cultivation technique he practiced was called the profound embryo transforming dragon sutra, which had significant connections with the dragon race. The silver dragon vine held immense significance for him, especially since he found that this silver dragon vine was of extremely high quality, considered top-notch among 6th grade spirit medicines, nearly reaching the 8th grade. Its medicinal effects should be astonishing. However, he did not act rashly. How could such a precious spirit medicine not be guarded by a powerful creature? His gaze shifted back to the enormous golden clam, carefully examining it. What alarmed him was that he could not discern the clam's true nature or gauge its strength at all. His thoughts racing, Brandan began to realize that everything they had experienced must have been orchestrated by this clam, including the terrifying aura he had sensed, which originated from this clam. What puzzled him was why, despite their intrusion, the clam showed no reaction. Did it consider them too weak to bother with? Unconsciously, Brandan began to look for an exit. Since the clam ignored them, they should leave as soon as possible. After scanning around, he discovered that this space was relatively enclosed, with the only exit directly above, but it was blocked by something. Brandan cautiously opened the barrier while closely watching the giant clam's movements. Seeing that the clam remained unmoved, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief internally. Let's go. We need to leave here. Brandan spoke to Scott and Emil. Scott pointed a claw towards the silver dragon vine. Just like this? Are we leaving the silver dragon vine behind? This clam is inscrutable, far beyond what we can provoke. If we touch the silver dragon vine, we might not be able to leave, Brandan transmitted telepathically. He wasn't uninterested in the silver dragon vine, but he dared not take the risk. That thing might bring death if obtained without the strength to handle it. Facing treasures, one must never lose their head. No matter how precious it was, nothing could compare to one's life. Hearing Brandan's words, Scott, though reluctant, chose to give up. Their movements were light as they slowly approached the blocked exit. Brandan raised his hands, intending to push the obstruction aside. To his surprise, the obstacle was extremely heavy, and he could not move it. Then Scott and Emil joined in, yet the obstruction remained unmoved, as if it was fused with the cave itself. Brandan wanted to use a spirit artifact to forcefully break through the obstruction, but feared the noise might alert the clam. Faced with this situation, he felt a headache, unsure how to proceed. If we don't find a way out soon, we'll die. We might as well take the risk. Brandan made up his mind. Without hesitation, he took out a silver spirit sword, employing the 13 strokes of mystic cloud sword art to attack the obstruction. Clang! The sharp sword energy slashed against the obstruction, producing a loud sound, but with little effect. How is this possible? Brandan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his full force attack, the obstruction merely bore a shallow scratch, showing no real damage. Its hardness was beyond imagination. Not just the obstruction, but even the cave itself remained undamaged under the sword energy. Scott wouldn't accept this, revealing a pair of sharp dragon claws and attacking without reserve. But the result was the same. He only left shallow scratches, and his own claws went numb from the counterforce. What kind of place is this? How can the stone be so hard? Scott was almost losing it. Unable to damage the cave, how could they escape? Were they truly going to be trapped and die here? Scott refused to sit and wait for death. It moved to attack other parts of the cave, believing there had to be a weak point somewhere. However, after a long time, Scott gave up. After attacking every part of the cave, leaving its claws bloody, it found no way out. It's over. Looks like we're going to die here, Scott sighed. It blamed itself, saying, it's my fault. If I hadn't brought you into the cave, none of this would have happened. I've caused your doom. If you say that, it's my fault for insisting on diving to the bottom of the lake, hoping for luck, Brandan responded. Life is unpredictable. We never know what the next moment holds. Don't despair yet. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. He was not someone who easily gave up. Even in dire straits, he would not quit until the last moment. Turn for the better? Unless that giant clam decides to send us out personally, Emil muttered. Hearing this, Brandan looked at the giant clam again. Perhaps it was a way. After some thought, Brandan swam close to the clam. With trepidation, he bowed and transmitted a message using his soul force. 3 of us accidentally intruded upon your residence, sir. Please forgive us and send us away. Instinct told him the clam was likely a spirit beast, highly intelligent and capable of communication. Of course, with no other options, he could only try. Frustratingly, after a long time, the clam still did not respond, ignoring him. He really wanted to pry open the clamshell and see what state the clam was in, but he dared not act. Well, we're dead anyway. Might as well eat the silver dragon vine. Scott approached the silver dragon vine, preparing to bite down. It couldn't bear it anymore. With no way out and the clam ignoring them, what else was there to worry about? Snap. At that moment, the giant clam reacted, opening a seam and then slowly widening it. Chapter 87. A Dragon Transformation Powerhouse. At the sound, Hassan immediately stopped and didn't dare to continue eating the silver dragon vine. In one swift motion, it returned to Brandan's side. In times like this, it was best they stayed together. The enormous clamshell slowly opened, revealing its interior clearly. This is... Brandan's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with astonishment. The scene before him was indeed quite unexpected, completely out of his imagination. Inside the clamshell wasn't the fleshy body of a giant river clam, but an egg. A silver-white colossal egg with golden veins crisscrossing its surface, forming strange patterns. So the vitality he had sensed came from this egg. How can it be an egg? What kind of egg is this? Hassan asked, full of confusion. Brandan was equally puzzled. Why would this egg be inside a giant clamshell? Who were its parents? Just from the extraordinary aura emitted by the silver-white egg, it could be inferred that its parents were not ordinary at all, especially since there was also a top-grade 7th-rank spirit medicine here, which certainly wouldn't be occupied by an ordinary extraordinary beast. Could this be an egg laid by a powerful creature who has cultivated a primordial spirit? Brandan guessed boldly in his heart. If that were the case, the value of this egg would be astonishing, and those supreme experts who have cultivated a primordial spirit would undoubtedly be interested. What a powerful life force. The effects of this egg might even surpass the silver dragon vine. Hassan couldn't help but glow with excitement. Brandan, however, looked serious. Don't entertain thoughts about it. Otherwise, we might die a very miserable death. You've got to be kidding. If this really was the offspring of a powerful creature who had cultivated a primordial spirit, anyone who dared touch it would face dire consequences. Even if I wanted to entertain thoughts about it, it wouldn't work. Didn't you feel the extremely terrifying power within the clamshell? If we get too close, we'll be destroyed. Hassan shook his head. The power gathered in the clamshell was too strong. Even by its perception, it seemed fundamentally superior to the powers of the Devil King of the vast sea. Without a doubt, the creature related to this egg was among the most powerful beings at this stage, possessing unfathomable abilities. At this moment, the giant egg suddenly moved, emitting a peculiar light that shone upon Brandan. Instantly, Brandan's body was immobilized, unable to move at all. He could clearly feel that something was happening within the mysterious fetus spirit sea, the strange light enveloping the golden dragon chi, trying to extract it. Brandan was alarmed. The golden dragon chi was of great significance to him. If it was taken away, he'd be in big trouble. Unfortunately, he was now immobile and couldn't stop the egg from extracting the golden dragon chi at all. Next, the golden dragon chi flew out of the mysterious fetus spirit sea, struggling vigorously but to no avail. Just when Brandan was extremely tense, a very pleasant voice suddenly sounded, "Dragon chi born from the essence of heaven and earth, indeed rare. But unfortunately it has already fused with you and cannot be separated." Brandan was startled again, looking incredulously at the giant egg. He confirmed that the voice came from inside the egg. It turned out he had been wrong. This wasn't just any powerful creature's egg but the powerful creature itself. His mind raced quickly, sorting out the situation. It seemed that the giant river clam had cultivated into a supreme powerhouse, and for some reason, had transformed into an egg, undergoing a special transformation. "Little one, I need your help with something. Rest assured, I won't make you do it for nothing. After the deed is done, there will be benefits for you," the voice said again. Brandan came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, "If Senior needs assistance, please command it. Junior would never dare ask for any reward. You needn't fear. Even if you are unwilling to help, I won't make things difficult for you," the powerful creature in the egg said calmly. Brandan responded, "Meeting is fate. If Junior can assist Senior, it is my honor. How could I refuse? I practiced a secret technique, aiming to evolve into a dragon, but ran into some problems and can't break out of the shell. The dragon chi within your body can help me. I need you to use the dragon chi to assist me in transforming smoothly into a dragon," the powerful creature in the egg explained. Upon hearing this, Brandan's heart skipped a beat. So that was what was going on. The giant river clam had encountered an extraordinary opportunity and was trying to evolve into a more advanced life form. Undoubtedly, once the evolved body of the giant river clam emerged from the egg, it would become much stronger. After considering for a moment, Brandan said, "Junior is willing to help Senior. But how should Junior proceed? Should I stay here?" "It's unsafe to remain here," the powerful creature in the egg said. Brandan couldn't help but ask, "Then how can Junior take Senior away?" The silver giant egg was a living entity and couldn't be stored in a spatial ring. He couldn't simply carry the silver egg out either. That would be too conspicuous. This is the 100 Beasts bracelet, which contains a unique space allowing extraordinary beasts to live. "Consider it a small gift from me," the powerful creature in the egg said, sending a silver bracelet to Brandan. Brandan reached out and picked up the bracelet, immediately releasing divine soul energy to inspect it. Indeed, it contained a vast space with dense spiritual energy, allowing extraordinary beasts to live and cultivate within. At present, the 100 Beasts bracelet was unclaimed, so Brandan easily refined it. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put Yanni inside. "Master, it's wonderful in here. I love it." Yanni rolled around freely inside the bracelet. Seeing Yanni's behavior, Brandan couldn't help but smile. This was indeed a very good treasure, extremely useful for people raising extraordinary beasts. After all, not all extraordinary beasts were like Hassan, capable of signing a master-servant contract and entering a person's body. Most extraordinary beasts, even if acknowledged their master, still couldn't enter a human body. "Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift." Brandan hurriedly thanked. He hadn't done anything yet and received such a valuable treasure. This Senior was truly generous. The silver giant egg emitted light, retracting the glowing treasure pearl that originally belonged to it. The pearl was a significant treasure it had cultivated, constantly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nourish its true body within the egg. Without the pearl's glow, the lake bottom cave instantly became dark. Hoka! The giant stone blocking the exit shifted, revealing the exit. "The silver dragon vine is no longer of use to me, so I'll give it to you as well," the pleasant voice from the egg sounded again. Brandan was stunned again, thinking he must have misheard. Such a precious silver dragon vine was casually given to him. He had no doubt that if news of the silver dragon vine spread, even experts at the level of the Sea Devil King would rush over to snatch it. However, since the other party had offered it, he naturally shouldn't refuse. Thank you, Senior. Brandan immediately stepped forward, releasing golden spirit power to wrap around the silver dragon vine and carefully transplant it into the spatial medicine garden ring. The spatial medicine garden ring could cultivate many spirit medicines, and the silver dragon vine wasn't picky about its environment, growing both in water and on land. Speaking of which, Brandan considered himself fortunate to have successively obtained a spatial medicine garden ring for cultivating spirit medicines and a 100-beast bracelet for keeping extraordinary beasts. These two treasures were highly sought after by cultivators, nearly impossible to buy with spirit stones. My name is Celeste. You can call me by my name, the powerful creature in the egg said very amicably, without a trace of superiority. Brandan replied, Junior failed to introduce myself. My name is Brandan. Alright, Brandan. Remember that. Let's leave here. When I need to borrow the dragon chi, I'll inform you, Celeste said. Brandan didn't hesitate, immediately storing the giant egg along with the clamshell into the 100 Beasts bracelet. Then, he and Hassan swam towards the upper exit. Guided by Celeste, Brandan and Hassan finally emerged from the complex lake bottom cave after much time spent wandering. Due to the overall subsidence of the lake water, Brandan felt much more relaxed even at the lake bottom. He could barely manage without using the power of the dragon inverse scale. Boom. The lake surface shattered as Brandan and Hassan burst out from it. By now, the sky had already darkened, and the lake area became very quiet. The beast tide had passed, and there was no sign of the Anchor family's group of demon Dao cultivators. The lake water has sunk so much. Seeing the significantly reduced area of the lake, Hassan couldn't help but be surprised. I only extracted a special essence contained in the lake water. I did not harm any of the living beings within it. Celeste's voice came from the 100 Beasts bracelet. Brandan believed this, for on their way out, he saw many creatures in the lake that were not affected. Brandan didn't linger here, and after determining the direction, he released Yanni. Given the long journey to Cold River City, leaving the traveling to Yanni would make things easier and wouldn't hinder his cultivation. Celeste was very approachable, and Brandan took the opportunity to ask her many questions about cultivation. After all, although he had a master, he never received proper guidance. For so long, he had been figuring out cultivation methods on his own, unsure if he made mistakes. With Celeste's guidance, Brandan gained a clearer understanding of cultivation and knew how to better improve himself. Master, there's something going on. Suddenly, Yanni's voice rang in Brandan's ears. Brandan withdrew from his cultivation state and asked, What is it? Before Yanni could respond, a firelight descended swiftly from the sky, landing not far ahead and transforming into a thin, emaciated man. This man was unique because he had no hands, replaced instead by a pair of wings covered in red feathers. Brandan instantly understood that this man must originally be a spirit bird, possessing the cultivation level of core formation, barely able to take human form, though not completely, still retaining some characteristics of its original form. Typically, spirit beasts needed to reach the void core or golden core realms to achieve a perfect transformation that was hard to discern. Patricia was an exception, having been able to transform perfectly at a low cultivation level, which showed the purity of her bloodline. Being stopped by such a powerful spirit bird caused unease in Brandan. He didn't know what this bird intended. Of course, he wasn't overly worried. After all, Celeste was in the 100 Beasts bracelet. Even if she had issues with her current cultivation and sealed herself within the silver giant egg, she should still be capable of displaying extraordinary means. Who are you? Did you come to Phoenix Mountain to wish my Lady Jemima a happy birthday? The partially transformed man asked. Brandan felt a jolt in his heart. Was this a misunderstanding? It seemed they had coincidentally encountered this Lady Jemima's birthday celebration. Just as Brandan was about to respond, Celeste's voice suddenly rang in his ear, Go to Lady Jemima's birthday banquet. At that time, you can ask her for something. Huh, ask for something. Will she give it? Brandan couldn't help but be stunned. Celeste replied, I have my ways. Hearing this, Brandan no longer pondered further. He smiled and responded, I have heard of Lady Jemima's great reputation. Upon accidentally learning of her birthday, I hurriedly came to wish her longevity. My Lady Jemima loves lively occasions. Today, she invited guests from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. You arrived just in time. Please follow me, the partially transformed man said with a smile. Brandan bowed again. Thank you. The partially transformed man cautioned, Today, there are many important guests, including influential figures. Be careful not to cause trouble. Thank you for your advice. Brandan thanked him. Led by the partially transformed man, Brandan rode Yanni quickly toward a towering peak. This peak was Phoenix Mountain's main peak, resembling a phoenix about to spread its wings for flight. Big Brother Cal, which important figures are attending Lady Jemima's birthday? Brandan asked the partially transformed man. The partially transformed man was indeed named Cal, with considerable talent. After cultivating for several decades to reach the core formation realm, he was the leader of the patrol spirits on Phoenix Mountain, holding a respectable position. Today being Lady Jemima's birthday, he specifically came out to welcome guests. Discovering Yanni carrying Brandan towards Phoenix Mountain, he personally appeared to inquire. Cal laughed, Lady Jemima is open-minded and loves making friends. Her social circle is extensive. On her 200th birthday, many close friends came early. Notables like King Grey Wolf, Lord Jade-Faced Fox, King Golden Horn, and Lord Wind Spirit arrived days in advance. Brandan inwardly marveled. This Lady Jemima was truly long-lived. She had lived over 100 years even before the recovery of spirit chi. It seemed Lady Jemima was among the first batch of beings who embarked on the path of cultivation in this world. Having cultivated for a century, it was unclear what realm she had reached. As for the notable figures mentioned by Cal, Brandan didn't recognize any of them. He had never heard of them either. His knowledge was quite limited. He had only asked casually to let Cal believe he was genuinely here to celebrate Lady Jemima's birthday, and not for any other reason. Senior Celeste, what exactly is this Lady Jemima's background? Brandan couldn't help but secretly ask Celeste. He dared not directly call her name and thought adding senior sounded safer. Celeste replied, an interesting character. When you meet her, you'll understand. Keep this gift safe. When the time comes, give it to her and ask for something beneficial to you. Even before she finished speaking, a small wooden box appeared in Brandan's hand. He didn't know what was inside. Brandan grew increasingly curious, both about Lady Jemima and what Celeste wanted him to ask for. However, since Celeste didn't say more, he didn't press further. Chapter 88. A featherless phoenix is worth less than a chicken. Led by Armin, Brandan entered an exceptionally spacious valley. The spiritual energy here was extremely dense, and the flora flourished, with vibrant flowers blooming everywhere. At first glance, he noticed several spirit flowers in full bloom, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Truly an excellent place for cultivation, Brandan thought to himself. Such a paradise was not easily accessible to ordinary people. Scanning his surroundings, Brandan saw many figures, almost all humanoid, but some still retained characteristics of their original forms. What surprised him most was that among the 100 or so individuals in the valley, everyone's cultivation level was above the Dan Yuan realm. No one was weak. He and Emil became the least powerful among them. This time, he had indeed witnessed a grand scene, with over 100 Dan Yuan experts, nearly 20 Su Dan experts, and a few Jin Dan experts, enough to rival top-tier forces. Brother Armin, where's Lord Elwin? Brandan asked. He came here with a special purpose and naturally needed to know who the main person was. Armin pointed towards a figure and said reverently, do you see? The heroic man sitting on the main seat over there is Lord Elwin, renowned across Qi province. Brandan shifted his gaze and instantly locked onto the person Armin indicated. Indeed, this person exuded an aura of bravery. Wearing cloud-walking boots, adorned with a purple gold crown, draped in a colorful silk robe, with piercing eyes and a prominent nose, he looked like a beautifully refined gentleman. In terms of bearing alone, Brandan hadn't seen anyone who could match Lord Elwin, and he felt rather inadequate in comparison. He is incredibly strong, possibly even more than City Lord Jiang. Brandan secretly compared. Having encountered multiple Jin Dan experts, he roughly gauged that Lord Elwin's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Jin Dan realm, just short of condensing the xuanhuan before entering a higher realm. Such strength was undoubtedly top-notch in the current cultivation world. After all, cultivators who had achieved the xuanhuan realm were still very rare. Among those known from the demonic path, only the 10 demon lords had reached such heights. Shifting his gaze, Brandan observed the few people seated below Lord Elwin, 4 men and 1 woman, all in human form and possessing Jin Dan realm cultivation. They must be the big shots Armin mentioned earlier. To have so many Jin Dan experts attending his birthday celebrations, Lord Elwin must have considerable influence. Additionally, Brandan noticed an empty seat below Lord Elwin, suggesting another major figure was yet to arrive. Brother Elwin, I'm late. Please forgive me. A light laughter echoed. A streak of light broke through the sky, entered the valley, and landed near Lord Elwin, transforming into a young and handsome purple-robed Taoist. Lord Elwin immediately stood up, welcoming him heartily. Herschel, I'm delighted you could make it. I heard you were in seclusion. I thought you might not come. The refinement of this profound soul pill delayed me. I almost couldn't make it on time, the purple-robed Taoist replied, producing a jade box. Lord Elwin showed excitement. You managed to refine the profound soul pill? By chance, I obtained the 2 most critical ingredients recently, so I immediately began refining it. It just happened to be completed on your birthday. I hope this gift satisfies you, the Taoist smiled. Lord Elwin took the jade box and slowly opened it. A pill radiating with a peculiar glow appeared before his eyes. Just inhaling a wisp of its essence made him feel invigorated. Putting away the jade box, Lord Elwin gave the Taoist a big hug. Brother Herschel, what a delightful surprise. We must drink together today. I've been eyeing your fine wines for a long time, the Taoist laughed. Lord Elwin generously offered, drink your fill today. There's plenty to go around. He was genuinely happy. His best friend had come to celebrate his birthday and brought him the highly sought-after profound soul pill, a truly joyous occasion. Congratulations, Brother Elwin. Achieving the xuanhuan realm is just around the corner. The major figures present stood up, congratulating him with smiles. They envied him too. Who wouldn't want to reach the xuanhuan level? Brother Armin, who is this purple-robed Taoist? Brandan couldn't help but ask. Armin's eyes revealed admiration as he replied. This is true man Herschel from xuanhuan, the premier alchemy master in all of Qi province, capable of refining 6th-grade spirit pills. He and Lord Elwin are sworn brothers. Upon hearing this, Brandan was impressed. He knew about xuanhuan. It was one of the 12 strongest sects in the southern domain and the leading sect in Qi province. He now understood that to be ranked among the 3 major sects, 4 observatories, and 5 pavilions, they all needed to meet a basic requirement. Having at least 1 xuanhuan expert overseeing and multiple Jin Dan experts within the sect. True man Herschel was still at the Jin Dan realm but could refine 6th-grade spirit pills, uncommon even in the entire southern domain. Brandan admired Lord Elwin for having such extensive connections, able to befriend the alchemy master of xuanhuan. You sit over there. It's a bit far, but can't be helped. Your cultivation is relatively low, Armin pointed to a spot nearby. Brandan nodded. I understand. Being able to attend Lord Elwin's birthday celebration is already satisfying for me. Thank you, Brother Armin. He moved aside and sat down randomly, while Emil had to lie next to him since, though it was a spirit beast, it hadn't transformed and thus didn't qualify for a seat. As time passed, more people arrived. Positions for Jin Dan and Su Dan realms were fixed and predetermined, while others found seats freely. Today, 6 Jin Dan experts and 27 Su Dan experts came to celebrate Lord Elwin's birthday, an impressive turnout. When the auspicious moment arrived, Lord Elwin stood up, addressing all guests. Today marks my 200th birthday. I'm grateful for your presence and have prepared some modest wine for you to enjoy. Servants then appeared, serving food and drinks to all guests, officially starting the birthday feast. Toasting you all, Lord Elwin raised his cup, facing everyone. Seeing this, all guests stood up, raising their cups high. Wishing Lord Elwin eternal health and longevity, a Su Dan expert said. Everyone then chorused, wishing Lord Elwyn eternal health and longevity. Lord Elwyn laughed heartily, finishing his cup in one gulp. The guests followed suit, then resumed their seats. Brandon put down his cup and scanned the dishes in front of him. 4 dishes and a soup, richly abundant enough for one person. These dishes used rare ingredients, offering significant benefits. The wine wasn't ordinary either but brewed from spirit fruits and flowers, making it extraordinary. Without doubt, the cost of this banquet was immense, potentially bankrupting a regular sect. Lord Elwyn, this is a carefully prepared gift, wishing you success in achieving the xuanhuan realm. A Sudan expert presented his gift respectfully. You've thoughtfully considered it. Lord Elwyn nodded and smiled. A beautiful woman standing behind him promptly stepped forward, taking the gift from the Sudan expert. One after another, more guests came forward, presenting their gifts. However, Lord Elwyn didn't examine them closely, casually letting the maidservants collect them. Given his cultivation and strength, there were not many treasures that could catch his eye, and these guests certainly couldn't offer him anything he would truly desire. Senior Celeste, what should I do? Brandon secretly asked for advice from Celeste. At this rate, it would soon be his turn to present a gift, yet he was still utterly confused about what to do. You don't need to do anything special. Just open the box and present its contents before Elwyn. If he asks you a question, simply reply, "A featherless phoenix is worth less than a chicken," Celeste responded. Upon hearing this, Brandon was instantly stunned. A featherless phoenix is worth less than a chicken? Was it really appropriate to say such a thing? And at such a special occasion, no less. He began to suspect whether Celeste was deliberately messing with him. Senior Celeste, what's the significance behind those words? Brandon asked. Celeste replied, don't ask too many questions. You'll understand when the time comes. Brandon couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The more mysterious Celeste acted, the more uncertain he felt. Could he be sure that Lord Elwyn wouldn't strike him dead upon hearing those words? But now he had no other choice and could only follow through as instructed, biting the bullet. As the lowest-ranked cultivator, Brandon's seat was at the very end of the hall, meaning he would be the last to present his gift. Approaching Lord Elwyn with trepidation, Brandon followed Celeste's instructions. He opened the wooden box, held it up with both hands, and said, wishing Lord Elwyn longevity and heavenly cultivation. Lord Elwyn initially paid little attention since Brandon was merely an early-stage, controlling objects realm cultivator, insignificant by comparison. However, as his gaze fell upon the contents of the wooden box, his expression changed drastically. Instantly standing up, he strode forward and snatched the box from Brandon's hands. Where did you get this? Brandon could tell that Lord Elwyn was deeply agitated, but not in a positive way. A featherless phoenix is worth less than a chicken, Brandon murmured, bracing himself. Worried about potential backlash, he spoke so softly that only Lord Elwyn and the 6 Golden Core realm experts nearby could have heard. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 Golden Core realm experts shifted simultaneously, all looking away as if they hadn't heard a thing. Lord Elwyn's expression also changed, a terrifying chill flashing in his eyes. An icy aura enveloped Brandon. Shivering involuntarily, Brandon silently cursed his fate. He knew it would cause trouble, and now he could only pray that Celeste would protect him if Lord Elwyn became enraged. The wooden box contained a feather with 5 brilliant colors, incredibly beautiful, with faint mystical spiritual patterns visible on it. Brandon guessed that this feather likely had a significant connection to Lord Elwyn, perhaps even plucked from his own body. Could it be that Lord Elwyn is actually a phoenix? Brandon couldn't help but wonder. Just then, Celeste's voice echoed in his ear. You're overthinking it. Phoenixes are legendary creatures that don't just appear at will. Besides, if he were a true phoenix, he wouldn't have spent 100 years cultivating without achieving the xuanhuan realm. How can you know what I'm thinking? Brandon was taken aback. Celeste's voice came again. It's just a minor technique. Don't worry. I won't arbitrarily pry into your thoughts. Relieved, Brandon took a breath. Being spied upon at all times would be terrifying. He would have no privacy left. So, what is Lord Elwyn's true form? Brandon couldn't resist asking. He is a 5-colored mountain pheasant, Celeste replied. Brandon was dumbfounded. A 5-colored mountain pheasant? Isn't that just a wild chicken? His luck was good. He once obtained a piece of phoenix bone and assimilated it, giving him a slight connection to the phoenix. But transforming into a true phoenix is still far beyond his reach, Celeste explained further. Now Brandon understood why Lord Elwyn referred to himself as Elwyn. It stemmed from this connection. You stay here. After the banquet, I need to ask you some questions. Lord Elwyn finally spoke, refraining from taking immediate action. Brandon breathed a sigh of relief internally. As long as he wasn't attacked, things could still be negotiated. Clearly, Lord Elwyn valued face. With the banquet ongoing, handling certain matters discreetly was necessary. Returning to his seat, Brandon lost his appetite, unable to grasp what game Celeste was playing. Seeing Brandon stop eating, Emil quickly devoured the remaining food. For it, these dishes were nourishing essentials that would strengthen its foundation and hasten its entry into the Danyuan realm. Little brother Brandon, what did you give to Lord Elwyn? It seems like he isn't pleased. Cal walked over, frowning in concern. Brandon was brought to the banquet by Cal. If Brandon displeased Lord Elwyn, Cal might also be implicated. Though Lord Elwyn was usually easygoing, his anger could be terrifying when roused, making everyone fearful. Brandon chuckled bitterly. I happened upon a feather with extraordinary aura and presented it to Lord Elwyn. I don't know what went wrong. Lord Elwyn told me not to leave, and wants to question me later. Feather? That's not a great choice of gift. I hope it isn't from one of his kin. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Cal's frown deepened. I didn't expect this. Brother Cal, please rest assured. This matter won't implicate you, Brandon assured him. Don't worry too much. Lord Elwyn is reasonable. Answer him truthfully when questioned, Cal consoled him. As a minor patrol leader in Phoenix Mountain, Cal's influence was minimal, and he could offer little help at this moment. The banquet continued until dusk when most of the guests gradually left Phoenix Mountain. However, some remained, accommodated within Phoenix Mountain. like the few Golden Core realm experts who shared close ties with Lord Elwyn. Follow me. Lord Elwyn's voice resonated in Brandan's ears. Taking a deep breath, Brandan stood up and hurriedly followed, ready to face whatever awaited him. Chapter 89. The Helpless Lord Jemima. At the edge of a cliff, Lord Jemima stopped and gazed up at the sky full of stars with his hands behind his back. Brandan followed and halted about 10 paces away. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he felt quite anxious. A gentle breeze made him shiver, stirring an inexplicable chill deep within him. What is your relationship with Celeste? What did she send you here for? Lord Jemima turned around, his voice cold and stern. Brandan paused. Clearly, Lord Jemima knew Celeste, but their relationship didn't seem to be on good terms. Given Celeste's current cultivation issues, could she possibly handle Lord Jemima, who was about to achieve a primordial spirit? At that moment, Celeste's voice echoed in Brandan's ear, so he promptly relayed her message. I am just a nameless junior sent by Senior Celeste to ask Lord Jemima for something. Ask for what? Questioned Lord Jemima. Phoenix Marrow, Brandan answered. Upon hearing this, Brandan immediately sensed an overwhelming killing intent as Lord Jemima's eyes turned frigid, radiating unmasked hostility. Brandan inwardly groaned. He felt paralyzed, his muscles as if about to tear apart, and even his soul ached from a mysterious sting. He wished desperately to summon Celeste directly for face-to-face communication, rather than involve himself. Please calm down, Lord Jemima. Senior Celeste said if you give the Phoenix Marrow, she will provide you with what you have always wanted, Brandan hastily added. Upon hearing this, Lord Jemima's murderous aura rapidly dissipated. Did she really say so? Absolutely, Brandan nodded confidently. Lord Jemima's expression softened, and he began to ponder without making an immediate decision. After a deep breath, he remarked, I hope she will honor her promise. Indeed, he was also helpless because he couldn't defeat Celeste, hence appearing passive. Suddenly, Lord Jemima's body emitted colorful light, transforming into a beautiful, mythical bird adorned with iridescent feathers. Its long tail resembled a legendary phoenix, just as Celeste had described. Originally a 5-colored mountain pheasant, now mutating into a phoenix due to having refined a phoenix bone. Pooh! A bloody light emerged from Lord Jemima's body, followed by a cluster of glowing bone marrow floating towards Brandan. Taken aback initially, Brandan quickly retrieved a jade box to contain it. Only then did he realize that the phoenix marrow mentioned by Celeste was actually Lord Jemima's own bone marrow, which explained why Lord Jemima had reacted so fiercely earlier. This piqued Brandan's curiosity further. Just what could it be that warranted Lord Jemima risking his own well-being to exchange for it? After extracting the bone marrow, Lord Jemima reverted to human form, looking slightly pale and weakened, undoubtedly suffering from severe depletion of vitality. Bone marrow contained vital life essences crucial to Lord Jemima, and its absence would not easily recover. Nervously, Senior Celeste hopes Lord Jemima can help me refine the phoenix marrow, Brandan hesitantly stated. He truly didn't want to utter those words. To forcefully take Lord Jemima's bone marrow, and then ask for help in refining it was too cruel. But following Celeste's instructions left him no choice. According to Celeste, only Lord Jemima's personal intervention could maximally utilize the special bone marrow. As expected, upon hearing this, Lord Jemima's face turned grim with burning anger. If I don't get what I want, I will ensure your death is very unpleasant, he threatened coldly. Then, he proceeded to extract the phoenix marrow from the jade box and prepared to refine it into Brandan's body. Despite the cost, he chose to compromise for the sake of obtaining what was essential to him. Just then, Brandan interrupted. Wait a moment, Lord Jemima. What else do you need? Lord Jemima sounded impatient. I wish to refine the phoenix marrow into our 3 bodies, Brandan replied, releasing Hassan and Emmanuel. Good things shouldn't be enjoyed alone. They should share difficulties and happiness together. Although slightly troublesome, Lord Jemima did not refuse, given the process remained the same regardless of the number of recipients. True to Celeste's words, under Lord Jemima's hand, the bone marrow was successfully refined, fully integrating all essences into the trio without any waste. This marrow possessed extraordinary functions. Brandan could feel his constitution strengthening, his recovery ability improving, even his mystic womb's spirituality expanding, and his talent significantly enhanced, beneficial for future cultivation. Master, I believe I can soon break through to the core formation realm, Emmanuel expressed joyfully. His already peak artifact mastery cultivation was greatly boosted by the special bone marrow, eliminating any bottleneck for core formation advancement. Brandan marveled at the marrow's efficacy internally. Not even 4th or 5th grade medicinal herbs could match this potency. Leave now, and tell Celeste that I've done what she asked. Send my things soon, or tell me a place where I can fetch it personally, Lord Jemima spoke icily. Extracting the bone marrow against his will obviously displeased him. In fact, that item is with me, Brandan revealed while producing a brocade box. Instantly seizing the box, Lord Jemima's eyes filled with excitement, as he'd waited many years for this day. His trembling hands slowly opened the box, revealing the object inside. A transparent crystal containing a clot of fresh red blood. Senior Celeste, what is that blood? Brandan couldn't help but ask. Celeste responded, Phoenix blood. Is there really a phoenix in our world? Brandan was astonished. Celeste continued, Solars ago, Jemima and I entered a strange, secret realm and discovered a phoenix carcass. Jemima obtained the phoenix bone, while I acquired this clot of phoenix blood. Jemima attacked me fiercely but suffered a heavy defeat, losing all his feathers. Recalling this, Brandan understood why Celeste had requested a feather during Xuanhuan's birthday celebration, mentioning the featherless phoenix, essentially rubbing salt into Lord Jemima's wound. Jemima has a solid foundation, yet after so many years, he hasn't achieved a primordial spirit, possibly due to lacking phoenix blood. This item is useless to me, thus I returned it to him. In exchange for phoenix marrow, we can settle this karmic debt, Celeste concluded. Brandan understood. Beneath Celeste's kind nature lay her unwillingness to see Jemima's cultivation path hindered, thus specially delivering what he needed. Of course, this depended on Jemima's cooperation. If he refused her request, he might never receive the phoenix blood. Covering the brocade box and composing himself, Lord Jemima said, "Please convey my thanks to Celeste. I owe her a favor." Initially fighting for the phoenix blood in the secret realm, Celeste outclassed him, leaving him no recourse. Now, Celeste sending the blood via someone, he naturally accepted her gesture gratefully. Though he had paid the price of the phoenix marrow, it was nothing compared to the value of this clod of phoenix blood. With the phoenix blood and the profound soul pill refined by purple maple Taoist, Jemima now had full confidence that he could break through to become a primordial spirit in the short term. Golden core cultivators could only dominate a region, but primordial spirit cultivators commanded respect across the land, revered by countless practitioners. Junior will surely convey Lord Jemima's message, Brandan hastily replied. This time, choosing to help Celeste had indeed been the right decision. He had reaped significant benefits from it. Lord Jemima continued, "It is late, so you may stay at Phoenix Mountain for the night. You can leave tomorrow or stay for a while if you like." Clearly, having obtained what he desired most, Lord Jemima's mood had greatly improved, making his attitude toward Brandan much friendlier. "Thank you, Lord Jemima," Brandan hurriedly thanked him. Soon after, servants arrived to lead Brandan and his companions to their lodgings. They had now officially become distinguished guests of Phoenix Mountain. Lord Jemima had wide-ranging connections, often hosting visitors, so Phoenix Mountain boasted numerous pavilions and buildings, providing excellent living conditions. The servant led Brandan and company to a house built atop a towering tree on the cliff's edge, offering views of morning mist and cloud seas. 100 paces away in the mountain gorge, there is a hot spring with strange powers. Bathing in it is highly beneficial. With that, the servant turned and left. Hassan's eyes gleamed. "What are we waiting for? Let's go soak in the hot spring. I've never done it before." "I haven't either," Emmanuel added, looking forward to it. Brandan smiled. "If you want to go, then let's go. We've been tired lately, and this is a rare chance to relax." This was Phoenix Mountain, Lord Jemima's territory, where they could completely relax. From what Brandan observed, Lord Jemima had an impeccable character, which explained why he had such extensive connections. Immediately, one person, a cat, and a mouse set out and soon reached the hot springs about 100 paces away. Even from afar, they felt the enveloping heat, as the entire gorge was covered in white steam, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Within the gorge were dozens of hot spring pools scattered around like stars, each with water of different colors, a dazzling sight. The temperature of these springs varied greatly, some even boiling, not suitable for ordinary people. Brandan didn't mind and entered a boiling spring without hesitation. The water temperature wasn't just scalding but several times hotter than boiling water, almost comparable to a bubbling oil pan. Salt. Brandan felt perfectly comfortable, as his body strength allowed him to bathe in lava effortlessly. Hassan and Emmanuel chose their own springs and enjoyed soaking in them. As the servant said, the hot springs possessed mysterious powers, penetrating through the pores into the body. Brandan distinctly felt his secret power and golden spiritual energy flowing faster, nourishing both his physical body and soul with obvious effects. Strange. How come no one else comes here to soak in these magical hot springs? Brandan wondered. He surmised that either people generally didn't have the privilege to soak in these springs, or the effects wore off after a while. After an hour, Brandan, Hassan, and Emmanuel left the hot springs, feeling drowsy. Continuing to soak would do more harm than good. Perhaps that was why no one could soak in the hot springs for too long. After an hour of soaking, Brandan felt refreshed, and any lingering ailment seemed healed. Consequently, he decided to stay at Phoenix Mountain for a while, partly to enjoy more hot springs and partly because Emmanuel wanted to break through to the Golden Core realm quickly. Since we're here, let's make the best of it, Brandan thought. He didn't stay in place but decided to take this opportunity to explore Phoenix Mountain. Though Phoenix Mountain offered splendid scenery, without Lord Jemima's permission, one rarely got a proper tour. When Brandan expressed his desire, it was promptly granted, and a guide was arranged, none other than Armin. "Brother Armin, thank you for your trouble," Brandan said. Armin laughed. "No trouble at all. I was worried Lord Jemima would make things difficult for you, but now you've become a VIP, and he rewarded me for bringing you to the birthday celebration. I'm riding on your coattails." "I didn't expect that an elder of mine had connections with Lord Jemima," Brandan smiled. Armin said, "Lord Jemima values old relationships, which is why we remain loyal to him. Let's go. I'll show you around Phoenix Mountain." Armin knew Phoenix Mountain inside out, making him the perfect guide. Without delay, Brandan followed Armin, leaving Hassan and Emmanuel to cultivate at their lodging. Phoenix Mountain was vast, spanning hundreds of miles with numerous peaks. Its rich spiritual chi made it a prime cultivation spot for centuries. If its conditions were poor, how could someone like Lord Jemima emerge? Besides Lord Jemima, Phoenix Mountain also harbored multiple hollow core realm experts, mostly native beings who cultivated there. Armin took Brandan to many beautiful spots on Phoenix Mountain, making Brandan feel like he was in a fairyland. Unconsciously, they reached a cliff overlooking a nearby valley. Inside the valley, intense flames burned, radiating heat even from a distance. Most strikingly, within the blazing fire, trees thrived, emitting a brilliant golden metallic glow, seeming forged from iron yet alive and vibrant. Staring at the valley, Brandan was initially startled, but then his eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 90. No longer grow. That is the Golden Phoenix Valley, the place where Lord Mountain Phoenix was born. After the change in heaven and earth, it has been engulfed by everlasting raging flames. The once ordinary phoenix trees have transformed into golden phoenix trees that grow amidst fire. Armin explained. In the vast Phoenix Mountain, the Golden Phoenix Valley is undoubtedly the most special place, of great significance to Lord Mountain Phoenix, who was born, grew up, and gradually cultivated into a supreme power revered across the region, all within this valley. Brandan asked with anticipation, "Can I go inside and take a look?" Without Lord Mountain Phoenix's permission, no one can approach the Golden Phoenix Valley. You must seek approval from Lord Mountain Phoenix, Armin replied. Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He knew that Lord Mountain Phoenix was in seclusion, and it was uncertain when he would come out. He clearly couldn't stay in Phoenix Mountain for too long. Armin added, Lord Mountain Phoenix is currently in seclusion within the Golden Phoenix Valley. You can try your luck. Realizing this, Brandan should have known that Lord Mountain Phoenix would be in seclusion in the Golden Phoenix Valley. After all, there probably wasn't any better place in all of Phoenix Mountain. Without further ado, Brandan channeled his golden spiritual energy, projecting his voice into the Golden Phoenix Valley. Lord Mountain Phoenix, this junior wishes to cultivate within the Golden Phoenix Valley for some time. Might I ask if it's possible? He didn't really expect much. Normally it might have been fine, but now Lord Mountain Phoenix was cultivating inside the valley. How could he allow someone to enter and disturb him? Regardless, he had to give it a try. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Come in, but only up to the outer area of the valley. To Brandan's delight, Lord Mountain Phoenix responded and agreed to let him cultivate in the Golden Phoenix Valley. Brandan hurriedly transmitted his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Mountain Phoenix. This junior will not overstep. Then, he turned to Armin and said, Big brother Armin, you may leave first. Lord Mountain Phoenix has already approved my entry to cultivate in the Golden Phoenix Valley. Hearing this, Armin couldn't help but be surprised. He was taken aback by how accommodating Lord Mountain Phoenix had become, allowing someone into his secluded place. It seems Brandan Sr. has a close relationship with Lord Mountain Phoenix, Armin thought secretly. Because of this, Brandan received special treatment from Lord Mountain Phoenix, enjoying privileges unimaginable to others. After all, even in Phoenix Mountain, very few people had the opportunity to enter the Golden Phoenix Valley. It required significant favor from Lord Mountain Phoenix. Brandan moved swiftly, activating his spiritual boots to fly directly towards the Golden Phoenix Valley. The entire Golden Phoenix Valley was covered by a barrier, set up personally by Lord Mountain Phoenix. Ordinary people couldn't penetrate it. As Brandan approached, the barrier automatically opened, allowing him smooth passage into the valley. Upon entering the valley, Brandan immediately felt an overwhelmingly hot atmosphere. This environment was certainly not bearable for ordinary people. In just an instant, Brandan's clothes were incinerated into ashes. He had to use spiritual energy to conjure new clothing. It looks like I need to get a new treasure garment, Brandan mused. For cultivators, ordinary clothes are too easily damaged. A treasure garment is indispensable. Utilizing this special environment should help me successfully cultivate 10,000 Sword Inferno. Brandan's eyes shone with anticipation. He had already gathered the treasures needed for cultivating 10,000 Sword Inferno, but the progress had been slow. Seeing the Golden Phoenix Valley gave him hope of success. The Golden Phoenix Valley combined the attributes of metal and fire, making it perfect for cultivating 10,000 Sword Inferno, which thrived in such conditions. Brandan didn't waste time, immediately retrieving Blue Spirit Gold, Earth Firestone, and Mystic Essence Jade, 3 valuable 4th-grade spirit items needed for cultivating 10,000 Sword Inferno. He hadn't fully refined them yet. Using the unique environment of the Golden Phoenix Valley, refining these spirit items became significantly easier. It took only a few days for Brandan to complete the refinement. He then began to cultivate 10,000 Sword Inferno. The hardest part of this battle technique was perfectly combining metal and fire energies. Any mistake could result in failure and extreme danger. Brandan cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the cultivation of the technique. Secluded and undisturbed in the Golden Phoenix Valley, it was an ideal place for seclusion. 10,000 Sword Inferno. Brandan roared, summoning multiple fiery divine swords that shot forth. Wah! The divine swords contained immense force, slicing through space, causing a wide-ranging surge of flames, presenting a blazing landscape. Brandan carefully avoided each Golden Phoenix tree, ensuring they remained unharmed. He didn't want to anger Lord Mountain Phoenix. Finally, I've succeeded in cultivation. Brandan's eyes gleamed with joy. Though he still couldn't summon 10,000 swords, he could finally use this battle technique and improve it over time. With this new powerful skill, he had a formidable weapon against enemies. Not only did he master the battle technique, but cultivating in the Golden Phoenix Valley also enhanced his metal and fire elemental powers. He had successfully nurtured a sword chi in his lungs, and the fire in his heart was nearing transformation, becoming increasingly extraordinary. The 5 elements interacted positively, enhancing water, wood, and earth as metal and fire strengthened, forming a very beneficial cycle. What troubled Brandan was that while he mastered the 5 elements, his current battle techniques were limited to metal and fire. Water, soil, and wood elements were entirely useless without corresponding techniques. If he didn't cultivate relevant battle techniques, mastering these 3 elements would be meaningless. Do you lack battle techniques? Just then, Gilda's voice rang out suddenly. Brandan paused, instantly realizing she had sensed his thoughts. He didn't hide it, admitting, I have very few battle techniques, mostly focused on metal elements. Greed can be counterproductive. Concentrating on 1 or 2 elements is actually quite good, Gilda said. Brandan didn't disagree. Many seem to specialize in 1 or 2 elements, while nurturing all 5 organs during the chi mastery stage. I do have a battle technique I haven't cultivated myself. Would you like to try? Gilda asked. Brandan was surprised but didn't respond immediately, asking instead, why didn't you cultivate this, Senior Gilda? Is there something wrong with it? Not exactly. This technique is somewhat special and unsuitable for me. Perhaps it's right for you, Gilda explained. Brandan responded, in that case, I'm willing to give it a try. As he spoke, he felt a strand of primordial spirit energy extend, transmitting an extremely intricate battle technique. Receiving the technique, Brandan began to comprehend it immediately. This battle technique was called 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Seal, requiring simultaneous use of all 5 elements and generating thunderbolt power, incorporating celestial thunder power to achieve success. Unlike 10,000 Sword Inferno, cultivating 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Seal didn't require rare materials. it solely depended on natural celestial thunder power and personal strength. Roughly understanding the technique, Brandan couldn't help but gasp. It was extraordinarily difficult to cultivate. One misstep could be fatal. Cultivating this technique required mastery of all 5 elements, which excluded most cultivators. That was only the foundation. The more challenging part was deriving thunderbolt power, which was significantly harder. Geniuses who mastered the power of the 5 elements were not uncommon, but those who could derive lightning from the 5 elements were few and far between. Excluding those creatures that could naturally harness lightning, such as Everett, they were exceedingly rare. The 5 elements are the fundamentals of all things in heaven and earth. Various powers in the world are derived from these 5 elements, each with varying degrees of difficulty and derivation. Senior Gilda, where did you obtain this battle technique? Brandan asked curiously. Gilda replied, from the Dao Fa Mountain, outside the immortal source Divine Hall. Brandan's mind raced. He knew about Dao Fa Mountain. It was the source of many cultivation techniques and battle techniques for the immortal Dao lineage. Many powerful practitioners had enlightened there, mastering a myriad of profound techniques, which they then spread across the world. His own Shintai Transformed Dragon Sutra also originated from Dao Fa Mountain, albeit as an incomplete manuscript missing its latter half. When he reached a certain level, he would have to visit Dao Fa Mountain to retrieve the missing parts on his own. However, to his knowledge, Dao Fa Mountain was no longer freely accessible to everyone. Therefore, he wasn't sure if he would be able to go there when the time came. To cultivate the 5 elements Heavenly Thunder Seal, all 5 elemental attributes must be exceptionally strong without any weak points. Start with metal and fire to generate yang thunder, and water and wood to form yin thunder, using earth to maintain balance. After completing this step, draw celestial thunder into your body to complete the technique. If you can perfectly merge yang thunder and yin thunder, it would be even better, Gilda instructed. Although she hadn't cultivated this technique herself, she had spent considerable time studying it, knowing exactly how to cultivate it. Brandan silently memorized Gilda's words, determined to attempt cultivating the 5 elements Heavenly Thunder Seal. Whether he would succeed or not was up to fate. Despite the immense risk associated with cultivating this technique, its power was extraordinarily astonishing, exerting a significant allure on him. Composing himself, Brandan bowed deeply towards the depths of the Golden Phoenix Valley and transmitted his voice. Lord Mountain Phoenix, I have finished cultivating. I will not disturb your seclusion any further. The barrier surrounding the valley instantly formed a gap. Without hesitation, Brandan moved through the gap, leaving the valley. He then activated his spirit boots and flew back to his residence. Calculating the time, he had been cultivating in the Golden Phoenix Valley for half a month. He wondered how Everett and Theo were doing. When Brandan returned, however, he didn't find Everett or Theo at the residence. Where did they run off to? Brandan couldn't help but frown slightly. Phoenix Mountain was different from other places. He had specifically warned Everett and Theo not to wander around carelessly to avoid causing trouble. Just as Brandan was about to go search for them, he sensed their presence. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared inside the treehouse. Seeing these 2 figures, Brandan was momentarily stunned. Standing before him were clearly 2 people. A boy with rosy lips and white teeth, looking only 4 or 5 years old and quite adorable, and a ruddy-faced young man, chubby and pale, holding a spirit-infused bamboo shoot in his mouth. Brandan confirmed that these 2 were indeed Everett and Theo. In just half a month, they had transformed into human forms. Theo had already reached the core formation realm, so being able to transform was normal, but Everett had not significantly advanced in cultivation. Why had he suddenly transformed? More importantly, their transformations were incredibly perfect, identical to humans, without retaining any characteristics of their original forms. If there was anything distinctive, it was Theo's prominent buck teeth. What's going on here? Brandan couldn't help but ask. To him, this was highly unusual, and there must be some hidden reason. Everett, now a little boy, chuckled, saying, see? I knew Brandan would be shocked. His voice had changed after transformation, becoming somewhat childish, fitting his new image well. Master is definitely mesmerized by my dashing appearance, Theo said narcissistically. Everett rolled his eyes. You and your bare looks have nothing to do with being dashing. You need to lose weight. Not at all. My figure is great. Both you and Master are too skinny. You should gain some weight, Theo retorted immediately. Brandan was speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? He seriously asked. What's really going on? Stop beating around the bush. He felt that Everett and Theo weren't reliable and might have gotten into trouble again. Don't worry. Theo and I did nothing wrong. Here's what happened. Seeing Brandan anxious, Everett explained everything. It turned out that recently, they smelled an irresistible aroma and went searching for its source, ending up at xuanhuan's residence. It happened that xuanhuan was refining spirit pills at the time. The enticing smell they detected came from the alchemical furnace. xuanhuan did not blame them for intruding and instead gave each of them a transformation pill. After taking the pills, they successfully transformed into perfect human forms. A transformation pill is a special third-grade spirit pill, difficult to refine due to the scarcity of its main ingredients. Many non-human cultivators long to obtain one. Furthermore, xuanhuan gave me several true essence pills. Once I fully refine them, I might break through to the mid-core formation realm, Theo said excitedly. Everett glanced at Theo, lifting his head. True essence pills mean nothing. xuanhuan also gave me a nourishing spirit pill. That's because xuanhuan thought you looked too small in human form, embarrassed to remain like that forever. So he gave you a nourishing spirit pill as compensation, Theo sneered. Brandan was startled. Everett will always be this way? Sols, that's the effect of the transformation pill. No matter what realm I reach in the future, my human form won't change. Everett nodded. He was helpless. He was still too young, so his transformed form could only be that of a child. Everett smiled. Human form isn't important. It won't affect my cultivation. I need to quickly consume the nourishing spirit pill to see if I can advance to late manipulating object realm. He was pragmatic, prioritizing cultivation over everything else. I also want to refine true essence pills, Theo chimed in eagerly. Suddenly, both rushed into the room, eager to swallow the spirit pills and start cultivating. In the living room, Brandan stood alone, dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this to happen. Xuanhuan was truly generous, casually giving away precious transformation pills, which were often unavailable even if one could afford them at extraordinary market. Is it because of Lord Mountain Phoenix? Brandan thought secretly. Lord Mountain Phoenix treated him specially, and Xuanhuan might have assumed there was a special relationship between them, thus extending these favors to Everett and Theo. If he had gone to Xuanhuan's residence, would he have received some spirit pills as well? Chapter 91. The Fickle Fox King. Brandan merely pondered for a moment, and quickly dismissed the thought. He did not actually want to take advantage of Purple Maple Xuanhuan like Everett and Emil, who had no shame or scruples. While Everett and Emil went to refine their spirit pills, Brandan immersed himself in studying the 5 elements Heavenly Thunder Seal that Celeste had taught him. Since he had decided to give it a try, naturally, he intended to invest more time and effort into it. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Emil emerged from seclusion first, successfully enhancing his cultivation to the mid-stage pill formation realm. Everett, however, was somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to use the nourishing spirit pill to break through to the late-stage object control realm, but he fell short, only reaching the peak mid-stage. Brandan, you need to step up, Everett chuckled. Regardless, Everett was now far ahead of Brandan. With a little consolidation, he could break through to the late-stage object control realm, while Brandan remained at the early stage. Brandan smiled faintly. No rush. Cultivating in the object control realm isn't particularly difficult. He wasn't blindly confident. The object control realm corresponded to the mortal realm's essence cultivation stage, which nurtured one's spirit and soul. In this aspect, he had a significant advantage with his inherently powerful soul and the aid of the Moon Feminine Stone. It wouldn't be long before he completed this stage of cultivation, and as soon as his mortal realm cultivation improved, advancing in the immortal Tao realm would become even easier. Who says cultivating in the object control realm is easy? I spent a whole decade stuck at this level. It wasn't easy at all, Emil immediately countered. Everett sneered. That's because you're useless. Do you believe I can break through to the pill formation realm within a year? Of course I believe you. Lord Cat, with your extraordinary talent, anything is possible, Emil said with a laugh. Even though he had now advanced to the mid-stage pill formation realm and could barely be considered a strong cultivator, he still felt intimidated by Hassan and did not dare to act rashly. Brandan stood up. Let's go. Since our cultivation here has concluded, it's time to leave Phoenix Mountain. While the cultivation environment here is excellent, it's ultimately not our place. Hold on, before we leave, let's soak in the hot springs one last time. We may not have another chance after this, Everett suggested. Brandan nodded. Alright, one more time then. Let's enjoy ourselves before hitting the road. Once they left Phoenix Mountain, they would inevitably face harsh conditions again, making it hard to find such leisure and comfort. Having already soaked several times, Brandan and his companions were familiar with the area, each picking a pool suitable for them. The temperature of this pool isn't high enough. After soaking for a while, Brandan got up and looked for a hotter pool. Half a month of cultivation in the Golden Phoenix Valley had greatly increased his tolerance for heat. Through the dense fog, Brandan searched carefully. There was a strange magnetic field affecting his soul perception significantly, forcing him to approach each pool to test it personally. This pool looks calm, without any boiling water, yet its temperature is frighteningly high. Reaching a particular pool, Brandan couldn't help but show surprise. After searching for so long, he finally found a pool that met his requirements. Without hesitation, Brandan entered the pool. His movements were gentle because the water was extremely hot. He needed to adapt gradually. The spiritual clothing he had conjured dissolved as soon as he entered the water. Brandan didn't mind. There was no one around to see. Celeste had temporarily entered a cultivation state, absorbing golden dragon energy, so she wouldn't spy on him. This pool is unique, seemingly containing various mysterious forces. I might be able to try cultivating the ninefold divine light here, Brandan thought to himself. Although the ninefold divine light was incomplete, he could still cultivate the first 2 levels. This protective combat technique was incredibly powerful. Even just the first 2 levels would provide substantial benefits. Having strong defenses was advantageous in battle, allowing him to launch attacks without worrying about retaliation. Thus, Brandan planned to temper his physical body rigorously and cultivate both defensive combat armor and techniques. Combining these methods would make his defense as strong as possible. Immediately, Brandan calmed his mind and began cultivating the ninefold divine light. It was always beneficial to master more techniques. As Brandan circulated the combat technique, the strange forces in the hot spring rapidly flowed into his body, gradually coalescing into a faint glow. Feeling that the surface of the hot spring contained very little remaining force, Brandan submerged deeper to absorb more. Cultivating the ninefold divine light went smoothly. He sensed that if there were enough of the strange forces, he might succeed in cultivating the first level in one go. Most hot springs were shallow, less than 10 feet deep. However, this particular hot spring was different. Even after descending 30 feet, Brandan hadn't reached the bottom. This suited Brandan perfectly since the further down he went, the more concentrated the strange forces became, aiding his cultivation of the ninefold divine light. However, the deeper he went, the hotter the water became. Brandan didn't rush, choosing instead to proceed gradually. During this process, he also tempered his body, strengthening his muscles, bones, and organs to increase their resilience and toughness. In fact, the first diagram of the supreme combat technique was used specifically for tempering the body, forming the foundation for the other 8 diagrams. Cultivating the first diagram strengthened his constitution, tapping into the hidden potential of his body and releasing secret powers. Simultaneously, using the first diagram amplified his secret power, significantly increasing its offensive capabilities. As his cultivation progressed, Brandan was nearly halfway through mastering the first diagram. This progress was quite fast. Once completed, he could advance to the true offensive techniques contained within the supreme combat technique. Unbeknownst to Brandan, he had reached the bottom of the hot spring and came close to the gushing spring eye, where the concentration of strange forces was extreme. At the bottom, Brandan felt movement from the dragon's inverse scale located over his heart, also absorbing the strange forces, seemingly benefiting from them. Ignoring it, Brandan focused on cultivating the combat technique and tempering his body, determined to complete the first level of the ninefold divine light. Such a rare opportunity must be fully utilized. Unconsciously, Brandan became completely engrossed in cultivation, oblivious to his surroundings and losing track of time. What Brandan didn't notice was that tiny crystals were spurting from the spring eye, attaching to his body and being quickly absorbed by him. These crystals greatly enhanced his efficiency in both cultivating the ninefold divine light and tempering his body. Eventually, a faint divine light enveloped Brandan, completely surrounding him. Despite appearing thin, this light offered exceptional defense, blocking various types of attacks. Ayo! A dragon's roar resounded, awakening Brandan from his deep meditative state. Oh no! Upon waking, Brandan immediately felt a strong sense of danger. Without thinking, he swam upwards as fast as he could, sensing something terrifying about to emerge from the depths. However, his speed was too slow. Boom! The spring eye erupted, releasing an incredibly powerful force that instantly raised the water temperature. The newly cultivated ninefold divine light disintegrated upon contact with the terrifying force erupting from the spring eye. Brandan couldn't help but gasp, feeling sharp pain all over his body. If this continued, he feared he would be boiled alive by the hot spring water. Fortunately, the dragon's inverse scale glowed, shielding him from most of the force. Otherwise, he would have been shredded instantly upon contact. Despite this protection, Brandan was overwhelmed, losing strength and becoming dizzy. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a wave of coolness washed over him, restoring his clarity. A stronger presence has intervened, he realized. Brandan immediately reacted. Bone-chilling cold air surged forth, extending towards the bottom of the hot spring, causing the boiling water to quickly calm down. At first, Brandan felt cool and refreshed, but in just a moment, his entire body was frozen solid. Once encased in ice, he naturally floated to the surface. Through the ice, he faintly saw a slender and graceful figure with white hair flowing like a waterfall, barefooted, standing as if she were a celestial descending to earth. Crack! The ice that held Brandan shattered. The celestial-like figure appeared before Brandan, her jade foot lightly touching the water. So it's you, little one. You've got quite some courage to dare enter the hot spring where this queen bathes. The voice was soft and melodious, yet carried an unresistible powerful authority. At this moment, Brandan clearly recognized the celestial-like figure and couldn't help but be alarmed. It was none other than Dulcie, a close friend of Lady Mountain Phoenix. Hearing the Dulcie's words, he panicked. He had been so focused on cultivation that he hadn't noticed anyone else in the hot spring before this. Elder, please don't be angry. I didn't know you were bathing here. I hold no disrespect for you at all, Brandan hurriedly explained. If he were deemed a voyeur, he'd be in grave trouble. With the Dulcie's immense power, a single slap could end his life. The Dulcie looked at Brandan, somewhat displeased. One elder, another elder. Am I really that old? Upon hearing this, Brandan inwardly lamented. Calling someone elder was normal given her longer cultivation time and higher level. But how had his respectful address made her unhappy? He thought for a moment and quickly responded, You are in your prime, elder. How could you be old? No, I should call you fairy instead. Fairy? Giggle, you're quite the smooth talker, little one. The Dulcie couldn't help but laugh delicately, obviously in a much better mood. Hearing her laughter, Brandan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These senior cultivators each had their own temperaments. They were not easy to deal with. Lady Mountain Phoenix seems to take good care of you. Tell me, what's the reason behind it? The Dulcie asked. Brandan's heart tightened, his face showing hesitation. This matter was not something he could casually discuss. But if he didn't say anything, he feared upsetting the Dulcie. Just as he prepared to speak, she cut in. All right, if it's too difficult, forget it. I was merely curious. Why do you keep looking down? Didn't you say I'm a fairy? Why can't you even look at me? Am I so frightening? Feeling rather helpless, Brandan slowly raised his head. Instantly, the Dulcie's figure came into view piece by piece. Delicate jade feet, long straight legs, slim waist, and towering chest. Each part was perfectly proportioned, captivating anyone who saw her. Gulp. Involuntarily, Brandan swallowed dryly, feeling oddly parched. Indeed, the Dulcie was wearing very little. A strapless top and thin gauze that exposed her alluring figure completely. Her skin was incredibly fair, smooth, and flawless, fitting the description of skin like congealed fat. Ah! Brandan let out a surprised cry, stumbling backward. When he fully lifted his head, he saw not the beautiful face he expected, but a terrifying fox head staring back at him. The contrast was too jarring. The next moment, the fearsome fox head vanished, replaced by a breathtakingly beautiful human face, ethereal yet mesmerizing. Her beauty was indescribable. Giggle. Laughing at Brandan's shock, the Dulcie exuded charm. Especially her eyes, shining like starlight, seemed capable of ensnaring one's soul, leaving Brandan momentarily entranced. After a while, Brandan snapped out of it, quickly averting his gaze. He thought to himself, what a demon. During the banquet, the Dulcie had been elegant and dignified, giving off a cold demeanor that kept people at bay. He never imagined she had this side. Your cheeks are flushed. What a cute little thing. Could it be you're still an innocent? She teased. Brandan felt extremely awkward. Normally, he would have rebutted without hesitation. If being an innocent was a crime, he'd proudly wear that badge. But right now wasn't the time for that. Sighing, Brandan bowed. If there's nothing else, Junior will take my leave so as not to disturb Fairy's bath. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. What? Am I so unpleasant? Can't you stay a bit longer with this queen? The Dulcie's expression turned cold, seemingly upset. Brandan nearly cried. Why had he encountered this whimsical Dulcie while peacefully cultivating? He found it impossible to read her intentions or understand why she was making things difficult for a mere object control realm cultivator like him. Feeling utterly frustrated and helpless. After all, she was far more powerful. He wondered why she was picking on him. ####Chapter 92. Gathering Yang to nourish Een. Brandan, what are you doing here? We. Just as Brandan was at a loss for what to do, Hassan's voice suddenly rang out. After waiting left and right for Brandan to come out, both Hassan and Emil grew impatient and came looking for him. Hassan had intended to complain but stopped mid-sentence when he saw the Dulcie, especially since she was draped in thin silk while Brandan stood completely naked. It was a scene that couldn't be more beautiful. Lord Hay, did you find the master? I said. At this moment, Emil also dashed over with a grin on his face, but it quickly froze in place. Reacting quickly, Hassan pulled Emil around. We didn't see anything. You two continue. With that, they quickly slipped away. Brandan was speechless. He felt utterly wronged. Even if he jumped into the heavenly river, he couldn't clear his name. But he also realized his awkward situation and promptly summoned golden spiritual energy to form clothes around him. He longed for a sturdy treasure robe to prevent such embarrassing situations in the future. Don't blame Hassan and Emil. Lady Immortal, please don't hold it against them, Brandan said cautiously, sneaking a peek at the Dulcie. The Dulcie gave a bewitching smile. To spare them my anger, it depends on whether you're willing to make a sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Brandan's heart skipped a beat. Lady Immortal, if you have any commands, I will do my best to fulfill them. He truly couldn't fathom the Dulcie's intentions. For now, he could only comply with her wishes. Surely she wouldn't go too far. Besides, he still had Celeste as his trump card. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you. I just need your help in cultivation, the Dulcie whispered gently, her voice soft like a breeze. Brandan was taken aback. Cultivation? How could someone of his low cultivation assist her? He had no idea what game she was playing. While he was lost in thought, the Dulcie changed into a snow-white gown, looking ethereal and otherworldly, almost as if she stepped out of a painting. Brandan was mesmerized. The Dulcie really had a multifaceted charm, sometimes serene and transcendent, sometimes seductive and enchanting, like possessing two souls switching roles. Follow me back to Cloud Hill, the Dulcie said coolly, her words implying an unmistakable command. Brandan hurriedly replied, I have urgent matters to attend to in Cold River City. If Lady Immortal needs my assistance in cultivation, perhaps we can stay at Phoenix Mountain. He really didn't want to go to Cloud Hill, who knew what kind of place it was, and once there, he might not be able to leave. Cold River City? That's convenient as we're heading in the same direction. It won't delay your journey, the Dulcie smiled lightly. Brandan wanted to say more, but saw her gaze turn slightly cold and quickly shut his mouth. He really couldn't afford to offend her. Reluctantly, he followed her to Cloud Hill. Cloud Hill and Cold River City were indeed in the same direction, 3,000 miles from Phoenix Mountain. This distance resulted from the cosmic changes causing land expansion. Originally, it was less than 1,000 miles apart, making travel between them quite easy. For the Dulcie, 3,000 miles was trivial, and they arrived in half a day, primarily due to Brandan's slower pace. Otherwise, it would have been quicker. Cloud Hill consisted of rolling hills with relatively flat terrain, lush vegetation, and a picturesque landscape, truly breathtaking. If Brandan knew Chijo better, he'd know that Cloud Hill was the territory of the Fox clan. Originally a secret realm, it later emerged, teeming with numerous foxes. The Dulcie was the queen of the Fox clan. As a former secret realm, Cloud Hill had abundant, heavenly energy and produced many precious materials, making the Fox clan inhabiting this land exceptionally powerful. Unlike Phoenix Mountain, Cloud Hill lacked buildings. All foxes lived in caves. The moment the Dulcie returned, numerous foxes emerged from their caves, surrounding her like stars around the moon. These weren't ordinary foxes. They emitted varying degrees of power. Their fur varied in color, red, white, gray, black, but all were exceptionally beautiful. Under Brandan's watchful eyes, several foxes transformed into beautiful human women, each stunning and captivating. Their transformations were flawless, indistinguishable from humans except for their innate allure. Anyone with weak willpower would instantly lose their soul. Why are they all female? Brandan was puzzled. He noticed that the few foxes who transformed were all void core cultivators, which wasn't surprising given their perfect forms, but all being women was odd. Didn't Cloud Hill have male foxes at the void core stage? Sister One, you're back? We miss you. Sister One, you never took us to Mountain Phoenix's birthday feast. We should see the world. What a handsome human, Sister One. Where did you capture him? Can you reward him to me? Several charming women chimed in, turning their attention to Brandan. As waves of fragrance enveloped him, Brandan found himself surrounded by these women. They boldly reached out and started feeling him up. Brandan stood stiffly, every hair on his body standing up, wishing he could escape immediately. Really envy the master. He's so welcomed by beauties wherever he goes, Emil muttered beside him in his original form. Hassan, lying atop Emil's head in his own form, snorted. Superficial. All they care about is appearances. So what if Brandan is handsome? Look at how hungry they are, as if they've never seen a man before. That's the master's charm. Even the Dulcie fell for him, Emil retorted, recalling the hot spring scene, a fantasy many men dreamed of. Hassan pursed his lips. That's true. No idea what the Dulcie sees in him. Did she bring him back for a concubine? Don't scare me, Lord Hay. Why scare you? Just stating facts. Anyway, he doesn't fit her. Just as Brandan couldn't bear it anymore, the Dulcie finally spoke. All of you, Scram. He isn't your prey. No fun. The women reluctantly walked away, stopping their mischief. Jacqueline, the Dulcie asked. A woman in black replied. Jacqueline is meditating in her cave. Tell the truth. The Dulcie's expression turned cold. The woman hastily answered, Sister One. I failed to watch Jacqueline, who ran off. This girl is becoming more unruly, disobeying even me. The Dulce seemed genuinely upset. Another woman in green comforted her. Sister one, don't be mad. Jacqueline is young and inexperienced. She'll be back after a few days of play. We've already sent people to look for her. You 7 failed to keep Jacqueline in line. You all deserve punishment. Go reflect on your failures. With this lack of ambition, when will you reach Golden Core? Do you expect me to protect you forever? The Dulce sighed, disappointed. Hearing this, the 7 women lowered their heads, afraid of nothing but this elder sister. ##### Chapter 92. Gathering yang to nourish Een, continued. Unable to resist, they all hurried back to their respective caves to avoid further upsetting the Dulce. Brandan understood that these women, who could be called sisters by the Dulce, were all formidable cultivators at the Void Core stage or above, forming the backbone of the Cloud Hill Fox clan. The black-clad woman was the strongest among them besides the Dulce, having reached the peak of the Void Core realm. Salt advancing to the Golden Core stage still seemed insurmountably difficult and might take an indeterminate amount of time, possibly even a lifetime. The Dulce turned and gave some instructions to a gray fox, who promptly led Hassan and Emil to a place to rest. You come with me, the Dulce then said to Brandan. Brandan didn't dare hesitate and followed immediately. His mind was restless. He had no idea what exactly the Dulce wanted from him. Immortal lady, I have a question. Does Yunchio not have any male foxes? Brandan couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. The Dulce abruptly stopped, a chilling aura emanating from her. Brandan instantly realized he had asked something he shouldn't have, but it was too late for regrets. What he couldn't understand was why this question was so inappropriate. Do not ask about things you should not know, the Dulce coldly replied. With that, she continued walking forward, her chilling aura gradually dissipating. Brandan secretly sighed in relief, fearing that she would fly into a rage and cause him unnecessary trouble. But now, he was more curious than ever. The absence of male foxes in Yunchio clearly pointed to some hidden truth. However, since the Dulce was unwilling to speak about it, he dared not probe further. It wasn't his business anyway. Before long, Brandan followed the Dulce to a cave residence by a lake. The lake was beautiful, its water clear and calm like a large mirror. What caught Brandan's attention most was a spiritual tree growing by the lakeside, resembling a jujube tree over 30 feet tall with lush branches and leaves. It bore numerous jujube-like fruits, which were half red and unripe. 4th grade spiritual fruit, Crimson Blaze Fire Jujubes. Brandan's eyes lit up. He had seen this kind of spiritual fruit in a spirit treasure catalog before. Normally, it took over a century for them to mature once. Even in this rejuvenated world where maturation time had shortened, it still required several decades. The medicinal effects of Crimson Blaze Fire Jujubes were astonishing and useful even for Golden Core cultivators. The Dulce waved her hand, opening the cave residence. From the outside, one could faintly see that the interior was spacious and bright. Next moment, Brandan entered the cave residence with the Dulce. Inside, it was elegantly arranged, spotlessly clean, and filled with extremely dense spiritual energy, almost tangible like liquid. Every breath contained pure spiritual energy. Being in such an environment, anyone with decent aptitude would definitely cultivate much faster. Witnessing the cultivation places of Celeste, Lady Mountain Phoenix, and now the Dulce, Brandan couldn't help but envy these major figures in the cultivation world. Their conditions for cultivation were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. The Empress has recently encountered some issues in my cultivation. My Yin fire is too strong and needs yang qi from a virgin male to balance it, the Dulce said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Brandan was startled. Was this going to involve replenishing Yin with yang? He hadn't been prepared for anything like this. As if guessing his thoughts, the Dulce continued. Don't overthink it. I only need to borrow some of your virgin yang qi. In return, you will receive my pure Yin qi as compensation. What do I need to do? Brandan asked. I will teach you a secret technique. We will exchange vital energies to harmonize each other, the Dulce explained. She began teaching Brandan the technique urgently. Brandan's talent was exceptionally high, and he quickly grasped the essence of the technique. He also let out a sigh of relief. Ultimately, the Dulce only wanted his assistance in cultivation without harming him, but he couldn't understand why she had chosen him. Could she have seen some extraordinary traits in him? Or perhaps she simply picked him due to his low cultivation, making him easier to control? Regardless, as long as it wouldn't harm him, he was willing to lend a hand. With everything ready, Brandan and the Dulce sat opposite each other and extended their hands, palms facing each other. Begin now. Ensure your mind is undistracted, the Dulce reminded. Brandan nodded and started to circulate the technique taught by the Dulce, condensing his yang qi through one arm and passing it to her. Meanwhile, she condensed her pure Yin qi and passed it through her other arm into Brandan's body. A peculiar cycle was established between them. Child's yang qi and pure Yin qi circulated within each other, balancing out perfectly. Brandan moved most of the pure Yin qi into his hidden store to enhance his secret power and nourish his soul, taking advantage of this great opportunity to potentially form his soul seal. The remaining Yin qi fused into his limbs and organs, combining with his innate yang qi to harmonize Yin and yang, transforming his physique. As a mid-golden core cultivator, the quality of the pure Yin qi produced by the Dulce was extremely high, providing astonishing benefits to Brandan. He was confident he had struck a good deal here. During this process, Brandan confirmed one thing. The Dulce was undoubtedly a virgin. If she weren't, the quality of the pure Yin qi wouldn't be so high. Considering her immense power, few could match her standards in the cultivation world. Many top cultivators often maintain their purity for cultivation purposes. This is also a great chance to cultivate Yin Thunder. Brandan focused on guiding large amounts of pure Yin qi to his liver and kidneys, intending to strengthen them in preparation for cultivating Yin Thunder. The sheer volume of pure Yin qi transmitted by the Dulce was overwhelming, like a flood breaking its banks, too much for an average person to handle. Brandan, however, welcomed it all, feeling like his body was a bottomless pit capable of accommodating unlimited pure Yin qi. He eagerly hoped for more of this rare bounty. I need more yang qi, the Dulce urgently conveyed telepathically. Her body was trembling as if facing some difficulty. Without hesitation, Brandan intensified his effort, releasing strong yang qi from his kidneys and heart, injecting it into the Dulce without reservation. Simultaneously, he conveyed, "Don't worry about my endurance. Keep sending the pure yin qi." He sensed a massive reserve of pure yin qi in the Dulce's body, nearing a critical point. She clearly held back because he couldn't withstand it, suppressing the flow. Hearing this, she no longer hesitated, releasing a powerful surge of pure yin qi, visibly relieved. Though Brandan spoke confidently, he remained cautious, concentrating fully on digesting the influx of pure yin qi. Even so, he was soon overwhelmed by the intense coldness, shaking with an indescribable terror, even his soul quivering. Translation ends here. Please provide the next section of the novel you wish to translate. Chapter 93, Catastrophic Disaster. Stimulated by the pure yin energy, Brandan's body released an even more intense surge of virgin yang energy, which surged into the Riley's body like a mighty river, engulfing her. For a moment, vast amounts of virgin yang energy and pure yin energy filled the cave, forming a balance that faintly resembled the Taiji symbol of yin and yang. It was truly profound. Seizing this opportunity, Brandan vigorously nurtured his 5 internal organs, transforming the essence of the 5 elements within him. His soul also grew stronger, the pale soul mark gradually coalescing and stabilizing. Brandan focused his mind entirely on cultivation, completely immersing himself in this rare moment, hoping to achieve significant breakthroughs in both his techniques and combat skills. In no time, another full moon night arrived, with a cloudless sky and a luminous moon hanging high above. The moon was especially round tonight, tinged with a hint of crimson, appearing eerie as if it were a giant eye suspended in the sky. Swish. Silent figures appeared in Yunqiu, skillfully avoiding all the formation restrictions without raising any alarm. Cloaked in black, they moved stealthily under the moonlight, like shadows. Aslan, are you sure the Riley will be very weak tonight? Asked a figure swathed in dense demonic aura. At this point, one of them pulled off his cloak, revealing a strikingly handsome man, albeit with an effeminate air lacking masculine vigor. Aslan replied confidently, that wench suffered injuries from me years ago, causing a flaw in her cultivation. Every full moon night, the pure yin energy within her wreaks havoc. Tonight is especially unique. The lunar energy has created a tidal surge, making her yin energy even more uncontrollable. It's the perfect time to strike. As he spoke, Aslan's eyes flashed with intense hatred, suggesting a deep-seated grudge against the Riley. That's good. Remember what you promised me. Not just the Riley and her sisters, but also the treasure of the Fox clan must be given to me, the mysterious demonic cultivator said coldly. Aslan's eyes gleamed ominously, replying in a grave tone. I only seek revenge. I want that bitch to pay dearly for what she did to me. Rest assured, once she falls into my hands, I will make her beg for death in vain. The mysterious demonic cultivator sneered cruelly. He had long coveted the foxes in Yunqiu, but hesitated due to the Riley's strength. If he failed, the consequences would be dire, especially since she had powerful allies who could intervene. Thus, attacking the Riley required absolute certainty and secrecy, ensuring no strong figures like Lord Jemima could trace it back to him. Aslan, traitor. Elder sister spared your life. Yet you still betray your kin by colluding with a notorious demon to harm our people. You won't end well, a voice filled with anguish exclaimed. Aslan tore off the speaker's cloak, revealing a breathtaking beauty. Even with fury in her icy gaze, her allure remained captivating. Looking at the beautiful woman glaring at him, Aslan's expression turned vicious. That bitch made me impotent and humiliated me. What crime did I commit? I merely toyed with a few mortal women and touched some clan members. With my strength, these actions mean nothing. You reaped what you sowed. Elder sister gave you chances, but you kept challenging her boundaries. Castration was already merciful, the beautiful woman retorted angrily. Slap. Enraged, Aslan slapped her hard across the face. The mysterious demonic cultivator frowned. She's mine. If you ruin this exquisite face, it wouldn't do. Aslan quickly composed himself. Brother Holden, let's act soon. Delay might lead to complications. Fine. The Yunqiu Fox clan ends here, Holden responded. He was well known in the cultivation world but infamous, and countless people wished to see him eliminated. Unfortunately, his formidable strength and cunning nature allowed him to remain uncaught. Holden acted immediately, releasing immense demonic energy, condensing it into a colossal hand blotting out the sky as it pressed down. Yunqiu's formation barriers instantly appeared, resisting the demonic hand. However, the formations collapsed after a brief resistance, unable to withstand the attack. No. The beautiful woman screamed in despair. Aslan laughed wickedly. See, thanks to your departure, Yunqiu's defenses are now easily breached. It turned out the beautiful woman was the rebellious Jacqueline, whose misfortune led her into Aslan's hands, conveniently aiding Aslan and Holden's assault on Yunqiu. Originally, Yunqiu had formidable formation defenses that could repel even Golden Core realm attacks when fully activated by 8 Void Core cultivators, namely the Riley's 8 sisters. Thus, as long as the Riley or her 8 sisters were present, Yunqiu was safe. Aslan's collaboration with Holden was meticulously planned. Even if the Jacqueline hadn't left, they were confident of breaking through. They mainly targeted the Riley, needing confirmation of her weakened state before moving. What's happening? Feeling the commotion outside, Hassan and Hassan rushed out from their residence. Seeing the enormous demonic hand descending from the sky, Hassan's fur stood on end. He urgently told Hassan, run. Hassan understood instantly, immediately burrowing underground with Hassan. This is the Riley's stronghold. Who would dare attack? Hassan was bewildered. Hassan replied, even Golden Core realms have enemies. We just happen to be here. We won't be affected, right? Hassan worried. Hassan reassured him, fear not. The Riley has the advantage here. Let's hide underground for now. She can always ask Lord Jemima for help if she can't handle it. Nothing to worry about. Hassan nodded, feeling relieved by Hassan's logic. Boom. The demonic hand struck, obliterating all formations, leaving a massive imprint and causing the ground to collapse. Many weaker foxes exploded into fragments, dying instantly. Black boss, something's wrong. Yunqiu is crumbling. Yet the Riley hasn't acted. Hassan tensed again. Hassan's eyes darkened, realizing the severity. Normally, the Riley should have reacted immediately upon the demonic hand's appearance. Thankfully, Hassan's quick decision to burrow saved them from relying solely on the Riley. Is she having issues with her cultivation? Hassan pondered. He recalled her request for Brandan's help. Initially, he thought it was suspicious, but now it seemed genuine. She might be at a critical juncture in her cultivation, undisturbed by external chaos. Hassan, dig as deep as possible underground. I'm uneasy, Hassan said sternly. Hassan complied without hesitation, sharing Hassan's unease on the ground. Holden extended his hand, seizing one fox after another. Even those at the Void Core realm offered no resistance against him. Within moments, dozens of foxes were captured, all with cultivations above the core formation realm. As for the remaining weaker foxes, Holden showed them no mercy and wiped them out mercilessly. He practiced demonic cultivation methods and did not mind indulging in more killings. From his mouth emerged streams of essence and blood chi from the dead foxes, which he swiftly swallowed down. Holden, how dare you carry out such atrocities in Yunqiu? A captured black fox roared, eyes blazing with fury. Holden sneered coldly. Is there anything I dare not do? You should consider yourselves fortunate. If it weren't for your value, you would share the same fate as your fellow clan members. Alexandra, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. It's because of me that Yunqiu is suffering, Jacqueline said guiltily. The black fox known as Alexandra shook her head. Even if you hadn't gone out, Yunqiu still wouldn't have escaped this disaster. Turning to look at Aslan, she said angrily, Aslan, you will be cursed by heaven for killing so many clan members. Aslan replied venomously, even if that day comes, you won't live to see it. I don't care if I suffer eternal damnation. I'll do anything for revenge. His heart was filled with endless hatred that could not be washed away by all the waters of the river. Thus, he had become insane, willing to employ any means to achieve his goal. The black fox's eyes filled with regret. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked elder sister to spare you. If we had removed you and your kind earlier, Yunqiu wouldn't be facing this disaster now. Sauls, who told you to always be so merciful? Let me tell you this. The little fox you loved most was actually killed by me, Aslan sneered cruelly. Hearing these words, the black fox's eyes turned red. You monster, Aslan. I will kill you. You had a chance to do that before, but now it's too late. Watch as that bitch will soon join you. Aslan snarled, almost mad with rage. At this moment, the other individuals accompanying Aslan also removed their cloaks, revealing their true identities. They had once been part of Yunqiu, but due to following Aslan's misdeeds, they were eventually punished and castrated by the Riley before being expelled from Yunqiu. It was then that the Riley expelled all male foxes from Yunqiu, turning it into an enclave exclusively for females. A few female foxes chose to leave along with the males, while the rest remained loyal supporters of the Riley. Over the past 2 decades, nothing much had happened in Yunqiu. The exiled male foxes had not returned, causing everyone to gradually lower their guard. Jacqueline was among those who let down their vigilance. No one could have anticipated that Aslan and a few male foxes at the Void Core realm would strike back tonight, or that their revenge would be so brutal. Boom. Suddenly, a hidden underground cave crumbled, and a spirit light was forcibly seized from within. Holden grabbed the spirit light, revealing it to be a knife, paper-thin and extremely sharp. After capturing it, it struggled fiercely, emitting terrifying blade energy. But Holden was completely unfazed and effortlessly suppressed it. The heavenly fox knife, indeed a fine treasure. Holden's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had long lusted after this treasure of Yunqiu's fox clan. The heavenly fox knife was highly ranked at 6th grade, a naturally formed treasure in Yunqiu, nurtured by the Riley in an underground spirit vein, hoping it would advance further. In recent decades, the heavenly fox knife had already undergone one transformation, upgrading from 5th to 6th grade, proving its ability to grow independently. Seeing the heavenly fox knife being seized, the captured foxes felt a heavy sense of despair. This time, it might truly be the end. Watch over them while I capture the Riley, Holden said arrogantly. He was certain now that the Riley was experiencing some internal problem, preventing her from stopping him despite his near destruction of Yunqiu. His last trace of doubt vanished. Capturing the Riley would make this mission a complete success. To him, capturing dozens of foxes at the core formation realm was far less significant than catching the Riley herself. Holden moved swiftly toward the Riley's secluded area, having already locked onto her aura. Inside the sealed cave, Brandan and the Riley were still immersed in their special cultivation state, utterly unaware of the outside chaos due to the cave's complete isolation. The cave continued to be filled with large amounts of virgin yang energy and pure yin energy, now stable and forming a balanced taiji symbol of yin and yang, perfectly maintaining the flow of power. Gradually, the external virgin yang and pure yin energies surged back into their bodies, being rapidly absorbed. Boom. Outside the cave, Holden attacked using demonic powers. Despite the powerful formation barriers protecting the cave, they couldn't withstand several rounds of his attacks. The first strike alerted Brandan and the Riley inside the cave. Brandan woke up and tried to stop the transfer of power, but the Riley's voice interrupted him. Don't lose focus, or you will die. Startled, Brandan quickly calmed down and continued maintaining the secret methods operation. Boom. Holden continued his attack outside, shaking the entire cave violently, as if it could explode at any moment. After 7 strikes, the protective formations finally collapsed, and the entrance was blasted open. With eyes like lightning, Holden immediately saw the 2 figures facing each other inside the cave and discerned their condition. Such insignificant creatures dare to lay hands on my prey. A glint of coldness flashed in Holden's eyes as he directly stretched out a hand toward Brandan. He considered the Riley his exclusive target and could not tolerate any man touching her so intimately. ##### Chapter 94. It's her. Just as Holden's hand was about to touch Brandan, the Jediah suddenly opened her eyes. Behind her, a snow-white foxtail appeared, radiating an immensely powerful force. Bang! The devilish hand collided with the foxtail, instantly retreating. Then, in an instant, the Jediah and Brandan reabsorbed all the yang qi from the boys and the yin qi back into their bodies, finally separating their tightly clasped hands. Do not come out. Leaving this warning, the Jediah flew out of the cave. Inside the cave, numerous spirit patterns emerged, forming a powerful barrier that isolated it from the outside world. As soon as she exited the cave, the Jediah saw the devastated Yunqiu. The earth was shattered and sunken, with the air filled with a pungent stench of blood. Holden, you deserve death, the Jediah roared, emitting an almost tangible and terrifying killing intent. She couldn't believe that while she was meditating to resolve her own issues, Yunqiu had suffered such a devastating calamity. This enraged her beyond words, her heart bleeding for her people. Holden's face changed, his arm trembling as the celestial fox saber, which he had just suppressed, fiercely thrashed within its containment. Before he could subdue it again, the celestial fox saber flew out of his spatial treasure, straight into the hands of the Jediah. With the celestial fox saber in hand, the Jediah immediately struck, slashing with an incomparably sharp and deadly blade. Holden did not dare to slack off, and hurriedly defended himself. A pitch-black shield appeared before him, enlarging rapidly like a wall. Ding! The shield shook violently, the formidable power pushing Holden back over a dozen feet. You aren't weakened? After this blow, Holden saw through the Jediah's strength. She didn't seem weak at all but was at her peak state, incredibly powerful. Die! The Jediah's eyes were bloodshot, her murderous intent overwhelming. Her only thought now was to kill Holden to avenge her fallen clan members. Holden leaped into the sky, swiftly retreating, unwilling to directly engage the Jediah. Aslan, how dare you deceive me? Holden roared. Aslan was also confused, unsure why the Jediah was so formidable. According to his information, this shouldn't be possible. Seeing Holden retreating, Aslan shouted, Brother Holden, don't let that bitch deceive you. She is at the end of her rope and can't last long. Hearing this, Holden's mind raced. He thought Aslan might be right because if the Jediah was unharmed, wouldn't she have acted when he attacked Yunqiu? It wasn't until he broke into the cave and aimed to kill Brandan that the Jediah hastily intervened, clearly indicating something was amiss. Thus, it was likely that the Jediah was bluffing, trying to scare him away. Considering this, Holden stopped retreating and brandished a sinister magic saber, launching a proactive attack against the Jediah. Both were at the Golden Core intermediate stage. He didn't fear the Jediah even if she wielded a 6th-grade spiritual weapon. He still had ways to counteract. For a moment, the Jediah and Holden fought fiercely, neither holding back, unleashing all their prowess. The Jediah also noticed Aslan and others nearby, seeing dozens of captured clan members. This slightly calmed her emotions. Things weren't entirely irredeemable yet. However, this only intensified her resolve to kill Aslan, the traitor who had led the wolf into their home, worse than Holden. Of course, the most crucial thing now was to kill Holden. Aslan and his ilk were minor nuisances she didn't overly concern herself with. Inside the cave, Brandan watched through the barrier, bewildered. What happened? Why would Yunqiu suddenly be attacked by a demon master? Even from the sight of the devastated Yunqiu, he could imagine the tremendous loss. No wonder the Jediah had gone berserk. I wonder how Hassan and Emil are doing? Brandan worried deeply. Hassan and Emil lacked the Jediah's protection. Though he was relieved they were alive, he didn't know their current predicament. Unable to do anything now, he could only hope silently that the Jediah would quickly dispatch the enemy. Fueled by fighting spirit, the Jediah grew braver with each clash, dominating the battle with relentless attacks, leaving Holden struggling to keep up. Initially, Holden thought she was bluffing, believing she couldn't last long. Gradually, he realized her attacks were too fierce, showing no signs of weakness. Whatever the reason, the Jediah seemed to have resolved her internal problems and could fully unleash her power. Unfortunately for Holden, he was now in a bind, unable to back down. A flash of cold light, and Holden's arm was slashed open, blood spurting. The celestial fox saber was too sharp, even his protective garment couldn't withstand it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Die! Holden became enraged, releasing a surge of demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of dark clouds formed in the sky, enveloping both him and the Jediah, making their battle invisible to everyone. Now, there was no choice but to rely on brute force to decide the winner. Holden remained confident in his abilities. In terms of cultivation, he was superior to the Jediah. Coupled with various mysterious demonic techniques, he believed he could suppress her. Feeling the tumultuous power waves within the dark clouds, Aslan and his companions were anxious. If Holden lost, their fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Aslan, are you scared? You should be prepared to bear the consequences of your actions, said Black Fox coldly. Aslan's expression darkened, roaring, Shut up, that wretch won't turn things around. Your hopes will soon be dashed. Sister One will win. She'll avenge all our sisters. Nine Sister responded emotionally. Killer intent flashed in Aslan's eyes. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you first. Come on, take action. Wait, I almost forgot. You're not a man anymore, Black Fox taunted, disdain evident in her eyes. Enraged, Aslan grabbed Black Fox by the neck, lifting her up, intending to crush her life. Within moments, Black Fox's eyes rolled back, struggling violently, clearly in immense pain. Don't act rashly. Killing her won't help. Explain yourself to Holden, a companion hastily interjected. Realizing this, Aslan quickly calmed down. Despite his anger, he knew better than to infuriate Holden. After some deliberation, Aslan released Black Fox, not daring to truly kill her. Wait. Falling into Holden's hands, you'll beg for death but find none, Aslan threatened cruelly. He knew well what kind of person Holden was, how many women he had tormented. Falling into his clutches meant a fate far worse than death. Boom. A terrifying force collision tore apart the dark clouds, and two figures shot out. One figure emitted a strange bloody light and fled at blinding speed. Not good. Aslan's face turned pale, realizing the situation was dire. Too late. Next moment, a blood-covered Jediah appeared before him, stabbing him with the celestial fox saber before he could react. The biggest mistake of my life was showing mercy to you, this beast, the Jediah lamented, regret and intense fury in her eyes. Feeling his life force rapidly draining away, Aslan looked at the Jediah in disbelief. Why? Why aren't you affected by the full moon? The Jediah did not reply. She mercilessly unleashed a surge of blade energy, tearing Aslan into shreds, leaving him to die with unexplained doubts. She didn't spare his companions either, killing them all with the celestial fox saber. This was something she should have done 20 years ago. If she had, today's tragedy might not have happened. Then, the Jediah turned to her fellow Fox clan sisters, her eyes softening. Big sister, how are you? Black Fox asked. Nine sisters' eyes welled with tears. Big sister, I'm sorry. I won't be playful anymore. Her recklessness this time had placed all clan members in danger, and she felt deeply guilty. The Jediah remained silent, releasing her golden core power to break the restrictions on everyone, allowing them freedom. But just then, terrifying bloodlight erupted from each Fox clan member's body, revealing numerous destructive seals. No. The Jediah's expression changed abruptly. She tried to stop it, but was too late. Boom. All at once, their bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist. Don't. The Jediah's eyes were wide with anguish, her vision blurred by tears. Despite her best efforts to save these sisters, she ultimately failed. Holden had been ruthless, setting up such fearsome restrictions that could control their lives at any moment. Only someone much stronger than Holden had a chance of breaking those seals. The Jediah spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Her body glowed as it reverted to its true form, a snow-white fox drenched in blood. Severely wounded and heartbroken, overwhelmed by intense emotions, she finally succumbed and fainted. With the disappearance of the Jediah's power, the barrier surrounding Brandan vanished. Though inside the barrier, Brandan saw everything happening outside clearly. Immediately, he darted out of the cave, rushing to the Jediah's side. He focused, sending out a thread of soul force into her body to check her condition. Her golden core is shattered. Shock flashed across Brandan's face. This outcome was entirely unexpected. It revealed how brutal her battle with Holden must have been. No wonder Holden had burned his essence blood to use blood escape. His injuries must have been even worse. What's this? Next, Brandan made a significant discovery. Inside the Jediah was a bead similar to one he had encountered before in Baizu Mountain. True Essence Pearl. She's the white fox we met in Baizu Mountain. His eyes reflected disbelief. He was certain he hadn't mistaken it. The true Essence Pearl within her was unmistakable, a special treasure formed naturally by heaven and earth. He also sensed familiar aura, identical to the white fox from back then. How could this be possible? The white fox in Baizu Mountain was only in the object manipulation stage, while the Jediah was at the golden core stage, a huge difference in cultivation. Clearly, there was a hidden secret here, which could only be uncovered when the Jediah awakened. Brandan, what's going on? Just as Brandan was pondering, Hassan and Emil suddenly emerged from underground. They had been hiding deep below and knew nothing of what had happened. First, Brandan gave the Jediah a recovery pill. Then he recounted the events to Hassan and Emil. All dead, this? Hassan and Emil were stunned, unable to believe it. They had been well treated by the Fox clan during their stay, making them feel very friendly toward them. That damned demon, killing so many kind-hearted foxes, deserves 1,000 cuts, Hassan raged. Emil was also furious. If I were strong enough, I would kill that demon myself. Brandan said, there's another thing. She's the white fox we met in Baizu Mountain. What? Are you kidding me? Hassan was shocked. Brandan replied firmly, no mistake. She has the true Essence Pearl, and her life force matches that of the white fox. How can this be possible? Hassan still couldn't believe it. A formidable golden core realm Jediah, who had appeared so pitiful in Baizu Mountain over a year ago. How could this be explained? Brandan realized why the Jediah had given him so much purine energy to repay her debt of gratitude. But she must have also seen his unique constitution, recognizing his potential to help her. Otherwise, even if she had wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to receive such benefits. Gathering his thoughts, Brandan said, the Jediah's golden core is broken. That demon may return to kill her. We need to take her away immediately. Where to? Back to Phoenix Mountain? Hassan asked. Brandan thought for a moment. We can't go back to Phoenix Mountain. The demon might ambush us along the way. Lady Mountain Phoenix is now in seclusion and might not be able to protect the Jediah. Let's follow our original plan and head for Hanjiang City. Okay, but first, let me and Emil clean up the battlefield. Hassan's eyes darted around mischievously. Brandan ignored them, carefully applying medicine to the Jediah, glad that she was in her true form, avoiding awkwardness. After treating her wounds, he put her into the 100 Beast bracelet for better recovery. Soon, Hassan and Emil finished cleaning up, thoroughly searching Yunqiu to ensure no treasures were left behind. Let's go. Brandan climbed onto Emil's back, urging them impatiently. The disturbance here was too great, likely drawing attention from powerful figures soon. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they had to leave immediately and keep a low profile. Chapter 95. Loss of Everything. After a night of frenzied flight, by dawn, Brandan and his two companions had already traveled hundreds of miles away from the chaotic place they'd left behind. Brandan, I've inventoried all the treasures. We have over 7,000 pounds of low-grade spirit stones, more than 20 pounds of mid-grade spirit stones, 1 grade 4 spiritual herb, 13 grade 3 spiritual herbs, 51 grade 2 spiritual herbs, a pile of other spiritual items, and dozens of magical artifacts, Hassan excitedly told Brandan. This haul was enormous. Such an abundance of cultivation resources would make even a gold core realm powerhouse envious. Brandon mused, don't touch these things for now. They belong to Susie. Well, if we shouldn't, then we won't. Hassan's enthusiasm immediately waned. He knew these treasures came from Susie's sisters and traders like Aslan, and rightly belonged to her. How is Susie? Hassan couldn't help but ask. Shaking his head, Brandon replied, her condition isn't good. She's gravely injured and has reverted to her original form. Even if she survives, she will likely need to start her cultivation anew. So severe? Hassan's expression turned alarmed. Brandon explained, not only was her gold core shattered, even her spirit sea burst. Her internal organs are riddled with cracks, losing much of her essence and chi. Essentially, her foundation in Tao has been utterly destroyed. If her foundation is destroyed, how can she possibly start cultivating from scratch? Hassan hurriedly inquired. Brandon sighed lightly. Fortunately, she still has that true essence pearl within her, which is helping to repair her ruptured spirit sea. From what he observed, without the true essence pearl, Susie might have perished already. Only he understood that Susie hadn't completely resolved the issues within her body before hastily engaging Holden in battle, essentially risking her life. In the end, she and Holden both suffered heavy injuries. However, since Holden cherished his life, he chose to flee, otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Who would have thought such a powerful gold core realm expert would meet this fate? The cultivation world truly is perilous, Hassan sighed. Brandon remarked, let alone the gold core realm. Even those who achieve the primordial soul stage can face disasters. The world is full of uncertainties, and no one can predict the future. He couldn't help but think of Adamir, a mighty cultivator who achieved the primordial soul stage, but fell into the hands of two gold core venerables from Julu Combat Palace, losing his physical body and having his severely damaged primordial soul lying dormant in a demon lotus. So perilous, then why do we cultivate it all? Emmanuel muttered, not sure if he was asking himself or others. Brandon pondered briefly and replied, to become stronger and be able to face various dangers, to survive in the harsh cultivation world. At least as a strong person, one could control their destiny and choose their own path, whereas a weak person could only submit to fate and have no say over their lives. My destiny is determined by myself, not by heaven. It's not just a slogan but requires sufficient power to change one's fate. In this regard, Brandon had deeper insights than most. His journey to change his fate was still long, and no one knew where it would lead him in the future. Collecting his thoughts, Brandon immersed his mind within his body to check on his own cultivation status. Thanks to Susie's purine energy, he had successfully advanced his cultivation to the middle stage nourishing spirit realm, and his immortal Tao cultivation also reached the middle stage object control realm. In fact, such abundant purine energy could have easily propelled him to the void entry realm. The void entry realm was the sixth stage in the human Tao cultivation system, corresponding to the Dan essence realm in the immortal Tao system. Brandon mainly used the purine energy to nourish his soul and vital organs, solidifying his foundation in Tao, while breaking through in cultivation was merely a side effect. He could clearly feel that his physique had become significantly stronger, harboring powerful vitality. The nurturing of his internal organs had also made significant progress, reaching the standard for condensing Yin Thunder and Yang Thunder, meaning he could start cultivating the 5 elements celestial thunder seal. Most importantly, there was a transformation in his soul. It was incomparably stronger, with 3 strange soul imprints manifesting. Indeed, 3 soul imprints. Brandon was surprised himself, not knowing how he ended up condensing 3 soul imprints. He didn't intentionally try to change anything, choosing to go with the flow, just as when he created 2 secret vaults initially. For now, he had only preliminarily condensed the 3 soul imprints, and needed further refinement until they stabilized fully, which would complete his cultivation in the nourishing spirit stage. With the moon female stone, I should be able to completely condense the 3 soul imprints and advance my cultivation to the late stage nourishing spirit realm soon, Brandon thought to himself. Having shortcuts available, he wouldn't pass them up, especially after experiencing too many dangers, making him crave more power. Master, the golden source ginseng finally shows signs of activity. Emmanuel ran over joyfully and told Brandon. To conveniently care for the golden source ginseng, Brandon specifically entrusted the spatial medicine garden ring to Emmanuel, instructing it to pay close attention to the golden source ginseng. Brandon instantly permeated his soul force into the spatial medicine garden ring, carefully examining the situation. Just as Emmanuel said, after 1.5 months, the golden source ginseng indeed showed signs of movement, vigorously absorbing heavenly chi, seemingly waking from dormancy. Soon enough, a small sprout appeared at the cut end, emitting vibrant vitality, indicating successful planting. Extending his soul force towards the golden source ginseng, Brandon sensed a faint intention capable of simple communication. A smile spread across Brandon's face. His plan had succeeded. Initially, upon realizing he couldn't preserve the golden source ginseng, he decided to leave one leg of it intact, allowing its spiritual awareness to transfer and attempt regrowth. The probability of success was very low, but with Emmanuel's innate abilities assisting, it ultimately succeeded. Once the golden source ginseng regrew, its spiritual awareness could transform into true mental and soul existence, perhaps allowing it to transcend the constraints of being a medicinal herb and embark on a cultivation path. While countless spiritual herbs exist in the world, those that develop consciousness are incredibly rare, hence Brandon felt compassion for it. Take good care of the golden source ginseng, so it grows faster. Brandon retracted his soul force and instructed Emmanuel. Emmanuel promptly responded, leave it to me, master. Currently, the spatial medicine garden ring wasn't lonely anymore, housing numerous spiritual herbs, with the silver dragon vine being the most precious. Because of the silver dragon vine's presence, the ring became more suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs, significantly shortening the rooting time of the golden source ginseng. Reflecting on this, Brandon extended his soul force into the 100 Beasts bracelet to check on Susie's condition again. However, Susie remained unresponsive, and her situation looked bleak. He had already given her precious healing pills retrieved from her spatial treasure, but so far, there weren't noticeable improvements. Susie had been kind to him, not only providing him with an abundance of purine energy but also protecting him with barriers during dangerous moments, so he really didn't want to see her perish. But he could only do his best to help her, without any guarantees of success. Actually, saving her life isn't that difficult. At that moment, Celeste's voice suddenly sounded. Brandan was rejuvenated. Senior Celeste, you have finally finished your cultivation? If Celeste had finished sooner, perhaps last night's tragedy at Yunchio could have been avoided. But the world is unpredictable, and this was something beyond anyone's foresight. Senior Celeste, how can we save her? Brandan quickly asked. Celeste replied, remove all the powers within her body and revert her to her initial state when she first started cultivating. This might require Senior Celeste's help, Brandan mused. He had actually considered this before, but his strength was too weak. A minor mishap could not only fail to help Susie but also cause extremely serious consequences. Moreover, if he proceeded with this method, Susie would truly lose all her cultivation permanently. A top-tier expert at the mid-stage gold core realm, losing all her power in an instant, was indeed a tragic fate. Celeste released her power, enveloping Susie, and after carefully examining her, she said, let that bamboo rat come in. I will bestow him a stroke of good fortune. Brandan did not hesitate and immediately summoned Emmanuel into the 100 Beasts bracelet. I will transfer all the power within Susie's body into yours. You just need to accept it calmly, Celeste explained. Hearing this, Emmanuel became incredibly excited. Doesn't that mean I can leapfrog into becoming a top expert? Becoming a top expert isn't as simple as you think. Starting from the Dan Essence realm, the cultivation of every realm cannot be completed by external means alone, Celeste said softly. Brandan suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior Celeste, can Hassan not bear the power within Susie's body? Hassan is a spirit beast nurtured by heaven and earth, unique and different. If it were to bear Susie's power, it might adversely affect its future growth, Celeste explained. Brandan nodded, a look of enlightenment appearing in his eyes. Without delay, Celeste began extracting the power from Susie's body and injected it all into Emmanuel. At first, Emmanuel felt comfortable all over. His cultivation was rapidly increasing, reaching the late-stage Dan Essence realm in an instant. However, after that, his cultivation stopped growing. With the increasingly powerful energy entering his body, his sensations changed completely, shifting from comfort to pain, as if his body was about to explode. Visibly, his body kept inflating, turning him into a living ball. I can't take it anymore. Save me. Emmanuel screamed, reaching the limit of his endurance. Nevertheless, Celeste did not stop. She continued injecting strong power into his body, seemingly intent on bursting him open. Amidst Emmanuel's continuous screams of agony, the power within Susie's body gradually emptied, and her condition slowly stabilized. Finally, all the power was extracted without a trace left. Susie regressed into a small white fox, becoming an ordinary beast. However, her spiritual roots still existed, allowing her to re-evolve as Spirit Sea and embark on the path of cultivation once again. She can be considered fortunate in misfortune. Although she has lost all her power, her spiritual roots have undergone a transformation, reaching the peak of the supreme quality. Perhaps there is hope for her to evolve into a transcendent grade 1 in the future, Celeste smiled. Upon hearing this, Brandan was taken aback. Peak supreme grade spiritual roots were truly remarkable, something countless cultivators dreamed of. Transcendent grade spiritual roots only existed in legends. Therefore, the peak supreme grade spiritual roots were the strongest known, exceedingly rare. Even Darcy, after the second cosmic anomaly, only managed to elevate his spiritual roots from superior grade to supreme grade, still far from the peak supreme grade. Pausing for a moment, Celeste continued. Her soul suffered severe damage and may forget everything from the past. Now, she is like a newborn. That might be better. Without painful memories, she can live more freely, Brandan sighed. Witnessing her dozens of sisters die in front of her eyes would leave such a traumatic memory that it could become a heart demon, leading to Susie's mental collapse. At this moment, Emmanuel's body rapidly returned to normal, and he stopped screaming. Lying on the ground, Emmanuel panted heavily, unwilling to move. Celeste said, I have sealed all of Susie's powers within you, including her shattered gold core. You can slowly refine them. Your best option is to use these powers to enhance your spiritual root quality, possibly reaching the supreme grade. Upon hearing this, Emmanuel's eyes lit up. If he could achieve supreme grade spiritual roots, wouldn't his future accomplishments be limitless? Just supreme grade? I was born with it. Hassan entered the 100 Beasts bracelet at some point and remarked dismissively. Indeed, he had reason to be proud. After all, whether for humans or other beings, those born with supreme grade spiritual roots were very few, mostly relying on later enhancement. His goal was singular, to elevate his spiritual root quality to transcendent grade, stepping onto a legendary path. Emmanuel gave a sheepish smile. Hee, Black Master, you are naturally gifted. How can I compare? I don't have high ambitions. I just want my spiritual roots to reach supreme grade. Transcendent grade? I dare not even dream of it. Dreams are important. What if they come true? Brandan laughed. For all beings in this world, there was still one chance for transformation and improvement, the third cosmic anomaly, which would be the most intense one yet. Transcendent grade spiritual roots were not impossible, though it was uncertain how long one would need to wait. The interval between the first and second cosmic anomalies was a full century. The timing for the third cosmic anomaly was uncertain. Perhaps another 100 years, perhaps just 10 years, or even shorter. Seeing Emmanuel reach the late-stage Dan Essence realm, Hassan felt stimulated and decided to enter seclusion to cultivate, aiming to break through to the late-stage object control realm as soon as possible. Emmanuel also decided to retreat into seclusion for a while, having received all of Susie's power and improved his cultivation, needing time to digest it all. Senior Celeste, my 5 organs should now meet the conditions for condensing Yin Thunder and Yang Thunder. How should I go about condensing them? Seizing the opportunity, Brandan sought advice from Celeste. Although Celeste had never cultivated this battle technique herself, she understood it thoroughly, combining her high-level insights to see through its essence. Her guidance proved highly beneficial for Brandan. Under Celeste's direction, Brandan began running the battle technique, attempting to condense Yin Thunder and Yang Thunder. He wanted to master this powerful technique as soon as possible, enhancing his strength and adding to his resources. Currently, his 5 organs were at their peak state, the perfect time to condense lightning power. This opportunity must not be missed. Other matters could be put aside for now. Chapter 96. Accidents create miracles. As the combat technique operated, Brandan felt a powerful resonance in his 5 organs, producing an unusual rhythm. The forces of the 5 elements rapidly circulated and persisted without end. Using the vast amount of pure Yin energy from the jade-faced Fox King, he had nurtured his organs to be immensely strong. Not only did this surpass cultivators at his same level, but even those at higher levels might not compare. Brandan controlled the rhythm of his organs, carefully condensing Yin and Yang energies as instructed by Celeste, in order to generate Yin Thunder and Yang Thunder. To maintain balance between his organs and the 5 elements, the formation of Yin and Yang Thunder had to occur simultaneously, which required immense soul strength. Fortunately, this was one of Brandan's strong points. With his potent soul and robust organs, Brandan successfully condensed the Yin and Yang energies smoothly without much time passing. Next, using the Yin and Yang energies as a base, he began to cultivate the power of lightning. This process was neither easy nor safe. Lightning's offensive power was too strong. A small mistake could cause severe damage to himself. Brandan spent a long time trying but failed to evolve even a single strand of lightning force, which disheartened him. Was his body still not strong enough? Just as he was about to give up, a streak of lightning quickly flowed through his body, inspiring him. Realizing the key to success, he calmed down again, focusing on stimulating the Yin and Yang energies within his body. This time it went very smoothly, and soon, 2 strands of lightning force were condensed. 1 Yin, 1 Yang. Their attributes completely opposite. Hassan, thank you, Brandan said gratefully. At this critical moment, it was Hassan's innate talent that allowed Brandan to comprehend the secrets of lightning. After successfully refining Yin Thunder and Yang Thunder, the final step in cultivating the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal was to draw Celestial Thunder into his body. Celestial Thunder is natural lightning existing in the world. It wasn't difficult to obtain. One just had to wait for a thunderstorm. Brandan chose a towering mountain peak to wait for the storm. Beforehand, he needed to continue refining Yin Thunder and Yang Thunder, strengthening them and improving his control over them. On the 3rd evening, dark clouds covered the sky, and a heavy rainstorm approached. Finally here, I hope this succeeds on the first try. Brandan looked up at the sky, filled with anticipation. Rumble. Hearing the rolling thunder from the clouds, Brandan prepared himself. He secretly activated the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal, causing the 5 elemental powers to circulate rapidly and activating both the Yin and Yang Thunders to prepare for drawing in the Celestial Thunder. Although he was only at the spirit nourishing and object control stages, he possessed the courage to use Celestial Thunder for cultivation. This was not something just anyone could have. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, stretching hundreds of feet, illuminating the dark earth. Brandan's gaze turned serious. Facing such overwhelming force, his current strength would be utterly useless. Being struck would instantly turn him into ashes. He aimed to draw in only a tiny fraction of Celestial Thunder, not the destructive lightning itself, so timing was crucial. After waiting a while, lightning struck the mountaintop. Seizing the opportunity, Brandan immediately attempted to draw in a thread of Celestial Thunder using his combat technique. Bang! Struck by the lightning, Brandan was blasted away. He had failed, unable to successfully draw the Celestial Thunder, and instead suffered an attack. Cough, cough. Smoke billowed from his mouth. His clothes were tattered, hair messy, and his skin scorched black. What terrifying Celestial Thunder! If my constitution hadn't been strengthened, this strike would have severely wounded me, Brandan murmured, shocked. Only after experiencing it personally did he realize how fearsome Celestial Thunder truly was. Additionally, he noticed that after the second anomaly, the destructive power of Celestial Thunder had significantly increased. If it were a century ago when there was no spiritual chi in the world, the destructive power of Celestial Thunder would have been much weaker. Unwilling to give up, Brandan adjusted and tried capturing Celestial Thunder once more. However, this process was not smooth. After 10 attempts, all ended in failure. Not only did he fail to draw any Celestial Thunder, but he also sustained numerous injuries, his body scorched and almost smelling like roasted meat. Even with his formidable physique, he was barely enduring the strikes. But the tempering effect of Celestial Thunder was significant. He felt his physical strength increasing, bones becoming tougher. Let's try one last time. Brandan quickly readjusted, preparing for the final attempt. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, a horrifying bolt of lightning descended like a raging thunder dragon. Brandan originally intended to draw a small amount of Celestial Thunder, but unexpectedly, the entire bolt aimed at him, engulfing him instantly. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, Brandan fell straight down. The powerful Celestial Thunder rushed through Brandan's body, spreading through his limbs, threatening to explode from within. Suddenly, the 2 hidden treasures vibrated violently, emitting an intense suction force like a whale drinking water, quickly absorbing most of the Celestial Thunder. The remaining Celestial Thunder was still formidable, but not lethal to Brandan. Part of the Celestial Thunder merged into his organs, resonating with the 5 elements and combining with the Yin and Yang Thunders. Another part fused into his flesh and bones, slowly integrating. Remarkably, under the impact of Celestial Thunder, the Yin and Yang Thunders miraculously fused into one whole, blending perfectly with the Celestial Thunder to create the perfect Yin-Yang 5 elements True Thunder. Such a transformation was unexpected even by Brandan. Celeste had told him that fusing Yin Thunder and Yang Thunder was extremely difficult, with 9 out of 10 attempts leading to death. Merging Celestial Thunder perfectly was even harder since it was an external force, rather than something cultivated by himself. Normally, cultivating the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal involved borrowing Celestial Thunder's power, not controlling it. But no one expected that this accident would lead to a miracle. With the perfect Yin-Yang 5 elements True Thunder formed, the crisis faced by Brandan was instantly resolved. The remaining Celestial Thunder quickly integrated into his body, aiding in repairing his injuries. After consuming a large amount of Celestial Thunder, the 2 hidden treasures underwent changes, deeper restrictions breaking, enhancing his physical potential and significantly improving secret power quality. The beast bracelet flashed, and Hassan appeared beside Brandan. Brandan, wake up! Through their master-servant contract, Hassan called to Brandan's consciousness. In the next moment, Brandan regained awareness, opened his eyes, and sat up from the ground. Hiss, really hurts. Brandan winced, pain making him want to yell out. When struck by Celestial Thunder, his body suffered severe damage. Had it been someone else, they would have turned into charcoal instantly. Though he had strong healing abilities, complete recovery would take some time. You were too reckless, attracting such terrible thunder. Even for training, you should be careful, Hassan couldn't help but scold. Brandan smiled bitterly. It wasn't intentional. That thunder targeted me, leaving me completely dazed. Luckily, everything turned out fine. So, did you succeed? Hassan asked. Without answering immediately, Brandan focused inward, examining his condition. He saw, outside the 2 hidden treasures, a strange thunder light emitting rainbow-like hues, intimately connected to his organs. This is the perfect Yin-Yang 5 elements True Thunder that Senior Celeste mentioned. I actually succeeded in condensing it. Brandan was greatly shocked, finding it hard to believe. He had fallen into a coma just now, so he didn't know at all how this ball of thunder light was condensed. Undoubtedly, although there was a slight accident, the final result turned out much better than expected. Even Senior Celeste said this was almost impossible, but it somehow worked out without any effort. Brandan was dazed, still feeling somewhat unreal. Settling his mind, Brandan said to Hassan, it has succeeded. That's good. At least you didn't suffer for nothing. Since you're fine, I'll continue my seclusion then. Reassured, Hassan returned to the beast bracelet, mainly because he found the cultivation environment inside the beast bracelet to be quite good and undisturbed, allowing him to meditate in peace. Brandan calmed his mind, practiced Jidao Tiangong to regulate his still chaotic qi and blood while healing his injuries and studying the perfect Yin-Yang 5 elements True Thunder. The hardest part was done. Now he could begin cultivating the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal. He was eager to practice this powerful combat technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through such lengths. With the perfect Yin-Yang 5 elements True Thunder formed, cultivating the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal wasn't difficult at all. He just needed to evolve it as shown by the combat technique. Before long, Brandan achieved some success. A 7-colored lightning light condensed before him into a profound seal emitting a terrifying destructive aura. The spiritual chi from heaven and earth converged toward the seal, even drawing over the Celestial Thunder power. Rumble! A terrifying bolt of Celestial Thunder appeared, nearly tearing apart the sky. Startled, Brandan hurriedly dispelled the seal. He really didn't dare to channel the power of this Celestial Thunder with his current strength. He couldn't control it. As the seal dissipated, the oppressive aura vanished, and Brandan secretly sighed in relief. He really didn't want to get struck by lightning again. But at that moment, a spherical lightning bolt suddenly appeared. Before Brandan could react, he was hit. Bang! Struck by the spherical lightning, Brandan rolled down the mountain from the peak, unable to stop due to paralysis. Fortunately, he had already achieved the perfect Yin-Yang 5 elements True Thunder, enhancing his resistance to lightning power significantly. Otherwise, this spherical lightning might have killed him. Do I just attract lightning like this? Brandan felt aggrieved, not understanding what was happening. Getting struck by lightning twice in a row, there was no one else quite like him. It felt as if heaven itself wanted to obliterate him. After a while, Brandan rolled down to the foot of the mountain. Despite his tough physique, he was severely injured, every part of his body throbbing in pain. His paralysis hadn't subsided yet, making him immobile. His untreated injuries worsened. His back was almost entirely scorched black, emitting a scent of roasted meat, truly cooked this time. A woo! Just then, a wolf's howl echoed. Brandan's gaze shifted, revealing more than a dozen wolves approaching from different directions. These wolves weren't particularly strong, only at the Chi Mastery stage, but given Brandan's immobility, they posed a significant threat. Just as Brandan was about to call for Hassan and Theo, someone appeared in the rain, wielding a curved saber and massacring the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, the wolves were wiped out. Several figures emerged beside Brandan, including men and women, mostly young except for 2 middle-aged individuals. Are you alright? A seemingly young man asked. Beside him, a cute girl with twin tails rolled her eyes. Isn't it obvious? If he was fine, why would he be lying on the ground? Hearing this, the young man scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. The middle-aged man who had eliminated the wolf pack came forward and examined Brandan's condition. He was struck by lightning and is heavily injured. Struck by lightning and didn't die? Wow, your luck is huge, the cute girl exclaimed in surprise. Brandan was speechless. Did that imply he should have died from lightning? What kind of logic was that? At this point, the paralysis gradually subsided, and Brandan struggled to sit up. Thank you for saving me. Brandan expressed his gratitude to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied casually, no problem. Then, he told the others, let's go. We have a mission and we'll lose our reward if we don't complete it on time. Dominic, let's take him with us, the cute girl quickly suggested. Before the middle-aged man could respond, a woman dressed in martial attire named Lizzie objected, no way. We are here to complete a mission. Taking him along would be a burden. He can move now and leave the mountains on his own. Lizzie, you're too heartless. Look at how badly he's injured. Any extraordinary beast could kill him. We can't abandon him after saving him, the cute girl retorted unsatisfied. Lizzie's face remained cold. We don't know him. What does his life matter to us? Blythe, you're always so naive. Do you even know who he is? Or if he's good or bad? You're completely unaware. Your excessive sympathy will bring you harm eventually. What's wrong with being sympathetic? It's better than being cold-hearted. I'll take responsibility for taking care of him. No need for your help, Blythe insisted. Listening to their conversation, Brandan pondered deeply. Frankly, he agreed with Lizzie's words. Human hearts are complex and hard to fathom. One needs rationality in situations. However, often, he acted like Blythe. Even knowing the dangers, if he saw someone in peril, he chose to save them, frequently putting himself at risk. Still, despite all that, he never changed, always acting according to his conscience. Is being kind-hearted wrong? No, but neither should one lack caution. Before Brandan could speak, the young man who spoke first offered, I can carry him. I won't slow us down. But, let's go. We shouldn't waste more time here, the middle-aged man interrupted Lizzie. Hearing this, Lizzie couldn't argue further, merely coldly humping and quickly catching up. The others followed immediately, leaving only Blythe and the young man behind. Cedric, thank you. You're really nice, Blythe said with a smile. Cedric seemed slightly embarrassed, scratching his head before squatting down to pick up Brandan. Brandan initially wanted to refuse, but couldn't bear to refuse their kindness, so he complied, lying on Cedric's back. Thank you all, Brandan said. Blythe giggled, no problem. Everyone faces difficulties sometimes. Brandan felt warmth in his heart. He realized Blythe's actions were genuine. She was inherently kind-hearted, which was rare in the complex cultivation world. Chapter 97, The Ugliness of Human Nature. Blythe was genuinely kind-hearted, not only insisting on bringing Brandan along, but also helping him apply medicine on the way. There was no other way, as the injuries on his back were truly horrific. The entire back was charred, and it was unimaginable how much pain he had endured. Through conversation, Brandan learned that Blythe's group was a small-scale adventure team hired to enter the mountains and gather the spiritual herbs required by their employer. Since it was a rather simple task, this adventure team wasn't very powerful. Only the middle-aged man and woman were at the item control realm while the rest were at the chi control realm. Brandan was surprised that despite living an adventurous life constantly on the edge, Blythe could still maintain such kindness in her heart, which really caught him off guard. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Brandan asked with a smile. Blythe smiled brightly. I trust my judgment. I can tell you're not a bad person. Sometimes, even our eyes can deceive us. One cannot rely solely on feelings. Being cautious is always right. Being kind is fine, but don't let kindness harm yourself, Brandan said meaningfully. Hearing this, Blythe covered her mouth and laughed. See? I told you, you're a good person. Brandan shook his head helplessly, not knowing what else to say. Sometimes, he thought that being as guileless and simple-hearted as Blythe was actually quite nice. At least one didn't have to live under constant pressure. From Blythe and Cedric, Brandan learned that he was now on the border of Tianlan country, near Hushao City. In the past, Hushao City had been an important border town in Tianlan country, responsible for resisting invasions from neighboring countries. However, today's Tianlan country existed in name only and had long lost control over its cities. Hushao City was now occupied by a powerful golden core realm cultivator. Due to its vast resources and dense forests, it attracted many powerful cultivators. Among all the cities in Tianlan country, Hushao City ranked among the top 10 in overall strength. The adventure team that Blythe belonged to was based in Hushao City, taking on various tasks to earn rewards. Dominic, look, the Miluo flower. Suddenly, someone in the adventure team shouted excitedly. Dominic, the middle-aged man, made a gesture for silence and warily scanned the surroundings before quickly approaching the Miluo flower. But when he was just a few yards away from the flower, something suddenly surged out of the ground in large numbers. It was a type of rat, not big in size, with gray-black fur and sharp teeth exposed outside, making a crunching sound. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, drawing a saber that appeared instantly in his hand and swinging it out in lightning speed. At this moment, the middle-aged woman also took action, helping deal with the rats surging out of the ground. The rats weren't individually strong but had enormous numbers and incredible speed, making them difficult to handle. Unable to resist, several young men and women at the chi control realm also joined the battle, helping reduce the pressure. Lizzie, Blythe, hurry up and come to help, Lizzie shouted loudly. Hearing this, Cedric had to put Brandan down first and then join the fight alongside Blythe. Brandan quietly sat aside, watching the adventure team battle against the rat swarm. Seemingly inactive, he had already released his soul power underground, investigating the situation. As expected, there were indeed dangerous fierce rats hiding underground, reaching the item control realm, and not just one. With a thought, Brandan used astral projection, commanding a jade sword to burrow into the ground. Without causing much disturbance, he efficiently killed several formidable fierce rats before returning his soul to his body. As his soul grew stronger, he could now perform astral projection at will, although he still couldn't go too far from his physical body or stay out for too long. The killing of those fierce rats scared the remaining rat swarm, causing them to retreat rapidly back to their underground nests. What happened? Everyone in the adventure team was confused, unable to figure out what had just transpired. But the retreat of the rat swarm was undoubtedly a blessing, saving them considerable effort. The middle-aged man immediately harvested the nearby Miluo flowers, the goal of this mission. The mission is completed. Let's return. The middle-aged man finally smiled. Cedric returned and repositioned Brandan on his back. Blythe chuckled. Who would have thought we'd finish this task so smoothly? We can get some well-deserved rest again. Brandan wanted to point out that if he hadn't secretly killed those powerful fierce rats, it wasn't just about whether the adventure team could complete the mission. It might have resulted in casualties. Reality proved that being an adventurer was extremely perilous and had a high mortality rate. Finishing the mission left everyone in good spirits because it meant they would receive substantial rewards. All of them had no backgrounds and wanted to grow stronger, having no choice but to risk their lives. Joining the adventurers' organization provided some protection instead of venturing alone. Stop. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke, revealing signs of tension. He sensed danger and tried to lead the group in another direction, but it was too late. Whoosh. Several figures flashed out of the forest, surrounding the adventure team within moments. Gale, what are you doing? The middle-aged man asked sternly. He recognized the leader of the intruders. They were old acquaintances, albeit ones who often had adversarial relationships. Gale looked middle-aged, somewhat lean, with a long, chiseled face. All of us are old acquaintances. I'll cut straight to the point. Hand over all treasures on you, and I might spare your lives, Gale sneered coldly. They had more people, including 4 item control realm experts, giving them a clear advantage. Taking control of this small adventure team would be effortless. The middle-aged man said sternly, don't push it. Do you want our 2 adventure organizations to completely break ties? So what if we do? This is me giving you a chance. If you don't surrender the treasures, don't blame me for being ruthless, Gale openly threatened. The middle-aged man asked, if we give up our treasures, will you really let us leave? Of course, I always keep my word, Gale smiled. After some contemplation, the middle-aged man chose to concede, hand over the treasures. One must bend when under someone else's roof. Losing treasures was nothing compared to losing their lives. Though unwilling, everyone had to take out their treasures. Also, that boy. Hand over his treasures, Gale pointed at Brandan. Blythe hurriedly interjected, he isn't part of our team. There's no need to involve him. I don't care if he's in the team or not. No treasure, no life, Gale said fiercely. Brandan remained calm, getting Cedric to put him down. He glanced around. If I'm correct, you'd attack us regardless of whether we surrender our treasures. Why pretend any longer? Everyone in the adventure team was taken aback. If true, their situation would be incredibly dangerous. Gale burst out laughing. You're pretty smart, kid. But smart or not, death awaits. Gale, do you really want to be this merciless? The middle-aged man questioned. Gale scoffed. Do you really think we ambushed here just for your treasures? Josh, you're still so naive. If you do this, aren't you afraid of sparking a war between the 2 adventure organizations? Josh looked grim. Gale scoffed again. War? Do you have the power? To be honest, our Wolf Adventure Team has allied with Shadow Shuttle Adventure Team. Do you dare to start a war? Translation complete as per the given instruction, maintaining paragraph structure and tone. Hearing this, Josh suddenly understood everything, but his heart sank to the bottom. Hushao City was home to many adventure organizations, large and small, numbering no less than 100. Among them, 3 were the most powerful and had existed for the longest time, and Shadow Shuttle was one of them. If Evil Wolf had allied with Shadow Shuttle, it was no wonder they acted so recklessly. Xuanhuan was just a small adventure organization. How could it possibly stand up to Shadow Shuttle? Feeling hopeless? I can give you a chance. If you all join Evil Wolf, you may live, Gale said, wearing an arrogant smile. Josh's face grew even uglier. It seemed like the other side wanted them to betray Xuanhuan and potentially turn against their own comrades in the future. Without trust, one couldn't stand firm, let alone when Xuanhuan and Evil Wolf were enemies. How could they forsake their principles? Gale, don't dream on. Even if I die, I will never betray Xuanhuan or join the enemy, Josh said firmly. But before he finished speaking, the middle-aged woman beside him stepped to the opposite side. I joined the adventure organization to gain cultivation resources, not to lose my life pointlessly. Marilyn, you? Forget it, everyone has their own choice, which can't be forced, Josh said, anger turning to resignation. Seeing Marilyn defect, a few others quickly followed suit. In such dire straits, who would still care about principles? In an instant, only 4 people remained with Josh: Blythe, Cedric, Lizzie, and Brandan, the outsider. How could you do this? Even if you want to switch to another adventure organization, why choose Evil Wolf? Do you have any bottom line as human beings? Blythe exclaimed angrily. Lizzie, with a cold face, replied, if they had a bottom line, they wouldn't have betrayed us so easily. Today, they betrayed Xuanhuan, and tomorrow, they'll betray Evil Wolf too. You 2 girls have no right to lecture me. When you were still in your mother's womb, I was already out here making a living. Marilyn snarled, clearly struck at her sore spot. Lizzie wasn't intimidated, continuing, afraid of being criticized for your actions? For a veteran of Xuanhuan, you sure switched sides fast. Perhaps you've been colluding with Evil Wolf all along. Shut up, Marilyn yelled back, her eyes fierce. Gale smiled cunningly. To show your sincerity to Evil Wolf, go kill them. Marilyn and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Gale to make them kill their former companions. No turning back once a choice is made. This is fate, Marilyn responded resolutely, retrieving her weapon from Gale without hesitation and walking toward Josh. Josh, don't blame me. Your death means my survival. Seeing this, the others also moved into action. There indeed was no choice left. Truly impressive. You can even harm your former comrades. Truly beyond redemption, Brandan sighed. Gale glanced at Brandan, surprise flickering in his eyes. So, you're hiding a powerful item control realm expert. But even if you weren't injured, you wouldn't cause much trouble today. Blythe and the others also showed signs of surprise. They hadn't noticed Brandan was in the item control realm. Of course, even as an item control realm expert, Brandan's presence didn't change the outcome. Do you want to try personally? Brandan said calmly. Gale sneered. Killing a severely injured item control realm expert doesn't require me to move. Fengqi, handle him. An item control realm expert from Evil Wolf stepped forward, a cold look in his eyes, advancing toward Brandan. Bad luck, kid. Fengqi casually summoned a fire palm and shouted at Brandan. Be careful. Blythe shouted in alarm. Though she knew she was no match, she still attempted to help Brandan block the attack. But just as she moved, someone grabbed her shoulder and teleported her aside. Meanwhile, Brandan merely waved his hand, and the fire palm flew backward. Huh. Gale's face changed instantly upon seeing this. Fengqi was even more shocked, quickly blocking his own attack. At that moment, Brandan's body trembled, and the charred skin on his back fell off in one piece, revealing smooth, unblemished skin. His other scars also flaked off, leaving him looking completely uninjured. In a flash, he used golden spiritual energy to conjure clothes, regaining his elegant appearance. Seeing this transformation, Blythe gaped in disbelief. Could this really be the same Brandan who needed carrying earlier? Cedric stared in shock. Was this the same nearly dead Brandan? Cough. Brandan coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Gale laughed mockingly. So you're just pretending to be strong. With that, he attacked, wielding a red spirit sword. Brandan didn't dodge, calmly extending his hand to deflect Gale's continuous strikes effortlessly. How is this possible? Gale's shock was incomparable. He was a mid-stage item control realm expert with deep cultivation, never expecting anyone to block his attacks so easily. He wielded a second-grade spirit weapon, releasing its power continuously, far stronger than ordinary weapons. Salt Brandan's fingers deflected it effortlessly. Unbeknownst to Gale, Brandan's physical strength was formidable, especially his hands, which contained dragon claws, far surpassing ordinary spirit weapons in durability. Taking advantage of Gale's distraction, Brandan grabbed the sword with 2 fingers, then lunged forward, delivering a light palm strike to Gale's chest. Crack! A bone-breaking sound echoed as Gale spewed blood, flying away like a cannonball. Fengchi tried to catch him but was also thrown back. Both crashed into multiple trees before finally stopping. Gale's eyes widened, trying to say something, but died before he could speak. A single palm killed Gale, a peak mid-stage item control realm expert, demonstrating an overwhelming power gap. Everyone present was stunned by the outcome. The scene turned eerily quiet. Run. Without hesitation, Gale's followers chose to flee in different directions. Seeing Gale so easily killed, facing Brandan would only mean certain death. To escape, they scattered in various directions. Including Marilyn and those who had just defected, they all fled desperately. So terrifying. How could he be so strong? Marilyn felt both fear and regret. Had she known Brandan was this powerful, she wouldn't have betrayed Jirsonglu. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Once a choice was made, regrets came too late. Chapter 98. A place full of all sorts. Seeing the crowd scatter and flee, Brandan stood motionless as if he didn't know which one to chase. Josh couldn't hold back anymore. He prepared to chase Marilyn, unwilling to let this traitor escape. In his opinion, if not for Marilyn's quick defection, others wouldn't have betrayed him one after another. Moreover, in order to survive, Marilyn had even attempted to kill him, which made him extremely angry and heartbroken at the same time. Years of partnership, yet the friendship was so fragile. But at that moment, Brandan moved. He swiftly formed mysterious seals, causing fiery and metallic spiritual energy from the surroundings to gather crazily. Within a blink, dozens of flaming divine swords condensed above Brandan's head, radiating an overwhelmingly explosive aura. 10,000 sword conflagration. Brandan whispered. All the flaming divine swords instantly flew out, slicing towards every direction. Those people were escaping quickly, but the flaming divine swords were faster, catching up with them in a flash. Puff! The flaming divine swords were unstoppable, piercing through bodies effortlessly. Members of the Wolf Adventure organization fell down one by one, their lives extinguished, including those 3 controllers. Marilyn and a few other traitors were injured and unable to continue fleeing. This was intentionally done by Brandan. Leave the traitors to you, Brandan said calmly to Josh. Josh was slightly stunned, then he exhaled lightly, thank you. He had originally wanted to personally eliminate the traitors, and this turned out to be better than expected. Dealing with traitors, he didn't hold back, finishing them off cleanly and efficiently. Puff! Brandan's body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Are you okay? Blythe asked with concern. Brandan shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Expelling stale blood. I feel much better now. The lightning purification process had refined many impurities into his blood, and he was precisely expelling these impurities by spitting blood rather than being injured. Experiencing continuous lightning strikes firsthand, Brandan realized that lightning was not only a destructive force, but also contained a unique kind of vitality within itself, which could greatly benefit if absorbed. Why did you recover so quickly when you were obviously so heavily wounded? Blythe asked curiously. Brandan replied, maybe it's due to my special physique. Thanks for your care, Blythe and Cedric. With your recovery speed, you would have been fine even without our help, said Blythe. Brandan shook his head. You saved me at first. I couldn't move back then. Hearing this, Josh felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, he listened to Blythe and saved Brandan, forming a bond of gratitude. Lizzie's thoughts were complex. Initially, she strongly opposed bringing Brandan along, never imagining that Blythe and Cedric's insistence ended up saving her life. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. Now that you're recovered, what are your plans? Blythe asked. Brandan answered, we've stayed in the mountains too long. Let's rest in Tiger Roar City. Do you want to travel with us? Blythe continued. Brandan smiled. Of course, I've never been to Tiger Roar City before. Isn't it your duty as hosts? Though Brandan is a great benefactor of ours, we must invite him to our Blue Deer Adventure organization, Josh promptly interjected, eager to make amends after previously neglecting Brandan. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, they left quickly for Tiger Roar City. Although they had narrowly escaped death, Josh and the others remained uneasy. The wolves joining Shadowspear was a terrible development, possibly making life hard for the Blue Deer in the future. On the journey back, everyone was preoccupied. Even the usually optimistic Blythe showed signs of worry in her eyes. She wasn't naive or unintelligent. The return trip went smoothly without any trouble. Tiger Roar City was magnificent, built between the mountains, like a dormant giant. As a former border stronghold of the Tianlan Kingdom, Tiger Roar City featured incredibly high walls, further fortified with defensive arrays, able to resist powerful extraordinary beasts. A rushing river flowed endlessly outside the city, the water falling with great velocity, creating spectacular crashing waves against the shore. A stone bridge was built over the river, leading straight to the massive gateway shaped like a tiger's mouth. Once, Tiger Roar City held this natural choke point, preventing enemies from crossing easily. Entering the city, Brandan saw a bustling scene. Unlike its past as a border fortress, now it was densely populated, commercially thriving, with a strong culture of cultivation. Observing around, Brandan noticed almost everyone in Tiger Roar City had embarked on a path of cultivation, at least reaching the foundation establishment stage, showing it to be more advanced than Hanjiang City. Big Brother Brandan, Tiger Roar City is divided into several areas. East for the city lord's residence and military quarters, south for residential zones, west for the extraordinary market, and north for various organizations, Blythe explained cheerfully. Brandan nodded approvingly. This clear division facilitated management and avoided chaos. The city lord's residence and military taking up such space highlighted their immense authority and supremacy. At this moment, a large group entered the city, prompting everyone to step aside hastily. It was a team of dozens, with several riding extraordinary beasts, radiating strong auras, clearly at the Danyuan stage. Others in the team weren't weak either. Over a dozen were controllers, the rest at the chi manipulation stage. Trailing behind this team was an enormous creature, a python over 30 meters long, as thick as a millstone, still exuding a fearsome aura despite being dead. Danyuan stage fierce beast, Brandan mused. This group truly had some skills, managing to hunt such a colossal Danyuan stage fierce beast. He understood why they brought the huge snake into the city. It was partly to show off, but mainly because they lacked spatial treasures capable of holding such a large creature. Spatial treasures were precious, especially those with large capacities, worth a fortune, beyond reach for ordinary people. Brandan's previous spatial treasure had a small capacity, only recently exchanging it for a larger one obtained from Aslan after killing the jade-faced Fox King. The current spatial ring he possessed measured 10 meters in each dimension, providing ample space, easily accommodating the huge python. Soon, the group dragged the huge snake into the city, heading directly north. Josh spoke solemnly. They are from Shadowspear. Before, he hadn't thought much of Shadowspear, but now that the wolves had defected to Shadowspear, the latter had indirectly become an enemy of the Blue Deer. Reflecting on the discussions during the journey, Brandan knew the current power structure of Tiger Roar City. The city lord's residence and the three major adventure organizations were the strongest. These three organizations, Rhinoceros, Star Sword, and Shadowspear, each had several Void Core stage experts, thousands of members, making them quite formidable. They undertook all sorts of missions, closely cooperating with entities like the city lord's residence, Fortunate Tower, and Thousand Treasures Workshop. Brandan wasn't unfamiliar with the Fortunate Tower, which ranked among the best spirit treasuries in Tianlan Kingdom, with branches spread across major cities, conducting vast business. The Thousand Treasures Workshop was even more impressive, renowned throughout the Chizhou cultivation circle, present in many extraordinary markets. These adventure organizations are far stronger than the few families around the Hundred-Legged Mountains, Brandan thought. Those families weren't weak, having one Void Core expert each, few Danyuan experts, and not many controllers. Together, those families probably equaled one of the adventure organizations in strength. However, it was understandable. Adventurers lived on the edge of a knife, and in comparison, their strength would naturally increase faster. Large adventure organizations attracted members from all sides, and when these strong individuals gathered together, their numbers naturally grew. Tiger Roar City occupied a special geographical advantage, surrounded by deep mountains abundant with heavenly treasures and countless extraordinary beasts. This environment became a paradise for adventurers. Furthermore, Tiger Roar City had Golden Core experts providing safety, so over time, more and more adventurers gathered here, forming numerous adventure organizations. Not all adventurers were lone wolves. Some were backed by powerful forces. To be precise, some adventure organizations were supported by large factions. Brandan shook his head. Tiger Roar City had too many adventure organizations, making it a mixed bag, and not an easy place to navigate. Before long, Brandan followed Josh and the others to the Blue Deer's base camp. Blue Deer was just a small adventure organization, and its headquarters was located in a relatively remote area in the northern part of the city, though the place was quite large. As soon as Josh returned, he hurriedly went to report the events in the mountains to the Blue Deer leader. Blythe and Cedric took Brandan on a tour around the base camp. They knew this place inside and out. Why did you two think of joining an adventure organization? Brandan casually asked. Blythe replied, it's thrilling. You can go on adventures everywhere, experiencing things that ordinary people never get to. Cedric remained silent for a while before saying, my parents were killed by beasts. I didn't know what to do until I met little Blythe, and then we traveled together. Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but sigh softly. I'm sorry for bringing up your painful past. After the revival of the world, such tragedies were common. Too many ferocious beasts had emerged from the mountains, mercilessly slaughtering helpless civilians. It's okay. It's all in the past, Cedric gently shook his head. Despite such painful experiences, his disposition remained optimistic, and he didn't become cynical or cold-hearted. By evening, Josh came to find Brandan, inviting him to a banquet hosted by the Blue Deer leader. Brandan readily agreed and set off with Josh, accompanied by Blythe and Cedric, naturally including Lizzie. In a grand banquet hall, Brandan met the Blue Deer leader and the two deputy leaders. The leader was a refined middle-aged man. The two deputies were a burly man with a scarred face and an elegant middle-aged woman. All three were at the Danyuan stage. For a small adventure organization to have 3 Danyuan experts was quite impressive. Brother Brandan, I am the leader of Blue Deer, Delfino. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Meow. The refined man smiled, introducing himself. Brandan replied, Brother Meow. Delfino introduced the others. This is Chavez, and this is Annabelle, the 2 deputy leaders of Blue Deer. Brandan bowed respectfully. Pleased to meet both of you. Come, let's sit down. The food is simple. Please bear with us, Delfino warmly invited. They all sat down, 8 people fitting neatly around one table. Although Delfino said the food was simple, it was actually very sumptuous, with dishes piled high on the table. Delfino personally poured Brandan a cup of wine, smiling, "Little brother Brandan, thanks to you, Josh and the others managed to return safely. Let me offer you a toast." Hearing this, the others also raised their cups, toasting Brandan. "Brother Meow is too kind." "It was a trivial matter," Brandan modestly replied, but still drank his glass in one gulp. Delfino sat down and started serving Brandan while talking. "Little brother Brandan, despite your young age, you've already reached the controller stage. Your future is limitless. Surely you must be a key cultivation disciple of a major faction." "Brother Meow flatters me. I'm not associated with any major faction, just an independent cultivator." Brandan laughed lightly. A hint of surprise flashed in Delfino's eyes. "An independent cultivator reaching this level so quickly shows how extraordinary you are. Perhaps in the future, you might become a revered Golden Core expert like Mayor Jerson." He referred to Jerson Changju, the mayor of Tiger War City, Jerson Changfeng, who, like Dylan, was a legendary figure. Throughout the Tianlan Empire, across hundreds of cities, Jerson Changfeng and Dylan were among the top existences at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Brandan shook his head. "My achievements are nothing compared to someone like Mayor Jerson. I have no right to be mentioned in the same breath." He wasn't being modest. At this stage, the gap between him and Jerson Changfeng was indeed vast. High talent didn't guarantee future greatness. Brandan had always stayed grounded and clear-minded. "Mayor Jerson is the mountain we look up to, the goal we strive for. Without him, Tiger War City wouldn't be as prosperous as it is now," Delfino said reverently. Others nodded in agreement, genuinely respecting Jerson Changfeng. Indeed, without Jerson Changfeng, life for adventurers would be much harder. There were too many extraordinary beasts lurking in the surrounding wilds, even some at the Golden Core stage, only held at bay by Jerson Changfeng's deterrence. In Tiger War City, one felt absolutely safe, a common understanding shared by all. Legends claim that Jerson Changfeng's cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, possibly on the brink of achieving the Essence Spirit realm. This made everyone respect him even more, hoping this day would come sooner. The stronger Jerson Changfeng became, the safer Tiger War City would be. A city with an Essence Spirit realm expert would rival major sects' headquarters in stability. Ping! Blythe collapsed onto the table, losing consciousness. Soon after, Cedric and Lizzie also fell unconscious on the table. These three can't hold their liquor. "Come, let's keep drinking. Tonight, we drink until we're satisfied. No sober return." Delfino laughed loudly. Brandan smiled, slowly finishing the wine in front of him. Shortly after, Josh also slumped onto the table. Delfino kept pouring for Brandan, determined to see him drunk. Finally, after 3 more glasses, Brandan too fell onto the table. Brother Brandan. Delfino pushed Brandan, calling out to him, but Brandan showed no response regardless of how much he called or nudged. The smile on Delfino's face vanished, replaced by an icy cold expression. "Brother, are we really going to do this?" Annabelle frowned beside him. Delfino sighed deeply. "I don't want to, but if we don't sacrifice them, the entire Blue Deer may face a disaster. We need to consider the bigger picture." "But will doing this really save Blue Deer?" Annabelle persisted. Delfino confidently said, "Rest assured, I have plans. Blue Deer will be fine." "But..." Annabelle wanted to say more but was cut off by Delfino. "No buts. You just need to know that everything I do is for Blue Deer. Have you lost faith in me after all these years? I believe in you, brother. To achieve great things, one shouldn't be bound by trifles. As long as we can save Blue Deer, sacrificing them is nothing. At this moment, let's not be overly sentimental," Chavez agreed. Hearing this, Annabelle remained silent, sighing deeply, her eyes flickering with a hint of disappointment. Chapter 99. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Delfino's gaze swept over the 5 people sprawled on the table, his eyes appearing unusually profound, as if lost in deep thought. "Eldest brother, don't hesitate anymore. Sacrificing these 5 is far better than risking all of us from Jersonglu. Cultivation is inherently cruel. There's no one to blame," Chavez said with a fierce look in his eyes. Delfino's expression turned stern. "I am not hesitating. I'm merely thinking about how to utilize them and maximize their value. Perhaps we can start with this Brandan." "What do you mean, eldest brother?" Chavez quickly asked. Delfino replied, "Brandan has an unknown background and no connections in Tiger War City. He claims to be a solitary cultivator, which means we can fabricate his identity and exchange it for significant benefits from the Shadow Dart." "Brilliant, eldest brother truly thinks ahead," Chavez immediately praised. Annabelle, however, frowned deeply. "Eldest brother, isn't this going too far? I still believe we shouldn't harm Brandan, even if we don't feel grateful toward him. One must have a bottom line." "Bottom line? Annabelle, you're too sentimental. Your so-called bottom line won't help you survive in Tiger War City," Chavez retorted coldly, clearly siding entirely with Delfino, seeing nothing wrong with being ruthless. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, clapping sounds echoed. It turned out that Brandan, who had appeared drunk, was now awake, calmly applauding while staring at Delfino and Chavez. "Excellent display of having no principles. Today, I've seen firsthand the depths of human wickedness and ingratitude," Brandan said calmly, showing no signs of anger. Note, the term Dishan is better translated as principles in this context to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining the intended meaning. Delfino was startled. "You weren't drunk?" "Impossible. The 3-day drunkenness was added by me personally. Even a Dan Yuan realm expert would be incapacitated for 3 days," Chavez said, incredulously. "They had intended to drug Brandan from the start." Brandan replied evenly, "Did you think I didn't know the wine was spiked? I didn't expose it earlier because I wanted to see your true intentions. Your cunning and viciousness have certainly been an eye-opener." Indeed, he had sensed it from the beginning. However, after being wounded by Yueshan's Imogen's Shadow Devil Blade, he had developed a strong immunity to toxins, almost rendering him impervious to poison. The 3-day drunkenness had no effect on him. "You underestimated me, but that changes nothing." Delfino's gaze turned icy cold, and a powerful aura erupted around him. It was clear he was preparing to use force. Exposing the plot wouldn't matter. He doubted Brandan, at Zhongqi realm mid-stage, could cause much trouble. Chavez also glared fiercely, ready to pounce. At this moment, Annabelle suddenly stepped in front of Brandan, pleading, "Eldest brother, let him go. Don't compound our mistakes. Our issues should not involve others." "Annabelle, you disappoint me. I thought you'd support any decision I made without hesitation." "You've changed," Delfino sighed. Annabelle shook her head. "No, it's you who has changed. The Delfino I knew wasn't someone who acted without limits." "Annabelle, step aside. Don't interfere or I'll deal with you too," Chavez growled menacingly. Annabelle stood firm. "I'll protect him today. If you want to harm him, you'll have to cross over my dead body. So be it, then you shall die." In a flash, Delfino drew a dagger and slashed towards Annabelle's neck. The attack was too sudden and too close. Annabelle had no time to react. Her eyes filled with despair and confusion. She had thought Delfino would consider their long-term friendship and agree to her request. Instead, he ruthlessly attempted to kill her. Just in time, Brandan pulled Annabelle away, narrowly avoiding the dagger's strike. Despite this, the blade's edge still managed to leave a shallow cut on Annabelle's neck, blood trickling down. "Why? Why?" Annabelle stared at Delfino, bewildered. "If you aren't aligned with us, why keep you?" Delfino replied coldly. "Killing you and refining all your essence will definitely advance both eldest brother and me." Chavez grinned grotesquely. Annabelle's face turned pale. "You've been practicing demonic arts?" Solars ago, they had encountered an injured, dying demon cultivator during a mission, obtaining a manual of demonic cultivation. They had agreed to destroy it, leaving it to Delfino. Clearly, he had secretly kept it and practiced it along with Chavez. She now understood why their personalities had drastically changed. It was due to the influence of the demonic cultivation. That cultivation method goes against heaven and will incur divine retribution. "Repent before it's too late," Annabelle tried to reason. Delfino scoffed. "Foolish. Cultivation itself defies nature and challenges fate. What damage does it do to heaven? With enough power, divine retribution is meaningless. Only cowards hesitate. How else can we grow stronger without demonic arts? Following the path won't allow us to achieve Dan's stage in this lifetime." His reasoning was clear. He was willing to employ any means to become powerful, even if it twisted his humanity. Annabelle felt deeply heartbroken. She knew it was futile to try persuading them further. Delfino and Chavez were beyond redemption. In a world where the strong devour the weak, there's no absolute right or wrong. But losing one's moral compass makes you unworthy of being human, Brandan remarked coldly. He had little regard for demon cultivators, not because they were inherently evil, but because encounters with them had nearly cost him his life. From the vast sea to Yueshan's Imogen, he found it hard to view them positively. Chavez transformed his hand into a claw, releasing sinister demonic energy. "It's not your place to lecture us. Since you know our secret, you must die." With that, he lunged at Brandan, aiming straight for his heart. "Be careful," Annabelle warned, ready to assist Brandan. But Brandan moved faster, clashing his claw with Chavez's. Bam! Two powerful forces collided, causing an explosion that flipped the dining table and knocked everyone off their feet. Brandan took half a step back, while Chavez stumbled several steps. Delfino's eyes widened in surprise. Josh had mentioned Brandan was strong, effortlessly killing Gale, but he hadn't expected Brandan to be this powerful. Chavez was at Danyuan realm mid-stage, formidable even as a recent ascension. Logically, Brandan at Zhongqi realm peak shouldn't have been able to match him. Delfino and Chavez exchanged a glance and simultaneously attacked from both sides. Each extended a right palm. Brandan tried to dodge but found himself unable to move as a terrifying suction force emerged from their palms, immobilizing him. In the next moment, his hands were forced up, his palms meeting those of Delfino and Chavez. The moment their palms met, Brandan's expression changed. He felt his strength and blood essence leaking out of his body, being forcibly absorbed. Without a doubt, Delfino and Chavez had unleashed their demonic techniques, attempting to drain him dry. It had to be admitted that this demonic technique was exceptionally tyrannical, siphoning away others' strength and essence. It truly defied the laws of nature. Seeing this, Annabelle rushed to intervene, wanting to save Brandan. "Stay out of it," Delfino coldly barked, sending a palm towards her. Despite her best efforts to resist, Annabelle was sent flying, crashing into the barrier and spitting out a mouthful of blood. She was only at the early Danyuan realm, while Delfino was at the peak mid-stage Danyuan realm, enhanced by the evil demonic techniques they practiced. The disparity in power was vast. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of golden light shot out from Brandan's body. At such close range, and with the speed of the sword light, Chavez couldn't react in time. The sword light pierced straight through his heart. Chavez's eyes widened, filled with resentment and unwillingness, before he fell lifelessly. Even though he was a Danyuan realm expert with robust vitality, a pierced heart meant certain death. Then, the sword light turned and attacked Delfino. As Brandan's soul strengthened, his control over the Oswaldsi sword technique became more fluid and powerful, allowing him to fully unleash its might. Clang! Delfino moved swiftly, blocking the jade sword with a dagger. Seizing the opportunity, Brandan broke free, stepping back to create distance between himself and Delfino. He had been slightly careless, nearly suffering a serious loss. Next, Brandan retracted the jade sword, retrieved the silver spirit sword, and used the xuanhuan 13 swords technique to take the initiative against Delfino. With no hope of reconciliation, there was nothing left to say. Brandan utilized the yin-yang 5 elements true lightning to power the silver lightning sword, increasing its effectiveness dramatically. It proved that mastering the yin-yang 5 elements true lightning had far-reaching benefits beyond just casting the 5 elements heavenly thunder seal. Confronted with Brandan's relentless attacks, Delfino was profoundly shocked. His cultivation is 2 major realms lower than mine, yet how can he be so strong? Originally, Delfino thought he could easily deal with Brandan. Instead, Brandan's overwhelming strength completely disrupted his plans. Failing to subdue Brandan, Chavez ended up dead. Throughout the intense battle, Delfino found himself at a disadvantage, increasingly overwhelmed by Brandan, evoking a strong sense of peril. Annabelle, watching from the side, was stunned, unable to believe someone at the middle Zhongqi realm could be so powerful. Kill. Delfino roared, channeling a massive surge of Danyuan force into a terrifying blade beam that slashed down on Brandan. This was a formidable combat technique, fueled by half of Delfino's Danyuan force, extremely powerful. Though Brandan attempted to block with the silver spirit sword, it wasn't enough. He was forced backward involuntarily. Finally, the blade beam cut down. Just as Delfino gloated, believing he could split Brandan in two, Brandan suddenly emitted a strange divine light, forcefully stopping the blade beam. This divine light was none other than the 9 extremes divine light Brandan had cultivated, even at its first layer providing formidable defense sufficient to withstand the weakened blade beam. Delfino's gaze shifted as he reached for Blythe lying on the ground. Plop. Just as Delfino's hand neared Blythe, a flash of lightning emerged, piercing his palm. In pain, Delfino retreated without grabbing Blythe. Brandan recalled the silver spirit sword and lunged again at Delfino, not wanting to prolong the fight any further. Recognizing the tide had turned, Delfino quickly prepared to escape. Preserving oneself for future opportunities was crucial. Staying alive provided endless chances for revenge. Whoosh. Delfino darted out of the barrier. Chasing after him, Brandan was blocked by the barrier. Outside, Delfino activated a hidden array, combining trapping and killing abilities specifically designed for Danyuan realm experts. Although confident in the array's power, Delfino remained cautious, following his original plan to retreat immediately after activation. If the array killed Brandan, perfect. If not, it would at least delay him long enough for Delfino to escape. Boom. Within moments, Brandan shattered the barrier with several swift sword strikes. Huh? An array. Exiting the barrier, Brandan's expression changed. Glancing around, Brandan looked at Annabelle. Annabelle's face fell. I didn't know this array existed. She grew increasingly disheartened, unsure of what else Delfino had kept from her. Seeing Annabelle's helplessness, Brandan relied on himself, using the xuanhuan 13 swords technique to attack the array. Sizzle. The array absorbed Brandan's attacks and unleashed sharp golden beams. Observing this, Brandan frowned, stowing the silver lightning sword and forming intricate seals to conjure dozens of flame divine swords. Using the 1000 flames technique, numerous flame divine swords struck the same spot. The array shook violently, rippling like water, but holding firm against the powerful assault. A blinding golden light erupted, striking Brandan directly. Instantly, the 9 extremes divine light shattered, and the golden light hit his chest. Bang! Brandan was thrust backward, barely managing to deflect the blow. Plop! Blood surged within him, and despite his suppression, he spat out a large mouthful. Fortunately, Dragon's reverse scale shielded him, significantly reducing the impact, minimizing internal injuries. Annabelle's pupils contracted. If that strike hit her, it would have been fatal. Suddenly, another golden light struck toward her. I am done for. Annabelle despaired. Injured by Delfino, she couldn't defend against this strike. Clang. At the critical moment, an ancient bronze mirror flew in, blocking the golden light. Simultaneously, Brandan summoned an ancient talisman, creating a barrier around Blythe and the others. The array's attacks were lethal. Even a single hit could kill them. Blocking another strike with the silver spirit sword, Brandan didn't hesitate, invoking the yin-yang 5 elements true lightning to rapidly form the 5 elements heavenly thunder seal. Boom. Destructive lightning exploded, directing all forces toward the array. Unable to withstand such explosive power, the array finally crumbled. Plop. Brandan spat out another mouthful of blood. The moment the array shattered, it generated a powerful shockwave that impacted him. Even with his robust physique and newly condensed 9 extremes divine light, he sustained considerable injuries. Escaping the array, Brandan saw no sign of Delfino. Releasing his soul power across the entire Xuanhuan adventure organization, he still couldn't find Delfino. Damn, he got away. Brandan's brow deeply furrowed. Letting a tiger return to the mountain inevitably leads to trouble. Allowing such a dangerous person like Delfino to escape would mean future unrest. Chapter 100. Luring the enemy alone. Brandan somewhat regretted his earlier actions. If he had known that Delfino had so many backup plans, he should have summoned Hassan and Theo to join forces and quickly eliminate Delfino. This would have prevented such a series of complications from arising. He had never truly taken Delfino seriously. This person was no match for him. However, he could not ignore the potential danger posed by Delfino's conspiracies and revenge plots. Especially when Brandan thought back to Delfino's initial words, he had reasons to suspect that Delfino might collaborate with other adventuring organizations. Brandan's sense of impending crisis was becoming increasingly intense. At this moment, many members of the Xuanhuan organization were already alarmed and were hurrying toward the banquet hall where Brandan was located. Upon seeing the dilapidated banquet hall and the few people lying on the ground, especially Chavez, who lay in blood amber with his eyes open in death, everyone was greatly startled. Deputy Leader, what happened? Someone hurriedly asked. Annabelle regained her composure, her brows deeply furrowed. She wasn't sure how to describe what had transpired. Was she supposed to tell these members that they betrayed Brandan out of ingratitude, only for Chavez to be killed in retaliation? Just then, Brandan's voice sounded in her ear, explaining something to her. After a moment of contemplation, Annabelle solemnly said, Leader Delfino was cultivating a demonic martial art, went berserk, and killed Deputy Leader Chavez, injuring us before escaping from here. Leader Delfino cultivated demonic arts? How could this happen? Everyone felt as if struck by lightning, finding it hard to believe. Annabelle replied, that is indeed what happened. You should be able to sense the lingering demonic aura here. The Xuanhuan adventuring organization faces an enormous crisis. I hereby announce the immediate dissolution of the Xuanhuan organization. Everyone must find their own way forward. Dissolve? The members were stunned, believing they had heard incorrectly. Leave as soon as possible. This is for your own good, Annabelle sighed. She had devoted much effort to the Xuanhuan organization. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she wouldn't have chosen to dissolve it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the members began to withdraw, preparing to pack up and leave. As adventurers, they could always join other organizations after leaving Xuanhuan. What the future held was anyone's guess. Brandon reached out and awakened Blythe, Cedric, Lizzie, and Josh. Although they lay on the ground, they hadn't been harmed. Upon waking, the four looked around at the devastated banquet hall and saw Chavez's lifeless body, unable to believe their eyes, feeling as though they were dreaming. What happened? Blythe shakily asked. Brandon's expression darkened slightly. It's a long story. In short, Xuanhuan no longer exists. You need to make other arrangements. How could Xuanhuan cease to exist? Blythe persisted. After some consideration, Brandon gave them a brief account of what had happened, ensuring they understood the situation. A look of sorrow appeared in Josh's eyes. I was loyal to Xuanhuan and refused to betray it even at the cost of my life. In the end, the leader sacrificed me to gain benefits. How tragic, how laughable. He felt utterly disappointed. Without Brandon, he might not have even known how he died. Blythe, Cedric, and Lizzie were lost in thought. They hadn't been with Xuanhuan for long, but they had developed strong feelings for it and remained loyal. They couldn't understand why Delfino and Chavez acted against them. Brandon removed the spatial treasure from Chavez and released a flame, incinerating the corpse to ashes. He feared Delfino's return and, in a mad state, consuming Chavez's essence. After all, this was part of their original plan against Annabelle. Hurry and leave. You shouldn't stay here long. Delfino could bring people back at any time, Brandon warned. Blythe was still dazed. Where do we go? The world is vast. You can go anywhere. They came fast. Annabelle, take them away. I'll lead the enemy astray. With these words, Brandon immediately took action. He didn't want to cause trouble or get involved in Hu Xiaoqing's affairs, but now there was no choice. Annabelle also reacted and quickly said, come with me. Let's find a place to hide and lie low for a while. What about brother Brandon? Concern filled Blythe's eyes. Annabelle assured, don't worry. Brandon is far more powerful than you think. He will be fine. We staying behind will only hinder him. With that, Blythe and the others no longer hesitated and immediately followed Annabelle, fleeing from Xuanhuan's headquarters, uncertain if they'd ever return. Brandon moved swiftly, exiting Xuanhuan's base in the blink of an eye. At this point, several figures were flying towards him, one of whom was Delfino. That's him. Delfino immediately identified Brandon and instructed the few strong warriors beside him. Without delay, the warriors turned and pursued Brandon. The northern part of the city was relatively quiet, with the various adventuring organizations spread out, leading to a sparse distribution of buildings. Large forests and mountains covered this area, extending into the wilderness, making it the largest among the four regions. The other three directions of the city had walls, but the northern part was open. Several top adventuring organizations provided solid defense for the north. Brandon did not activate his spirit boots for flight. Instead, he darted through the forest, constantly changing direction to leave afterimages, making it difficult for the pursuers to lock onto him. Boom! Flames rained down, creating large craters in the ground. Sharp sword auras slashed down, felling towering trees and creating deep gashes in the earth. The pursuers showed no mercy, each attack aimed at killing Brandon. Fortunately, Brandon was incredibly fast, narrowly avoiding each attack while continuing his desperate flight through the mountainous woods. His mind was heavy with concern. His pursuers were all Dan Yuan realm experts, 3 with comparable strength to Delfino, and 1 had even reached the late Dan Yuan stage, significantly stronger. Moreover, Brandon was already injured, facing multiple enemies. The situation was dire. Just as he pondered this, Brandon sensed imminent danger. He immediately activated the Jade Sword, employing the Oswald C sword technique. Ding! The Jade Sword intercepted a foot-long throwing knife aimed at the back of his neck. Even so, Brandon felt a piercing pain as blood seeped from a slight wound. The power of the throw was immense, piercing his defenses, and he barely avoided being decapitated thanks to his reflexes and the Jade Sword. The attacker using the throwing knife was the most formidable among them. Short and agile like a monkey, he possessed sharp eyes and deadly accuracy. Interesting. Seeing Brandon deflect the throw, the small man expressed surprise. His previous attack had been perfect, yet Brandon managed to react, a commendable skill. Brandon realized the danger. Experts at the Dan Yuan stage were not to be underestimated. They weren't all useless like Delfino and Chavez, and their threat level was immense. Without hesitation, Brandon unleashed his soul force, enveloping himself within a few dozen feet, enhancing his situational awareness. Though he could extend his reach further, it would weaken his perception, making it harder to detect attacks promptly. Simultaneously, he covertly activated the mysterious ancient lamp, copper mirror, ancient talisman, and other treasures, ready to respond to any emergencies. He also circulated golden spiritual energy, tapping into his gold and fire attributes to prepare combat techniques. In a sudden moment, the surrounding spiritual energy shook violently, producing dozens of flaming divine swords behind Brandon, which sped towards the pursuing warriors. Swish! As the flaming divine swords approached, Delfino and his companions were taken aback, not expecting Brandon to launch a counterattack under such circumstances. For a moment, they all acted in unison, fending off the fiery onslaught. All except the diminutive man who had reached the late Dan Yuan stage felt considerable pressure. At this point, they fully believed what Delfino had said, that Brandon was no ordinary mid-stage manipulation realm cultivator, but possessed terrifying strength capable of crossing major realms in combat. In one-on-one combat, apart from the diminutive man, none of them felt confident they could defeat Brandon. Seizing the opportunity while they dealt with the flaming divine swords, Brandon accelerated, widening the distance between them. You can't escape. The diminutive man coldly barked and launched another attack using throwing knives against Brandon. His mastery over flying knives resembled Brandan's unavenged sword technique, both driven by soul force, indicating that his soul power was exceedingly strong, perhaps even surpassing Brandan's, given his higher cultivation level. Instantly alert, Brandan employed the unavenged sword technique, engaging the throwing knives fiercely with his jade sword. To the diminutive man's shock, his knife technique couldn't overwhelm Brandan. The jade sword deflected every single blow perfectly. How can his soul force be so strong at just the mid-stage manipulation realm? The diminutive man's heart raced with astonishment. He had always prided himself on his exceptional soul power, comparable to even void core realm experts. Yet today he encountered someone more extraordinary than himself. While the throwing knives didn't pose an immediate threat, they significantly slowed Brandan down. In a flash, the diminutive man caught up with him, blocking his path. Soon after, Delfino and the others followed, encircling Brandan. They didn't rush toward him recklessly but cooperated, assisting the diminutive man in launching long-range attacks. Terrifying fireballs, piercing sword auras, mountains formed from condensed xuanhuan force. All manner of devastating attacks rained down on Brandan. Just as Delfino and the others thought Brandan couldn't hold out and would be annihilated, a golden light suddenly emerged, forming a formidable protective barrier around him. Boom! Multiple attacks struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently, but ultimately resisting the onslaught without breaking. In the next moment, the shield vanished, revealing 3 figures where Brandan once stood. At this critical juncture, Brandan finally summoned Xuanhuan and Theo, though he hadn't wanted to disturb their seclusion and cultivation. But there was no other choice. Daring to bully my master, you're courting death. Theo retained its original form, snarling as it lunged directly at the diminutive man. Now also at the late xuanhuan stage and strengthened by the essence of the jade-faced Fox King, Theo was not intimidated by the diminutive man at all. Brandan, together with Xuanhuan, charged at Delfino and the others. Unable to shake off the pursuit, they resolved to fight valiantly. Despite facing 4 opponents, all at the mid-xuanhuan stage, they harbored no fear. Disturbing my cultivation, I won't let you go. Hassan's eyes glinted menacingly, its sharp claws flashing, filling the sky with lethal claw shadows. Brandan also unleashed the fragmentary star dragon claw technique. The golden dragon chi from his profound fetus spirit seemed manifesting faintly around him, exuding a profound dragon aura. Feeling the dragon's might, Delfino and his 3 companions involuntarily shuddered, feeling an inexplicable oppression in their hearts. Clang! Brandan's hand clashed with Delfino's dagger, the sheer force shaking Delfino's arm until it went numb. With the incorporation of dragon claws, his hands were now weapons of terror, matching the hardness of 5th or 6th grade spirit tools. As his cultivation advanced, his dragon claws grew stronger, having no limits to their potential. Seeing Delfino falter, a mid-xuanhuan stage expert rushed to assist him, attacking Brandan together. Meanwhile, the other 2 mid-xuanhuan experts joined forces against Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan revealed its full dragon claws and horns, transforming into a winged dragon cat. Boom! It channeled lightning through its wings, forming spheres of thunder, continuously unleashing attacks. The glowing dragon horn on its head emitted terrifying strikes. Under these conditions, Xuanhuan handled the 2 mid-xuanhuan experts with surprising ease. On Brandan's side, he completely overwhelmed his 2 opponents, reducing them to merely defending without the ability to retaliate. Puff! A claw shadow flashed, and Brandan pierced through one mid-xuanhuan expert's chest, shredding his heart. Witnessing this, Delfino was gripped by terror and immediately used blood escape, turning into a streak of bloodlight, fleeing without concern for anyone else. He now understood that Brandan had been luring them here intentionally to counterattack. Brandan wanted to chase after Delfino but sensed something amiss with Theo. Though Theo had reached the peak xuanhuan stage and surpassed the diminutive man in cultivation, its advancement was too rapid and lacked the time to stabilize. Moreover, it lacked battle experience and was thoroughly suppressed by the experienced late xuanhuan stage expert who thrived in close combat. Theo already had numerous wounds from the flying knives. If not for its tough hide, it would have been seriously injured. After a brief moment of hesitation, Brandan made a swift decision and turned to aid Theo. He couldn't gamble with Theo's life. Hashtag Chapter 101. Retaliation from Shadow Dart. Brandan did not actually approach the short man, but instead stayed several dozen meters away, casting myriad sword blaze. Dozens of flaming divine swords slashed toward the short man in unison. He secretly activated the mysterious ancient lamp, infusing the flame on the divine swords, greatly enhancing their power. The short man sensed the threat and did not dare to be careless, immediately stopping his attack on Braden and turning to fully defend against the flaming divine swords. At the same time, Brandan quickly formed seals, invoking the power of his 5 internal organs to unleash Yin-Yang Elemental True Lightning, deploying the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal. He was well aware that facing a peak core formation realm expert like the short man, he could not hold back in the slightest. He must put forth all his efforts and employ all his ultimate techniques. Though his cultivation was indeed much lower than the short man's, the opportunities he gained in the wild beast abyss were not for nothing. Additionally, the vast purine energy transferred to him by the Jediah had comprehensively improved him. While the short man's cultivation was high, it was evident he was not a top-tier genius. He had not pushed his cultivation to the extreme at every stage. The elemental powers he exhibited were merely 3 kinds. Because of this, Brandan had the confidence to fight him across major realms. With the Yin-Yang Elemental True Lightning, Brandan's mastery of the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal surpassed expectations, truly demonstrating the power of this combat technique. So far, the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal was considered Brandan's most powerful combat technique. Other techniques paled in comparison. Boom! The short man failed to completely block the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal and was blasted flying backward. Pooh! The short man spewed blood from his mouth. His clothes were torn and ragged, and large patches of his skin were charred black. He was seriously injured. At this moment, Brandan formed another seal, with faint lightning enveloping his body, preparing to cast another lightning technique. The short man's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he retreated immediately. His speed was astonishing. As a late-stage false core realm powerhouse with a bright future and hope of advancing to the core formation realm, there was no need for him to engage in a deathmatch here. Seeing the short man retreat, the two mid-stage core formation realm experts fighting Ash's face changed drastically. They no longer dared to tremble and also sought to retreat. Unfortunately, they were not so lucky. Braden intercepted them, preventing them from escaping as smoothly as the short man. Brandan did not chase after the short man but joined the attack on the two mid-stage core formation realm experts, aiming to end the battle quickly. 3-on-2, this battle was a foregone conclusion. In no time, those two experts were slain. After collecting their spoils, the three of them left without delay at top speed. Pooh! Brandan spat out a mouthful of blood, temporarily calming the surging blood chi within his body. Previously at the Blue Deer camp, he had been attacked by an array formation, already sustaining severe injuries. After battling several powerful opponents, his wounds inevitably worsened. When he pretended to cast the 5-element Celestial Thunder Seal again, he was merely trying to intimidate the short man, hoping to scare him off without engaging in a prolonged battle. In reality, given his condition at that time, he lacked the strength to cast the 5-element Celestial Thunder Seal. If he had forced it, he would have suffered significant backlash. Fortunately, the short man, having been terrified by the 5-element Celestial Thunder Seal, retreated without suspicion, which aligned perfectly with Brandan's intentions. Overall, the counterattack was successful, eliminating 3 mid-stage core formation realm experts, though it resulted in a deep-seated enmity. Brandan was not overly concerned about this. It was impossible for him to act weakly or cowardly in the harsh cultivation world. Brandan, what happened? Why did you provoke so many strong enemies? Ash asked somewhat irritably. He had been in seclusion when Brandan interrupted him and forcefully summoned him, significantly impacting his cultivation. Braden also looked depressed, as he had been in seclusion too, planning to digest the power from the Jediah and solidify his foundation. Instead, he was suddenly summoned and ended up severely wounded. Brandan could only explain what had happened in detail. He too felt quite frustrated, unsure how he had suddenly attracted so many troubles. Experience showed that even without provoking trouble, it would still find its way to him. You're just too kind-hearted, always meddling in others' affairs, Ash said helplessly, shaking his head. Brandan replied, would you still follow me if I were cold-blooded and selfish? True, let's forget it. What now? Ash asked. After some contemplation, Brandan said, originally, the Tiger Roar City matter had nothing to do with us. At this point, the best option is to leave Tiger Roar City and continue to Cold River City. But I can't leave yet. I need to eliminate Delfino first. Ash asked in confusion, why? Just because he's a demonic cultivator? No, whether he's a demonic cultivator isn't important. I'm worried about Blythe and Cedric. If Delfino remains alive, they will be in danger. Brandan explained. Blythe and Cedric had helped him in the forest. He could not abandon them at this crucial moment. Ash shook his head. Do as you please. I'll go into the 100 Beasts bracelet to cultivate, trying to break through to the later stage of object mastery sooner. Call me if you need me. With that, he entered the 100 Beasts bracelet, hoping to enhance his cultivation in these challenging times. Braden followed into the 100 Beasts bracelet as well. He needed to both cultivate and heal his injuries. This defeat had tarnished his reputation, and he vowed to become stronger to redeem himself next time. With the strength of the Jediah and the techniques taught by Gilda, he should be able to become a true powerhouse. Gilda found Braden to be a promising disciple, specifically teaching him unique cultivation methods and combat techniques, a treatment Brandan and Ash did not receive. Braden now needed time to assimilate the Jediah's strength, master the techniques, and achieve a qualitative improvement in strength at the same cultivation level. After taking a healing pill, Brandan rested briefly, mostly recovering from his injuries. He then returned to proceed to the west side of the city, where the extraordinary market was located. Tiger Roar City was a melting pot of various elements, and accordingly, rich in cultivation resources. He hoped to find what he needed in the west part of the city. At the same time, he intended to gather intelligence and look for an opportunity to eliminate Delfino. However, just as Brandan began to act, he realized something was amiss. A large number of experts were mobilizing in the northern district, conducting extensive searches. This is for me, Brandan instantly understood. He sensed many formidable auras, figures flying in the air, all clearly above the core formation realm, including some false core realm experts. Only a powerful force could deploy such a multitude of experts simultaneously, leading Brandan to recall a certain adventure organization, Shadow Dart. Delfino had previously ambushed him, likely trying to ingratiate himself with Shadow Dart and follow the path of the Wicked Wolf adventure team. By killing 3 mid-stage core formation realm experts of Shadow Dart, Brandan had infuriated them. If this news spread, Shadow Dart's reputation would be ruined. Thus, whether for the sake of Shadow Dart's reputation or due to Delfino's machinations, Shadow Dart would not let Brandan go. Soon, Brandan saw several familiar faces, confirming the force was indeed Shadow Dart. These were the mid-stage core formation realm experts, riding extraordinary beasts whom he had encountered upon entering Tiger Roar City. They came so fast. Brandan frowned. His plans were not yet set, but they had been blocked prematurely. What perplexed him most was that despite being careful to cover his tracks, how had Shadow Dart accurately tracked him down? What went wrong? Led by a false core realm expert and comprising 15 core formation realm experts, this was a formidable force comparable to a powerful clan. Brandan did not wait for the other party to approach. Instead, he slipped away quietly through the mountain forest under the cover of night, mainly because he felt a strong sense of unease, a suspicion that the other side might truly possess a means to lock onto him, rendering any disguise useless. As he moved, the experts from Shadow Dart rapidly pursued him. Although they had yet to find his trail, their pursuit was heading in the correct direction, as if they had canine noses capable of sniffing out the scent he left behind. It's Delfino leading them. Brandan's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ponder. He thought of several possibilities. 1. Delfino might have ingested part of his essence earlier and could use it to detect his location. 2. Delfino might have left a special mark inside him when ingesting his essence. 3. There might be an issue with Chavez's spatial treasure. Considering this, he immediately performed an internal inspection of himself, using his soul heavenly eye to see if there were any strange marks. Under the gaze of the soul heavenly eye, nothing could remain hidden. But after carefully investigating, he found no such marks. Instead, he noticed some minor injuries to his physical body that, if left untreated, could potentially become a hidden danger. Since he had identified these issues, he would take the time to heal these minor injuries to ensure his body was in perfect condition. Next, Brandan examined Chavez's spatial treasure. Too many events had occurred previously, leaving him no time to thoroughly inspect it until now. Chavez, as the deputy leader of Blue Deer, had accumulated considerable wealth after years of struggling in Tiger War City. After a careful examination, Brandan didn't find anything unusual, but he did come across a peculiar book called Swallow Spirit, a demonic cultivation technique that both Delfino and Chavez practiced. Using his soul power, he quickly grasped the entire content of this demonic art. He naturally had no intention of practicing a demonic technique, but wanted to understand its characteristics and see where the problem might lie. This demonic technique is terrifying. It allows one to grow stronger by devouring the life force of all living things, disregarding the quality of spirit roots and breaking one's own limitations. However, the flaws are also evident. A single misstep can lead to spiritual deviation, resulting in a tragic end. Brandan felt secretly alarmed. Just as Annabelle had mentioned, this demonic technique violated the laws of nature and came with immense risks. However, considering its ability to break through spirit root constraints, people with inferior talent and bone structure would find it difficult to resist its allure, just as Delfino and Chavez exemplified. Apart from the demonic technique, the book also detailed several refined combat techniques that didn't necessarily require cultivating the Swallow Spirit technique to practice. Brandan thought for a moment and immediately took out the Swallow Spirit book, throwing it into the forest to see if Delfino was sensing this item. While retreating further, he carefully observed the situation behind him. Before long, Delfino brought the Shadow Dart experts to where the Swallow Spirit book lay, but they didn't stop. Brandan's heart sank instantly. He knew the worst had happened. Delfino must be tracking his location using the essence he had devoured earlier. Thus, wherever he fled, he couldn't escape the pursuit. Unless, I kill Delfino. A murderous intent flashed in Brandan's eyes. He had intended to eliminate Delfino to remove the threat against Blythe and Wudong. Now, it was even more urgent. However, Delfino was surrounded by numerous Shadow Dart experts, especially a false core realm powerhouse. How could he strike? If he dared to show himself, he would likely be ambushed by the Shadow Dart experts before getting close to Delfino, leaving him no chance of escaping. Thinking, Brandan considered asking Gilda for help. However, after guiding him on cultivating the 5 elements Celestial Thunder Seal, Gilda had gone into deep seclusion. Awakening her might not be easy. Moreover, relying on others at every turn was not his style. He believed he needed to think of a way himself unless it was absolutely necessary. Perhaps this could work. Let's try. Whispering to himself, Brandan devised a plan. Immediately, he began acting, dividing parts of his essence into dozens of portions and sealing them temporarily with the power of ancient runes. Then, he altered his course, dispersing these essences over a wide area of the forest. Once everything was ready, Brandan released the seals, letting the essences reveal themselves. At that moment, Delfino's expression changed abruptly, stopping suddenly. What's going on? Asked the Shadow Dart False Core Realm expert. Delfino first sensed carefully, then frowned and said, I detected dozens of auras scattered around us. What do you mean? The Shadow Dart False Core Realm expert looked puzzled. Delfino explained, he must have realized I was tracking him and figured out how. So he used this method to confuse us and obscure his true location. He hadn't expected Brandan to grasp the crux of the problem so quickly and devise a countermeasure. This made him feel increasingly terrified of Brandan. If such a person remained alive, it would surely pose a great threat. Especially given the deep enmity between them, Brandan's survival would mean restless days ahead for Delfino. After all, Brandan, despite being merely at the object mastery realm, was already terrifying. If his cultivation improved further, wouldn't it be easy for Brandan to kill him? Would Delfino get another chance to escape? Can you find his true self? The Shadow Dart False Core Realm expert asked. Delfino shook his head. No way. Those dozens of auras are all moving in different directions. This person is extremely cunning. Everyone's spread out. Even if he can hide in the sky or underground, we must find him. The Shadow Dart False Core Realm expert ordered immediately. With him here, he could reach any short distance in an instant. A mere mid-stage object mastery cultivator couldn't stir up much trouble. In his eyes, this attempt to mislead them was meaningless. Chapter 102. Vanishing into thin air. Following the order of the Coreless Pill expert, all the Pill Foundation realm experts from the Shadow Shuttle, including Delfino, dispersed to search for Brandan's true form. Please don't let me find him. Delfino prayed silently in his heart. While others might want to locate Brandan to claim credit, he did not wish for it at all. After all, he had been utterly frightened by Brandan. In a short period, he faced Brandan twice, each time aided by Pill Foundation realm experts, yet both times those aids ended up dead. Although Delfino managed to escape, using the demonic blood escape technique greatly depleted his energy, drastically reducing his strength. Now, he was no match for Brandan. Hiding covertly, Brandan used ancient talismans, a bronze mirror, and a dragon's inverse scale to completely conceal his presence. He knew these measures wouldn't last long, and soon Delfino would notice him, but even a little more time was enough for him. Dozens of refined essences moved chaotically outside, distracting the vision and surely troubling Delfino. Being unseen while the enemy is exposed gave Brandan his greatest advantage. Delfino remained highly focused, cautiously tracking while on high alert. For some reason, he felt inexplicable unease, wishing he could flee immediately. However, he couldn't and dared not escape. If he fled, the coreless pill expert of the Shadow Shuttle would never forgive him. Suddenly, Delfino felt an overwhelming sense of danger creep over him. Pooh! Before Delfino could react, a jade sword appeared and decapitated him. You? Delfino's head flew off, eyes wide open in shock. The speed of this strike was too fast, faster than when Brandon killed Chavez with the jade sword before. Unknown to Delfino, to ensure a one-hit kill, Brandon detached his soul to control the jade sword directly, pushing the Oswald Grimes sword art to its utmost limit. Of course, this was risky. Failure would damage both the sword and his soul. Fortunately, this assassination attempt was perfectly executed without any mistakes, successfully eliminating Delfino, a major threat. Immediately, he collected Delfino's spatial treasures and then swiftly vanished. This time, he utilized the only evasion talisman he had, transforming into a stream of light and rapidly escaping. Reason being, as soon as he killed Delfino, he revealed himself, drawing the attention of the Shadow Shuttle's coreless pill expert. The speed of a coreless pill expert was terrifyingly fast. Without the aid of a talisman, he might have been caught instantly. Little brat, where do you think you're running? The Shadow Shuttle's coreless pill expert coldly yelled, hot on Brandon's heels. A powerful virtual core essence force burst forth, forming a golden spear which was thrown towards Brandon with a swift flick of the hand. Whoosh! The spear tore through space with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards Brandon like a meteor chasing the moon. Brandon was filled with dread. The range of a coreless pill expert's attacks was far superior to that of a pill foundation expert. Without much thought, he quickly deployed the bronze mirror, activating the ancient talisman to unleash 9 polar divine light, shifting the dragon's inverse scale to his back. Crack! 9 polar divine light shattered upon contact, followed by the sound of the bronze mirror cracking, creating fissures in its recently repaired surface. The next moment, the ancient talisman's defense was breached as well, leaving the spear to hit Brandon's back forcefully. Instantly, the golden clothes formed by spiritual power exploded, revealing the dark gold dragon's inverse scale. Though the scale didn't fail, preventing the spear from piercing his body, it allowed immense force to pass through, injuring his internal organs. Pu! Brandon spat out a mouthful of blood. His organs were torn apart and dislodged. Fortunately, his organs were extraordinarily resilient due to nurturing them with pure energy and undergoing celestial lightning tempering. If it were anyone else, their organs would have turned to mush. The gap in strength is just too great, Brandon lamented internally. He was 2 major realms lower than the other party. No matter how gifted he was, he could not resist. Blocking an attack without dying already made him somewhat proud. Huh? Not dead? Seeing Brandon still fleeing, the Shadow Shuttle's coreless pill expert revealed a surprised expression. As a respectable coreless pill expert, his raw power should effortlessly kill a possessing object's realm cultivator with a casual strike. Salt, an unexpected situation arose. Intriguing. This person must be hiding significant secrets. Capturing him alive would be more valuable. Changing his mind instantly, the coreless pill expert increased his speed dramatically, catching up to Brandon. There was no way he believed Brandon could escape. What should I do? Feeling the pursuer getting closer, Brandon struggled to remain calm. He couldn't fight back or outrun him. How could he possibly escape? Desperate, he called out to Gilda for help. If Gilda intervened, dealing with a coreless pill expert would be child's play. But to his dismay, Gilda remained unresponsive, evidently deeply immersed in cultivation, undisturbed by external distractions. Indeed, never rely on others. Personal strength is key. Brandon regretted his short cultivation time, unable to grow sufficiently. If given 10 more years, he wouldn't fear a coreless pill expert. Rumble. Just then, heavy clouds gathered in the sky, indicating imminent rain. Mountain weather is unpredictable, especially during summer when storms are frequent. Observing the flashes within the thick clouds, Brandon had a daring idea. Without hesitation, he immediately cast the 5 elements celestial thunder seal, releasing all his power. Bam! At the instant a bolt of lightning struck, Brandon unleashed the 5 elements celestial thunder seal, causing the lightning to erupt brilliantly with terrifying destructive power. The coreless pill expert showed alarm, sensing immense danger reminiscent of the lightning tribulation endured while forming his virtual core. With such speed, there was no time to evade. Frantically, he used his coreless pill essence force to resist. Bam! Enhanced by the lightning, the 5 elements celestial thunder seal struck the coreless pill expert, engulfing him instantly. On the other side, attempting to invoke lightning resulted in severe backlash for Brandon. His body blackened, his organs ruptured, and blood spurted from his mouth. Essentially sharing the lightning's impact with the coreless pill expert, it was a mutually damaging move. Despite developing resistance, he was severely injured, nearly collapsing under the strain. Powerful celestial thunder rushed into his mystic fetus spirit sea, touching something dormant at the bottom. Space rippled slightly, and Brandon vanished in the blink of an eye. In his place lay an ordinary stone. Meanwhile, the coreless pill expert broke free from the 5 elements celestial thunder seal, his clothes tattered and hair messy, blood-stained and quite disheveled. Though the 5 elements celestial thunder seal wasn't stronger than his own tribulation lightning, being caught off guard led to his disadvantage. But relying on his formidable strength, he managed to endure the attack, suffering only minor injuries. He didn't tend to his wounds. Instead, he immediately began searching for Brandon. A mere possessing object's realm cultivator had actually injured him, which infuriated him. However, after an extensive search, he found no trace of Brandon, who had seemingly vanished into thin air. The 5 elements celestial thunder seal had only briefly affected his senses. Given Brandon's strength, how far could he have possibly escaped? Moreover, he clearly saw Brandon being struck by lightning and falling from the sky. Whether or not Brandon had survived was uncertain, let alone escaping. Salt. After a thorough search, all he found were pieces of blackened skin. It was as if Brandon had truly evaporated. Damn it, where did he go? The coreless pill expert of the shadow shuttle wore a grim expression, his anger having nowhere to vent. A lowly possessing objects realm cultivator had escaped right under his nose. How would he save face if this news spread? At this moment, the other Pill Foundation realm experts from the shadow shuttle gathered around. Did any of you see which direction that boy fled? The coreless pill expert asked coldly. Over a dozen Pill Foundation realm experts exchanged glances, then shook their heads. They had only seen Brandan fall from the sky, but hadn't witnessed him appear again. The coreless pill expert's expression darkened even further. Did he really burrow into the ground? He had meticulously searched the ground and found no holes. Even with his probing techniques, there was no sign of Brandan underground, not even a trace of his presence. In such circumstances, there were only two possibilities. Either Brandan used some powerful artifact to escape in an instant, or a top-tier expert had secretly aided him and spirited him away. Whichever scenario it was, it meant their plan had failed. They could not capture Brandan. The coreless pill expert regretted not delivering a fatal blow earlier. Had he killed Brandan outright, this situation wouldn't have happened. But it was too late now. Regrets were futile. He had taken a significant blow to his reputation. That boy is gravely injured. I don't believe he can escape far. Search thoroughly, the coreless pill expert commanded after a brief moment of thought. Saul's Baker. Over a dozen Pill Foundation realm experts hurriedly acknowledged the order. They dared not disobey Baker's command. He was known for his explosive temper, and provoking him invited disaster. In the Shadow Shuttle, anyone reaching the coreless pill realm could become a leader, ranked based on the order in which they became leaders. Therefore, leaders ranked lower were not necessarily weaker than those ranked higher. Of course, Rick was the strongest in the Shadow Shuttle, a fact beyond dispute. It took Rick decades of hard work to establish the current status and influence of the Shadow Shuttle. Daring to kill my people, even if you run to the ends of the earth, death awaits you, Baker muttered, a terrifying killing intent flickering in his eyes. He was thoroughly enraged and swore not to stop until he caught Brandan. In the boundless desert, the scorched Brandan struggled to sit up. Immediately, he took out a healing herb, disregarding its taste and swallowing it hastily. Using extreme Dao art, Brandan refined the essence of the healing herb, infusing it into his body and accelerating his recovery. His injuries were severe. Nearly every part of his body was charred and damaged, even the areas between his legs almost gone. One herb wasn't enough. Brandan consumed several more. These herbs were originally intended for Fox King xuanhuan, but had to be used first due to necessity. Thanks to the vast amount of purine energy nurturing his physique, his vitality and recovery speed were significantly enhanced, enabling him to survive. Crack. After an unknown duration, the scorched shell encasing Brandan shattered. Next, a rejuvenated Brandan emerged from the shell, his skin tender and white, without a single scar left behind. Compared to before, Brandan's body had grown slightly stronger, 2 inches taller, and his physique noticeably improved. However, his complexion remained pale, and his aura unstable. The internal organs are severely damaged. I need time to slowly restore them, Brandan sighed. From the outside, his physical injuries appeared healed, but internally, his organs were still cracked and damaged, making complete recovery challenging. Still, he had regained mobility and could now utilize some of his abilities. Most importantly, he had temporarily escaped the Shadow Shuttle's pursuit. Forming a set of clothes using golden spiritual power, Brandan scanned his surroundings. Endless desert met his eyes, waves of yellow sand stretching as far as he could see. When he arrived, it was night. Now it was daytime. In fact, he spent several days recovering. The severity of his injuries made recovery within days an extraordinary feat. Who would have thought that the heart of that meteor harbored another world? Brandan murmured, his eyes sparkling with strange light. Indeed, he was inside the meteor that had destroyed the 100-legged mountain range, the very unremarkable stone riddled with holes. Struck by powerful celestial lightning, the meteor had been activated, enveloping Brandan in its core during the critical moment, allowing him to escape death. The Baker of the Shadow Shuttle used every means possible, but detected nothing unusual about the meteor, treating it as just another ordinary stone in the forest. What secrets does this place hold? And how do I get out? Brandan couldn't help but ponder. He wondered about the 9-story wooden tower. After being engulfed by the meteor, where had he been placed? He was even more curious about the vast space within the meteor and whether other beings existed here. Would they pose a threat to him? All these were unknowns, and the answers could only be found through exploration. ###Chapter 103. A world that changes between day and night. The vast desert stretched endlessly, devoid of any signs of life or spiritual energy. It was a completely ordinary and dead world. Brandan carefully sensed his surroundings and chose a direction to proceed, starting to explore the strange realm within the meteorite from outer space. Fortunately, he had spirit stones and medicinal herbs with him, so he wasn't too worried about exhausting his power supply just yet. However, if he didn't find a way out soon, it would still be troublesome. Instead of activating his spirit boots, Brandan relied on his ability to fly through the air using his own powers. This was a skill he had only recently mastered, aimed at conserving some of his strength. Normally, one needed to reach the core formation stage to achieve aerial flight, but there were exceptions. Some could do it even at the object control stage, like Patricia and Kate did when they were at that level. While flying, Brandan released his soul force to carefully examine the surroundings, maintaining constant vigilance. Suddenly, whoosh! A black shadow shot out from beneath the yellow sand, attacking Brandan with lightning speed. Brandan was taken aback. He had already released his soul force and still hadn't detected it in advance. It was hidden remarkably well. Luckily, his alertness was high, and he instantly reacted by employing the fragmented Star Dragon Claw technique for defense. Bang! The black shadow was struck heavily and forcibly sent flying. Before Brandan could identify what it was, the shadow re-entered the sand and disappeared without a trace. Not intending to let it go, Brandan struck the sand with a powerful palm strike, causing earth elemental power to surge wildly, compacting a large area of sand tightly. Boom! The compressed sand exploded, and the black shadow appeared again. This time, Brandan finally saw clearly. A lizard covered in black scales, only about a foot long. Despite its small size, it contained formidable power. Without hesitation, Brandan launched a fierce attack on the black-scaled lizard, aiming for a quick victory. After executing a fluid series of fragmented star dragon claw techniques, though the lizard was not weak, it was eventually subdued and sealed using the power of an ancient rune. Holding the lizard by its tail, Brandan examined it closely. What tough scales! Attacked by the fragmented star dragon claw technique, it only left shallow marks. Brandan couldn't help but reveal astonishment in his eyes. Considering its strength, the black-scaled lizard was only at the object control stage, yet its defenses were exceptionally strong. The next moment, Brandan's eyes filled with confusion. I didn't sense any spiritual energy here at all. How did it cultivate? It became clear that this wasn't an ordinary world. Instead, it was unique. Even without detectable spiritual energy, strange and extraordinary beasts could exist here. Brandan's heart grew heavy. If more formidable extraordinary beasts appeared, he might not be able to handle them. Entering this meteorite might not have been such a lucky thing after all. After some thought, Brandan stored the black-scaled lizard in the 100 Beasts bracelet, deciding to temporarily spare its life. It might be useful later. He continued moving forward. Given the circumstances, he decided to settle down and make the best of the situation. Of course, having encountered an extraordinary beast, he was now much more cautious. He didn't want to become prey to any other extraordinary beast due to carelessness. Surprisingly, despite flying for a long time and covering a considerable distance, Brandan didn't encounter any other extraordinary beasts. It seemed as if this vast desert housed only that single black-scaled lizard. This didn't relax his vigilance. Anything unusual must be approached with caution, as any oversight could be fatal. Gradually, twilight fell, and the temperature dropped sharply. Brandan stopped, preparing to rest thoroughly before continuing his exploration in the morning. Huh? This is... Suddenly, Brandan's expression turned astonished. He sensed the presence of spiritual energy in the world, thin but gradually becoming denser. During the day, there wasn't a hint of spiritual energy, yet it suddenly appeared at night. An odd phenomenon. However, this explained why extraordinary beasts existed in the desert. Soon, the spiritual energy in the air became very dense, rivaling or even surpassing the external world. Brandan fully released his soul force, enhancing his perception to its utmost to track the source of the spiritual energy. It looks like my choice was correct. It's coming from this direction. Brandan's eyes flashed with insight. He vaguely detected the spiritual energy emanating from straight ahead, although the source seemed distant and almost surreal. In the next moment, Brandan's face changed drastically as he sensed some obscure energies, evoking an inexplicable feeling of threat. Could the creatures in the desert only be active at night? Brandan guessed. He believed this possibility was highly likely since spiritual energy appeared at night, prompting the desert creatures to emerge and absorb it. The appearance of the black-scaled lizard during the day seemed to be an anomaly. This meant that nighttime in the desert was extremely dangerous. Brandan immediately took action, constructing a concealment boundary with ancient runes to hide his trail as much as possible. His actions proved to be correct. No sooner had he concealed himself than an extraordinary beast emerged from the sand nearby, clearly sensing his presence and approaching. Had he been slower, he would have exposed himself to this beast. Through the concealment boundary, Brandan observed the extraordinary beast outside. A scorpion, huge as a millstone, its tail raised high with sharp hooks gleaming. Judging by the aura it emitted, it had reached the core formation stage, making it a formidable opponent given its thick, hardened shell. Brandan remained cautious, completely suppressing his aura to avoid detection by the large scorpion. He wasn't afraid of the scorpion. He was confident he could kill it. However, any movement risked attracting other extraordinary beasts, leading to bigger trouble. At this moment, he was relieved that he had wisely chosen not to continue moving at night and had settled early. The large scorpion lingered at the spot for a while but, finding nothing, quickly submerged back into the sand, disappearing instantly. Brandan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but remained hidden inside the concealment boundary. His best option was likely to stay here overnight. While guarding against attacks from extraordinary beasts, he also seized the opportunity to heal his injuries. This place was dangerous, and any wounds would severely disadvantage him. Throughout the night, several extraordinary beasts appeared near the concealment boundary, varying in strength from vein unblocking stage to core formation stage. Fortunately, none of them had high intelligence or keen senses, so they didn't detect the concealment boundary or Brandan. As dawn approached, the dense spiritual energy in the air retreated like receding tide, disappearing entirely within moments. The extraordinarily active nocturnal beasts returned to the sand, sinking into silence once more. They seemed to merge with the desert, making them nearly impossible to detect by various means. What controls this phenomenon? Why does the spiritual energy disappear during the day? Brandan was full of questions, yearning to know the answer. With his gaze fixed on the direction ahead, he realized he could only move forward to uncover the mystery, reaching the place where the spiritual energy congregated. After eating a simple meal, Brandan set off. Although he knew that extraordinary beasts were less likely to appear during the day, he remained cautious. After all, being vigilant ensures longevity, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Spending an entire day traveling hundreds of miles, Brandan felt fortunate to have avoided any dangers. As night fell, Brandan found a place to stay early on and used the same method, hiding within a concealment boundary. As expected, the spiritual energy appeared once more, and the many extraordinary beasts buried in the sand emerged one after another, becoming quite active. Boom! Around midnight, a tremendous noise woke Brandan up. The previously clear sky was now filled with dark clouds, lightning crisscrossing through them. This isn't ordinary thundercloud, it's condensed spiritual energy. Could this be a lightning tribulation? Brandan felt a jolt of surprise. The lightning tribulation is a calamity sent by heaven and earth. When a creature's strength reaches a certain realm, the tribulation will descend unexpectedly. Regardless of the type of creature, once they form a void core, they will attract a lightning tribulation. This tests their foundation and whether it is solid enough. In the cultivation world, the void core stage has always been seen as a turning point. Only those who can form a void core are considered true powerhouses. Many people are actually capable of forming a void core but dare not take this step lightly because there's no guarantee they can survive the lightning tribulation. It's well known that the success rate for crossing the lightning tribulation at the void core stage is less than 30%, which is why void core cultivators are so rare. Brandan was surprised to see an extraordinary beast undergoing the lightning tribulation here. Through the concealment boundary, he saw the beast going through the tribulation. It was a fire crow, covered in black feathers with flames dancing across its body, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. Boom! Heavenly lightning struck, hitting the fire crow hard. The lightning tribulation cannot be avoided. It must be endured. Fiery flames erupted from the fire crow's surface, resisting the power of the heavenly lightning. It had considerable strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to trigger the tribulation. Before forming a void core, this fire crow was far stronger than Emmanuel at its current stage, with a robust foundation and fire attributes cultivated to a high level. Indeed, the fire crow only mastered the fire attribute, not multiple attributes, yet it remained extremely powerful. As the heavenly lightning continued striking, each strike increasing in power, the fire crow struggled more and more. Caw! With a mournful cry, the fire crow plummeted from the sky. But in the next moment, it rose into the sky again, emitting an even stronger aura, with terrifying black flames sweeping towards the thunderclouds. Finally, the last bolt of lightning struck, and the thunderclouds rapidly dispersed. The fire crow fell to the ground again, injured, but ultimately it had survived the lightning tribulation. This also meant that it underwent an incredibly important transformation. If it lacked spirit previously, it would now gain it. All creatures above the void core stage possess high intelligence, as per the rules of heaven and earth. Of course, nothing is absolute. Those crazed beasts in the abyss of frenzied beasts were exceptions. Whoosh! At this moment, an enormous figure sliced through the night sky, diving directly towards the fire crow. It was a huge eagle, much larger than the fire crow, clearly treating it as prey. Caw! The fire crow emitted a piercing screech, releasing invisible sound waves towards the eagle, slowing its speed. Taking advantage of this, the fire crow rose into the air, flapping its wings and sending out flaming feathers at great speed. The eagle quickly twisted its body, forming a fearsome wind vortex that sucked all the flaming feathers inside. Then, the flaming feathers turned back and struck the fire crow itself. At the same time, the eagle's sharp talons clawed fiercely at the fire crow, moving with lightning speed. However, the fire crow was incredibly agile, dodging the talon attacks while seizing the opportunity to spew flames. Suddenly, the fire crow and the eagle engaged in a fierce battle, creating a thrilling spectacle. Despite just surviving the tribulation and being injured, the fire crow did not fear the fully formed and prime-conditioned eagle. Their fight was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Undoubtedly, if given more time to heal and consolidate its power, the fire crow could easily overpower the eagle. The eagle obviously knew this and sought to kill the fire crow while it was weak. Given the circumstances, it seemed they had deep-seated enmity. How strong! Both of them surpassed that void core powerhouse we encountered earlier, Brandan observed from afar, inwardly marveling. He hoped they would leave soon and get farther away from him. As long as he wasn't involved, their battle had nothing to do with him. After prolonged fighting, the fire crow finally started to fall behind, sustaining several bloody wounds from the eagle's talons. Puff! The eagle caught the fire crow with its talons again, slamming it to the ground, ready to deliver a fatal blow with its sharp beak. But at this moment, the fire crow suddenly turned its head and spat out a terrifying flame. This flame was extraordinary, fused with lightning power, creating a formidable blend of thunder and fire, powerful and dominant. Boom! At such close range, the eagle couldn't evade and was hit squarely. The eagle was blasted away, losing numerous feathers, its chest scorched black with blood gushing out. Just one blow severely wounded it. The fire crow was indeed cunning, holding back until the perfect moment to deal a heavy blow to the eagle. Fear flashed in the eagle's eyes. After a brief hesitation, it immediately spread its wings and fled the area. Clearly, it didn't dare continue fighting the fire crow for fear of losing. Watching the eagle fly away, the fire crow collapsed heavily, having reached its limit. Such a formidable fire crow. It seems it already possessed intelligence before the tribulation, and passing it may have allowed it to master lightning powers. Brandan couldn't help but admire it. Its combat awareness was truly beyond ordinary standards. Most importantly, the fire crow's strength was genuine. It could engage in direct combat with the eagle right after the tribulation. Apparently, the eagle had suffered at the hands of the fire crow before, leading it to attack while the fire crow was weakened after the tribulation. However, it still failed. SSS. Sand flowed aside, revealing a nearly 10-foot-long green snake with a gaping mouth aiming to bite the fire crow. The fire crow, which had been lying motionless, suddenly stood up, grabbing the green snake with its claws in a precise and brutal move. Though the green snake was no weakling, reaching late-stage xuanhuan, it could still be subdued so easily. The green snake wriggled, unleashing immense force to break free from the fire crow's claws and swiftly coiled around it. This was a rare chance for easy prey. It wouldn't miss the opportunity to devour the fire crow, advancing its own progress towards forming a void core. No matter how fierce a creature became at late-stage xuanhuan, it would develop a strong sense of spirit and know what was beneficial for itself. Chapter 104, Covenant Scroll. The green snake attacked fiercely, repeatedly engaging the fire crow in intense battles, further aggravating its injuries. Its wounds were torn open, blood streaming out profusely. Unfortunately, the green snake was ultimately unable to defeat the fire crow and was gutted and torn into pieces, meeting a miserable end. However, after killing the green snake, The fire crow was also utterly exhausted, collapsing in a pool of blood, its eyes filled with unwillingness. It had finally managed to form a spirit kernel, but ended up with this fate. Suddenly, a giant scorpion emerged from under the sand, its stinger piercing into the body of the fire crow. Instantly, a terrifying scorpion venom was injected. In fact, the fire crow was already severely poisoned by the now dead green snake, causing its body to become numb, almost unable to move. When attacked by the giant scorpion, the fire crow could no longer struggle, only helplessly waiting for death despite its deep resentment. A sudden sword light appeared, severing the scorpion's tail. The sword light then twisted and plunged straight into the scorpion's body, executing it precisely. The fire crow's eyes revealed a strange expression, never expecting such a turn at this moment. It had never seen such an attack method before. Brandan suddenly dashed out from the hidden barrier, approached the fire crow, retrieved the jade sword, and forcibly captured the fire crow into the 100 Beasts bracelet. He naturally did not let go of the corpses of the green snake and the giant scorpion. He quickly returned to the hidden barrier, erasing all traces and scents to avoid being discovered by other extraordinary beasts. He dared to act because he had carefully investigated and confirmed that there were no other extraordinary beasts nearby, minimizing the risk of exposure. Brandan's soul instantly left his body, entering the 100 Beasts bracelet. Though the bracelet provided a habitat for extraordinary beasts, as the owner, he could enter in soul form. Brandan's soul approached the fire crow, holding a special scroll in hand. Quack! The fire crow suddenly opened its mouth and emitted a piercing cry. Brandan's soul was struck and involuntarily retreated backward. This cry was bizarre, directly attacking the soul, making it difficult to defend against. I underestimated you. Despite your injuries, you can still launch an attack, Brandan's soul remarked in surprise. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough, and the fire crow was exceptionally weak, significantly reducing the effectiveness of the soundwave attack, so it caused him no harm. Without bothering to explain, he immediately opened the scroll and smeared it with the fire crow's blood. The next moment, the scroll emitted a brilliant light, as if burning, and in an instant, it dissolved, transforming into two beams of light that entered both Brandan and the fire crow. Immediately, a peculiar connection was established between Brandan and the fire crow. Its life was now at Brandan's command. The Covenant Scroll is indeed useful. Brandan's soul couldn't help but smile. This scroll was found in the spatial treasure of Yunchio's traitor Aslan. Its purpose was to sign a master-slave covenant with another living being, forcing servitude. To successfully sign a covenant, the target must be unable to resist. Brandan seized the opportunity when the fire crow was weakened and successfully signed the master-slave covenant. Covenant scrolls were extremely precious, and even large amounts of spirit stones might not buy one. It was unknown where Aslan obtained it from. Brandan originally did not plan to use the treasures from Yunchio, intending to leave them for the jade-faced Fox King. But since the jade-faced Fox King had been reduced to its original form and wouldn't need them anytime soon, he picked some items he could use, planning to return them later. The fire crow's eyes showed confusion, clearly not understanding what just happened. Such a thing as a covenant scroll did not exist in its world. Moments later, flames shrank rapidly under Brandan's will, becoming fist-sized. Then, Brandan's soul returned to his body, bringing the fire crow out with him. Immediately, Brandan activated Golden Dragon Chi, beginning to extract the toxins from the fire crow's body. Having just signed the master-slave covenant, he couldn't let the fire crow die. The poison from the green snake and the giant scorpion was terrifying but similar to the poison Shadow Blade's toxin. Golden Dragon Chi easily devoured it without much effort. In no time, Brandan cleared the toxins from the fire crow's body, restoring its ability to move. He then fed it several medicinal herbs for healing. With the nourishment of the herbs, the fire crow's injuries rapidly improved, with bleeding stopped and wounds healing. Brandan generously gave it a fourth-grade herb to heal and consolidate its cultivation. The fourth-grade herb was potent, showing immediate results. The fire crow recovered astonishingly fast, not only healing its injuries but also enhancing its cultivation. By morning, the fire crow's injuries were nearly healed, and its cultivation stabilized at the early stage of the spirit kernel realm. Who are you? What did you do to me? The fire crow communicated through soul power, seemingly unable to speak. Brandan mentally conveyed information through the master-slave covenant. The fire crow's eyes glowed strangely, and as a spirit kernel realm expert, it quickly absorbed the information. Then, it transformed into a slender, cold woman in a black dress, her face as cold as frost, making her hard to approach. Her transformation was flawless, with no flaws. If her extraordinary beast aura were concealed, she would look no different from a human. Seeing the cold woman, Brandan was somewhat surprised, not expecting the fierce fire crow to be female. Who are you? What did you do to me? The cold woman asked with an icy tone. Brandan smiled faintly. Don't be so upset. I saved your life. Otherwise, you'd likely have been eaten by that scorpion. I didn't ask you to save me, nor did I want to be saved in such a way. The cold woman's voice remained cold. If not bound by circumstances, she would have trampled Brandan underfoot long ago. Brandan nodded. True. Who would want to be enslaved? But it has happened. No matter how unwilling you are, it cannot be changed. It was a fact. A covenant was a mysterious thing. Once signed, it could not be reversed, and even if the fire crow attained divine realms, it could not escape Brandan's enslavement. Most tragically, if Brandan died, she would perish as well. Tell me about this world, Brandan said sternly. He enslaved the fire crow not just for its powerful abilities, but also to understand this world. This world was much larger and more dangerous than he imagined, and exploring it alone would be too challenging. The fire crow possessed high intelligence and great strength, likely knowing many secrets. Obtaining information from her would save time and effort. Aren't you a native of this world? The cold woman instantly realized. Brandan nodded. No, I come from the outside. I need to understand this world sufficiently to find a way out. Outside, the cold woman's eyes flashed with longing. Though she didn't want to talk, she could not resist Brandan's will. She explained, this world spans 5,000 miles, entirely desert except for a small oasis in the center, with water sources and plants, and it is the origin of spiritual energy. Hearing this, Brandan was startled. The space within the meteor was much larger than he expected, spanning 5,000 miles. No wonder he hadn't reached the source of spiritual energy after 2 days in the desert. In recent years, the external regions expanded, revealing one secret realm after another, with the largest being roughly the same size as this space. Why does the spiritual energy only appear at night and disappear during the day? Brandan asked. The cold woman shook her head. I don't know. No one knows why. Didn't you explore the oasis? Brandan probed further. The oasis is a sacred place. We can only reach its outer regions and cannot enter the core area, the cold woman replied. Last question, how many powerful extraordinary beasts are there in this world? Brandan pondered for a moment before asking. To my knowledge, sentient life has only started appearing in this world within the last 20 years. The strongest have only reached the void core stage, and there should be 5 of them in total, the cold woman responded. Upon hearing this, Brandan secretly sighed in relief, but then felt a tinge of disappointment. He had thought that this world would contain many formidable extraordinary beasts, but it turned out that the strongest were only at the void core stage, and there were merely 5 of them, far from his expectations. There might be more powerful existences in the oasis, the cold woman added. After all, the oasis was the source of spiritual energy, providing an environment far superior to other places for cultivation. It was very plausible that powerful beings resided there. Brandan's thoughts raced quickly. His strategy was right. To find a way out, he must go to the source of the spiritual energy, the oasis. What about that eagle? Brandan casually asked. A terrifying glint flashed in the cold woman's eyes. Let me kill it and afterward, I will obey your commands. Do you mean if I don't let you kill it, you won't listen to me? Brandan frowned slightly. The cold woman replied with unyielding determination. You can make me die, but you cannot change my will. Go ahead, remember what you promised me, Brandan conceded helplessly. He truly didn't dare to push her too hard. If she really fought back with death, it would cause him great loss. He somewhat regretted bringing up the eagle. It stirred such a huge reaction from the cold woman. Without hesitation, the cold woman resumed her original form, spreading her wings and flying out of the hidden barrier. Brandan knew the eagle was doomed. It had already been severely injured the previous night and could not be a match for the fire crow in its prime condition. Among the 5 void core stage extraordinary beasts roaming this vast desert, one was about to be eliminated. Being able to reach the void core stage within 20 years undoubtedly spoke to their innate talent, placing them among the geniuses anywhere. However, Brandan was puzzled. How could the eagle, which had long reached the void core stage, not be a match for the fire crow? There was a clear disparity in strength. Was the fire crow too strong, or was the eagle just incompetent? As expected, it wasn't long before the fire crow returned, carrying the eagle's body. The eagle died miserably, almost turning into charcoal, its steel-like feathers burnt to ashes. Seems like you two have old grudges. Why did the eagle reach the void core stage earlier but never deal with you? Brandan asked curiously. The fire crow transformed back into the cold woman, snorting coldly. It naturally wanted to deal with me, but it lacked the ability. It managed to form a void core early not because it was stronger than me but luckier. It obtained a special medicinal herb in the oasis. But even with the aid of the herb, its strength still fell short. If I hadn't been severely wounded by the thunderstorm, I would have wiped it out then. It was evident that she held deep disdain for the eagle, considering herself overwhelmingly superior. Brandan took out the silver spirit sword, slicing off one of the eagle's thighs. Despite the charred exterior, the inside remained raw. After removing the burned layer and washing it, Brandan began roasting it over flames. Good ingredients. Let me eat until I'm full before we set off again, Brandan smiled. He was no longer in a hurry. A few thousand miles journey would be fast with the fire crow carrying him. As a void core stage avian, the fire crow's speed was unmatched, capable of traveling thousands of miles in a day without difficulty. Before long, Brandan roasted the eagle thigh to golden brown perfection, droplets of oil dripping, releasing mouth-watering aroma. He didn't just roast it, but seasoned it with various spices, honing his barbecuing skills through repeated practice. Removing the flames, Brandan bit into the crispy, golden leg. Truly a rare delicacy. No wonder. This was his first time eating meat from a void core stage extraordinary beast. Such a level was beyond his capability to defeat on his own. Not only was the meat delicious, but it also contained abundant vital energy, making it highly nourishing. Relying on his robust physique, Brandan wasn't concerned about any issues. He secretly activated Jidao Heavenly Art, channeling the vast energy into his organs to heal the damage. Seeing Brandan enjoying the meal, the enticing aroma made the cold woman involuntarily swallow her saliva. Hearing the sound, Brandan released a burst of sword chi, slicing off half the roasted leg and offering it. Try my cooking. After some thought, the cold woman finally couldn't resist, taking the half leg. Though a void core stage powerhouse, she had never tasted such cooked food before, typically consuming prey raw. Taking a small bite, her eyes lit up. This was a flavor she had never experienced. Despite finding the roasted meat delectable, she maintained restraint, eating politely unlike Brandan who devoured it hungrily. Finishing her portion, the cold woman gazed at the large remaining eagle carcass, feeling a lingering desire. We should get going. Once we reach the oasis, I'll roast the entire eagle, Brandan grinned. His internal injuries needed gradual healing, avoiding excessive nourishment at once. The cold woman turned away, unwilling to ask Brandan to roast the eagle despite the forced master-slave pact, retaining her pride. Brandan waved, collecting the remaining eagle carcass. Let's go. The cold woman soared into the sky immediately. You should transform into your original form and carry me, Brandan called out loudly. She frowned. She hadn't prepared to serve as a mount. Besides Brandan's low cultivation, they differed in gender. Didn't you forget what you promised me? Brandan's eyes showed a hint of displeasure. Complex emotions flickered in her eyes. Briefly hesitating, she chose to transform into her original form. She retained her pride, honoring her word to follow Brandan's commands. Satisfied, Brandan leaped onto the fire crow's back. The fire crow shuddered, revealing a reluctant look. Set off destination, the oasis. Brandan placed his hands behind his back, exuding confidence. Chapter 105. The Mysterious Mist Wall. The place where Brandan and his group were still over 3,000 miles from the oasis, an extremely long distance. Traveling by himself would take many more days, but with Teresa, it was much easier. While on their way, Brandan learned from Teresa that the reason why extraordinary creatures in the desert were nocturnal was that they absorbed spiritual energy at night and hid to refine it during the day, making daytime their cultivation time. Of course, there were always exceptions, like the black-scaled lizard Brandan first encountered. Boom. The ground shook. A large amount of sand shot into the sky, forming a massive sand wall blocking Teresa's path. Caw, caw, caw. Teresa spoke as if scolding someone. In the next moment, an enormous toad emerged from underground, over 10 feet tall, covered in warts, incredibly ugly. It exuded an extremely powerful aura, clearly at the hollow core stage. Undoubtedly, this was one of the few hollow core extraordinary creatures Teresa had mentioned. Gulp. The toad inflated its vocal sacs, looking menacing. Give me some time. Leaving these words, Teresa set Brandan down and charged directly towards the toad. Despite the toad having condensed its hollow core earlier than Teresa showed no fear and prepared to compete with it. Brandan slapped his forehead. He realized Teresa was practically a battle maniac who never refused to fight. However, since the toad initiated the conflict, he supported Teresa's action. With the help of a 4th-grade spirit medicine, Teresa had consolidated her strength. Although she had just broken through, her profound cultivation was not inferior to the toad's. But the toad was indeed strong, matching Teresa evenly without letting her gain any advantage. Brandan frowned slightly. He was eager to reach the oasis and did not want to waste too much time here. At this moment, Teresa unleashed an extremely violent thunder fire force, accurately hitting the toad's body, causing many warts to burst open. In pain, the toad tried to burrow into the sand. But Teresa's speed was faster, instantly diving down, and countless fire feathers rained down. Despite the toad forming earth walls as a defense, some fire feathers penetrated the walls, colliding with its body and causing flesh wounds. Receive the sword. With a flick of his wrist, Brandan threw the silver spirit sword. Instantly transforming into human form, Teresa caught the silver spirit sword, activating its lightning attribute power and fiercely slashing at the toad. The silver spirit sword extended to 10 feet instantly, preventing the toad from dodging in time. Pooh! As the thunderous light sliced down, the toad's huge body split open, spewing poisonous blood. Originally, the toad's defense was very strong, but the silver spirit sword was too sharp and easily broke through it under Teresa's powerful force. Brandan approached, extracting the toad's hollow core. Preserved perfectly, its value is comparable to a 4th-grade spirit medicine. Previously, he had refined part of a mountain tortoise's hollow core, greatly increasing his strength. In his eyes, hollow cores were better than spirit medicines. Earlier, when Teresa slew the eagle, she ate the eagle's hollow core instead of bringing it back. Then, he waved his hand, collecting the toad's corpse. What do you need its body for? Are you planning to eat it? Teresa asked disdainfully. Brandan smiled. A hollow core stage extraordinary creature's entire body is valuable. Selling it can fetch a good price. His thinking was simple. If edible, eat it. Otherwise, trade it for spirit stones. Waste must be avoided. After pondering, Brandan took out 2 spirit tools, a sword and a gourd. These are both 4th-grade spirit tools. The sword has a lightning attribute, and the gourd has a fire attribute. You should take them. These 2 spirit tools came from Yunxiu, where over a dozen hollow core experts died, leaving behind many valuable items. Given Teresa's strength, Brandan couldn't provide subpar spirit tools. 4th-grade ones suited her best. However, 4th-grade spirit tools were precious, and not all of those dozen hollow core experts had them, mostly using 3rd-grade spirit tools. Finding 2 suitable 4th-grade spirit tools for Teresa demonstrated Brandan's high regard for her. He wished to give her better tools, but none were available without touching the jade-faced Fox King's treasures, which included not only 5th-grade spirit tools, but also the Skyfox Saber, a 6th-grade one. For now, 6th-grade spirit tools were top-tier, extremely rare, even beyond the means of those with nascent soul realms. Displaying such treasures might invite great misfortune. Teresa stored the 2 spirit tools and transformed back into her true form, continuing to carry Brandan forward. Finally, before nightfall, they reached the oasis. The oasis wasn't large, less than 3 li in diameter, with mist shrouding its center, obscuring everything within. From afar, Brandan saw many extraordinary creatures gathered at the edge of the oasis, not entering it, seemingly blocked by some force. Teresa circled down, landing outside the oasis. Surrounding extraordinary creatures immediately retreated, making space for them. Looking ahead, Brandan saw a faint light membrane preventing entry to all extraordinary creatures. Await dusk when the spiritual energy disperses. This light membrane will disappear, allowing us to explore the oasis, Teresa said, transforming into human form. The extraordinary creatures gathered here mostly have some degree of consciousness, knowing there are beneficial elements within the oasis. Brandan nodded. There were dozens of extraordinary creatures here, the weakest being object control realm, many reaching the core chi realm, and one even at the hollow core stage. Only 5 hollow core extraordinary creatures existed in the world. 2 died at Teresa's hands, meaning only 1 remained unaccounted for here. The hollow core extraordinary creature guarding outside was a giant wolf with grayish-white fur, larger than a bull, silky and glowing brilliantly. The oasis holds 2 major opportunities, precious spirit medicines and extraordinary spirit springs. I once received a golden spirit spring baptism here, greatly enhancing my physique and intelligence, Teresa explained, her eyes sparkling. Hearing this, Brandan felt intrigued. Are the spirit springs in the oasis really that miraculous? Of course. Unfortunately, I only received the golden spirit spring baptism, missing out on the purple one, Teresa lamented. Brandan couldn't help but ask, there's more than one type of spirit spring? Spirit springs come in 3 colors, silver, gold, and purple. Silver is the weakest, yet can transform one entirely. Purple is the best, but its effects remain unknown because no one has ever obtained it, Teresa elaborated. She had visited the oasis multiple times seeking spirit spring baptisms, but they appeared rarely, purely by chance. She encountered a few but succeeded only once, leading to her rise and dominance over most extraordinary creatures. Teresa then looked at the gray giant wolf. It once received a golden spirit spring baptism and a 5th grade spirit medicine, helping it break through to the hollow core stage early. It looks like it's almost at the peak initial stage of hollow core realm. Clearly not easy to deal with, Brandan said, stroking his chin. Teresa confidently replied, with the 2 spirit tools you gave me, I have confidence in handling it. Then there's no problem. After all, if a big opportunity appears, it would be a pity to lose it due to weakness, Brandan laughed lightly. Seeming to sense Brandan and Teresa's gaze, the gray giant wolf glanced their way. Seeing their forms, it showed a hint of surprise but didn't pay much attention. It was one of the earliest to reach the hollow core stage, and it prided itself on its strength, feeling absolutely confident in its abilities. It did not think that Teresa could pose any threat. They didn't have to wait long. Night fell, and the light membrane quickly disappeared. The rich spiritual energy surged outwards like a tide. All the extraordinary creatures gathered here immediately rushed into the oasis. Even if they couldn't gain any major opportunities, the cultivation environment here was far superior to other places. The oasis was lush with many trees, exuding vitality and faint spiritual energy. The moment Brandan stepped into the oasis, he spotted a spirit medicine plant. Although it was only 1st grade, he didn't despise it. His speed was extremely fast as he headed straight for the center of the oasis. Unlike the extraordinary creatures, he was mainly there to find a way out and uncover the secrets of the meteorite from space. Unfortunately, as soon as he reached the central area, he was blocked by the mist wall which had turned into a solid barrier, preventing him from proceeding. It's useless. No matter what method you use, you can't pass through the mist wall, Teresa said. She had tried many times before. If she could enter, she believed she would be much stronger now, since both spirit medicines and spirit springs originated from inside the mist wall. Brandan didn't say anything, but secretly activated his soul heaven eye to examine the mist wall. Under the soul heaven eye's scrutiny, the essence of the mist wall was revealed. It contained many peculiar secret patterns intertwined, forming a special boundary. This boundary was incredibly strong, and even hollow core experts could do nothing against it. Brandan took off into the air and started moving in one direction, intending to investigate the entire mist wall. Seeing this, Teresa followed closely behind, curious about what he planned to do. Could he really find a way to penetrate the mist wall? The extraordinary creatures backed away when they saw the 2 of them approach, none daring to conflict with them. Soon, Brandan arrived at the location of the gray giant wolf, who showed no intention of retreating. Brandan didn't want it to retreat either, as long as it didn't interfere with his investigation. A woo. The gray giant wolf let out a fierce howl, revealing menacing eyes, clearly unfriendly. It's telling us not to come close, Teresa whispered. Brandan frowned slightly. It's rather domineering, treating this place as its territory. You go talk to it. I will finish investigating this area quickly. Without saying a word, Teresa lunged at the gray giant wolf, ready to act instead of arguing. Brandan didn't bother to inquire further. All he needed was for the gray giant wolf to be distracted, so it wouldn't interfere with his investigation. The gray giant wolf was surprised, not expecting Teresa to attack it directly. Anger filled its eyes. An up-and-coming hollow core extraordinary creature dared to challenge it, which was too disrespectful. Roar. The gray giant wolf roared, swinging its claws at Teresa. Teresa revealed her true form and immediately engaged in battle with the gray giant wolf. She had long wished to fight these veteran powerhouses and finally got her chance. Taking advantage of Teresa distracting the gray giant wolf, Brandan continued examining the mist wall. It didn't take long for him to investigate the entire mist wall and get a general understanding. He returned to the area where the gray giant wolf had been. This giant wolf is not simple. It knows this is the weakest point of the mist wall, the most likely place for treasures to appear. He discovered this secret using the soul heaven eye. He wondered how the gray giant wolf found out, doubting it was mere coincidence. Even if this spot is the weakest, the pattern structure is still very complex. Hassan might not be able to tear through it either. Brandan frowned. Hassan possessed special innate abilities to pass through various boundaries, but also depended on his own strength and the intensity of the boundary. Otherwise, this ability would be too overpowered. After some thought, Brandan decided to observe patiently. If there was no way out, he would stay in this world and cultivate. At the very least, staying in this world was safe for now and allowed him to avoid potential dangers. Boom. A huge disturbance came from outside the oasis. Teresa and the gray giant wolf continued their battle but moved outside the oasis. The oasis was considered sacred ground by all extraordinary creatures. No one dared to be overly reckless or start fights here for fear of causing trouble. Surprisingly, without using the spirit tools Brandan provided, Teresa fought the gray giant wolf evenly, demonstrating remarkable strength, which left Brandan astonished. Of course, the stronger Teresa was, the happier he felt. Using the precious contract scroll on her was very worthwhile. Suddenly, Brandan sensed something. The quiet mist wall stirred, emitting a faint beam of spiritual light. Acting swiftly, Brandan caught the light before it escaped. What powerful third-grade spirit medicine! Brandan's eyes sparkled. He had grabbed a third-grade spirit medicine in its optimal mature state, extremely potent. While he had encountered many third-grade spirit medicines, none compared to this one in terms of spirituality. Its medicinal power was nearly on par with a fourth-grade spirit medicine. The spirituality seems to be slowly dissipating. Looks like it must be refined immediately after obtaining, Brandan realized instantly. He promptly swallowed the spirit medicine. His internal injuries were yet to fully heal, and this would help nourish him. The spirit medicine released a massive amount of vital energy upon entering his body, flowing through his limbs and organs. The vital energy was gentle and easily absorbed. Brandan circulated the great Tao heavenly art, guiding most of the vital energy to his organs to repair the injuries. The healing effect is surprisingly good. Feeling his internal injuries rapidly healing, Brandan was delighted, believing that once he absorbed all the spirit medicine's energy, his injuries would be mostly healed. The healing effect of a third-grade spirit medicine was unexpectedly strong, showing the uniqueness of the central oasis area and why extraordinary creatures sought spirit medicines within the mist wall. Brandan carefully experienced the effects. This third-grade spirit medicine not only healed wounds, but also improved his constitution and intelligence, albeit subtly. The cause was naturally the lower grade of the spirit medicine, and his own constitution was already strong with high intelligence. Any improvement was valuable. Whoosh! Teresa and the gray giant wolf appeared, speeding towards the mist wall. Clearly, they also noticed the unusual activity in the mist wall, and ceased fighting to seize the opportunity. The gray giant wolf's eyes brimmed with hostility, unhappy that Brandan and Teresa had come to compete for the opportunity. But Teresa's overwhelming strength was unexpected, leaving the gray giant wolf frustrated. Brandan ignored the gray giant wolf, his gaze fixed on the mist wall. When treasures appeared, the secret patterns changed significantly. Higher grade treasures could potentially provide a way through the mist wall. Such an opportunity was undoubtedly rare and mustn't be missed. He had to seize it. ##### Chapter 106, Hidden Hazards. Brandan pushed his soul sky eye to its limits, closely observing the mist wall and keeping a constant watch on any changes in the secret patterns. Of course, he understood that he might not get an opportunity tonight. After all, high-grade spiritual herbs or spiritual springs rarely appeared, and no one could predict when they would surface. It was all about luck. Time passed unnoticed, and soon it was almost dawn. The massive amounts of spiritual energy retreated into the oasis like a receding tide, while all living creatures within were forcibly expelled from the oasis. Brandan shook his head forcefully. After running the soul sky eye all night, his soul power had been severely drained, leaving him dizzy and uncomfortable. As expected, no opportunities arose throughout the entire night. Only one third-grade spiritual herb had appeared. Regardless, by refining that third-grade spiritual herb, Brandan's internal injuries had healed considerably, making it a significant gain. Don't rush it. I'll just wait patiently. There will always be a chance, Brandan consoled himself, displaying remarkable patience. He had only just arrived at the oasis and wanted to unravel its secrets, reaching the central area. He had indeed been too eager. Several extraordinary beasts quickly withdrew, not intending to stay here permanently. The gray giant wolf did not leave, however, standing still outside the oasis with hostile eyes glaring at Brandan and Odessa, enraged that they dared to compete for opportunities. Brandan sat down where he was, entering a cultivation state while ignoring the gray giant wolf. Regardless of what others thought, he planned to remain here until an opportunity to pass through the mist wall presented itself. His soul entered the moon feminine stone space, where he activated the purple mansion nerve scripture, absorbing the strange power surrounding him. This not only restored his soul power, but also refined his soul. This time, having used up so much soul power, practicing the purple mansion nerve scripture was unusually effective, sparking some thoughts in Brandan. Additionally, he noticed that the capabilities of the soul sky eye seemed to have improved, indicating that this special ability needed frequent use. After a bout of cultivation, Brandan felt refreshed and invigorated. His cultivation had advanced considerably. If this continued, he might soon reach the late-stage spirit essence realm, as the realm inherently focused on soul cultivation. I promised you your share, and I haven't forgotten. However, I don't know how long we'll be staying here, so let's slowly roast the hawk meat, Brandan said to Odessa with a smile. Still being at the object control realm, he required sustenance for survival. Roasting the hawk meat was necessary for sustaining life. Once he reached the core formation realm, he could live off chi, truly transcending the mundane in a certain sense. Without hesitation, Brandan cut off another leg of the hawk and began preparing it similarly. The hawk's body was enormous, with each leg weighing hundreds of pounds, enough to feed several dozen people. Seeing Brandan roasting the hawk leg, the gray giant wolf's pupils constricted. From the aura emanating from the roasted meat, it confirmed the hawk's identity. Though it usually looked down on hawks, the hawk had cultivated to the Void Dan realm, belonged to the avian class, and was extremely fast and difficult to handle. It hadn't expected the hawk to be killed by someone else. It was obvious that Odessa had made the move, forcing the gray giant wolf to reassess her strength. The gray giant wolf wanted to hunt other Void Dan realm extraordinary beasts to enhance itself, a quick path to improvement, but had found no suitable targets. Now Odessa had taken the lead. Soon, the aroma of the roasted hawk leg filled the air, making mouths water. Here, this is yours. Brandan sliced off half the hawk leg and handed it to Odessa. Having tasted the roasted hawk leg before, Odessa accepted without hesitation. In fact, she had been thinking about it. Unlike Brandan, Odessa ate for pleasure rather than survival. Watching Brandan and Odessa eat contentedly, the gray giant wolf felt irritated but helpless. Last night, it had fought with Odessa and knew her strength, so it didn't dare make a move. In the blink of an eye, the day ended, and night returned. Another wave of spiritual energy surged out from the oasis, allowing Brandan to re-enter. Like last night, he circled around the mist wall, finding the weakest point of the secret pattern structure and waiting silently. Surprisingly, the gray giant wolf appeared at the weak point even earlier than Brandan, confirming his suspicion that the wolf possessed special abilities. After last night, the great giant wolf remained restrained, no longer driving Brandan and Odessa away. It was confident that, even with others present, it could seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, this night was spent in vain once again. with no opportunities arriving. Brandan was completely unfazed. He was using this time to cultivate his soul, and he had plenty of patience to wait. Outside, in Tiger War City, news of the Shadow Dart losing 3 core formation realm experts spread across the city, causing a huge uproar. Many people wondered who could have done this. Although Delfino left information identifying Brandan, nothing more was known beyond his name. Given the current strength and status of the Shadow Dart, very few dared to kill 3 core formation realm experts within Tiger War City, making Brandan's actions incredibly audacious. However, this action thoroughly enraged the Shadow Dart. They sent out a large number of experts and issued a bounty order, vowing to find Brandan. Despite searching for days, there was no trace of Brandan, as if he had vanished from existence. Inside the Shadow Dart headquarters, the leadership gathered. A gaunt black-clad man sat at the main seat, his aura hidden as if merged with the shadows. He was the founder of the Shadow Dart, Flash, known as the Shadow Assassin, renowned for killing a Golden Core Realm extraordinary beast even before reaching the peak of the Void Dan realm, barely in the late-stage Void Dan realm. At the Void Dan realm, transcending realms to fight was already extremely difficult, let alone crossing a major realm to kill a Golden Core with a Void Dan, which was exceptionally challenging. A mere Object Control Realm Jr. has killed 3 core formation realm experts from our organization, causing chaos in the city, yet we couldn't identify him. What are you all doing? Flash barked angrily. He had just emerged from seclusion upon hearing this news, infuriated as this was the greatest humiliation the Shadow Dart had faced in years. The 5th leader, who had led the team against Brandan, lowered his head, ashamed of his failure. A prestigious Void Dan realm expert personally took action and failed to capture an Object Control Realm Jr., a laughable situation. Emmanuel, tell me what happened, Flash asked, looking at the 5th leader. The 5th leader lifted his head, frowning. That boy had some strange concealment. I intended to capture him alive, but in a flash, he vanished without a trace. I searched the entire northern part of the city myself and found nothing. Issuing a bounty brought no leads. It's very peculiar. Now I dream of catching Brandan and clearing my name, he added bitterly. He may have already left Tiger War City, Flash speculated coldly. The 2nd leader, who was somewhat stout, interjected. I agree. That boy was heavily injured and couldn't hide within Tiger War City. I suspect he had a special treasure that instantly teleported him away. As Emmanuel said, that boy had something unusual. We need to determine his background to ensure he doesn't become a hidden threat to the Shadow Dart, added the beautiful-faced 3rd leader. Flash's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice icy cold. Do I have to tell you what needs to be done? I'm going into the mountains with the City Lord. I don't want to come back and find that nothing has been resolved. With that, Flash merged into the darkness and vanished without a trace. Seeing Flash leave, the senior members of the Shadow Dart heaved a collective sigh of relief. Facing this great leader was indeed too stressful. Old 5, since you took over the case first, you can still handle it now. We won't intervene against an Object Control Realm Jr. Otherwise, it will only invite more ridicule. Old 5, hurry up. If this matter isn't handled well, we won't have any good outcome when the boss returns. The senior members of the Shadow Dart all chimed in, pushing all responsibility onto the 5th leader. The 5th leader's face turned grim. At this point, he had no other choice but to shoulder the entire responsibility. Boy, I don't believe you can really vanish into thin air. When I catch you, I'll make sure you wish you were dead, he clenched his fists. Immediately, he issued orders to intensify the search for any information about Brandan. Meanwhile, inside the space within the meteorite, Brandan was unaware of all this. He was thinking about how to get out. Another night fell, and Brandan and Odessa entered the oasis as usual, quickly locating the weak spot in the mist wall. By midnight, the mist wall finally stirred, emitting several beams of spiritual light simultaneously from various regions. Without hesitation, Brandan, Odessa, and the gray giant wolf all moved swiftly to seize the spiritual lights. It was undeniable that the gray giant wolf's speed was truly impressive. It managed to snatch 2 spiritual lights at once. Brandan and Odessa each obtained one. Truly, when you think of something, it appears. With this, advancing to the late-stage spirit essence realm should not be a problem. Brandan felt a surge of joy. He had obtained a grade 4 spirit herb. Though he did not recognize it, he could sense that it contained unique essence beneficial to the soul, precisely what he needed right now. Having cultivated 3 soul imprints and possessing an extremely strong innate soul, advancing to the mid-stage spirit essence realm had become much harder for him. Ordinary spirit herbs would not help him break through. In fact, he was somewhat worried. Just reaching the spirit essence realm required a grade 4 spirit herb. Who knew what higher grade herbs he would need in the future? To prevent the essence of the spirit herb from dissipating, Brandan immediately swallowed it. Odessa and the gray giant wolf did not hesitate either, consuming their spirit herbs. Without looking, Brandan knew they had obtained grade 3 spirit herbs. After all, he had locked onto the most potent spirit herb using the soul sky eye. Of course, the spirit herbs emerging from the mist wall were extraordinary. Grade 3 spirit herbs nearly equaled grade 4 in potency, providing considerable benefits to initial stage Void Dan experts like them. While absorbing the spirit herbs, Brandan carefully observed the changes in the mist wall. Despite the emergence of a grade 4 spirit herb, the structure of the mist wall remained stable, making it unsuitable for tearing open, leaving him a bit disappointed. A significant cultivation increase? Suddenly, Brandan sensed something and glanced at the gray giant wolf. He felt its aura suddenly surge, reaching peak initial stage Void Dan realm, just one step away from the mid-stage. The power gap between levels in the Void Dan realm was substantial, making it hard to cross even a minor level. Moreover, those who could cultivate to the Void Dan realm were already exceptional individuals. Most possessed superior spirit roots, if not the top-tier mid-level ones, who could really surpass others by much. Of course, if someone practiced unique techniques or possessed powerful treasures, things would be different. These factors significantly influenced strength. Next, Brandan sensed a change in Odessa's aura as well. Her cultivation also greatly improved, but still far from peak initial stage. Take it. After some thought, Brandon pulled out the Void Dance of the Void Dance Realm Frog and threw it to Odessa. The gray giant wolf was quite unfriendly towards them. If its strength increased too rapidly, leaving Odessa behind, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, to balance things out, they had to try to boost Odessa's strength. Odessa looked at Brandon in surprise, but didn't say anything. Since Brandon gave her the Void Dance, she had no reason to refuse. Absorbing both the eagle's and the frog's Void Dance, reaching peak initial stage Void Dance realm should not be too difficult within a short time. Seeing Odessa swallow the frog's Void Dance, the gray giant wolf's lips twitched. Through the aura, it knew the origin of the Void Dance. Odessa killing the eagle had already shocked it. Unexpectedly, the poisonous frog had died as well. It now suspected whether the remaining Ardal Jade Rhinoceros had also fallen under Odessa's hands. Moreover, it feared that Odessa came to the oasis specifically to target it. The fight on the first night might have been a test. The gray giant wolf felt a chill down its neck, truly finding the possibility terrifying. But it quickly calmed down. Even if Odessa came for it, so what? It wasn't easy prey. If they fought, the outcome was unpredictable. If its cultivation could significantly advance to mid-stage Void Dance realm, it could turn around and hunt Odessa. The gray giant wolf secretly planned, waiting for the opportunity to strike first. At that moment, the mist wall started to move again, interrupting the gray giant wolf's thoughts. Unlike before, this time the entire mist wall trembled violently. The mist flowed like water, seeming to dissipate. The secret patterns are shaking intensely. Is the opportunity finally here? Excitement flickered in Brandon's eyes, showing his eagerness. Chapter 107, Life and Death Moment. With a flicker of thought, Brandon summoned Ash from the 100 Beast bracelet. The moment had arrived. It was time for Ash to make his appearance. Ash's aura fluctuated intensely, clearly indicating he had just completed a breakthrough to the late-stage object control realm, which was perfectly fitting. Fortunately, I've broken through. Otherwise, you'd have dragged me down with you, Ash said somewhat discontentedly. Brandon apologized slightly. I had no choice. This opportunity is rare. If we miss it, who knows when the next one will come. Ash reined in his aura meticulously, stabilizing his cultivation realm, then directed his gaze towards the mist wall ahead, scrutinizing it carefully. Although he hadn't cultivated the soul heavenly eye, he possessed an innate special ability that made him exceptionally sensitive to barriers. What a complex structure. It's not easily torn apart, Ash murmured, his brows furrowing as immense pressure built up. Brandon remarked, if it were easy to tear, I wouldn't have summoned you. We need to wait a bit longer until the secret pattern structure becomes more loose before I can have confidence, Ash pondered aloud. Suddenly, the mist wall erupted in radiant golden light, exuding an overwhelmingly sacred aura. It's the golden spiritual spring, Odessa exclaimed excitedly. She had once obtained the golden spiritual spring, so she recognized its essence immediately. The value of this item was immeasurable. Even a small amount had allowed her to completely transform her body. Obtaining more would significantly benefit her even at her current false core realm stage. Swish. Multiple streams of golden liquid surged out of the mist wall, exhibiting great vitality, weaving like golden snakes in the air. What good stuff? Ash's eyes lit up. However, Brandon urged, quick, tear the barrier. While speaking, he unleashed a continuous stream of secret power into Ash's body. Ash didn't hesitate, immediately utilizing his innate abilities, grabbing onto the invisible spiritual patterns and tearing forcefully. Break! Ash bellowed, releasing all his strength. Tear! The tightly integrated invisible secret patterns finally showed signs of movement, slowly being torn apart. Hurry up! Just as Odessa was about to vie for the golden spiritual spring, Brandon's urgent voice sounded in her ears. In an instant, she decided to give up on the spring and assist Ash instead. Rip! With the gap opened by Ash, Odessa exerted all her might and tore, instantly enlarging the gap. Without wasting any time, the three rushed through the gap at the fastest speed possible, entering the area behind the mist wall. In an instant, the torn gap repaired itself, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, the gray giant wolf hesitated, unable to follow in time. And the golden spiritual spring also vanished back into the mist wall, after only appearing momentarily. Fortunately, the gray giant wolf reacted quickly, successfully capturing a clump of the golden spiritual spring. Its eyes gleamed with determination. With this chunk of golden spiritual spring, it was confident it could break through to the middle stage of the false core realm and undergo another complete transformation, paving the way for a brighter future. Amidst the mist, Brandon, Ash, and Odessa lay on the ground panting heavily. Blood streaks marked their mouths. They had exhausted themselves tearing apart the invisible secret patterns, and at the last moment, they suffered an inexplicable backlash, all sustaining injuries. But no matter what, they succeeded. They crossed the mist wall as desired, entering the center of the oasis, an area previously untouched by anyone. Behind the mist wall, the spiritual energy was extremely concentrated, almost liquefied. The mist visible around them was essentially transformed spiritual energy. After a brief rest, Brandon and the others stood up and examined their surroundings. The central area of the oasis wasn't large, spanning less than 100 meters. Brandon released his soul power, enveloping the entire space. Follow me. Brandon took the lead immediately. Ash and Odessa didn't hesitate, following right behind. Ash, in his true form, leaped and landed on Brandon's shoulder. As they moved forward, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing an ancient palace radiating a sense of time-worn history. The aura of immortal Tao. Could this be something left behind by an immortal Tao master from 100,000 years ago? Brandon speculated internally. He had encountered many items from 100,000 years ago, making him highly sensitive to this type of aura. He could confirm that this palace wasn't brought into this world recently, but rather originated from the long-buried ancient era. Considering this, Brandon understood some things. 100,000 years ago, there was an immortal Tao master who refined an extraterrestrial star, creating a vast world within it, cultivating his own cave residence. However, later on, significant changes occurred in this universe, leading either to his departure or demise, turning the celestial body into an unclaimed object, sealed away along with the world. Due to its origin in immortal Tao, both the celestial star and its internal world were preserved intact, unlike human artifacts which decay over time. Despite the impossibility of verifying these events, Brandan believed the truth to be just as such. Turning his gaze, Brandan noticed an old wooden tower beside the ancient palace, the sole remaining intact building from the relic beneath the Mad Beast Abyss, suspected to be a treasure. The wooden tower had been nurtured by the rich spiritual energy, its intrinsic spirituality noticeably strengthened, significantly enhancing the secret pattern's restraints. Although Brandan's cultivation strength had improved, it now proved more futile against the wooden tower. Seeing the wooden tower, he couldn't help but recall the object it had once suppressed. He wondered what the Mad Beast Abyss looked like now, and whether it had been affected. However, if problems did arise in the Mad Beast Abyss, the first to suffer would be Devil Wolf Mountain, a scenario he found quite amusing. Next, Brandan turned his gaze to the other side of the ancient palace where a garden filled with numerous plants and trees thrived. A closer look revealed that these weren't ordinary plants. All were medicinal herbs, an astounding number. So those flying herbs came from here, Brandan realized. There were indeed many herbs, at least 100 plants including 3 medicinal trees bearing different fruits, with qualities ranging from grade 1 to grade 6. One tree was grade 6, while the other 2 were grade 5. These 3 trees alone held immense value, enough to make experts at the Golden Core realm or even those who had cultivated the essence spirit eager. Whoa, so many herbs. We're rich. Ash's eyes sparkled as he flew straight towards the herb garden. Such an abundance of herbs promised rapid progression to the Xuanhuan realm. Boom. A light barrier appeared, stopping Ash. Another barrier? It even evaded my perception. Ash's eyes widened in surprise. He felt it thoroughly. The barrier was impenetrable at his current stage. Do we really need such high-level protection for herbs of up to grade 6? Ash grumbled dejectedly. Brandan walked over and used the soul heavenly eye to observe the barrier. This herb garden likely once contained top-grade herbs, possibly even immortal herbs. But they all withered. These are recent growths. The herbs were new growths, yet the barrier had been set up 100,000 years ago, showing little damage, remarkably well preserved. Can see but can't touch, truly torturous, Ash sighed. Brandan added, not just the herbs, there's also a spiritual spring inside, far more precious than the herbs. Upon this hint, Ash immediately noticed a spiritual spring in the garden center emitting silver, gold, and purple light. Extraordinarily unique. Odessa stared intently at the spiritual spring, which was something she had longed for but could not reach despite coming so close. We can't break this barrier. We might have to wait until the medicinal herbs and spiritual spring come out of the garden on their own. Brandan shook his head. And tonight, multiple new herbs had just emerged along with the appearance of the spiritual spring. It was unlikely that they would get another chance soon. Brandan did not press the issue. He now wished most to leave this space and not be mysteriously confined within it. As long as the extraterrestrial meteor remained in his hands, there would be opportunities to obtain everything here in the future. Haste makes waste. Once all the secrets were uncovered, everything could be under control. Without further ado, Brandan walked toward the ancient palace. The key to everything should lie inside. Surprisingly, the palace itself had no secret patterns or barriers. He entered without difficulty. The palace was divided into several areas, a hall, a dining room, and living quarters, imbued with a strong sense of daily life. But upon entering, Brandan found it surprisingly empty, the ground covered with dust. The palace is built from special materials and engraved with immortal secret patterns, preserving it over 10,000 years. However, other contents inside long turned to dust. Brandan murmured to himself. This made sense. Interior items could not all be made of special materials. No matter how extraordinary, they could not withstand the test of time. Shortly after, Brandan entered a particularly unique room where some objects still remained. There was a rusted furnace, seemingly made of copper, with faint yin-yang taiji octagonal patterns visible on its surface. This is a pill refining room. This furnace seems quite extraordinary. Brandan's eyes shone brightly. He wasn't surprised that the owner of this palace could refine pills since an herb garden outside indicated the cultivation of various precious herbs for immediate use. After thoroughly exploring the palace, only this room was special, not only preserving the pill furnace, but also a mat and a yellow gourd in a corner. These 3 items, preserved from 10,000 years ago, were undoubtedly extraordinary. First, Brandan picked up the yellow gourd in the corner. As expected, it was a medicinal gourd used to store pills. I can't open it. Brandan showed surprise. Despite using all his strength, the gourd stopper didn't budge. He then released his own energy to try to assimilate the gourd, but received no response after several attempts. Putting the gourd away, Brandan approached the mat, truly amazed that such a simple object could last so long. It must be Tao resonance. In this context, Tao resonance reads more naturally in English while preserving the meaning and consistency of the original text. The term resonance captures the essence of the Chinese yun, which refers to a lingering influence or vibration, fitting well within the narrative's mystical and spiritual framework. In an instant, Brandan understood. The mat contained an imperishable Tao yun, likely left behind by the palace's owner through prolonged sitting, transforming it into something extraordinary. Note, Tao yun seems to be a term that might not have a direct English equivalent. It may refer to a unique spiritual or Taoist aura. Depending on context and preferred style, this could be translated differently, such as Tao essence, or left as is for authenticity. For better fluency in English, it would read. In an instant Brandan understood. The mat contained an imperishable Tao essence, likely left behind by the palace's owner through prolonged sitting, transforming it into something extraordinary. This revealed the owner's immense power. Even the residual Tao yun could imbue ordinary objects with an immortal quality. Without doubt, the mat had become a treasure, significantly enhancing cultivation when used. Finally, Brandan examined the pill furnace, which was likely the most valuable item in the pill refining room. He released his soul power, trying to penetrate the furnace, but failed. Next, he used golden spirit energy to move the furnace, but similarly failed. After pondering, Brandan decided to assimilate the furnace. Unlike with the gourd, the furnace did not resist and smoothly merged with him. However, his expression changed. The furnace suddenly released powerful suction, greedily absorbing his energy. He tried to stop, but failed. His palms stuck firmly to the furnace. At once, both hidden energies and golden spirit energy rapidly drained into the furnace. Worse, his soul power and essence were also being drawn, threatening to drain him completely. Brandan, what are you doing? Ash's voice interrupted. After circling the herb garden, Ash and Odessa finally abandoned waiting and entered the palace to check on Brandan. Don't come near me. Brandan quickly shouted. Ash instantly sensed something wrong. What's happening? He asked. This furnace is odd. It's draining my essence, and I can't break free. If you come closer, you might get affected too, Brandan explained. Ignoring his warning, Ash and Odessa rushed over. Our lives are already bound together. If you die, we won't survive either, Ash said gravely. Odessa didn't speak but attacked immediately, striking the furnace forcefully to knock it away. Bang! The furnace vibrated fiercely, rust flaking off, but it wasn't knocked away. Instead, Odessa's attack was absorbed instantly. Next, the furnace released stronger suction, more aggressively devouring Brandan's essence. Instantly, Brandan's body shrank. Seeing this, Ash didn't hesitate, merging with Brandan to share his essence. Odessa quickly reacted, transmitting her essence into Brandan. With Ash and Odessa's help, Brandan's condition slightly improved, but they would eventually be drained. Desperate, Brandan began consuming herbs one by one. Salt the herbs didn't last long. Soon, the dozens of herbs collected from Yunqiu Mountain were exhausted. Even the unripe chire fruits were consumed. Ash also acted ruthlessly, eating 2 fifth-grade herbs he had obtained from the secret realm in Ishan, intended for future cultivation. I'll have to use it. Biting his lip, Brandan decided to consume the silver dragon vine. Only a 7th-grade top-tier herb like the silver dragon vine had immense potency, which he might not endure with his current strength. He didn't eat the entire vine, but broke off some branches to chew slowly. Instantly, explosive essence flooded his body, almost overwhelming him. Luckily, the furnace absorbed most of it, averting disaster. To maintain this state, Brandan had to continuously chew the vine branches, heart sinking at wasting such precious resources. But for survival, these sacrifices were necessary. Facing uncertain death, Brandan shared the silver dragon vine with Odessa, sharing bitter hardships. Even if they couldn't escape, tasting 7th-grade herbs before dying wasn't bad. Since Ash was inside him, he could share the essence directly. Thinking further, Brandan summoned Emmanuel, knowing Emmanuel couldn't escape either as a contracted spirit beast. Emmanuel felt utterly helpless, having hardly assimilated the Fox King's power, only to lose it now. Brandan treated everyone equally, giving Emmanuel some silver dragon vine. Emmanuel reluctantly ate the vine, finding even precious herbs tasteless in such dire circumstances. Dying like this, it's unbearable. Seeing the silver dragon vine nearly depleted, Brandan felt deep despair. Life seemed too cruel. Chapter 108. Misfortune and blessing go hand in hand. The alchemy furnace violently shook, the rust on its surface rapidly falling off to reveal its true appearance. Indeed, this was a bronze alchemy furnace cast from tricolor copper mother metal, sturdy and eternal. The rust that grew on it was actually a form of self-protection. Brandan gritted his teeth and struggled, but his consciousness gradually became foggy, sinking into endless darkness. He desperately fought to remain awake because once he lost consciousness, he might never wake up again. Just as Brandan could barely hold on, and his mind was about to plunge into the abyss of darkness, the force pulling him vanished. He collapsed onto the ground. Not just him. Teresa and Emil also lay limp without any strength left to move. Through sheer willpower, Brandan secretly circulated his technique, using the heavenly vein to absorb heavenly chi to replenish his physical depletion. After some time, he finally regained the ability to move, albeit still extremely weak. His soul's consumption was especially significant. Though he was almost about to break through to the late-stage soul concealment realm, now his cultivation had regressed. The 3 soul imprints he had condensed had dispersed, meaning he had returned to the early-stage soul concealment realm. Human Dao cultivation regressing naturally caused his immortal Dao cultivation to regress as well, even the golden dragon aura nearly being swallowed by the alchemy furnace, leaving only one primal strand behind. Despite eating a large amount of spirit medicines, though most of their essence was absorbed, it seems that the fundamental essence of these spirit medicines has settled within me. My cultivation may appear to have regressed, but my foundation has actually become much more solid, Brandan thought, not without surprise. For instance, although his soul suffered greatly, its essence was stronger than before. Once he trained back to this level, he would be far stronger. Considering there were such benefits, the numerous spirit medicines, including the silver dragon vine, hadn't been wasted. He believed others must have similar situations. In a sense, this could be considered turning misfortune into blessing. How are you two? Brandan turned to look at Teresa and Emil. Emil wore a pained expression and said, I've lost out big time. My cultivation has regressed to the early stage pill formation realm. Initially, he had plans to condense a phantom pill, but now, he had reverted to an earlier stage, losing 2 minor realms instantly, a miserable outcome indeed. I've also dropped in cultivation. The phantom pill has dissipated. Teresa spoke heavily. It fared worse than Emil, having fallen from a major realm. At this moment, Scott emerged, mouthing off, cultivation loss? I've dropped too. I just broke through to the late stage object manipulation realm, yet now I'm back at the early stage. But what's the big deal? At least we're still alive. He seemed very accepting, valuing life over cultivation. Being alive was paramount, even if they returned to square one. Xuanhuan, jade-faced Fox King, being the best example. Brandon laughed. Scott is right. Staying alive is the most important thing. Didn't you notice that losing cultivation has its benefits? It removes superficial gains and strengthens the foundation. Emil, your recent cultivation advancement was too fast, all reliant on external forces. It's high time for consolidation. Xuanhuan's power has already remodeled your constitution. Losing it isn't a big deal. Inferno Heart, you have experience in forming a phantom pill. Now with a stronger foundation, recondensing a phantom pill shouldn't be a problem. Though he said so, Brandon felt somewhat guilty, knowing it was he who led them into this situation. However, under current circumstances, he could only offer such comfort. Emil seemed to realize something, chuckling. The transformation by Xuanhuan's power and the essence of the silver dragon vine make me feel like my spiritual root is about to transform. Being a superior grade spiritual root, should it transform, it would become an imperial grade spiritual root. So what will you call yourself then? With an imperial grade spiritual root, won't recovering the lost cultivation be effortless? Scott rolled his eyes. Turning to the tricolor alchemy furnace, it frowned. What's going on with this thing? Its appetite is enormous. Ignoring other things, the silver dragon vine alone contained immense essence, surpassing what even a nascent soul cultivator could muster. Salt, it was completely devoured by this furnace. In essence, the furnace had absorbed the equivalent of several nascent soul cultivators at once. Thankfully, there was a top-tier 7th grade spirit medicine like the silver dragon vine. Otherwise, Brandon and his companions wouldn't have survived this incident. Now, Brandon only had 3 spirit medicines left: Cold Stone Star Vine, Golden Source Spirit Ginseng, and Scarlet Flame Fire Date Tree. The Cold Stone Star Vine did not provide physical essence, thus wasn't eaten. The Golden Source Spirit Ginseng, he regarded as a living entity, so he couldn't eat it. Moreover, the Golden Source Spirit Herb only had 1 leg now, insufficient for essence replenishment. As for the Scarlet Flame Fire Date Tree, its fruits were already consumed. He couldn't possibly eat the tree too? Standing up, Brandon's eyes gleamed as he reached towards the furnace. Don't do anything reckless, Scott hurriedly warned. However, Brandon ignored him and placed his hand on the furnace. But this time, the furnace remained quiet, exhibiting no abnormalities. Brandon smiled. Don't worry. It won't pose any threat to us anymore. What do you mean? Scott asked. Brandon explained. Earlier, it was frantically absorbing our essence to acknowledge its master. Recognizing a master requires such a huge fuss? Scott's eyes showed surprise. Brandon nodded. Saul's, it was a preliminary acknowledgement. To fully refine it, we're still far from that. This treasure, what grade is it? Could it be an immortal artifact? Scott wondered aloud. Shaking his head, Brandon replied, I don't know either. It's only preliminarily acknowledged me. I hardly understand it, except that it's the core of this cave heaven world. Controlling it allows free entry and exit. You mean we can leave? Emil asked, excited. Scott rolled his eyes. We don't know what's outside yet. Are you really willing to go out with your condition? I dare not. I don't want to be roasted and eaten, Emil gulped, withdrawing instantly. Brandon exhaled softly. No rush. We need to recover first. Easy to say. We've expended too much and have no spirit medicines available. How can we recover? Scott complained helplessly. Smiling mysteriously, Brandon said, Who said there's no spirit medicine? You mean the medicine garden outside? You can enter now? Scott perked up. Brandon stroked the furnace, injecting his golden spiritual energy. Instantly, the furnace emitted strange light, ancient flames dormant for countless years reigniting inside it. With this, the furnace was truly activated, indicating the cave heaven world began operating systematically. The furnace has preliminarily acknowledged me, granting partial control over the cave heaven world. I can attempt harvesting spirit medicines from the garden, Brandon smiled. The medicine garden housed over 100 spirit medicines, including 6th grade spirit trees, highly valuable. Over time, it would produce even higher grade medicines, making the sacrifice of the silver dragon vine worthwhile. How do we start? Try quickly, Scott urged. Placing one hand on the furnace, Brandon's mind spread out, covering the entire 3,000-mile radius of the cave heaven world, everything vividly appearing in his mind. He realized this place had once thrived. The oasis wasn't surrounded by desert. Despite 10,000 years of sealing, while it wasn't destroyed, its vitality was significantly depleted. Fully restoring it would take much longer. Driving the furnace, Brandon attempted to gather spirit medicines from the garden. He wasn't picky. Any spirit medicine would do. The alchemy furnace did not disappoint. Nearly 10 beams of spiritual light emerged from the medicine garden, and then the boundary around the garden became stronger, making it impossible to gather any more spirit medicines for now. Brandon ceased his attempt and drew the 10 beams of spiritual light into the refining room. Spiritual springs. Scott was delighted. He saw that among these 10 beams of light were 2 clumps of spiritual springs, one large and one small. The larger was a silver spiritual spring about the size of an infant's head, and the smaller was a golden spiritual spring only as big as an egg. Just this much? Why don't you try to get more? Scott frowned. Brandon rolled his eyes and said, You should be satisfied. Getting even a bit is pretty good. If it were easy to get, why wouldn't I just bring out some purple spiritual spring? The golden spring allowed me to transform my body back then, Teresa interjected. Scott exclaimed in surprise, A little golden spring can make someone completely transform? Clearly, he had underestimated the effect of the golden spiritual spring. Its ability to cleanse and strengthen the body was extraordinarily potent. Brandon sorted them carefully. 2 3rd-grade spirit medicines, 2 2nd-grade spirit medicines, 4 1st-grade spirit medicines. Francesca and Emil, you each get 1 3rd-grade spirit medicine. The rest go to me and Scott. While speaking, Brandon had already divided the medicines. The spirit medicines grown in this garden were of unimaginable quality with astonishing effects. Although the quantity was small, they should suffice to restore their vital energies. Next, Brandan evenly distributed the spiritual springs, ensuring everyone received a share without favoring any particular person. Using a large portion of silver spiritual spring along with a small amount of golden spiritual spring together should yield a decent cleansing effect. Immediately, all four of them sat down in meditation, beginning to refine the spirit medicines and spiritual springs. No one liked being weak. Brandan's condition was worse than the others. Not only did he lose physical essence, but his soul was nearly drained dry. Compared to physical essence, recovering the soul was undoubtedly much harder. Fortunately, he had Mooning Stone, and the Cold Stone Starvine still existed, so recovery was only a matter of time. Before long, Brandan refined the spirit medicines and spiritual springs. Though he wasn't fully recovered, there were no major issues left. It seems my constitution is already very strong. The silver spiritual spring doesn't have much effect on me, and the amount of golden spiritual spring is too small to do much. I need to find a way to get more golden spiritual spring, Brandan thought. Knowing the silver spiritual spring didn't have much effect, he used only a little and poured the remainder over the golden source spirit ginseng. Actually, not only him but also Scott, Emil, and Teresa didn't benefit much from refining the spiritual springs. Scott and Brandan both had strong constitutions. Emil was at a higher cultivation level, and Teresa had previously refined golden spiritual spring, achieving a complete transformation once before. Given their situations, they probably needed a large amount of golden, or even purple spiritual springs to undergo significant changes. Standing before the alchemy furnace, Brandan closely examined the inscriptions on its surface. It was a treatise on pill refinement, recording extremely intricate methods for refining pills. Pill refinement was a tedious process that required considerable time and effort. Thus, while the way of alchemy was widely spread in the cultivation world, few truly delved into it. This resulted in a scarcity of elixirs, which were highly sought after yet rarely available. Of course, another reason for this scarcity was the stringent conditions required to become a pill refiner. Most people couldn't meet these requirements, filtering out the majority right away. For example, becoming a pill refiner demanded a powerful soul, a requirement that discouraged many. The return origin elixir scripture, what are you looking at this for? Are you planning to learn how to refine pills? The humanoid Scott approached with an expression of surprise. Brandan chuckled. Is there anything wrong with learning to refine pills? There are numerous benefits if I really become a pill refiner. That's true, but this looks quite complicated and time-consuming. Really getting into it might affect our cultivation, Scott analyzed. Brandan replied, I won't get obsessed. Let's consider it a leisure activity for downtime. Studying it during free moments could be beneficial, even if I don't become a pill refiner, as the knowledge recorded here is useful. If you say so, but I'm not learning it. I don't want to exhaust myself, Scott shrugged and then added with a smirk. Although we almost got drained, I've gained a great advantage. The enlightenment pearl I obtained in the secret realm has finally been completely integrated into my body. Brandan knew what Scott meant by the enlightenment pearl. It was the treasure initially acquired by Mountain Turtle, a rare wonder nurtured by heaven and earth, similar to the true essence pearl obtained by Roxy. He had heard Scott mention that the enlightenment pearl had miraculous effects, greatly benefiting extraordinary beasts by enhancing their spirituality, intelligence, and spiritual root. In short, it provided a solid foundation for extraordinary beasts cultivation, with far-reaching influence. Scott had always aimed to integrate the enlightenment pearl into his body rather than just refine it. But it had been difficult, and despite trying various methods, he hadn't succeeded. Unexpectedly, this life and death crisis helped him achieve it. Roxy likely intended to integrate the true essence pearl into her body but hadn't succeeded yet. However, Brandan noticed that after encountering calamity, the true essence pearl seemed to be actively merging with her, which could also be seen as turning misfortune into blessing. By the way, when are we leaving? We can't stay here forever, Scott asked. Brandan pondered. We don't know what the situation outside is like. With our cultivations regressed, rushing out might not end well. So what do we do? Scott furrowed his brow. Brandan thought for a moment and turned to Teresa. The best option is to wait until Teresa recondenses the phantom pill. Then we should be able to handle most troubles, and at least leave Tiger Roar City without issue. It seems we have no choice. Well, I'll continue cultivating and see if I can recover my lost cultivation as soon as possible. Scott looked somewhat dispirited. Brandan settled his thoughts and continued studying the return origin elixir scripture. He was genuinely interested and wanted to try becoming a pill refiner. As the saying goes, more skills never hurt. Mastering the art of pill refinement certainly had its advantages. Seeing his focus, Scott, Emil, and Teresa quietly left the refining room, going elsewhere to avoid disturbing him. The palace was vast and mostly empty. Apart from the refining room, they could freely occupy other rooms as cultivation chambers. ####Chapter 109. Leaving no stone unturned. Inside the alchemy chamber, Brandan sat cross-legged on a cushion, forming intricate hand seals with his fingers. He continuously struck out while releasing his soul power to delicately control the fire within the furnace. At one moment, the alchemy furnace opened, and a few small pills flew out, swiftly caught by Brandan. These pills were oddly shaped, irregular, rough, and dull in color, clearly of poor quality. But Brandan appeared very pleased, finally successful. Looks like I have some talent for alchemy. After long contemplation over the xuanhuan pill scripture, he decided to attempt pill refinement, refining a type of pill that didn't require spirit herbs, the spirit replenishing pill. Refining the spirit replenishing pill required only spirit stones, or even directly gathering the world's spiritual energy. Its function was to replenish consumed spiritual energy. Brandan attempted many times, repeatedly failing until he was covered in soot, but he did not give up. Eventually, he achieved success. Indeed, learning alchemy is greatly beneficial to soul cultivation. With further dedication, I should be able to recondense my soul seal. Brandan mused to himself, a satisfied smile on his face. His true goal in studying alchemy remained cultivation. Alchemy was merely an auxiliary method to enhance his practice. Continue. Putting away the imperfect spirit replenishing pills, Brandan retrieved more spirit stones and added them to the furnace. Having recently acquired plenty of spirit stones, he could afford to use some for improving his alchemy skills. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, startling everyone who was cultivating within the palace. Is Francesca condensing her void pill again? A peculiar look flashed across Brandan's eyes. Recondensing a void pill after it had dissipated should be extremely difficult, yet Francesca had done it in far less time than he expected. This showed just how solid her foundation was and how superior her talent and bone structure were. Not long after, the thunder ceased, and an overwhelmingly strong aura spread throughout the area. The last time Francesca broke through to the void pill stage, Brandan had been present, so he could make an accurate comparison. After this breakthrough, she was evidently much stronger, incomparable to before. Suddenly, a ground-shaking wolf howl resounded. That gray giant wolf actually entered. Brandan felt quite surprised. After considering it, he understood that Francesca's heavenly tribulation must have caused vibrations in the mist barrier, creating an opening for the gray giant wolf to sneak in. In the blink of an eye, the gray giant wolf appeared outside the palace, its eyes fiercely locking onto the newly ascended Francesca. It sensed that her aura was somewhat unstable, as if her cultivation had regressed compared to before. At this moment, it wouldn't think about why her cultivation regressed. This was a golden opportunity. Without hesitation, it pounced at Francesca, fully confident that acquiring her void pill would allow it to break through to the middle stage void pill realm. Francesca abruptly opened her eyes, a fierce light flashing within them. Despite just passing through the lightning tribulation, she faced the attack of the gray giant wolf without fear. Instantly, a raven and a wolf engaged in an intense battle, both intent on killing each other. Brandan only paid brief attention before focusing back on refining his spirit replenishing pills, unconcerned about Francesca. After all, Francesca had assimilated part of the silver dragon vine and recondensed her void pill, making her far stronger than before. The peak early-stage void pill realm gray giant wolf wasn't a significant threat to her. After some time, Brandan successfully refined this batch of spirit replenishing pills. The pills were now oval-shaped and smoother, proving that practice made perfect. By the time he stepped out of the palace, the battle had ended. As expected, the gray giant wolf was defeated and thoroughly suppressed by Francesca. "Give you a chance to live. Recognize me as your master," Brandan said as he approached. While speaking, he used his soul power to convey certain things to the gray giant wolf. The gray giant wolf quickly understood and spoke in human language. "Kill me if you will. I shall never submit. You've got quite a backbone. Let's try another condition then. If you help me with one thing, I'll not only spare your life, but also let you go into the outside world. How about that?" Brandan pondered and said. All of this was within his expectation, including Francesca's submission. If not for the contract scroll, he probably couldn't make her submit either. The stronger someone was, the prouder they tended to be, often preferring death over submission. The gray giant wolf thought for a moment, then raised its head to look at Brandan. "All right, I agree. Then we can establish a mutual pact, putting both our minds at ease," Brandan smiled. The gray giant wolf readily agreed and instantly formed a contract with Brandan, finalizing everything. Just helping Brandan with one thing, in exchange for survival and the chance to leave, was clearly a good deal. It had no reason to refuse. With the contract set, Brandan immediately drove the gray giant wolf away, calling upon it when needed. "Why didn't you kill it? Absorbing its void pill would significantly enhance my cultivation." Francesca obviously didn't understand. Brandan chuckled lightly. "There are many ways to improve cultivation. One void pill isn't that important. Keeping it around will serve a purpose." He already had plans. Leaving the gray giant wolf was deliberate. "You should consolidate your cultivation first. We'll leave soon," Brandan continued. Then, he turned and walked back into the palace, preparing to enter seclusion to recover his regression. During recent alchemy sessions, his soul had endured enough, allowing him to recondense his soul seal. With previous experience, though the difficulty had increased, his foundation was much stronger now, posing no problem. It only took 3 days for Brandan to successfully recondense his soul seal. This new version was far more complex and powerful than before, with an increase in quantity from 3 to 4 seals. Brandan hadn't intended this transformation. It happened naturally, and he was quite surprised at the increase in soul seals. But having more soul seals should be beneficial. On the other side, Ash had also recovered to the mid-stage object control realm. Although not completely restored, his current strength was not weaker than when he was at the late-stage object control realm, which left him quite content. "Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I succeeded." Suddenly, Emil's excited laughter echoed through the palace. Next moment, Emil appeared in the alchemy room, a chubby white face inches away from Brandan, exclaiming, "Master, I succeeded." "Back off a bit. Don't get so close," Brandan complained, annoyed. Emil was practically pressing against him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. "What did you succeed in?" Brandan asked. Emil composed himself and replied smugly, "My spirit root has evolved into the highest grade. I thought it was something big. With the power of the Jediah and eating the silver dragon vine, it would be useless if it didn't evolve," Brandan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Emil deflated instantly, intending to gloat but met with Brandan's indifferent reaction, leaving him hurt. Seeing Emil's dejected expression, Brandan patted his shoulder reassuringly. Being able to evolve so quickly is still impressive. Keep working hard and strive to catch up with Ash and Francesca. They both were born with the highest grade spirit roots and received nourishment from celestial anomalies. How can I compare? Emil pouted. Brandan reassured him, "You're not inferior to them now. Remember, even Senior Celeste has high hopes for you. Work hard, and one day you'll become the strongest bamboo rat in this world." "Saula, I want to be the strongest bamboo rat," Emil firmly declared. At this moment, he set his goal, to become the mightiest of his kind, renowned for eternity. Brandan shook his head and said, "Not the strongest bamboo rat, but the absolute strongest among all rodents." Set your goals higher. The bigger the goal, it's still just a rat. I don't want to be as mediocre as that. My aim is to be the king of all beasts, Ash suddenly chimed in. Emil couldn't help muttering, shouldn't the king of all beasts be dragons or Kirins, those legendary divine beasts? You know nothing. In the future, I'll definitely be stronger than them. What are dragons and Kirins compared to me? They can only be my underlings, Ash glared. Emil shrunk his neck and instantly dared not speak, always holding a reverent fear towards Ash, perhaps due to some inherent racial trait. Unbeknownst to them, Francesca had already appeared inside the alchemy room. Brandan's expression suddenly turned serious. It's time to leave. You all enter the beast bracelet first. I'll summon you when needed. Be careful, don't let anyone notice you again, Ash advised. Brandan nodded. He also did not wish to be noticed. If it weren't for Delfino's treachery, things wouldn't have escalated this far. But overall, the situation wasn't bad. Without this crisis, he wouldn't have accessed the world within the meteorite or discovered its secrets. After sending everyone into the beast bracelet, Brandan immediately activated the alchemy furnace. Since recognizing him as its master, he had grasped the method to use it. The alchemy furnace emitted a strange glow, and the next moment, Brandan's figure vanished from the alchemy room. At the same time, out in the wilderness, Brandan reappeared. It was night, with thick clouds covering the sky, making it dark with no stars or moon. Thankfully, Brandan had exceptional vision, allowing him to see clearly in the dark. The meteorite returned to his spirit, see the moment he emerged, resuming its usual silence. It's been half a month. There should be nothing to worry about now, Brandan murmured. He doubted that Shadow Dart would have the patience to search these woods for such a long time, especially since he chose to emerge at night. He assumed everything should be fine. To ensure safety, he decided to exercise caution and slightly disguise himself so he wouldn't be easily recognized. First, I need to gather some information. With everything ready, Brandan silently left the forest. While he wanted to leave Hu Xiaoqing immediately, he needed to understand the current situation first. It would be safer to secretly learn about Shadow Dart first. Brandan quickly gathered plenty of information about Shadow Dart. As expected, by killing several Dan Yuan realm experts from Shadow Dart, he had greatly embarrassed them. They launched an extensive manhunt and even offered rewards. The reward increased over time, now reaching 1,000 pounds of low-grade spirit stones, and anyone providing information could receive 100 pounds. Shadow Dart really knows how to spend. 1,000 pounds of low-grade spirit stones could buy 2 excellent third-grade spirit weapons. Brandan's eyes flashed with coldness. He hadn't provoked Shadow Dart, but their people were swayed by Delfino, leading to his counter-killing. For face-saving reasons, Shadow Dart retaliated mercilessly, showing utter tyranny. He understood that in the cultivation world, power ruled all, and rules were set by the strong. If he possessed formidable strength, like Dylan, Shadow Dart wouldn't dare act so tyrannically. They'd probably come to apologize instead. Brandan disappeared, but the few xuanhuan members who used to be close to him suffered badly. Just as Brandan prepared to leave the tea house, a nearby person caught his attention. They hid very well, yet Shadow Dart still found them, using them as leverage to pressure Brandan. But after so much time, Brandan hasn't shown up, apparently uncaring of their fates. Hearing they met Brandan by chance, why would he risk his life for them? Poor souls, hanging on the square outside Shadow Dart's organization, suffering brutal torture. They won't last more than 2 days. The neighboring table conversations exuded deep sighs. Everyone understood that those few had no significant connection with Brandan, but Shadow Dart spared no efforts to capture him, not even a sliver of hope. Hearing these words, Brandan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, his body trembling involuntarily. He had initially asked Annabelle to disband xuanhuan and leave to avoid getting them involved, but things turned out contrary to his wishes. It could only be said that Shadow Dart's methods were too effective, able to investigate anything. However, to deal with him, they implicated innocence, showing just how low Shadow Dart would sink. Shadow Dart, you've truly gone too far. Brandan clenched his fists, burning with rage. He had planned to quietly leave Tiger Roar City, but now that he knew of Blythe and the others' plight, he absolutely could not ignore it. Though he had only met Blythe and the others by chance, a deep bond had formed between them. Ignoring their life and death was something he simply couldn't do. Taking advantage of the night, Brandan stealthily approached the headquarters of Shadow Dart. From a distance, he saw several people hanging on the square, all bruised and bloodied, their clothes tattered. There were 5 in total: Blythe, Cedric, Lizzie, Josh, and Annabelle, the same 5 who had left together and ultimately fell into the hands of Shadow Dart. The square seemed unguarded, but Brandan sensed hidden eyes watching. Clearly, Shadow Dart still held out hope that he would come to rescue them. Of course, even if he didn't, Shadow Dart wouldn't care. Killing a few background-less adventurers would cause no trouble for them. Brandan carefully sensed that Blythe and the other 4 were extremely weak, barely holding on, and indeed wouldn't last much longer. After some thought, Brandan decided to act. He couldn't watch Blythe and the others suffer. Knowing it was a trap, he was resolved to jump in anyway. With a swift motion, Brandan dashed at full speed towards the scaffolding where Blythe and the others were hanging. Silver Spirit sword in hand, he slashed, severing the ropes binding their wrists instantly. Just as the 5 began to fall, he activated the meteorite from outer space, preparing to pull them inside. But at that moment, 5 arrows shot through the air at lightning speed. They were too fast, leaving Brandan no time to react. He knew these weren't manually shot arrows, but preset traps triggered when someone attempted a rescue. With a thud, the arrows pierced through the bodies of Blythe and the others, causing blood to spurt out. Shadow Dart, you've gone too far. Brandan clenched his fists, burning with rage. Initially planning to leave Hu Xiaoqing quietly, knowing Blythe's plight made him unable to ignore it. Despite meeting Blythe and others briefly, they had built deep bonds, and ignoring their fate was beyond him. Under the cover of night, Brandan stealthily approached Shadow Dart's headquarters. From afar, he saw several figures hanging on the square, battered and bloodied. There were 5 people: Blythe, Cedric, Lizzie, Josh, and Annabelle all had fallen into Shadow Dart's hands. Though seemingly unguarded, Brandan sensed hidden watchers, indicating Shadow Dart hoped he would attempt the rescue. Even if he didn't, Shadow Dart wouldn't care about eliminating a few background-less adventurers. Brandan carefully perceived their weakened states, barely clinging to life. Deciding to act, he could not stand by as they perished, willing to leap into a trap knowingly. Whoosh! Moving swiftly, he dashed to the scaffolding. A silver spirit sword in hand, he slashed out several beams, severing the ropes binding their wrists. As they fell, he prepared to send them into the meteorite. But suddenly, 5 arrows shot toward them, too fast for Brandan to react. Knowing these were not manually shot, but preset to trigger upon any rescue attempt. Thud! The arrows pierced through Blythe and the others' bodies, spilling blood. Chapter 110. Destroy the Shadow Shuttle. Blood splattered onto Brandan's face, making him startle for a moment before raging fire ignited in his chest. The Shadow Shuttle had been too ruthless, not leaving any room for Blythe and the others to survive. In his fury, he released his spirit energy to catch Blythe and the other 4, gently letting them land on the ground. The power of those 5 arrows was immense, each one leaving gaping wounds in their bodies that hit vital areas. Even if they were at full strength, it would have been hard for them to withstand such an attack, let alone when they were already so weakened. Brandan circulated his spirit energy, desperately trying to stop the bleeding and prevent their injuries from worsening. However, in reality, only Blythe and Annabelle still breathed. Cedric, Zhang Jirsong, and Josh had all perished. Sue, brother Brandan, you shouldn't have come. Hurry, escape. Blythe whispered weakly, blood continuously gushing from her mouth. Guilt filled Brandan's eyes. I'm sorry, I brought this upon you. No, it's Green Deer who has wronged you. This is karma. Annabelle shook her head. Regretfully aware of her weakness which prevented her from stopping Delfino and Chavez, she wouldn't have let things escalate to this point. Filled with remorse, Annabelle closed her eyes, her breath extinguished. Hurry, hurry and go. Blythe used her last ounce of strength to urge again. Looking at the 5 lifeless bodies, Brandan was stunned. He came to save them but ended up watching them die right before his eyes. The impact on his psyche was overwhelming. Swoosh. At that moment, figures flashed out from everywhere, encircling Brandan. Brandan, you finally show yourself. You're stupider than we thought, actually showing up to save mere acquaintances, said a peaked Danyuan realm expert with a sneer. He knew Brandan was powerful and couldn't be underestimated under normal circumstances, but this was the Shadow Shuttle stronghold. There wasn't much to worry about here. With a wave of his hand, Brandan stored Blythe and the others into the exoplanet meteorite before standing up, his icy gaze sweeping around. The Shadow Shuttle experts felt a chill down their spines when met with his stare, inexplicably struck by fear. You all deserve death. Brandan growled, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He was truly enraged. Witnessing Blythe's demise, the Shadow Shuttle had crossed a line, and he could not forgive them. The ones who deserve death are you. Do you know where you are? It's your turn to behave yourself. Another peaked Danyuan realm expert barked, bolstering the morale of their group. Without another word, Brandan acted, unleashing 10,000 swords of flame, attacking the surrounding Shadow Shuttle experts indiscriminately. His attackers weren't all Danyuan realm experts. Some were merely Wuxing controlling realm cultivators. Under this attack, over a dozen fell to the ground bathed in blood, including several injured Danyuan realm experts. Audacity! Seeing the heavy losses, the peaked Danyuan realm expert roared, lunging at Brandan. Brandan's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent strong as he used the shattering star dragon claw technique without regard for his opponent's far superior cultivation. Bang! Fist met claw, releasing a formidable shockwave that shattered the square apart. The peaked Danyuan realm expert of the Shadow Shuttle was shocked. With his level, he did not gain any advantage against Brandan. What kind of monster was this? Previously, hearing that Brandan could fight a mid-Danyuan realm expert didn't seem credible, thinking it might be exaggerated. But now, he believed it. What are you waiting for? Attack together, quickly finish him off. The peaked Danyuan realm expert of the Shadow Shuttle shouted. They had the numerical advantage and should exploit it. All the Shadow Shuttle experts moved immediately, knowing someone was keeping Brandan occupied. They just needed to surround and overwhelm him. With a thought, Brandan summoned Ash and Ardal Fur from the exoplanet meteorite. Ardal Fur, don't be afraid. Show your true capabilities, don't spare anyone, Ash yelled. Ardal Fur's eyes turned fierce. Sir Black, watch me. Despite regressing in cultivation, his confidence was stronger than ever. Instantly, Ash and Ardal Fur pounced left and right, maintaining their beast forms to maximize their combat prowess. With Ash and Ardal Fur dividing the pressure, Brandan only needed to focus on dealing with the peaked Danyuan realm expert. Using his strengths, he engaged in close combat, tightly engaging his foe. His body had been nurtured by abundant yin qi, making it exceptionally strong, and then further strengthened by the silver dragon vine. Therefore, his strongest aspect was close quarters combat. The peaked Danyuan realm expert grew increasingly alarmed as Brandan's combat style was incredibly brutal, aggressively clashing head-on, inflicting bodily damage even on him. A bunch of failures, unable to handle a mere Wuxing controlling realm youth. What use are you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Finally, the real higher-ups of the Shadow Shuttle appeared, deciding to act personally. A stern-faced middle-aged man stood airborne, hands clasped behind his back. He was the 4th leader of the Shadow Shuttle, significantly more powerful than the Baker. The 4th leader instantly condensed a massive hand reaching toward Brandan. A mere mid-Wuxing controlling realm youth, he could easily deal with. Boom! A thunderbolt sword energy erupted, instantly shattering the descending hand. When the 4th leader regained composure, 2 figures appeared beside Brandan. A stunning red-dressed woman and a gigantic gray wolf. Virtue Core Realm Expert. The 4th leader was startled. No wonder Brandan dared rescue people. He brought along 2 Virtue Core Realm Experts for assistance. This also indicated Brandan indeed had an extraordinary background. Destroy this place, Brandan ordered coldly. A woo. The gray wolf howled, lunging forward with the fourth leader as its target. It was at peak initial virtue core realm, giving it an advantage over the slightly weaker opponent, potentially leading to a kill. As the gray wolf faced off with the fourth leader, Oswalda joined the battle within the Shadow Shuttle headquarters. The Danyuan realm peak expert fighting Brandan sensed impending doom, fearing the Shadow Shuttle might face a disaster tonight. His peripheral vision swept over his comrades, causing deeper concern as Ash and Ardalfur fought ferociously, handling multiple opponents effortlessly. Their bodies were also exceptionally strong. Once they got close, serious trouble followed. A claw shadow flashed past. A Danyuan realm expert staggered back, clutching his neck before collapsing dead straight away. Seeing this, the expert fighting Brandan felt a chill run through his spine. Taking advantage of his distraction, Brandan struck lightning fast, deploying the Jade Sword with Spirit Perception Sword technique. The Jade Sword pierced the heart, striking so fast the opponent had no time to react. In battles between experts, victory or defeat often hung on a moment's distraction, which could be fatal. After swiftly defeating his powerful opponent, Brandan rushed to help Ash and Ardalfur, wanting to end the fight quickly. Though angry, Brandan maintained his composure. Too much commotion would make it harder for them to escape. He dared act and allowed Oswalda and the Grey Wolf into the Shadow Shuttle's base because he'd used soul energy to probe the area. Shadow Shuttle's current forces were weakened, with only this one Virtue Core Realm expert present. However, being Shadow Shuttle's headquarters, there could be terrifying arrangements, and other Shadow Shuttle experts might quickly return. Everything else aside, if Shadow Shuttle's Grand Leader returned, it would be a significant problem. Although he had received information that Shadow Shuttle's Grand Leader had left with City Lord Jerson, no one knew when they would return. Everything was unpredictable. Boom. Raging lightning sword energy shot out from the Shadow Shuttle headquarters, toppling buildings and turning them into ruins. Oswalda spared no mercy, strictly following Brandan's orders to wreak havoc within. Anyone from the Shadow Shuttle she encountered was killed without hesitation. Damn it. Hearing the commotion behind him, Shadow Shuttle's fourth leader couldn't help but feel enraged. With him personally guarding the headquarters, how could this have happened? What would he say when the Grand Leader returned? However, he was now restrained by the Grey Wolf, unable to break free and finding himself at a disadvantage, which put him in an unfavorable position. How aren't they back yet? The fourth leader was extremely anxious, having already signaled for the other leaders to return. Oswalda's efficiency was remarkable. In no time, she demolished most of the Shadow Shuttle headquarters. Only a few special structures with powerful array formations protecting them remained untouched. Without doubt, these were Shadow Shuttle's key areas, defended so tightly that even peak Void Core Realm experts might struggle to breach them. Oswalda did not hesitate, immediately turning back to join the Grey Wolf in surrounding the fourth leader. Against just the Grey Wolf, the fourth leader was already struggling. Adding Oswalda made it impossible for him to hold his ground. He was soon overwhelmed. Oswalda unleashed her Spirit Sword and Flame Gourd, fully activating them to release an overwhelming surge of flames that engulfed the fourth leader. Harnessing her formidable strength, Oswalda nearly unleashed the full power of the Flame Gourd, causing astonishing destruction. She didn't just attack the fourth leader but also directed part of the flames toward the ruined Shadow Shuttle headquarters, instantly transforming it into a sea of fire. Seeing Oswalda's Spirit Sword and Flame Gourd, the Grey Wolf was amazed and alarmed. If these weapons were used against it, its life would likely be easily claimed. It regretted thinking of attacking Oswalda earlier. It must have been tired of living. The fourth leader screamed in agony, struggling desperately in the sea of fire. Death felt imminent. Oswalda's strength was on a completely different level from his. Puff. Oswalda seized the moment, dashing into the fire and cleanly decapitating the fourth leader with a swift sword strike. By this time, Brandan and his group had already combined efforts to eliminate all the Shadow Shuttle experts. The devastated square was filled with a pungent smell of blood. You are free. Brandan turned to the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf looked deeply at Brandan without hesitation before soaring into the night sky towards the forest depths. Monstrous beast, don't run. Suddenly, a roar sounded as a Void Core Realm expert tore through the sky, rapidly chasing after the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf was startled, immediately speeding up. There was no way it could match the mid-Void Core Realm expert charging after it with such ferocity. Brandan's expression grew grim. He sensed more than one Void Core Realm expert returning. Without delay, he summoned Ash, Ardalfur, and Oswalda into the exoplanet meteorite, then vanished into the darkness alone. Alone, he was a smaller target, less likely to be noticed. He didn't flee into the forest, but instead headed toward the bustling city districts. At present, he lacked the strength to destroy the Shadow Shuttle, so he took what he could and would settle accounts later. In an instant, a Void Core Realm expert appeared above the Shadow Shuttle headquarters, looking down at the inferno with an extremely dark expression. The Shadow Shuttle headquarters had been destroyed, a massive disgrace that would become a laughingstock among other adventure organizations in Huxiao City. Worse, the fourth leader was dead, and everyone stationed at the headquarters had perished, resulting in heavy losses. The attackers weren't just the Grey Wolf but others. Who dares to act so brazenly against the Shadow Shuttle? The Void Core Realm expert hovering over the fiery scene pondered. Zion, what happened? Who did this? Another Void Core Realm expert arrived and asked. He was the Jalien, a newly appointed leader at initial Void Core Realm. Shadow Shuttle was truly powerful, with 7 leaders at Void Core Realm, rivaling a significant sect. Zion coldly replied, I don't know. Everyone is dead. Wait, come out. As he spoke, he sensed something and reached out telekinetically. A large rock lifted, revealing a hidden middle-aged man. Zion, Jalien, I am from Shadow Shuttle, the man quickly said. Zion asked, why were you hiding there? I was ordered by Baker to secretly watch the 5 people hanging in the square, the man answered. Zion said, since you were hiding, you must know what happened. Sauls, it was Brandan who came to rescue them, the man hurriedly responded. Zion frowned. That Brandan has such power? Brandan is strong. He killed over 10 controlling realm experts with his first move. I was scared and dared not go out. However, it wasn't him who destroyed the headquarters or killed the fourth leader. It was a sword-wielding woman in red and a gray wolf, both void core realm experts. Together, they overwhelmed the fourth leader completely, the man explained. He felt lucky to be hiding. Otherwise, he'd share the same fate as the others. Where are they? Jaylene asked. The man replied, the gray wolf went north, and second leader is chasing it. Brandan went south. They split up? No. Where's the red-clad woman? Jaylene continued. The man said, the wolf and the red-clad woman appeared and disappeared mysteriously. When Brandan left, the red-clad woman vanished again. Does Brandan possess a treasure that can house living beings? Jaylene's eyes gleamed. Such treasures were invaluable, only existing in legends. Even he had only heard about them, never seen one, let alone obtained one. Zion mused, it seems so. That explains why Brandan vanished suddenly before. He likely hid within the treasure, and Baker failed to notice. Saula makes sense. Baker failed to find the treasure. Useless, Jaylene sneered. To him, Baker not only let Brandan escape, but missed a priceless treasure. Who do you call useless? Baker's icy voice suddenly rang out. A streak of light flashed, and Baker appeared beside Sixth and Jaylene's, looking displeased. With Zion nearby, Jaylene boldly said, I'm talking about you. Brandan possesses a treasure that houses living beings. You didn't find it when he hid inside. Aren't you useless? Treasure housing living beings. Baker was startled, realizing many things instantly. So that's how Brandan escaped despite the odds. Next moment, Baker moved towards the south. He was familiar with Brandan's aura and had picked up a faint trace. He couldn't argue with Sixth and Jaylene's. Capturing Brandan was now his top priority. Can't let Baker get all the credit. Let's chase too, Jaylene hastily said. Zion thought for a moment and followed. Translation provided based on the user's input, while maintaining consistency with previous content. The structure, tone, and style have been preserved to ensure continuity and coherence. Since the red-dressed woman was still with Brandan, Baker likely wouldn't be a match for them. Although he didn't get along with Baker, he couldn't just stand by and watch Baker go to his death. Fourth leader was already dead. Shadow Shuttle couldn't afford any more such losses. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. It also preserves the storyline's coherence with previous content and adheres to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Chapter 111. Nowhere to go. They came pretty fast. Feeling a powerful presence closing in from behind, Brandan's brows furrowed. He had let the gray giant wolf leave to distract their pursuers. Now it seemed this strategy wasn't as effective as he'd hoped. Though some strong opponents had been lured away, others were still giving chase. One could only say that Shadow Dart was too powerful, with 7 Void Core experts excluding the Supreme Leader and the deceased 4th Leader. With 5 remaining Void Core experts, the threat was no small matter. Brandan didn't have a better plan at present, so he hurried toward the western part of the city, planning to hide in the extraordinary market. While retreating, he did his best to conceal his presence and eliminate any traces, hoping to shake off the chasers. He knew all too well that after what just transpired, the secret about him having an artifact capable of harboring living beings might have been exposed. It would no longer be safe for him to easily retreat into the meteorite world. If the meteorite world fell into someone else's hands, even if they couldn't enter, it likely meant he might never get out either. Can't do. They're too tight on my trail, Brandan thought anxiously. His mind raced and he hastily summoned Aurora. Go your separate way. Be careful. Aurora didn't speak, simply flew off in another direction and deliberately released her aura to lure the enemies. That red-dressed woman, Jaylene, let's chase her. The Zion immediately changed plans. With their base destroyed and heavy casualties among members, capturing the prime suspect was critical, or they would find it hard to face the Supreme Leader. In comparison, capturing the red-dressed woman and the gray giant wolf seemed more urgent than catching Brandan. The baker resolutely pursued Brandan. He wouldn't let Brandan slip from his grasp a second time. Otherwise, what would become of his dignity? Sensing that the baker was relentlessly pursuing him, Brandan's frown deepened. Even with just 1 Void Core expert left, the situation was still very troublesome. No matter how extraordinary he was, at his current cultivation level, he was utterly incapable of dealing with a Void Core expert. If he could reach the initial Dan phase like Troyfi, perhaps he'd stand a chance against the baker. Die! The baker yelled coldly, striking a palm through the air. He wouldn't make the same mistake again, and wouldn't give Brandan any chance. All he needed to do was detain Brandan, dead or alive. Brandan knew he couldn't avoid it. He turned around, using the ancient mysterious lamp for defense, while simultaneously activating the 9-polarity divine light to protect himself. Bang! The mysterious ancient lamp was knocked away, the 9-polarity divine light instantly vanishing. The diminished force hit Brandan's body. Brandan grunted, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. Seeing this, the baker was surprised. Though it was just a distant strike, the power was formidable. For Brandan to suffer only a minor injury, his physical strength was truly impressive. Compared to half a month ago, Brandan's physique had clearly grown much stronger. How had body refinement become so easy? Let's see how many attacks you can block. The baker scoffed, continuously striking palms, not minding slowly exhausting Brandan. Not having enough time to use the ancient lamp, Brandan chose to counterattack using the Shatter Star Dragon Claw technique. But the baker's attacks were too powerful. Despite fighting his hardest, Brandan kept being pushed back, his injuries gradually worsening. Without the protection of the dragon's inverse scale, his internal organs would probably have been shattered. Die! The baker closed in, a spear appearing in his hand, stabbing directly towards Brandan. Like a swift dragon, the spear moved like lightning. Brandan had no time to dodge. Pierce! The spear pierced Brandan's left shoulder, a gush of blood blooming. Instead of retreating, Brandan rushed forward, allowing the spear to pierce through his body, instantly reaching the baker, transforming his hands into dragon claws and seizing him tightly. Before the baker could resist, A powerful suction enveloped him. Next moment, Brandan and the baker disappeared simultaneously, leaving behind a stone full of holes. Within the meteorite world, amidst the boundless desert, Brandan and the baker appeared. Brandan rapidly retreated, detaching his body from the spear, spurting out much blood. Oh no! The baker's heart sank. He realized he had been brought into Brandan's spatial treasure. His thoughts racing, he reached out to grab Brandan but missed by a hairbreadth. Brandan vanished into thin air. He underestimated. The baker's expression darkened, realizing he was now in trouble. Slightly comforting was that Brandan hadn't attacked him yet, indicating that even within the spatial treasure, Brandan couldn't harm him. At least, he was temporarily trapped here. As long as the other experts of Shadow Dart suppressed Brandan, he would be free. Alternatively, he could find a flaw in this spatial treasure and escape on his own. Clearly, he wouldn't sit idle, immediately seeking an exit. As a proud Void Core expert, he didn't believe a spatial treasure could imprison him indefinitely. Meanwhile, Brandan reappeared in the external world with injuries, storing the meteorite world inside his body. Phew! Brandan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a shiver run down his spine. His plan was undeniably risky. Any error could have cost him his life, but he had no choice, thus taking the risk. Fortunately, his plan succeeded. Now he could deal with the baker over time. Given the baker's strength, escaping or entering the Oasis Center was impossible. Let him squirm in the desert. Stopping the bleeding quickly, Brandan didn't linger, hiding his presence and swiftly disappearing into the dense forest. Initially, he planned to head to the extraordinary market to evade troubles, but now that he'd shaken off the pursuers, it was unnecessary. Besides, the extraordinary market was chaotic. If recognized, problems would arise. He knew Shadow Dart had placed a bounty on him. Many wanted to take him down. Soon, Brandan left Xiaoqing City and retreated deep into the mountains, finding temporary safety. I wonder how Aurora is doing. Brandan couldn't help but worry. 2 Void Core experts were chasing Aurora, including one mid-stage expert, a tough opponent. Aurora's recent achievement of Void Core meant she hadn't mastered all the techniques and might suffer a disadvantage. Unfortunately, he couldn't help. He could only hope Aurora escaped and met up with him before they both left this trouble-ridden place. In a hidden cave, Brandan activated his cultivation method, stimulating his flesh's vitality to mend the gaping wound on his left shoulder. The wound was large, missing significant tissue and bone, severely affecting his left hand. Despite his strong recovery ability, healing such an injury took time. Suddenly opening his eyes, Brandan sensed something. Someone had appeared in these woods, hostile intent clear, possibly targeting him. Even though he had been cautious, how could he still be found? Not one of Shadow Dart's Void Core experts. Brandan quickly concluded. He had gathered information. Shadow Dart had 7 leaders, 6 males, and 1 female. Apart from the Supreme Leader Flash, only the 3rd leader, a female, hadn't shown up yet. The person who appeared now was male. Come out. I don't want to fight. The arriving Void Core expert said indifferently. Brandan obviously wouldn't walk right into a trap. His mind raced, searching for an escape plan, while also trying to understand where things went wrong. If you don't come out, don't blame me for my ruthless actions. The Void Core expert added, showing little patience. Inside the cave, Brandan spoke. Who are you? What grudge do you have with me? That's none of your concern. We have no personal grievances. But who would have thought you'd provoke Shadow's print? Now you're quite valuable, the Void Core expert said indifferently. Brandan asked again. How did you find me? My nose is very sensitive. I can smell even faint traces of blood, the Void Core expert explained. Upon hearing this, Brandan immediately understood. He had been injured by the baker earlier and left a large amount of blood behind, which this person had used to track him down. Despite all his calculations, he hadn't accounted for such a keen sense of smell. At the same time, he hadn't expected that Shadow Sprint's bounty would attract a Void Core expert, a testament to their influence in Xiaoqing City. He had barely managed to deal with Shadow Sprint's Void Core experts, yet another one was chasing him now. Endless trouble never letting him have a moment's peace. With thoughts swirling, Brandan summoned Braden. Braden immediately took action, drilling downward as fast as possible. If it couldn't fight, it could only choose to escape. Trying to run? You really don't know when to take an easy way out. The Void Core expert sensed this instantly, revealing a look of anger. Standing mid-air, he suddenly extended a hand, casually pressing downwards. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful force pressed down, causing large areas of forest to collapse and even a small mountain, several hundred feet high to crumble. This was the power of a Void Core expert, able to drastically change the terrain with just a casual action, causing immense destruction. Braden was prepared, summoning the crystal golden light shield to defend from behind while vigorously drilling into the ground. However, the deep earth exerted intense pressure, preventing it from going too deep. Even hidden underground, it couldn't avoid the attacks of the Void Core expert. Unable to dig deeper, Braden quickly changed direction, moving rapidly beneath the surface. Darn it, this guy is earth attribute, and the soil pressure is getting stronger, Braden thought anxiously. The opponent, being at the Void Core stage, clearly wielded earth attribute power much better, giving Braden significant trouble. Hold on. If we leave the underground, we'll be even less of a match for him, Brandan said gravely. A proud Void Core expert attacking him, a mere object control realm cultivator, infuriated him, but he had no recourse. In this situation, he couldn't rely on anyone else. Aurora was somewhere unknown, and Celeste remained in a constant state of cultivation, unresponsive. Braden also knew their predicament and could only grit its teeth, resisting the pressure and continuing to drill underground without stopping. On the surface, the Void Core expert frowned, surprised that Braden was so difficult to handle, prolonging the conflict. Imph, you like hiding underground like a rat? I'll flood your rat hole, the Void Core expert coldly remarked, summoning water attribute power, condensing massive water currents that rapidly seeped into the ground. Combining water and earth attributes made the underground pressure even more terrifying, almost immobilizing Braden completely. Seeing the surrounding mud become increasingly thick, Brandan's eyes flashed with determination. He quickly formed seals, triggering the yin-yang 5 elements true lightning within him. As the seal of 5 elements thunder condensed, it unleashed an extremely violent lightning force. Boom! Borrowing the damp soil, the lightning surged to the surface, sending a thunderbolt skyward. Reacting too slowly, the Void Core expert was hit dead on by the lightning. Despite his strength, he ended up looking disheveled, his clothes torn apart, and blood trickling from his mouth. He was injured. You're asking for death. Enraged by his injury, the Void Core expert immediately performed an Earth Attribute battle technique. Instantly, the ground buckled and crazily sank, creating shockwaves one after another with increasing power, akin to an earthquake. Crack! The protective shield Braden maintained with the crystal golden light shield shattered as if a massive mountain were falling from the sky. Brandan quickly summoned the mysterious ancient lamp, activating the ancient rune, using every means to withstand the horrifying impact from above, alongside Braden. Puff! Almost simultaneously, Brandan and Braden spat out large amounts of blood. No matter how strong their bodies were, they couldn't withstand the opponent's ferocious attack. The gap in cultivation and strength was too wide. Brandan clenched his teeth, releasing all the secret power stored in the 2 secret repositories, channeling it into the mysterious ancient lamp, forming a faint light barrier to ease the pressure as much as possible. This time, Braden didn't back down, showing rare resolve. Despite cracks appearing on its surface, it tried hard to move, seeking to break free from the enemy's constraints. Truly resilient, still trying to escape. Sensing the underground situation, the Void Core expert frowned slightly. Such a troublesome young cultivator was unprecedented. He felt a faint regret for getting involved in this mess. One wrong move might bring disaster upon himself, but now, there was no other choice. Having already established enmity, letting Brandan go would mean endless trouble. You shall be buried here underground. His eyes flashed with lethal intent as he formed seals once more, executing the previous Earth Attribute battle technique without holding back, intending to kill Brandan and Braden in one blow. Initially, he wanted to capture them alive for better negotiation with Shadow's print, but now he abandoned that thought, aiming to end the battle swiftly to avoid complications. Boom! In an instant, the 100-foot-wide area collapsed entirely, as if struck by a meteor, forming a huge crater. The terrifying force spread underground, crumbling the earth and rocks, aiming to bury everything below. Chapter 112. The Corpse King emerges. Oh no! The ground beneath is hollow. Seeing the ground below collapse wildly, the Chi Dan realm powerhouse who had acted immediately turned pale. This outcome was far beyond his expectations. Clearly, there was a cavernous space underground, and it was quite vast. He intended to bury Brandan and Emil underground but still hoped to obtain their treasures. Now, this was certainly not what he wanted. He sensed that Brandan and Emil indeed fell into the depths, making it extremely difficult to retrieve them. After a brief thought, he moved quickly, using object manipulation skills to remove large amounts of earth and rocks with remarkable efficiency. Soon enough, a massive pit appeared as large quantities of soil were cleared away. Suddenly, the Chi Dan realm powerhouse felt an overwhelming chill run through his body, sensing an inexplicable threat. An extremely cold aura emerged from the depths, causing nearby plants and trees to rapidly wither and lose their life force in an instant. Boom! The deep pit exploded open, releasing a terrifying force skyward. Instantly, the sky changed, and dense clouds gathered rapidly in the previously cloudless night sky. Rumble! Thunder roared through the clouds, with lightning flashing about. A profoundly oppressive energy spread, enveloping the forest and causing countless beasts to become restless. Bad news, there's a terrifying dead spirit lying dormant underground. The Chi Dan realm powerhouse floating in midair realized instantly upon feeling the ominous power emerging from the depths and observing the sudden change in the environment. He understood that he must have accidentally triggered the awakening of the terrifying dead spirit hidden underground. Dead spirits, or necromancers, are entities born from the death and mutation of living beings. They primarily come in 2 forms, tangible in corpses and intangible in souls, existing in opposition to living entities. Note: I've made Mingshu into necromancers for better understanding and flow in English, while maintaining consistency in terminology. The phrase meditation practitioners could be misleading as it might refer to practitioners of meditation rather than necromancy in this context. One of the 6 divine palaces that descended from the heavens was the Netherworld Palace, which propagated methods for dead spirits to practice and cultivate throughout this world, enabling all mutated dead spirits to embark on a path of cultivation. Boom! Another hole appeared in the deep pit, with a jade-like bone hand emerging from below. Seeing the bone hand, the nearby Chi Dan realm powerhouse couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict. At this moment, he sensed an immense peril. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled. The situation had escalated beyond his control. However, the bone hand moved faster, following him like a shadow, reaching him in an instant. At the critical moment, a sword appeared in his hand, striking back and slashing at the bone hand. Although the bone hand wasn't severed, it was temporarily halted. Seizing this opportunity, he retreated swiftly, creating distance between himself and the bone hand. He also caught sight of the full form of the Een corpse attacking him. A 7-foot-tall human skeleton, crystalline and jade-like, enveloped in an extremely thick layer of Een and evil death energy, giving off an unpleasant sensation. 2 clusters of ghostly white flames burned within the eye sockets of the skeleton, flickering continuously in an eerie and sinister manner. The human skeleton suddenly broke off 2 ribs, transforming them into sharp bone knives. It then wielded these knives, launching a fierce attack on the Chi Dan realm powerhouse before it. Its attacks were terrifying, with the bone knives slicing through the air with deadly precision, intent on killing the Chi Dan realm powerhouse. Undoubtedly, its strength had reached the Chi Dan realm level, clearly surpassing the prowess of the Chi Dan realm powerhouse. From the first move, it gained the upper hand, leaving its opponent only able to defend. Bang! Another figure flew out from the ground, wearing tattered armor with parts of flesh decayed, exposing white bones and emitting a bone-chilling stench, a ghastly and horrifying sight. This corpse emitted a much stronger aura, immediately launching a wave of death energy formed as dark light. The fleeing Qi-Dan realm powerhouse sensed the danger and tried to defend, but failed to withstand the onslaught. The dark light struck his body, exploding upon impact. Ah! Accompanied by a piercing scream, the skin on the person's body rapidly turned grayish dead, with signs of decaying flesh appearing. Indeed, the techniques of the dead spirits were exceptionally bizarre, which was why various living beings avoided interacting with them. At this moment, the human skeleton stepped forward, swinging the bone knives cleanly and decisively splitting the man in two. A powerful Qi-Dan realm powerhouse thus met his demise. His body quickly dissolved, its essence flowing towards the human skeleton and the partially decayed corpse, serving as nourishment for them. Kaboom! Thick black clouds surged, releasing terrifying thunderbolts streaking down from the sky. Both the human skeleton and the half-decayed corpse suffered attacks from the thunderbolt, unable to evade. Heavenly thunder, being overwhelmingly positive and potent, specialized in countering and evil forces, posing a significant threat to these dead spirits. The commotion naturally drew the attention of many powerful figures from Xiaoqing City and even some mighty super beasts residing deep in the mountains, who came to investigate. Witnessing the continuous bolts of thunder, none of the gathering strongmen dared approach recklessly, choosing instead to observe from a distance. How did Qi-Dan realm dead spirits appear near Xiaoqing? What an intense concentration of and evil death energy. They must have emerged from underground, undoubtedly ancient corpses buried here long ago that had gained sentience. This forest seems to have experienced a battle. Likely, someone fighting fiercely here inadvertently disturbed the ancient corpses lying dormant underground, bringing them to the surface. Observing further, the arriving powerful figures gradually pieced together what had happened. Unquestionably, revealing these dead spirits was beneficial, otherwise they could have posed a significant threat to Xiaoqing. The human skeleton and the half-decayed corpse were incredibly powerful. Although they were inherently weak against thunder, they managed to withstand the bolt attacks without suffering significant harm. Shortly after, they overcame the lightning tribulation, exuding an even more intense aura of and evil energy, scanning the surroundings with hostility. They possessed the ability to deceive the will of heaven. They remained hidden underground, forming Qi-Dan, yet never enduring the thunder tribulation until their true selves were exposed and locked onto by the will of heaven. By then, they had already reached the middle stage of Qi-Dan realm, making the tribulation relatively easy to overcome, one strongman explained, unveiling the truth. Even achieving just initial stage consolidation at Qi-Dan realm would make overcoming the thunder tribulation much easier. Unfortunately, under normal circumstances, breaking through meant immediate detection by the will of heaven, leaving no time for such consolidation. These mere middle stage, Qi-Dan realm dead spirits dare to be so presumptuous, showing us little respect, another strongman said coldly. He spoke with confidence because he was a late-stage Qi-Dan realm powerhouse and the founder of a large adventure organization in Xiaoqing. Despite the city seeming to have many Qi-Dan realm experts, most were only at the early stages, with very few at the middle stage and even fewer at the late stage. So brother, how about we each take one? Another strongman proposed. This person was also a late-stage Qi-Dan realm expert with high renown and status in Xiaoqing. All right, the decayed corpse is mine, Cashin replied. Saying that, he immediately acted, raising his hand to cast a protective barrier towards the half-decayed corpse. Meanwhile, Anderson did not hesitate, producing a long, flexible whip and lashing it harshly towards the human skeleton. They were both veteran Qi-Dan realm experts with decades of reputation, being among the first to establish adventure organizations in Xiaoqing. Their prowess was not to be underestimated. Seeing them act, the other strongmen chose to watch from the sidelines without intervening. However, another strongman appeared in the massive pit, subduing all the and evil death energy. Did Hall Master Mu discover something? Wondered one of the strongmen. Alvin, a top-tier expert who could securely rank in the top 10 of Xiaoqing City, had cultivation and strength surpassing Cashin and Anderson. He was the Hall Master of Green Peak Hall, which was also an adventure organization with power second only to the three strongest ones. If Alvin's cultivation advanced further, it would make Green Peak Hall comparable to the other three major adventure organizations. Alvin indeed made a discovery at this moment. The and evil death chi emanating from underground was terrifyingly strong, far exceeding what the two corpses could possess. In other words, even more fearsome dead spirits might be lurking beneath. To verify his conjecture, Alvin immediately released his soul force, seeping it into the ground. His soul was very strong, making him one of the few competitors in the Qi-Dan realm. This was considered one of his advantages. The next moment, Alvin's face drastically changed as he hastily ascended, seemingly having discovered something extremely terrifying. Quick, leave this place. There's a golden core realm corpse king lurking underground, Alvin shouted loudly to the surrounding experts as he fled the deep pit. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces paled instantly. No one dared hesitate and immediately retreated at full speed. Even Cashin and Anderson abandoned their fight against the two middle-stage Qi-Dan corpses. Although they were powerful, none of them had the courage to fight a golden core realm corpse king. Boom! The earth cracked, and an extremely terrifying corpse chi surged skyward like a volcanic eruption, forming a sea of corpse chi so dense it seemed unbreakable. Amidst this sea of corpse chi, for half-rotten corpses and two humanoid skeletons carried a massive stone coffin together. The coffin was engraved with 9 lifelike dragons, exuding an extraordinary and dominant aura. Corpse King. All those escaping felt their scalps tingle as they sensed the terrifying pressure emitted by the stone coffin. In normal times, these cultivators wouldn't fear a golden core realm expert so much, but now that Mayor Jerson wasn't in Xiaoqing City, who could resist the Corpse King? Regardless, these immortal path experts still fled desperately towards Xiaoqing, hoping its defenses, arranged by Mayor Jerson, could withstand the Corpse King. Otherwise, it would be a massive disaster. Even if it weren't for the corpse king inside the stone coffin, just the 4 corpses carrying it were incredibly powerful, all reaching the late-stage Qi-Dan realm. The aura they emitted was comparable to Alvin, perhaps even surpassing him. Clang! The lid of the stone coffin moved, revealing a corner from which black as ink corpse Qi spread out, transforming into chains that rapidly flew away. Puff! In an instant, several figures were pierced through by the chains, spewing blood. Accompanied by sharp, terrified screams, these individuals' bodies quickly shriveled as their essence was devoured within moments. The 4 corpses, carrying the stone coffin over the sea of corpse Qi, pursued the fleeing immortal path experts, with the chains formed from corpse Qi rapidly piercing targets one by one. Within a blink, more than 10 Qi-Dan realm experts fell victim, their essence and souls devoured, leaving behind dried-up corpses, a grim and tragic end. Finally, the remaining experts safely retreated to Xiaoqing City. Upon noticing the situation, the city's garrison immediately activated the protective formations. Boom! The sea of corpse Qi swept forward like a tidal wave, crashing against the city's protective array with deafening sounds. Under such circumstances, no one in the city could sleep soundly. Everyone was awakened and came out to check the situation. Seeing the vast cloud of corpse Qi outside the city walls, everyone was stunned, especially those weaker in cultivation who couldn't help but tremble. Anyone could feel that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth became chaotic, converging fiercely above the city. This is thunder tribulation. The corpse king also needs to undergo thunder tribulation. Alvin instantly realized. The 2 corpses that emerged earlier already triggered thunder tribulation, indicating that neither the corpse king nor the 4 corpses carrying the coffin could avoid it. Boom crackle. In an instant, terrifying heavenly lightning struck the stone coffin and the 4 corpses simultaneously, though with varying intensity. The lightning aimed at the stone coffin was extremely powerful, capable of destroying everything.